stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now.
Laying on the floor again, watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's
in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. Looking faced by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The walls are in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's a shame that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free.
It's a late night, I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light, I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light, I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me, this heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. I wish you were in love with me as much as I'm in love with you. A silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you, I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well, loving you well. Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Luscious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies.
when you told me that's how you felt inside. Did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt. Did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know she's rarer than a four-leaf clover. And she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know she's rarer than a four-leaf clover. And she's mine. We learn it sunny side up. We learn it sunny side up. We learn it sunny side up. We learn it sunny side up.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
This is Perry and Flax from the Sky Bar overlooking Resource World Arena Birmingham, where, in around 24 hours, the remaining teams will do battle for the title. Ari, the last British hope. God bless you, Ari. Bring it home for the boys. It's coming home. But until then, we have some upper bracket games. No teams go home today. We save that for tomorrow. I hope you guys are going to join us in the arena in less than 24 hours. But in the meantime, let's see these two series coming up. Shiva, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. You are watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and you are catching us at the very, very start of our playoffs. That's right, we're out of the group stages, and we have said goodbye to 4 teams already. Now today, as you heard Pyrian say, nobody is going to go home, but we will have the 4 best teams playing against each other, so you're in for some top-tier Dota 2, top-tier Dota 2 accompanied by top-tier people, as I'm joined by Purge, by Tigov, and by Freddy. Good morning, everyone. Purge, you're on the morning panel for the first time.
Yeah, I'm happy that I didn't have to broadcast till 1 a.m. before waking up, so it was a nice transition. Happy to be here.
Yeah, you doing good, T?
Oh, it's great. I'm a bit upset because normally these days are like the elimination days and we get to start, kicking more teams out of the tournament. And unfortunately, we're going to be, praising people for getting top 3, but, we have to wait until tomorrow to start eliminating more teams.
Yeah,
off with their heads. Very British of you, T, Governor.
Yes, exactly.
You just want to guillotine everybody. Actually, I think that was the French that did the guillotine stuff.
Yeah, that's why the word guillotine is
Yes, it's very non-English.
French.
Is that why?
Is that where the revolution happened?
There's many revolutions that happen in many countries, and the French also had one, yes.
We would
and
know.
they used guillotines.
England.
Anyway,
we
got some fantastic Dota lined up for us today. We got Tundra versus Falcons. I'm very excited to see the see Tundra play. Thompson plays really goofy stuff on the mid lane. He seems to be the only guy that's currently making Zeus work, which is very cool. And then he plays the sniper, which is always hilarious. Whether or not he owns or he feeds, this hero is very fun to watch. So I'm very excited, T-Governor, to see Thompson play today.
Yeah, I am, exactly. I don't know why you're throwing back to me, but I'm happy to see him play as well today. He's played Shadow Fiend as well in the mid lane in his pubs, but back to you now, Shiva. Or Purge. Back to you, Purge. Go on, off you.
I really wanted to hear what Shiva had to say about Shadow Fiend in the pub.
I don't want to talk about any heroes. I want to talk about what's at stake here, because we have sent 4 teams home, but they did not go home empty-handed. We can take a look at the prize pool and also see what's happening today and how that impacts the teams. Because, yeah, we got 2 upper bracket series today, and that means by the end of the day, we got 2 of our top 3. So the series that we'll witness today, actually, if you win those, you guarantee yourselves $120,000 per. That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. The prize pool doesn't get as catastrophic as the TI days where, you know, like you're only happy if you're like top 3, but it's still a huge amount of money and very good for all the teams that get to participate in the tournament. Lots of practice. They go home with some cash. They can spend it if they want. They can save it. You can buy costumes. However you want to spend your money.
However you want to spend your money, indeed, and you get points as well. And that means that today we might actually see some more teams almost being locked into Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, because that is a big, big tournament on the horizon, T-Gov.
Yeah, so winning this this series today puts you top 3. You get 4,000 points for being in top 3 if you are to finish, let's say, 3rd. So for some of these teams, like maybe OG, as we see here, they're currently 7th place. Getting themselves 4,000 points will throw them all the way up until maybe, you know, top 3, top 4 at the moment. Of course, other teams will be gaining points as well. But with Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit both just, you know, falling out of the tournament very quickly, these fringe teams, they could book themselves a ticket to automatic qualification to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and of course, some people might have noticed, this is not yet updated with the teams that got eliminated yesterday, as we see some teams here on the leaderboard already. We'll have to wait for that to be updated, but just know that these points are going to make a big difference for all the teams participating, because really, there's going to be a massive prize pool to fight for as well. So it's needed to get top points here, and you don't have to play qualifiers, which I think maybe even for some teams is a bigger motivator. Not having to play qualifiers removes a lot of stress from your life, apparently, for the teams. But yeah, that means I have to perform well. Let's take a look at what they have done so far, as we have finished our group stages. Freddie, we have had a lot of matches over the last few days, and this is the end result.
Jeever, what a wonderful group stage this has been. Honestly, we have a lot of upsets, a lot of things people didn't expect. Of course, with Heroic doing very well. They were topping the groups yesterday. Obviously, this group is very even. So, you know, they're 4th, but they're tied for, you know, 2nd, really, in terms of the standings. OG, people didn't expect to do well. They snuck into the tournament because of visa issues. You know, Falcon had a weak start to their showing, and they started doing much better near the end, which is great because they're very fun to watch. Team Liquid, they're looking good. Sometimes they'll bomb out of groups in ESL tournaments, particularly Dream League, so it's nice to see that didn't happen. G2XIG, they're also looking fairly good. Talon looked good, but unfortunately they didn't end up making it through, but still exciting to see this new roster do decently well.
Is this not like the closest results we've ever had at a tournament before?
I want to say
it is
yes.
wild how close they are.
It's really
like,
close.
Every team seems like they're in. Obviously, Shopify had like 1 less win than some of the others, but it was a really close group stage.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had in Group B a 4-way tie with 4 teams being 5 and 5, where we saw the top one go upper bracket and Team Spirit, unfortunately for them, getting eliminated, it's insanity.
Yeah, and the fact that that Spirit vs Heroic series, Heroic winning it out, that was the first tiebreaker played where Heroic was able to win. And then you play all the best of ones after the fact, and Spirit, there's no way for them to redeem themselves because, you know, they dropped the games against Extreme and Tundra. There's no way they can go back and beat it. They were hoping other teams maybe create some loot, but not to be the case. And yeah, those tiebreakers are ruthless, and luckily they didn't go on forever. It was just 1 round, very simple, and done.
Yeah, not even a full 1 round, right? Or was it? It's 2 games played, not even 3.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, there's it's pretty cookie cutter for Group A anyway. And for Group B, it is what it is. We can take a look at what that does to the rest of the tournament because, of course, now that we have 4 teams eliminated, it also means that we got 8 teams left in the playoffs. And we have got a fantastic playoff bracket prepared for you guys. Obviously, this one is, for now, still empty. But we have filled it in, and we will obviously show you that at a later date as well. But it's pretty simple, guys, because there's only 4 matches that we know right now with 4 teams in the upper bracket and 4 teams in the lower bracket. And we are going to be witnessing the upper bracket today. So we are going to talk about which heroes are going to be picked because we saw it yesterday and we heard already my panel talk a little bit about Zeus just now. But I want to see the numbers being added to the heroes here, Purge, because we got a little bit of a difference between yesterday and today.
Yeah, the Tiny's the most picked right now. It's doing pretty decent. Some games it looks amazing. Other games it underperforms a little bit. And that's why it's sitting at 40% win rate. Luna, I think, is the hero that is going to really be focused on in this first match because it is a hero that Pure is winning almost every game with. So I just don't see them letting them have Luna ever, to be honest. But yeah, Zeus is up there too. It's a comfort pick for Thompson if he's not playing Sniper or Zeus. That's covering a lot of his bases. And yeah, other strong heroes, Enchantress, Kunkka as well. But definitely Enchantress. Enchantress has got the high pick rate and the high win rate, unlike some previous tournaments where she was just highly picked, but performing poorly.
Yeah, the nice thing here as well, like Tiny day 1, I think it was like a 30% win rate. And day 2, people didn't look at the stats and go, okay, this hero, we shouldn't be picking it, it's just losing games. They still stick true, they understand what it's meant to be doing in the game, and the win rate is slowly climbing up. Same thing like for Kunkka on the other side, is people still pick it, but people are now understanding how to deal with it in laning phase and in draft. So its win rate is kind of falling down just a little bit as well. So Tiny's going up, Kunkka's going down.
We want to have a do-over a little bit about showing the brackets because it is a pretty bracket and we do want to show it when it's actually filled in. And there we go. That's what we were looking for. Even though we couldn't already said what was happening here. Freddie, we got ourselves upper bracket, but let's focus a little bit on the lower bracket because that's not happening today. It is, I would say, Jenkins, very unfortunate to have Extreme versus G2 up against each other in the first round lower bracket.
Yeah, that is quite unfortunate. I would say probably Extreme wins out here. They were looking fairly good near the end of the groups. They also, like Falcons, had a weak showing at the start, but obviously having just one Elite League, this team is very strong. So I would always be not so happy to be playing against them in a lower bracket where you can just get eliminated, especially as the other Chinese team in the tournament. And then on the other side, Liquid and Heroic. Unfortunate for Heroic performing so well and then starting in the lower bracket with those tiebreakers. You know, they were top of groups yesterday fairly comfortably, and they had a couple of games. There were like 71 minutes where they ended up losing. So if they got eliminated, that'd be unfortunate. But, you know, I think they still perform better than people expected, regardless of what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited for Heroic overperforming in the previous tournament and now doing even better. Like, I really want them to get, like, a top 3 finish at a tournament. I think that'd be really cool. But it's a long road, and there's so many good teams in this tournament. I mean, 2 of the teams that play today get knocked to lowers, and that's another gateway that they have to get through for them to have good placements. So it's a bit sad, but that's the nature of the tournaments, and hopefully they keep on this trajectory.
It's competition. That's how it works. And I think if you continuously get a little bit better, that's the best you can ask for, right? Obviously, it would be great if everybody could just get first place straight away once doing well, but that's just not the nature of it all, which creates great stories as well. We'll see their road as they progress, but for now, obviously, we don't know yet what's going to happen, and everything is possible. Now, I will say that we have kicked a couple things. We kicked a couple teams out of the competition, but we also kicked 2 streams. So there's only going to be 1 stream today. You can have all your attention focused right here. These 2 series will come your way. We are going to end the day with OG versus BetBoom, which is going to be obviously very exciting. And we are going to open the day with the series that we're going to talk about very soon. It's Tundra versus Falcons, Tigov, which is I will straight up say I did not expect Tundra to make it to upper bracket.
I think that's always the case when you have the qualifier teams, especially because Tundra, they lost. Well, I say lost. They also kind of kicked Mind Control, then bring in Toby. Everyone's like, Toby's just not good enough. This isn't it. And I think there's like a lot of hysteria around them. But no, I would say that Tundra, incredibly good form. The qualifiers that they played recently, they were on a trajectory to be a consistent top 6, top 8 team, and right now they're in that form. And you have to remember, why didn't OG qualify for this event? Oh, because they lost the grand finals to Tundra.
Yeah,
so it's
true.
not as if OG failed to qualify because they lost to some random team, right? They're losing to a team that is also in a position where they're one series away from being top 3 at this event.
I think it's just that people underestimate the Tundra squad a little bit. You look at their lineup and you're like, okay, Pure's incredibly good and Topson won some TIs, but these aren't really like the first players that you think of when you're trying to grab somebody for your roster. So it's like one of those teams you're like, they're just gonna hold over for the season and then maybe get picked up on better teams next season, but they're still performing well. So it's cool to see them have some success.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were having high hopes, obviously, with Mind Control there, and with losing, they thought, well, the whole team is not as good as they were before, but truth is, the other people were pretty good as well, so they are still doing pretty great, and they have to do pretty great up against Falcons. We got a little bit of U.S. Air Force Wisdom Rune for you right here, because it pertains Falcons, who is doing very well with the DK. I know, it's a little bit of a change of pace. The DK carry comes out quite a few times. We've seen Skeeter pick it up instead of Malrine. Everybody else is not making it work, Freddie. It's just, why can only they make it work? What is it about them?
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I didn't know this stat, but I could have surmised something along these lines based on the win rate of the hero in pubs and the nerf that they did to him, where the corrosive breath doesn't last anywhere near as long, so you have to keep hitting people. The Mage Slayer nerf as well. And then on the illusions, when you Manta and you lose the dragon form, they don't keep doing the corrosive breath, which was probably a glitch, but honestly really, really bullshit. Like, all of these things made it so that the hero feels a lot worse as an offlaner, as a mid. But if you're playing it on carry, it's a different kind of hero. You're playing for a different timing. And then they also have the flex potential of it to carry, which has higher value, which is going to raise the win rate up. I feel like if you can't play it carry, it's probably just not that great of a hero because of the nerfs.
And it's always been played with Hoodwink. Like, Crit, so far, he's had an exceptional showing on Hoodwink. All 4 of those DK wins, Hoodwink's been in play as well. So not only are you putting the carry of this DK into like a carry role, going for Blink, trying to be active, you're pairing it with a hero that always will provide you the damage.
Marana as well in the safe lane. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. They're not drafting themselves into a position of like, DK can go make moves, but there's no one else. Like, we've got some like Oracle support, some Rubik. No, it's always the Hoodwink so far.
Yeah, you're right. It works really well with the supports that they play. Like, every single time we watch a Falcons draft, they pick DK, and then we're like, oh, they could pick, any of the supports that they like to play. Like, pick the CM, pick the Hoodwink, pick the Marana. It's good with all of them.
So why don't more teams do it, Burge?
Well, like they said, if you do then pick the DK thinking it's good, but you pair it with like an Enchantress or something, then your kill potential on the map just isn't the same. Because Hoodwink, I think one of the small issues with the hero is that your disable isn't super reliable, especially against good players that have BKB suppress. But DK stun is super, super reliable. So if you land that DK stun, you're going to have a follow-up, the arrow or the Hoodwink follow-up, and Hoodwink brings tons of damage, obviously. So it just makes the hero a huge kill threat, and you're hard to kill, and it's a perfect siege carry. Maybe arguably one of the best. You're just not really in danger when you're hitting high ground compared to a lot of other carries that have to worry about pressing BKB in time.
Also, think about the top hero that we just saw, Tiny. Falcons doesn't play Tiny. They play ranged supports. If you're playing ranged supports, you would like a hero like DK on your team. Like a DK Tiny lane. Like, think about that. Is any safe lane afraid of that? Is any mid laner afraid about like a DK mid and then like a Tiny rotating or something? It's just not that. There's not enough damage, right? So it does work with their supports. That's a good point, T.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much.
Question is whether Tundra would pick up on it and maybe
Thanks, Freddie.
trying to create it themselves or take it out of the equation, because it seems like if you only ban one of the two, you're also good. And banning out the Hoodwink, to be honest, with Crit and on that, it's pretty smart to do anyway. For our first series, we're going to listen to the wonderful voices of Fogged and OD Pixel, but before we listen to them cast a game, we're going to check in on them. We're going to see how they're doing and if they're ready for their opening series of the day. Hello, gentlemen. How you doing?
Hello, yes, we're doing great, Sheev. Very much looking forward to the games today, and this one in particular, Tundra versus Falcons. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to get some spicy plays and maybe some spicy chat as well.
I hope the spicy chat comes out. I mean, it's 9 class versus Amar. These guys are super talkative. That's the word I'll use in game, so yeah.
Very political correct there. What is the spiciness? Because the level of spiciness so far, we've seen only question marks and the one smiley thing. What level of spiciness are you looking for? Like, is it tips? Is it actually talk?
I think it's talk. I think what 9 Class wrote K joke yesterday to either Hector or KJ. I don't know which one it was. So he's shown multiple times, even in qualifiers, that he's done it too. He said it to Seb, just better. So I think it could get spicy. They might have each other muted already though from pubs.
They might.
That might
They definitely do.
But that doesn't stop you. You know, you can mute the enemy and then still type stuff.
We will
and then
still
you're
see
kind
it.
of, you know, nothing's going to get fired back at you. So then you can type even more inflammatory stuff because you're not going to be able to read their response.
Very true.
We can also unmute them. Like I could walk over to their table right now and just quickly unmute,
Yeah.
force to unmute, force them to see each
I
other.
dare you.
Get Pyrian to do it.
I dare you.
Really?
That's content for him. Get Pyrian.
I'm going in. I'm going in. If you let me go, I'm going.
Go, yeah, go.
It's not not my responsibility. These players are in the zone. How close are you guys to the players, Owen Fogged? I have actually no idea where
pretty
you're
close.
sitting.
We're in we're in a separate room though, so we don't quite hear the screams, the shouts of the players, and fortunately for them, they don't hear the screams and shouts of us. So
That's
setup's
probably
good.
the reason why you're in a separate room, I would imagine. So who are you favoriting here this morning for the series? I know unbiased casters and everything, but you gotta have a little bit of...
I don't know. I personally would say that I would still expect Falcons to have the edge. But you never know with Tundra. Tundra's been coming up with some great performances, some great individual performances. I think you were saying the other day, Pure's been on pretty much top form as a carry right now.
Yep. I think I said it yesterday when I was watching the games. I was like, damn, he actually is one of the best mechanical players. And he actually ran in and died solo to the Roshan with 0 teammates helping him right after I said it. So that was pretty funny. But yeah, I think Falcons is powering up. I think they started a little bit slow. Malrine got here. He still was a little bit slow warming up. But yesterday, once we saw them do versus... what was it, Liquid, right, in particular?
Yeah, he was getting he was all chatting as well, wasn't he, Malrine, the other day?
A little bit.
We were getting some smileys coming out in the chat after he was like denying waves from the mid that he was going up against. So yeah, he was warmed up, ready to go.
Yeah, they seem confident, so I'm looking at them for sure.
And apparently there's been a popular and completely unrelated question coming out from Twitch, out of all things. What's your favorite Queen song?
For me, it's I'm just gonna go with the one of the big ones. I think "Don't Stop Me Now" is an all-time banger. I think that for me is the top one.
I go Radio Gaga.
It's really random question.
Yeah, apparently there's singing happening. If Twitch had a voice, they would be singing Bohemian Rhapsody, apparently. Unrelated, of course. Thank you very much, gents. We'll, of course, check in with you later again and listen to your wonderful voices.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah, because we're gonna move on to our upcoming series of the day. We got Tundra, we got Falcons, and these two teams, one of them will be guaranteed top 3 here at ESL 1 Birmingham. Now, I know Falcons has top finishes every single tournament, but we've also seen Tundra level up throughout the tournament, so we'll see if they can continue their route here. And Falcons, to be honest, they only really 2-0'd a team yesterday, and then up until then, it was 1-1s all the way.
Yeah, it could be a little bit weird. I'm also thinking they talk so much about Malrine. I swear to God, he's all chatting every single game is what it feels like to me. Multiple smiley faces going on. And then I'm thinking about who's he's playing against. It's Thompson. I don't think Thompson is very tiltable as a player.
I don't think necessarily, he cares about anything.
I don't necessarily think he's going to like outskill and like solo kill Malrine, but he's going to be able to take the emotional damage and then he's going to do some wacky stuff right back. So I think they're in a good position to take it to Falcons here.
I think it depends less on the mid matchup and more what supports do they bring in. Because I think both of these players are so equally skilled that if the supports come in and ruin that 1v1 matchup, the kind of the balance of the mid lane, that's when you might start getting into heads a little bit. Because I've got a couple kills, but you only got it because snaking rotated, that type of stuff. Then you use the all chat, then you use the tips. That's where maybe the psychological game comes into play. But no, realistically, this is going to be an incredibly skilled mid matchup there. I'm excited to see who does pull out ahead.
T, when the ticker on the bottom said it's going to be a banger day of Dota, does that mean is that hot dogs or is that mashed potatoes?
Neither. It's like, hey, it's going to be a banger. It's going to be so
good.
The
banger is a sausage. Yeah.
Yeah, but also a banger of a day.
Is it just going to be a hot dog of Dota?
A banging day.
I just thought they were...
Bangers and mash, yeah.
I just thought they were adapting the local culture when they wrote that one, that's all.
Well, when we're talking about Falcons, as you guys already do, we talk a lot about the mid laner because it is just such a good matchup with one of the two of the top mid laners in the scene. And Malrine is our first player to spotlight for Falcons here because, yes, he did not make it to day 1. And we also heard from the team that they did not scrim at all going into this because they thought Malrine was not going to make it at all. So he shows up. officials turn into scrims, Jenkins, and all of a sudden he's back on top. Doesn't take very long.
Yeah, speaking of banging, Malloryne usually smashes people 1v1 in that mid lane. He has a very unique way of playing. It's always interesting when you've watched Dota for 10 years, you think that everything has been figured out, and then all of a sudden a guy comes in, fresh, new, he's like, no, this is how you do it. Like, the way that he plays the mid lane is so interesting. Sometimes he plays like entirely for farm. You can see him play some Batrider versus Queen of Pain. You know, he goes and he blocks the waves so that he can stack the camps, maxes out his Firefly, farms up like a bunch of jungle camps, and he somehow wins these matchups that he's not supposed to. He was the guy that invented the Primal Beast mid, where you would cut the wave and then drag it to creep camps. And I swear to God, dude, on that patch, I was picking Necro into Primal mid, and I was like, this guy's gonna get so fucked because he's the highest strength gain hero in the game. I'm Necrophos, right? Destroying this like massive HP pool. He just cuts the wave. He's not even playing the video game. It's like, God damn it, thanks, Malloryne. First Amar is doing this in the off lane. Now you got mid laners doing this wacky stuff. It's like we have two Eternal Envies in the current patch of Dota, except winning.
And on the same team as well.
Mm-hmm. And it's working out. I would also say, if you make that comparison, it's less 50-50 because they seem to make it work most of the time, T.
Yeah, it is very annoying that how consistent they are doing it. I think it helps that they don't try and push the boundaries every single time with their draft because they know that their play is so immaculate that they can just keep themselves within a contained hero pool and just showcase how to bring the heroes to the next level. Like they're picking Mars and then they're spearing into Lina stuns. Rather than just using an arena, they're holding it because they're like, we need this for the big fight, so we're going to make all the small plays really well to enable us to continue taking multiple fights after that. No, they are just exceptional to watch in the moment.
And we're setting quite the scene here for Tundra because the way we are talking about Falcons, it will be an uphill battle. But let's focus on Tundra and see where their strengths lie. And I think, Perch, you already mentioned it earlier, one of the bigger strengths of this squad is right here in the middle, Pure. He has been talked about a lot also when he was playing off lane. This is the hero that you have to shut down on Tundra if you want to have a chance of winning, correct?
Yeah, totally. And even in games where you shut him down, he still has a really good shot. He had a Sven game in the group stage where we were kind of joking about his deaths. He got up to like 9 deaths that game, but he ended up just carrying it against the Luna. So he's fantastic. Topson, obviously another huge fixture. It says on his shirt that he's only won 1 TI, but that's not true. Man's got 2 under a different org. Fantastic player, interesting playstyle, slightly unique heroes and itemizations, but he's still a monster. Like, he just dies less than you expect him to, and he carries games as a result of it because his net worth is higher.
Someone I would love to give a shout out to Tundra, and I don't think we talk enough about, is going to be Whitemon. I think that him in the 5 role is just exceptional. Like, during some of these qualifiers, he's playing Clockwork, a hero that we don't see too often from other teams, but his positioning as a position 5 is always about how to enable the kind of defensive turnaround. Am I tanking that next smoke? Am I in position to counterplay the scripted aggression that we see from most of these teams nowadays? And like his hero pool being like ET, Clock, Disruptive, Venge, like these heroes excel at making those plays. And I think if Whitemon just wasn't in position, then Topson going that extra little bit aggressive, he was not protected by that 5 player or even like 9 class as well. But yeah, Whitemon, he is, so valuable.
He's extremely sacrificial. He's one of the highest MMR sacrificial supports in the world currently. Like, a lot of the position 5s that you see that are super high rated, shout outs to Snake King on the other side. He basically plays core from the position 5, right? He plays Mirani, builds scaling items. Whitemon doesn't really do that. He plays Venge, he plays Ultra Titan, he runs in there, he makes sure that he wins lane for Pure, and he wins lane every single time. It's very annoying. It's very frustrating to play against, but I find it very interesting how high he's managed to climb, being so good at doing that and enabling his, pub teammates, even though his pub teammates are obviously this much better of a playstyle and competitive, right? But he's still managed to do it.
Really smart positioning right now, actually, from Tundra. Putting Whitemon in between both Pure and Topson.
Oh my God, that's what you wanted to say?
I did, yeah. No, of course, because Topson, he's going to go so far in that he needs to be able to glance around, look to the left. Oh shit, Topson's in trouble. Let me walk there. Looks to his right. That's his carry.
There's no way. Okay.
The moment they came on camera, he goes...
I was hyped. No. I was hyped.
Like, are you kidding? That was legit an actual point to make.
Legit question, and if you guys don't know the answer, I'm going to make Ted ask the question post-game. Do you actually, when you play professionally, do players glance at the other person's screen? There's no way.
It is helpful.
No way.
I know that when I coach my team back then, there was sometimes they would glance and look. Yeah, a little bit. So you're playing, you just
Bro, you're playing with Adxantic on your team. That doesn't count.
No.
Okay.
Weehaw, Misery, that team.
There's no way.
Yeah,
But
they do.
okay, you can
There's
look
no
in game
way.
where the person
1%
is,
chance.
but
Yeah.
it's way different if you look because they're gathering information from their vantage point. So it's like a quick look
just
into
quick.
like
Dude,
what
it's
they're
not
doing.
Call of Duty. Nobody's screen peeking. No way. You just click on their hero.
It's not the same.
You know what Owie said
That's
to me?
the LAN
actually?
advantage.
Yeah, but it's not.
I have an Owie tidbit. He has a theory that you should have a hotkey to select all the heroes on your team because you can set that up in your hotkeys.
Yes,
he's
you
like
can.
theoretically, that would be those would be very good hotkeys to set up because you can just quickly tab between your team and like instantly see all their items that they
So
have.
that is way more efficient than being there and it's like, oh, what's over there? What's on the other Like, literally. Because
You
what
know
if...
how eyes work, right, guys? Like, if I'm here and Purge is playing there, I just need to do that.
No, because monitors, I don't think we use the curved ones. They're flat, and that means that you kind of have the glare, so you have to lean a little bit back to get a good angle.
We're not
also,
CS players like this.
Also, what if the person you're sitting next to happens to glance at your hero at the same time, meaning you just see the same thing twice?
Then it's embarrassing because you catch them
Guys.
you catch them peeping on you. You're like, hey, he's looking at me. Like, that's weird, dude.
Stop peeping.
It's like the Spider-Man meme where you're.
Okay, this was too much for the panel, I feel. I'm sorry, guys.
It's just a glance, guys.
It's just a
Quick
glance.
eye
You're,
glance.
I don't
you're
think it's
what you're
overcomplicating
doing.
it.
I'm gonna ask Ted to ask because I don't. I
Some
just
do,
don't
some
see
don't.
being value over.
No, they
indeed
just sit down. They just walk in closest to the person they're most friendly with on the team.
I think at least you
And
can
then
have
they
a little
sit down.
chat when you're dead. That's what you
Take the headset off. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Our lane was pretty shit. How are we going to recover? Don't tell the lads, though. We're 20 minutes deep.
We're getting way off track. We're getting way off track because we are very close, as you can see in the timer below, that we are very close to getting our upper bracket series going. That's right. Tundra and Falcons, they're in the top 3. Well, one of them is going to be in the top 3 guaranteed, and top 6 is, I believe, the place where they're at now. Math, yes, I think it is top 6 guaranteed, and of course top 3 would be a great step up. As we are a moment away from the draft, I want to talk about heroes as we do. We already mentioned the Dragon Knight being a staple for Falcons in both the mid role and the carry role, but I want to talk about which heroes other than Thompson's Zeus we're going to see. For example, what's this man going to play? What are the offlaners going to play, as we just had those?
Toby's been doing pretty good on his Brewmaster. He tends to be a little bit lower net worth than other players coming out of the laning stage, but he had some really solid Brew games, and I think people are banning Brew first phase against him. If he's not playing that, Summons heroes are up his alley, or maybe some standard initiator as well.
Yeah, I think for Toby, it's the foundation of every other offlaner right now. The Kunkka, the Centaur, the Brew. And like Purge was mentioning, I think at least what Tundra's able to do that other teams aren't is leaning into if the draft allows it, they go for an Enigma, they go for that Zoo, and they have a little bit of the kind of complete opposite playstyle where it's not just like the tanky teamfight offlaner, but more the momentum-based one. And we'll see if it is put into play here, but yeah, so far, Tundra instantly respecting both the DK and the Pango with their first ban.
Yep.
Not too many supports banned here. There's the most banned heroes. Most of them are supports. IO's pretty consistently up there. Disruptor's consistently up there. ET getting banned because that is something that Whitemon has been playing to solid success, and it also amplifies the Zeus in a big way. So taking that out also undercuts whatever impact Thompson might have.
I'm curious if that Shadow Demon gets let through, because we've actually seen it played quite a little bit on Falcons, I feel, because there's so many other things you have to ban against Team Falcons. But I will say that I think actually Shadow Demon is worthy of this final ban. We'll see if Tundra disagrees, because obviously they will know more about it than I do.
You can leave the IO in, because if somebody picks IO, you ban Lesh with your follow-up bans, and then you're kind of covered. That can be kind of nice, put them into a bit of a trap, but they do go for the SD first. Neither of these teams is like, I mean, Falcons does play IO sometimes, but it's not like they're not, who's the team that picks IO all the time? OG, for example. So I assume that one's going to be let through, but Disruptor is the other obvious response pick if you want it.
Yeah, I like the steal, basically, from Tundra. It's good.
It shows a slight change up as well. Tundra often has moved more towards the Brewmaster than the SD, at least in draft for first pick, but yeah, respecting Falcons going for that. No, yeah, Falcons now go for the edge. I think the main tell here for Tundra is they've only really played SD in the 4 role so far. Whitemon, of course, can play it, but I think that's why Falcons weren't too afraid to instantly lock in their 5 position, knowing that it is most likely going to be the SD laning into the offlane, and SD in the 4 position isn't the most lane dominating hero. You can secure your offlane farm a little bit, but you're never really threatening the enemy carry. You throw an Ench into the other lane, and now SD's on the back foot the entire time.
Esports turn to ban.
I will say the SD is a lot better against Pure's hero pool than it is against Skeeter's hero pool. So picking it to block it because they have all these other bans that they have to do, such as Amar's Razor, Malorine's Razor, Amar's Doom. It does mean that they pick a hero where, you know, maybe Falcons goes for like the Skeeter Weaver, for example, and it's very good against the SD because, of course, you don't have any hard disable. And you just don't care about illusions being spawned of you. It's not an illusion hero.
I think I prefer Tundra's bans in this game. I think a lot of teams looking at Falcons, they've really kind of been a little bit lost with how to ban against them, and I think just setting the pace with like the DK Pango to start, respecting the Doom, and then like in the second phase going for the Mars ban. I think a lot of the time Falcons lineups feel really good when you lean on, okay, there's a Mars or a Doom for just the mid-game timing there. If sure you lose some early fights, but we know that at some point they're just going to take over the game. So I think Tundra's ban has been some of the best, at least against Falcons.
Yeah, but it does mean that you still have a hero in the pool like Timber, so it's like you're starting to ban out all these Amar and Malrine heroes, but the reality of it is you cannot ban out all of them. That's just not possible.
That is true, but at least in this way they know the play style that they're forcing Falcons to go down, because like a Timbersaw is great for momentum and for kind of jumping the back lines and pressuring, but it isn't that like team fight enabler, which is going to be like the Doom, the Mars, the Pango, the DK.
Fair enough. They will still get their Hoodwink, so the one we talked about. They might not be able to pair it up with the DK, but it has been very successful, I believe, regardless of who Hoodwink has been paired up with.
5 seconds remaining.
And that means they do have their support duo as their first two, which I would say still is pretty unusual. But in this case, it makes sense, as they just wanted to secure them. They got the Luna now too on the side of Tundra, so that's a tried and tested combo.
T-Governor, I'm also thinking Clockwork is
Give me some Clockwork right now.
I'm also thinking Clockwork.
Go on, Tundra. Pick the Clockwork.
I was already thinking Clock because it's very good against the Hoodwink and the Enchantress. Obviously, Enchantress has this attack speed debuff, and she's impossible to kill. Clockwork will kill her with Battery Assault very easily. Get on a Hoodwink, she can't get away from you. And any Luna is so happy to have one of these melee supports, these bruisers that just run in for her in the laning phase and in the game. Tusk, Clockwork, like these heroes come to mind, but Whitemon is, you know, he's the Clockwork, and the other hero he'd pick is the Elder Titan. Obviously, this is first banned.
How about Disruptor?
I forgot this hero existed because it's always banned.
It's good to good to pick it here anyways, because you don't really want to reveal too much of your draft, and your opponents aren't going to take they're not going to take Disruptor anyways. So this leaves them a little bit more flexible in their core matchups to snag their support here.
I do think all of these Tundra heroes do really suffer against an Enchantress. Like, none of them are creep killers. Both of these supports can be ran down in the, 5 to 10 minute mark by a Centaur creep, and they can't do much to defend the tower. Yeah. So both teams really need like a melee go-in type tanky guy, because there's no frontliner for either team so far.
The upside, though, is Disruptor is quite good against Hoodwink, I feel like. Hoodwink is kind of hard to kill for a lot of heroes. Disruptor makes it child's play, frankly. And then on the other side, Team Falcons grabbed the same hero that they responded to Disruptor last night with, which was Puck. Puck was quite effective at killing Disruptor. You hit the back line, he's not going to be able to just stay alive and wait for the perfect glimpse. He's just going to have to blow his spells because he's dying anyway. So I like the Falcon response here.
What do you guys think about Lifestealer for Falcons? They've got the Infest Bomb with the Puck. It can be left alone in lane. Enchantress can leave. Good against the Disruptor. Of course, you have the magic immunity. Good against Luna. You can sit on her and
not great against SD though.
It's not the best against SD, no, because of the demonic purge going through the BKB.
It's more like into the.
Go for it.
So into the mind of the Falcons. I was like, picking the offlane here might enable them a little bit better in the draft. Picking your carry to then give Tundra 2 response picks into it could be a bit difficult. And yeah, they go for the Brewmaster. I think Falcons at least were respecting Tundra's potential, like Centaur pick to close out this phase, like going for the Puck, going for that containment. Like Jenkins was mentioning, they really do need a body to enable these heroes. Because if Puck has a free time in this game, Disruptor always will be found. SD will always be found. Like Hoodwink, Puck, even Brew when he splits, this backline is not a backline. And Luna can't do enough to protect everyone.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
So like this offlane pick, it's either some, like, okay, they go for Kunkka.
No, the Brew's really good. Brew really likes to have a fight just anchored somewhere. Like the way you beat the Brewlings is you run away from them. But Puck, obviously with the coil, you anchor the fight somewhere. Even playing into Disruptor, you know that he's going to glimpse and put all of his stuff down in like an area. Kunkka's also going to do the same thing with his Aghanim Scepter. So you just fight in an area. The Brewlings are going to run around and, you know, wreak havoc.
Is that enough of a frontliner for Tundra?
Yeah, I think Kunkka is one of the best frontliners right now. With the Blade Mail into Aghanim's build, you're super tanky, boat buff. You also kind of just like press all your spells and then die, and then you're fine with that.
I'm not worried about him in this case. If they had like their typical DK, Mirana, Hoodwink type stuff, then I'm worried because getting chain stun from full to 0 on Kunkka is a big problem, but they don't have that much hard disable just yet on the Falcons draft, so I think it'll be fine. I'm a little bit worried about the Puck though. Watching Malrine just deal with the supports that can't defend themselves, it was just so simple yesterday, so I'm worried for them that despite having this great catch between Glimpse and X combos, I just worry that Malrine's going to make the fights really hard. And even if they do get a bunch of illusions, they're going to have Brew Panda to nuke all of those as well. So I feel like the team fight and the Puck right now, the team fight from the Brew and the Puck is doing a lot for Falcons.
I think if Topson goes for the Tiny or Kotl mid that he's played before, that could provide some pressure to this Puck.
I love the Tiny. I think that's a really good
I think Tiny's like the thing with the Kunkka is you can put it mid. Falcons are actually banning out Centaur for the offlane, still enabling Toby in that regard. They ban the Kotl as well. But the thing with the Tiny is I think if Kunkka just goes offlane and you protect it by banning aggressive carries like the strike up that they've already done, you have this moment of it's the balance of two incredibly skilled mid laners. Does Puck make the jump first, Tiny reinitiates, and now Puck's out of the fight? Or does Tiny just start the fight every single time and Puck can never join in? Brew split is now countered by the survivability of SD plus Kunkka. Your supports get to shine as Tiny's always finding this Puck. Not banned out, so maybe it is where Tundra goes, but I think you do just want to put Kunkka in the offlane here and provide some gotcha value. Unless you're going for a Zoo type hero in the offlane to give yourself something to rally behind, and then Kunkka protects everyone in that way.
They still have a lot of bonus time left on Tundra to think about this. I actually didn't notice how little they used for the rest of the draft. I do normally contribute that to the man on our left right now, Moon, the coach of Tundra.
It looks like Topson is the one speaking, so...
Give me a Tiny. Come on, Topson.
I feel like, yeah, he's like, you know what? This is a terrible Zeus game. Just give me the Zeus. I want to play it.
They banned my sniper, but yeah, give me Zeus.
The only
Moon doesn't have to say anything.
No.
The only other two heroes that he's played, yeah, Zeus and Morphling this
Morphling.
and
Terrible.
Tiny.
Terrible
Morphling's banned.
Mm-hmm.
No, I really like the Tiny. When you see such static heroes, like a Luna and a Kunkka, often when you get to this position and you have a player like Topson on the team, connecting it together really just brings the draft to life. And that's why Tiny just hits that right now, unless Topson's got some magic for a different hero, but...
Oh, the headset comes on?
Yeah, he's
I think
ready.
he said his say.
I totally agree with the Tiny. I think it's like Hoodwink has one of the lowest HP pools in Dota. Enchantress, same thing. Beats Puck in lane. It's chain stun for the Brewmaster. He can't get his ult off. Unless they're doing some really weird cheese here. Or maybe there's the argument that like if they pick something that can be flexed to both offlane and mid, then depending on the last pick, you can, you know, deal with that depending on what the carry pick is for Falcons. But I don't know. I don't know if you have to do that. Like Kunkka Disruptor, Kunkka SD will win lane just fine.
And they need another tanky frontliner, so if he gets in there, I don't really see him dying too badly to those four heroes.
I would be so surprised if they Zeused here. It feels like just such an obvious Tiny pick.
Yeah, they need more frontline for sure. What about like a Void Spirit or something?
It fits the same bill of playing into a Puck in the mid lane, making moves on the map. I think as long as the mid laner thinks forwards from lane, what do I want to do next? How can I invade? How can I pressure? That'd be really cool.
Ooh, nobody saw that coming.
No.
What?
What's that?
What?
Well, against the Enchantress.
100% win rate in Birmingham, I think.
Oh my god.
You kill the Enchantress creeps, so it's going to shut down some of those early rotations. You can nuke the catapults. It will buy time. by Orchid to kill the Puck or the Brewmaster. So that's their goal instead, I guess, is that they're more worried about, well, Tiny could have dealt in it too, but...
It's a creep killer.
I am worried though. Like I wonder if both supports rotate mid on Falcons, it's like you eat the creep, right? Great. He just enchants you. And then you get Puck silenced and coiled. Like I'm really curious how they play this. I mean, I assume this is a Tops and Clinks, right? They're not doing some like crazy offlane.
No, yeah, Tops and Clinks.
It's got to be a Tops and Clinks. I'm curious. There's just so many question marks for me because if this is a pub and my guy last picked to Clinks and we have this draft, I just think like this guy's gonna feed mid. Like he'll probably be okay in the laning stage because he's a bunch of physical damage against a Puck who's low armor.
Even if it's Thompson, then you just let him do what he wants. That's Juggernaut, by the way. Also a very not really represented hero here in Birmingham so far.
Yeah, on the other side, almost all the carries had been banned, so they have to pick out something a little bit different. They're a little bit low damage on the Tundra Esports side. If they can survive through Torrent Storm with a healing ward, that's a big advantage. But Thompson's going to be gunning for it, that's for sure.
No, I love the fact that Tundra, they have gone for a little bit more greed. We're going to see some Orchid on the Clinks trying to make these moves. Maybe he doesn't go Orchid and goes for just backline jumping, but I would expect him to have to go it because of that Puck. Force the Puck to go for a defensive build. Falcons, they went for a Juggernaut. He can go Manta. He can go for tools to deal with that Tundra aggression.
I don't know, man. It's Thompson. I don't even know if we can count on the fact that he's going to go for Orchid.
No, I can't. Yeah,
it might be like just some weird phylactery sort of build up, even though it would truly be an excellent Orchid game.
You know what I enjoyed though most? There was like 1.5 minute plus the actual pick time for us to theory craft what could be going mid, and there were a lot of sensible ideas. And in reality, it's just Thompson that gets asked, hey, what do you want to play against Melreen's Puck? He's like, Clinks. I'm feeling it, you know? It's probably something that he really, like, that he feels is going to work well here this game, where we can't theory craft that. So I have to believe that he's got a plan in mind, that he can do it.
Oh, for sure. It's just been a while since we've seen Thompson on, main stage at a LAN.
True.
So you forget what he's like.
Yep.
And it's like you can surmise all of these things that make a lot of sense, and that's exactly what he's not gonna do. And that's why he's so difficult to play against, because they also are like, Clinks mid, like, what are we doing?
What's he doing?
What is he gonna do here? They're like, he's gonna get an Orchid. Wait a minute, it's Thompson. He might not get an Orchid. Like, he might Deso Rush or Phylactery or go support build for some godforsaken reason. Who knows?
He really might.
Is he gonna rush Conda or what?
I don't think that's the build. I think he needs to really shut down what Puck is doing, because otherwise Malreen's gonna have too good of a game. Even if he was tiny, he'd probably have too good of a game. And he needs to stop Malreen from destroying his supports and allow Disruptor and allow Shadow Demon to do the good things that they do that make them a top hero, because they're just not that great against Puck.
I just realized also that if Thompson pops off this game, a lot of people are going to be unhappy in their pubs. But we're going to find out what's going to happen. First game of this best of 3 in the upper bracket for ESL 1 Birmingham. Let's head over to OD Pixel and Fog to see how it plays out.
Thank you very much, Huey. Yes, we've got it ready, good to go here. Tundra versus Falcons, and of course the Tops and Clinks to end the draft. I mean, what do you sort of make of this yourself, folks? Is this a hero that can work? Is this a hero that only can work maybe if you are Topson? I mean, what's going on with Clinks in the mid lane right now?
I've seen this hero dominate mid matchups, especially versus something like Puck, which can be a little volatile, but it's just how much is it going to work in the overall game state. I honestly have no idea. I'm really curious to see how this is going to work. I think we've only seen it played either from the carry role or from like attempted support roles. I think FY tried it a couple games on support, and I think I saw Ame try it as carry a few, not just this tournament, but before. And they did it versus the Enchantress and stuff like that, so I don't know. This looks interesting. It looks very, very different, because it's going to cause their... It's going to cause it, like, now they don't have that front, the mid lane initiator, like the panel was asking for, this tiny to just, like, jump and burst and pop a hero. It's going to be a Clinks instead, trying to find these avenues, maybe itemize for it with something like an Orchid, like they were saying. See if it works. Of course, have the Kunkka in the off lane to be that kind of initiator, but he's a different kind of initiator most of the time. So, see if it ends up working out. While Falcons, they also go for something a bit outside the box. They got a Jug.
I do, and also they have Amara on one of the heroes that isn't necessarily one of his most played, well, by far.
Yeah, does he pass his test? It's not gold tier.
That's just silver tier,
It's just silver tier, but he did have some successful games on it already at this tournament, and he has been playing it quite a lot in his pubs. I was looking, I believe, in the last like 30 days and more, actually, last couple of months, he's been spamming it quite a lot. Hero is very strong. We're going to see how much pressure they're able to apply. A very strong lane coming out from Falcons in that top. Their Hoodwink and their Brewmaster. And let's see how much Malrine can endure the pressure. Sure. Yeah, this can be a bit of a tough lane at times. But it is Malrine, and he has done very well in a lot of these.
He has. He's been winning some matchups that he shouldn't on paper.
Yep. Bottom, a level 1 healing ward. The new adaptation of Jug. Oh, yeah, look at that. Is disgusting. Nature's Attendance and healing ward.
So much sustain. I mean, they're very unlikely to be able to force Snaking and Skeeter out of this lane.
Yeah, it would
unless
be quite
big
difficult.
mistakes are made. Just infinite sustain, it feels like, between these two from, straight from level 1.
Yeah, we'll see how they are able to handle the pressure with 9 Class and Toby. 9 Class has to be pretty careful of his positioning in particular. Toby can play around it, but yeah, this SD could die quick early to those spins.
What do you imagine we're going to see from this top lane then? I mean, as you say, Brew, very powerful hero right now. Is this a setup that can put pressure onto Pure's Luna in the lane?
Yeah, definitely. This is a very, very strong lane. I think anytime that I see Hoodwink, it's one of those more oppressive lanes that just, honestly, you're just poking him constantly, so you keep him low. Disruptor does a decent job of being able to push back, especially because you have the aura, but yeah, this is a very, very strong pressure lane that Falcon has gone for to slow down Pure. And so far, the mid lane, looks like Malrine, he's doing just fine. He tip-tops it at the start of the game, too, give him a little bit of that
he's already
parenthesis. So,
yep.
Yeah, because he's like, come on, dude, you picked the Clinks. You know, these guys, they know all these matchups and stuff, so.
I mean, and you would imagine, you would say it's most likely Topson is going to go for that Orchid Rush.
I can never predict what Topson's going to do. So I would imagine so versus Brew and versus Puck, and even Jug, there can be some benefits pre-dispels and all that, but yeah, who knows. Bottom, Disruption. Not to Snaking, he's actually dropping low.
Got a lot of stacks of poison on him. He's dead.
Well played.
All right, they find the chance to set up and burst him. The build-up of damage. First blood for Tundra.
Instant tip, of course, from 9 Class. No hesitation. That is a big deal, yeah. They're, of course, lacking a bit on the CS for Toby, but being able to get that type of kill, that's huge.
It's going to free up the lane from quite nicely, and they should have it pushing into them pretty heavily here on these double range creeps. So Tundra will be able to get this lane in a pretty nice position.
Ooh, but they're going to get the double deny here. Looks like Skeeter actually doing a good job controlling those.
Torrent,
back in one.
Indeed, gets to both of them.
So lane will still probably push out anyway, so positioning there for Toby will be nice, but yeah, still seeing that slowdown of CS. Yeah, Malrine, he is absolutely handling himself in that mid lane.
Topson there with that early ward. Is going to be stepping up and grabbing those creeps from that creep camp on Malrine's side of the river. See how long he can continue to get away with that. Yes. Yeah, continues to be very close between these two. 19 and 3 against 19 and 0.
Luna getting pressured a little bit more than the Jug, though, up in that top lane at the moment.
The tips and the smileys.
I'm telling you, this is going to be probably one that has one of the most.
It will get spicy. If these games go long and they get close, we're definitely going to be seeing a continued increase in all chatting, I'm sure.
That is a really cool. That's a really cool ward. I don't think I've seen that one so much from. I don't see much Clinks mid, right? So that's really kind of cool that he's able to do that.
I just wonder how long is this going to sort of be left there? Like, surely at a point you notice Topson stepping up, grabbing these creeps, and then you know he's going to have some vision set up, right?
I mean, right there you noticed, right?
Yeah.
Like when he eats the big creep there.
That's why it's like, surely it won't last for long. I mean, it's really lasted for a couple of rounds of grabbing a creep. So, you know, maybe from Topson's perspective, it's done its job. And maybe they don't de-ward it. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll see what Snaking wants to do. If he even wants to leave to make the move all the way over there or not.
Puck out.
Double Bracer, up on the Brew. Level 2 Lunar Blessing, up on Pure. Okay, just constant harassment back and forth from them.
Yeah, not an easy lane for Pure, but he's playing it well.
I'm excited to see the, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm excited to see the Jug versus Luna matchup just because I feel like it's been like years since we've seen kind of how the two battle versus each other now. Since the add of, you know, the Moonglaves and everything like that with the activatable shard. We just don't see Jug too much, so I have to see how this matchup goes, because in the past, if you get on the Luna, she's usually just dead. There is some saves, but times have changed, so.
Yeah, because I feel like that was the past. You know, just the nerfs and such over the years for Jug. And just the fact that Luna is It's the sort of beast they are right now.
Yeah, and she can
Makes
just
it tough for the Jug.
Let's say she gets Omni Slash, she can literally just pop Moonglaives now, right? So you get that big damage reduction. So yeah, we'll have to see. A rotation coming in, Pure. There's blood grenades.
Yep, they're going in for him. He's got the stick charges, but with Crit and Snaking poking at him, they'll be able to take him down. Snaking will die for the efforts beyond the tower, but an effort worth. And in fact, with the Bushwhack and the
that's a big
Acorn
one.
Shot, they might be able to go in for more. Amar going forward.
They glyph the wave as
They're
well.
ready to dive for this one to pick up some more out of this, but the Thunderstrike is out onto Crit. Whitemon seeing if he can finish off the Hoodwink. He should be able to with the glimpse back under towards the tower. Somehow Crit's still alive though. He gets off another Bushwhack, will die, but it is a... Ooh, maybe with Pure back in play, and Mars not actually able to finish off Whitemon. He's got to step back. Pure with the respawn of the TP coming in, so Whitemon will live.
Big rotations. We've seen this a lot from Snay. Actually, from Falcons in particular. Even we see Skeeter sometimes make these type of moves early on. They get a good pressure play to dive Pure. Snay's still hanging around the area. He came right back up
I mean,
here.
Whitemon's still super low. So
he should have. He's got blood grenade.
Way out of this one. This should be a kill to be had.
And Maureen's here level 6. Pure.
I mean, he just TP back up to the lane, so this would be a huge kill if they can find him. Pure juking around the tree lines, though.
Nicely done.
We'll be able to avoid this move, and a move well avoided. As I say, if they got him in that spot, that would have been very rough here for Pure.
Very aggressive early start here for Falcons, just trying to dictate that pace from the start. They know their Jug, Skeeter, he can be completely left alone, so I feel like Snay, he's just like, okay, Skeeter, you're there. I'm going to make moves around the map now, continue to look to pressure. So lanes, they've been broken quite early on. Wisdom Runes will be spawning. And I'm waiting just to see if Thompson does queue up, if he does show that he's going to go the Orchid or not. He's just gone for the treads. Whoops. Yeah.
Still getting that perfect farm here in the mid.
Yeah. And increased farm, right? Because he is eating a big creep and stuff like that constantly, so he is, yeah, keeping ahead of that puck by a decent margin. And he's got Lunar Blessing, so more and more levels. Pure, it's level 3 now online, so 15 damage to everybody global for the next 3 minutes. Thompson's going to use that to pressure tower a bit.
Got the Bushwhack. Maori
coil.
does have a coil.
Oh, he stepped up far.
Gonna go for the immediate snap back on it to try and retreat. He's able to get the burst of health back up, and 9 class is here.
Amar comes in, very needed.
They have the invis, but the sentry's down. They see him, they'll be able to drag him back. And indeed, the resources they bring to mid, they're absolutely worth it and necessary for Falcons to be able to get that kill and take Thompson out.
Yeah, Clinks is deceptively pretty tanky, so they did need that follow-up rotation. Snaking the ice armor and the heal, it's actually enough to keep him alive.
Yeah, Amar straight back to top. But indeed, a very good showing from him there, coming over towards the mid. So bottom lane, Toby's got the setup. Onto Skeeter. The healing ward is out.
Ooh, money. Nicely done, Toby.
So they're going to try to see if they can get Snaking here on a second attempt. Thompson's coming with the rotation. Actually, his damage not even needed to take down Snaking. He's trying to get in position to maybe threaten Amar, but Amar, much tougher of a hero to deal with.
4 heroes top. At least be able to pressure the tower here a little bit here, just hitting it.
They know that there's no split on Amar. So they can get away with this continued tower damage.
Thompson just continue to hit it. He's going to get caught from Bushwhack, though.
They're getting on top of him, but again, he's out with the invis. Yeah, as you say, very tough hero, really, to kill. We saw how much it took to take him down in the mid lane. It's not easy to have the resources to take down this hero outside of the ultimates of Falcons.
Yeah, he goes up to, like, I think it was like 1700 HP if he uses the second death back. And he's shown he's going to go Deso. Thompson stepped into the sentry.
He does, but he's able to heal back up.
Big heal.
Buff up that HP. He's going to be okay. Maori's trying to stand his ground. Does nearly get him, and in fact, with Crit and Snaking offering up the damage, they'll finish the kill off. Crit getting the clean up with the double. Toby will be able to run down and finish off the kill there with the Tidebringer hit. That damage.
Dodges the poison damage as well, Maureen. Make sure he doesn't get low.
But they're bringing enough in, once again, around the mid. They're going for the play here. Maureen with the setup. The 2 supports coming in to make sure that the damage was just there to kill off Thompson.
That's 2 times now. The last pick Clinks. It's gotten picked off. Making sure that they're putting a lot of onus to ensure that they shut him down.
They are. And I think definitely the right moves to be making here if you're Falcons.
Yeah.
You do not want Thompson to have a free game.
Dire's bottom tower.
And it's, you know, it's the last pick, so he probably ideally wants to be having a much better game than this so far. Even though his net worth is still very good, of course, it's 200 over the puck. These deaths do hurt.
Thompson wants to see if he can get the chance to start something here. They've
Big
got eyes on the
Static
puck,
Storm.
and indeed the setup's there. Immediate Static Storm drop down onto Malorine.
And another one.
I'll get the glimpse back onto Crit. And they should get the both of them. He'll get the bushwhack and the acorn shot out, but it doesn't matter.
Very
Thompson's
nice.
back in action, and he gets some revenge. Gets the double.
Back on track. And right back to probably hitting the mid lane as well. He eats the catapult and eats the creep, and he just immediately starts hitting the tower. So this is cool. This is a different kind of hero, but does the same kind of job as a lot of heroes that you ideally want to pick as a counter to Puck. Takes the tower super early.
And they're going to have some pretty insane push as well around the Dessa on the Clinks and the
But now again,
Thompson. He does have 9 class here ready to bail him out a little bit. The primal split's been popped by Amars. He surrounds Thompson. Toby turns up, drops the boat down. So the boat buff's there as well to help Thompson out as Thompson's on the retreat.
And he's
back
okay.
under the safety of the tower. They'll be able to get him back out of this attempt.
And another tip.
The split from Amar this time, not enough to get them any sort of kills here in this mid lane.
Thompson just pushing the limit of his hero as much as possible. Has the bailout of both the... He has like kind of double saves, right? With the disruption and with that Rum coverage. Nicely done. Does mean that Rum is on cooldown, of course, the boat, but also the Brew Split was used, so... Falcons probably can't get that aggressive in these next few moments until they have that available again. Feels like the game might slow down a little bit here, and then we're going to have to see how the matchup of the farm is going to be, the Jug versus the Luna, because I think the biggest thing that I've seen is just very few heroes can match the Luna's pace. It's kind of been the case for a long time here. See if Jug can actually do so.
Thompson and Whitemon, they're on the prowl once more. The Static Storm's back up. They've got great setup and catch. If they can get the vision.
Max passive, though, on the Brew.
Thompson will settle for another tower.
Not the easiest kill on Amar. He's got 20 stick, he's got a Healing Lotus, and yeah, Max Drunken Brawler.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Plus that little bit of evasion, of course, too, from a Talisman. So yeah, would be a difficult kill to go for.
And that pretty much is just one creep away from the Deso gold. So pretty much a 12-minute Deso rush here on the mid Clinks by the looks of it for Thompson.
The supports will shred. They will be very squishy. Same thing for that Puck, of course, as we see the traditional build for the Puck. The Mage Slayer will be able to... Or sorry, the Witchblade will be able to help a lot for the armor for that, at least to protect him. And yeah, it's coming out. I think they're just going to keep running with him. Just keep running around with Thompson.
Plus one of the supports for both of them.
Yep. I think probably with Whitemon more than anything, because Whitemon has kill threat. They have potential kill threat in all 3 cores with the Static Storm, so...
Yeah, they'll kill anyone during a Static Storm with the damage that Thompson can dish out now with his Deso.
Maybe not Amar.
Sure,
the evasion, all that evasion that he has and everything, so that might be a little bit more. But I think a kill on Skitter is something ideal, because if they can slow him down at once, then the Luna will just pull super far ahead. So I think that's what they're looking for ideally, while Falcons, they're sitting back a little more.
Thompson might just settle for another tower. Again, should be able to make quick work of with this Deso timing.
Shows himself bottom, they immediately start running toward top on the side of Falcons.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, this tower's dropping quick. It's already gone. Tundra can look to make the move to match.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Snaking.
Dire are scanning.
Looking to approach 9 class here. And has got the jump forward from Mallory as well. They'll drop the Dream Coil to get this kill. Which they will find.
Snake takes the kill. Oh. I mean, Snake always scales anyway, but come on, Mallory wants those. 2K lead at the moment, though, for Tundra. They're getting more efficiency out of the map.
Yeah, they're ready to smoke up. Thompson and Whitemon, as you say, they are hungry for kills.
And Pure is just getting all the space in the world. He's got the full farm build, Master Bandit Yasha.
I mean, Mallory and Snaking, they're smoking up from sort of behind Tundra, on Tundra's half of the map, but of course, there is no Dream Coil up on Mallory. Dust will connect onto Thompson.
Regeneration.
So it looks like neither side really going to get anything here with that smoke.
Nice D-ward from 9 class. He knew he was under some vision in mid. And again, back to hunting. Whitemon and Thompson looking for the hunt. Well, as you said, Falcons, I feel like it's more of them waiting for a timing. Probably the Radiance Brew, and then they're going to look to
just
fight
farming
more.
up, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Getting a lot of space top. It's going to still hit solid timing. And yeah, Skeeter full farm the Maelstrom straight into the Mjolnir. They know that if Skeeter can continue to hit the creeps like this, and like they can dodge these movements that Thompson and Whitemon are making, and that will play to their favor, at least with the approach they're trying to go down with the Jug.
Just does not farm as fast as the Luna in those jungle creeps, though.
No. I think that, one of the reasons why he wants to get the Mjolnir completed first.
He's just looking for full greed.
Yeah.
Do not blame him. Mallory, they found Whitemon. He's deep. He's got the Clinks relatively close.
Let's see if Topson can turn this at all.
They know Topson's there.
And the Static Storm's going to get dropped down onto Snaky, but Crit's having to get the pushback control off onto towards Topson. Sharp shot as well, connecting. Topson's going to fall for this.
And they're chasing for more. The Bruce
How much more they can catch. Indeed, Amar pushing away Whitemon, finishes him off. Now they turn over towards 9 class. The micro's there. Amar sends 9 class up into the sky, cancels the TP, and finishes off. Another kill, Amar. Very nice micro and play there with the Brewmaster completely controlling the fight.
They know as well. Look at Snaking. He knows 100% that the Clinks is here with Whitemon. He just he puts the sentry down. He sees him there for a second, but he drops the dust, and then they just bring full numbers.
I mean, that is the thing with these sort of moves, especially at this point, for a team as as good as Falcons. You're not going to get away with this, right?
No.
Whitemon moving around the map. They will know every single time he's not alone.
Nope.
He's not alone. It's unlikely these sort of moves are ever going to fool Falcons again.
Pure, they are actually on the prowl for him. I don't think they actually are able to catch him here. A big swing. That down to even. Pure, of course, gets the space because he sees all 5 heroes rotate, so not the worst thing in the world, but they do lose a couple heroes and lose some momentum, of course, on Tundra. I feel like I see Falcons do this kind of 5-man TP or 4-man TP more than most teams. I feel like they always have these rainbow TPs available to be able to fight when a team overextends a little bit. Another instant smoke, though. I believe that is Toby. He's got the Aghanims finished up, so. Massive amount of team fight. Bruce split on cooldown.
He's just snaking up here, though. It wouldn't be the biggest of catches. And not the smoothest of starts to it, but they should find it nonetheless.
Yeah, he's gone down. And they have vision of Skitter here. Whitemon being sneaky.
He could go for a Static Storm setup.
Oh, this could be huge.
Does he want to try for it? He does. Static Storm's down. He'll get the glimpse
He
back,
got
but
spin.
no, indeed he spins in time. Able to get off to the edge of the Static Storm, get the Blade Fury off, and get out of there.
Good effort. Doesn't get the kinetic down in time. Skitter was aware as well. 20 seconds until Bruce splits back up. Falcons all positioned bottom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They have a ward right now on Pure as well.
Amar's very strong.
Oh, Maureen.
Gonna try for the combo on
He is
towards
looking
him.
pretty dead.
Yeah, Amar's walking away from that one. There's nothing he can do to help Maureen out there.
Great flank coming out from 9 class and Toby. Got him disrupted on the orb, so he had no way to play himself out of that one. Skitter, that's fine.
Super tough to go on him now. They have to have the Static Storm at the ready if they ever want to make efforts like this towards the Jug. Outside of that, they're not killing Skeeter. Skeeter's able to farm.
And more we're seeing this build. I've seen it mostly just from like the carry clinks, but the Deso into straight shard to be able to get that increased farm. I saw Ame doing it a lot. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Gets himself an Arcane Rune. They've got good control, and they've got really good wards still on the side of Tundra. Super deep vision. I'm surprised these haven't gotten taken out. So they're keeping tabs of all Falcons' movements, and looks like they'll find crit probably
Yeah, this one should be a Deso charge. Oh, maybe not. Okay, no, the glimpse is there. They'll get him back in range for Topson to finish off another kill.
Bit of a change in itemization we're seeing from Falcons to try to tank up versus this Clinks of Pavis into a solo crest. I don't feel like we see that too often on these Hoodwinks. Backed up to that 3K lead, Tundra. Yeah, when the game slows down, it feels like they just, gold just goes up for them.
The Falcons, they're going to consider a Roshan.
It is scanned immediately. And it is everything up on
Tundra's
Tundra.
far, though.
But they can pressure lanes. Look at this. They're SD Illusions bottom. Clinks also on mid. They might be able to get...
I mean,
they
do
could
you
get
take this?
tier
You go for 2 tier 2s, let them have the Roche?
That's pretty worth it. Usually you see the 1 tier 2 trade for a Roche. I mean, 2 of them is excellent.
And it does really look like they're going to get them. I mean, some TP packs are coming in now.
Oh, they're looking for top.
Crit with the setup onto Topson. Static Storm's going to be dropped down on towards Amar. The glimpse is there. Topson's out with a TP.
Great TP.
TP's out. He'll get away. They do get the Roche, they get the Aegis on Skeeter, but indeed on the flip side, Tundra, they get the tier 2 mid and they get the tier 2 bottom.
Super nice efficiency plays, and that's really cool to just identify, yeah, we're not making it to the Roche, let's just get what we can. And yeah, it definitely pays off. Almost a BKB going to be finished up for Pure.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And I cannot believe that they even get Topson out too. That was really, really heads-up play with Whitemon covering him with the TP.
Now for Falcons, with this Aegis, question is what they're going to be able to try and push for and take. They did lose quite a bit for going for that Aegis.
And I'm
So
still
let's see what they can do now with it.
Yeah, and I'm still just going to be looking to see what happens when the Jug and the Luna start clashing into team fights and everything. Is Jug actually going to be able to match up versus Luna? Because what we've seen is just Luna seems to be one of the hottest carries in the patch, and Jug is just kind of an unknown. It's kind of a question mark, so.
Thompson. And Amar just completely no messing around at all, just immediately pops the split. He's ready to turn, he's ready to kill off Thompson with the help of Crit.
And Torrent Storm was forced. Toby trying to protect his buddy. A big kill.
Yeah, Amar playing smartly around that ward setup that they had, and Thompson falling straight into his trap.
Can perhaps get some momentum themselves here with this Aegis pushing forward. We've seen Skeeter. He's going for the Aghanims next, of course.
Definitely one of those games where the lead is there on the gold for Tundra, but it does feel like Falcons are in a little bit more control of this right now. The fact that Mars having a flawless game, 3-0-4. Skeeter, I think he's hitting all the timings that he hoped for. Tundra, they've got to try and slow them down. And as you say, we'll see what Pure can do when he gets involved, because Pure is massive. BKB's there, 21 minutes in.
It just depends who they have the saves and everything. I think the biggest thing I'm going to look at is, does Skeeter get a full Omni Slash on him, right? That's probably the biggest thing. And do they have a save for him? Or the ROM or something along those lines? The clash is it's gonna come soon. I'm pretty sure Pure is now ready to join. He's got BKB Manta, level 17. Jug.
They're trying to chase down Amar. I mean, Amar splits on cooldown.
50 seconds.
He's speedy. If they can get the vision for the glimpse, maybe they have a chance to kill Amar off.
Malrine.
Malrine's actually going to start with the Dream Coil. The glimpse back into the Static Storm is there. Thompson, he's got a lot of damage. Is it enough to bring it down? They've got the Torrent as well. They'll kill off Amar.
It's on Pure.
So if they can run Pure down, Pure's able to step away. Skeeter turns over towards 9 class with the Blade Fury. Whitemon
Pure's
getting
low.
taken down low in the trees. Marine looking to finish him off, but the Torrent catches on to the two of them. It doesn't matter. They still get the kills. They get Pure, and Crit, he's going to see if he can catch on to Toby. The bushwhack, it's there. Crit's got the initial catch. Have they got anything to stop this TP? They don't. So Toby will escape.
3 for 2.
Yeah, Falcons finding the big one, getting Pure in the midst of it.
They got the distraction, right? I think Amar actually, the little plays there from Malrine stopping the glimpse initially, causing them to kind of disarray. They get the Jug catching on the Luna. I think he gets the full Omni. He hits 3 heroes, but it hits I believe it was the SD, the Disruptor, and the Luna catching inside the Omni Slash, kind of the ideal one.
Yeah. Our next fight, he's going to have the Swift Slash ready to turn up as well. Yeah, as you say, Amar, a lot of efforts being put towards him. Thompson and that Static Storm being dropped for him, and then down on the bottom side of the fight, the Omni Slash comes in. The damage is a bit split between the heroes, but it's still good, and it allows Skeeter to start the cleanup, really. 9 classes out, and Pure, he's got nowhere to run. BKB comes off, but it's a little too late. Nothing to protect him. And the overall cleanup does favor Falcons in that case.
So neck and neck, though, this game. It's super close.
It's beautiful.
Another one of these.
Up in the upper bracket.
Love it.
Tundra, back to business, though. They'll get out on the map. They'll secure their Tormentor.
Yeah, I think Pure absolutely buy the Shard next. I think he needs
that would have saved him, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like
didn't quite have it yet.
The BKB this game, he probably felt like it's needed because of the Brew and the pocket, the burst from Hoodwink, but that does make him a little bit weaker for the Jug versus the Jug, as we saw there. Next fight, though, he should have it.
It could be a different story.
Could be a different story.
And Bloodstone done now as well on Toby.
And he gets the 15 talents as well at the same time, so he's got that extra knock-up damage and duration.
Yeah, but I mean, we were already seeing, the Torrents were definitely having impact in that fight. Now that buff up to them in the next one could certainly, alongside the fact that Pure likely to survive any initial attempts the Falcons make onto him, could lead Tundra towards a better outcome in the team fight.
So many BKBs are going to be picked up by Falcons to counter the Kunkka. I feel like that's what we see nowadays. 5 BKBs, even heroes that don't really like to build it, ideally at some point want to try to get it. Jug, level 16, still a bit behind the counterpart, Luna level 18, but does have an Aghanims now finished up for that second immunity //.
Gotcha.
I still got how long left was Aegis? Okay, it's gone.
It's gone now.
So Aegis is gone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Might get this tier 2 though. Tundra, they will respond. The smoke come from the mid lane.
Amp damage on Clinks.
If they can kind of set this up with a solid Static Storm, Thompson will tear them apart.
See what angle they find here.
Who's going to start things? Toby. Look for the Torrent opening.
Nice
They get the
Torrent.
Static Storm follow up as well. Thompson's in with the damage. The boat comes crashing over the wall.
There's no
It's a
save.
clean kill. Skeeter's gone. They should be able to pick up Snaking as well. The rest of Falcons have to run. A very clean entry into the fight there. And Malrine, they've got the vision. They're able to find him. They've got the glimpse back. But to stop to his TP, he'll try and get out with an orb, but the damage is too high.
Huge.
Very well started there by Toby, getting that opening torrent from a distance. Leaves no chance for any counter players, and as you say, there just isn't any sort of straight-up save right now that can get a jug out of that combo.
Now the momentum has built up massively for Tundra.
Big 3 kills there.
Yeah, and Luna was already ahead of the jug by a decent margin. Now he's going to be, what, 4-level advantage, plus another potential full item. Uh-oh. Falcons, the pressure's on you now. These next few fights are going to be very complicated for them to even bring down this Luna, who's extra tanky and just, yeah. This Kunkka, honestly, Toby, he's been kind of quiet, but he's absolutely owning this game.
Absolutely, 3-0-6.
Yep.
It's been a pretty sort of close game, really, in terms of the off-laners' impacts in the fights. You know, Amara's well 3-1-5.
I think this is one of the best games that I've seen from Toby, to be honest. Just little things, but they matter so much.
Ooh, crit. He's going to be able to get out of that. But this damage from Thompson really amping up. The Deso stack's building up. He's got that crit stick, and he's ready to get that BKB next to make sure that he can just stand his ground and just really just fire out the damage into whoever the rest of his team gets their hands on.
And all this momentum, too, it's given Tundra a lot of time to just get everything. Everything's pretty much soon to be back up after that aggressive play, after they get their lanes in a great position, too. So that next fight, they will be ready for it in the next couple seconds, 20 seconds, and everything's up.
And the push from their lineup, it is ridiculous. So if Falcons lose a fight on their side of the map, damage is absolutely going to be done to the base.
Oop,
what? That's a little bit of a pause, hopefully. Yeah, 8k lead right now for Tundra.
Every fight win just grows so much faster because of the pace that Luna can farm and pressure. At level 20 has now been hit already.
They can't afford to have Skeeter getting caught at the start of the fights. He is the majority of their damage. They need him to get off the Swift slashes, the Omni slashes. Otherwise, they're just not going to kill some of these heroes.
Yeah, they don't have like an SD disruption to be able to save him. They just have Solar Crest to throw on him, and there's
they just
a
can't
ton
have
of
him
damage.
at the front. Someone else has got to be at the front.
Has to. But who's gonna hit? Who hits towers though? Right? It's the Jug who hits towers on their lineup. So complicated for them to set up for these, at least for these pushes. Maybe for the fight something different, but now to 8k disadvantage versus this enormous Torrent Storm, it's gonna cause so many issues.
They're gonna try for a smoke. See if they can catch Tundra whilst they're split up across the map a bit.
They do have that one ward that they'd placed earlier on the north side. Maybe they use that to try to catch Pure off guard. See where they look to go. Trying to sneak.
Ooh, but they're gonna run. And
got a lot of damage.
Instead, he'll get the boat off, but they'll kill him. So this is not a bad pick to start things off. That's the Kunkka gone for 50 seconds. And a crucial part of Tundra's team fight. So maybe Falcons can try and do something more with this.
It's a full Omni, but look at the side lanes. I mean, Thompson's already got bot pushed out. Pure's already got top shoved in as well. Not really an opportunity for Falcons to seize off that Kunkka kill.
They're maybe seeing if they can find someone down this bottom side map, but...
Let's see.
Lines being drawn, Tundra's... Yeah, they're going to expect the Falcons may have attempted to sweep over them for more, but as it actually occurs, Falcons, they're not really ready to charge over the wards where Thompson and 9 class are playing right now. To search this area of the map, they're just going to have to hold back, and this pick-off wasn't necessarily the one that's going to get things going. Maybe the next one.
Maybe
for Falcons, they'll sit back and not take any risk quite yet. They know that they're still in a pretty dangerous spot.
The head-on team fights just look complicated, really, for Falcons. Unless they catch these backline heroes in particular, they get some of this initiation. Now we see that heat map, of course. I mean, Thompson doing Thompson things, just running around absolutely everywhere, giving information. Yeah, this pick, so far, definitely working.
It certainly is. And a pick as well that was heavily targeted in the gameplay, right?
True.
They were trying to shut Thompson down. A lot of resources being used early on to try and cause an issue for the Clink's gameplay, but it's not showing on the numbers. Third highest on the net worth, keeping it level with the Skeeter's Jug on the other side of things. Clink's Thompson still having a very good game.
Yeah, and it gives them that, of course, that scaling, right? They have a Luna carry, but they also have that Clink's potential for later game, if anything does go wrong for that.
Yeah, and sort of 2 potential carries that down the line, even Jug with items, if he's on the sort of level ground or a little bit behind, these aren't easy matchups.
No.
Clink's and Luna, they can have that edge.
Crit. Getting shredded.
He's going to get glimpsed back over towards Pure. It's a quick kill. They're going to try and fight this by the looks of it.
They're on Thompson.
They're going to go straight over towards him. And Martin on top of them is good damage. Thompson getting relatively low. Jump ball from Marin. Can they kill him off? He's still alive with the Omni Slash over towards Pure. Thompson, he's surviving through this initial attempt. He's back up to the high ground. He's getting away. They couldn't kill Thompson.
And Pure's cleaning up.
It's a big old cleanup, and they could go even for more here. So they've got eyes on Amar.
Give him Rampage.
X-Mark's there. They're stepping over towards him. They're keeping him in position, and so Pure can step up and look to claim.
If he gets a hit off, he's got a hit.
Don't deny the Rampage, boys. Oh, Thompson. Okay.
No reaction.
Rampage today.
But a stomp
Thompson
fight.
says no, but indeed, everybody's dead. Tundra steaming ahead now, 14k lead.
Bit of a mistake from Skitter. I don't know if it probably doesn't matter whatsoever, but he used the Swift Slash and actually didn't use the Omni Slash during the Swift Slash. So
he actually got
caught by a Torrent. I think Toby actually placed the Torrent on top of Pure, so the Swift Slash ends, it hits him, he can't get the Omni
How
out.
does Thompson not die there as well? They were going for him. They needed him to die. He just didn't.
The Static Storm coverage was massive, honestly. It silences the
couldn't
Brew.
finish him.
Like, it silences the Brew split, so he can't actually use any of his spells to, like, pull him back or out of position, and the positioning of the fight becomes disastrous. Static Storm plus that Torrent Storm in that area, it just annihilates Falcons.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing this Clink's mid again from Thompson this tournament, if this is anything to go by. They, not only is he playing it top tier, but the team seems very well suited to play around it. They're keeping him in fantastic shape in these team fights.
And I didn't really point this out either because we don't... I'll wait a second, actually, as Amar.
Yeah, Amar, he's got BKB up in a couple of seconds. No TP. So won't be able to TP, but he can BKB and run. Pure, though, he's going to run after him.
Can he run?
There's only so much running he can do. Pure.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, he's dead. Glimpse back. This one's for the Whitemon. He gets the kill on that. And Tundra with the Aegis and Cheese. They're going to be ready to go straight for the high ground, straight for the barracks here.
The interesting thing I was going to point out with Thompson is I usually see people take the 15 talent, the Death Pact charge. He took the attack range, so... with his own style, with his own way to be able to scale and everything too. He's already been tanky enough, right? It doesn't feel like he needs it.
Kind of the 2 charges that he's had so far, it's been keeping him alive.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
When he pops them.
I like when I see people take, different talents. I think I saw Tomato take like the Infest one the other day too. Just a little bit of variation. Usually it tends to be just kind of cookie cutter for most of these, so.
Let's see what they want to go for next here.
I mean, huge for Falcons. They just got an influx, or sorry, for Tundra, influx of what, 2-3 items now after these last few fights. Pure level 23, Skeeter only 18. Seeing that differential, of course, versus the Jug versus Luna a lot in these last few moments.
It's just, where's the comeback potential from this sort of position for Falcons lineup? I mean,
doesn't feel it.
I say you're probably just looking towards Snaking and like, Snaking, can you get kind of 2 extra items? Time for you to turn carry. They need something. They need some sort of crazy damage to be coming out from the high ground because at the moment it just doesn't seem like it's there.
Yeah, it feels
Tundra
like
just items ahead.
It feels like they need quite a few mistakes coming out from Tundra to even have a chance in these fights. Pure is just absolutely unstoppable. A full butterfly now finished up too. 8,000 ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah. Got the BKB on Skeeter, so at least a chance to play the fights without getting caught by these silences, the Static Storms.
But his damage is now pretty lackluster in comparison. And how does he actually kill the Luna?
How do you kill it? Yeah, it really feels like you don't. Pure is massive.
Let's say they're going to try for a smoke play, maybe try to catch Tundra off guard. But
they've got to hit them with the surprise factor.
But look at Pure, he just runs right in by himself.
Through them. I mean, Snake King, he's not going to get a chance to get anything off. He's just dead.
Skitter.
Now they're just completely split. Falcons, they're panicking.
Skitter's in a weird spot right now.
Yeah, where do they go? Where do they run? I mean, Crypt, he'll bounce away with a sharp shot. We'll see the ult come off over towards Brightmon there with the Swift Slash. There's 1 kill here. Can Skitter get more? Here's the Omni Slash. It's a lot of bounces, but not a lot of damage.
0 on Pure.
He's on the retreat now with the Blade Fury, but Pure runs him down. The 2 supports did die, so something was to be found by Falcons. Amar's trying his best to clean up something in this fight, but can he really deal with the cause? Toby and Pure are incredibly strong. The Glaive's bouncing around. Amar will be able to live long enough to try and run this one off. But Pure, he'll chase him out. I mean, Maori, Pure's getting low because he's got this Aegis. He doesn't care if he dies. He's ready for round 2. And Amar, ooh, they're going with the Torrent.
Toby.
Last second or so there at the TP, put to a stop. They will get Amar as well. It's another solid win of a team fight for Tundra.
Pure just stands his ground. Level 25's been hit. Another fantastic connection, of course, there from Toby. I mean, it's a risk that Falcons kind of has to take to try to make this move on the Tundra.
They have to try for these sort of crazy moves.
But Tundra's just ready. It seems like they're ready for it every single time. Yeah, the Omni Slash felt like it. I think only like 1 or 2 bounces went on Luna, but it did 0 damage whatsoever. So.
No, I think it was quite fortunate for him, Skeeter, that he actually even got the kill with the Swift Slash on.
True.
On towards Whitemont. Getting something. They got the 2 supports, but nowhere near to what Falcons need to be shifting the momentum of this game.
And another item for Pure is about to be coming out after that fight. He pretty much has the Satanic finish. So 3 items ahead of the Jug. It feels like maybe even more than that.
Sharp for snaking. Tundra still giving a fair bit of respect here to Falcons. They're not rushing down any of the lanes. They know that they've got quite a comfortable hold on this game.
Yeah, they know that they've got this scaling in the bag now with Luna and Clinks, especially with Kunk also being absolutely enormous. But Falcons not tapping out. Still looking to continue getting this farm, getting these levels. Jug has hit the big talent that usually you want to get quite a bit earlier than 34 minutes, but he has hit 20. His damage is just, of course, lackluster.
Yeah, as he gets a bit of lifesteal online with that talent, the full Satanics out for Pure, so Pure not going to have any issues standing his own ground. Falcons, they'll go for it again.
Yep.
See what they can get.
Throwing out the Solar Crest, trying
Thompson would be a big catch.
Trying their damnedest to make this Jug
and Thompson's going to dispel the smoke. They've got the wall down. They know he's here. Still able to get the BKB off, but with the detection and the slashes, they'll get it.
Big kill.
Absolutely.
Can they turn it into more?
Something here for Falcons. Thompson's out for 80.
They're going to continue looking. They have to look to hunt.
They've got to turn this into something else.
The Luna's still a bit difficult unless you fully isolate
her.
They're
going behind the Luna. They'll know that someone will be behind him, and indeed they will find another Dream Core's there. No TP out available there for 9 class. He's a little bits of something here for Falcons. Potentially getting back in the game. I mean, they do also know the position of Pure. Unlikely to be able to sweep over to connect with him, though. So Pure should be fine. And Mark, Snake King holding up in the jungle right now for Tundra's side of things.
Hey, those pretty big kills when you are at this deficit. Using their gem to their advantage, getting these nice wards up, sneaking around the map. We'll be able to find a couple.
Skeeter getting a bit of pressure onto the tier 2 tower as well. TP's coming in, though.
Oh, man, he has to go for S and Y next. Feels kind of bad.
It does feel rough. In a game where you're behind, getting that 36 minutes in, it never feels great. Got the pushback onto Pure. Trying to make the jump in. Toby turns around with the boat, won't get the connection. Maureen's able to put the BKB. They'll get away from the Torrent Storm. They'll wait that out at least.
They do not force Pure's BKB, though. He is patient. They'd rather just use a Torrent Storm and a boat to be able to cover that.
And everyone is back up now for Tundra. I'm sure they'll be much more careful about getting caught.
Yeah, they're probably going to group up a little bit more. Roche is also soon on the horizon, about 50 seconds till we find that one out.
They've got the creep wave pushed in on top, Falcons. And Falcons themselves also sticking together.
I think Tundra's just going to smoke it up. Look for a fight. They know they're stronger in the 5v5 by a decent margin, by a good margin, so let's see if they can find it. Pure, he looks like he's going to push out the lanes, and then he has TP available to join his team. Hobson. He's gonna show himself. They're gonna see Skinner.
I mean, they're prepping for this in the tree line, but Thompson, he's gonna open up on the crit first. You see Maureen getting in position from behind. He's up on the high ground.
Pure.
Jump forward. They'll go in with the silence. Cores out into the two of them. They'll use the slash. The static storm's gonna drop down, but Skinner's
standing his ground.
The second slashes are coming out, but the damage is incredibly split, and it's just not there from Skinner. Skinner has to play Fury TP out, but he won't make it. He's out. 3 dead. Glimpse back. Drag back all the way here to Snake King as he's caught underneath Pure and Toby. 4 dead on Falcons as Tundra. They'll show them indeed who's still in charge of this game.
Pure just stands his ground. Think that he just pops Satanic while getting Omni Slash, hits some targets, heals for full.
Yeah, the unfortunate situation at this point for Skeeter on the Jug. He just doesn't have the damage.
Yeah, Pure's just too farmed, way too farmed at this point.
And now down the mid they go. Thompson forcing out the fortification. They're bringing the top lane as well. Get rid of that final tier 2 tower. Open up the base.
They know how much of a window they have here. They can potentially clean up 2 racks here at the speed that they do kill, maybe even more. Do they just go for the throne?
I think they can go for whatever they want.
They can do whatever they want.
This game looks to be all theirs. Unless Falcons can do something surprising here in their potential last effort at a hold.
15 seconds still.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Pure now with a full switch. He is effectively maxed out at 38 minutes until, besides all the other small things, but
top tower has fallen.
Now they'll chill out on Roche.
he's gonna
looks of it.
near double the net worth of Scare. He's gonna hit double. That is outrageous. What's his GPM actually looking like?
Radiant are scanning.
965. Pretty damn good.
Yeah. I mean, you said before this series, you know, this lad, his carry play is mechanically pretty perfect.
He's been left alone too. He's been doing like for the early game, right? He was left alone to just go full maxing. But Jesus, 649 CS at 38 minutes. That's
got to be.
That's one of the highest I've seen.
Sort of record level, yeah.
Holy. Like, you know, we always used to talk about like 10 CS a minute is really. Yep. He's getting to like almost 20 CS a minute. It's pretty ridiculous.
I don't think any Jug's going to be able to keep up with that.
No.
Or do anything about Luna having this good of a game.
Unless you're like chain snowballing off of kills in the laning phase or something. Pretty crazy.
Falcons, they're trying to step out of their half of the map.
These fights have just gotten harder and harder too. Toby now has a full refresher.
Snaking, immediately gone. They'll buy back. They're really going to try and just put everything into this potential fight.
Force the spin.
Actually, no, he's just buying back. I think just sort of to relieve the pressure on the lanes. I think getting out here now is not something that's going to happen. Roshan's back up.
They're going to try to, I think they're going to YOLO fight it. Just go through it and just try. It's absolutely insane, but it's what you got to do or the game's just over. And let's see if, I mean, this.
The thing is though, Tundra's going to kill this in time. This Roshan, he's not making it through the twin gate.
Oh, I guess they were waiting for the 40-minute for it to transfer over.
It just dies too quickly.
Maybe the patience, maybe they're like, all right, they're going to take the portal, right? Nope. Dies way too fast.
Tundra now with the Aegis on Pure and the full Hex completed on Thompson. They're ready to just run it down the top lane. 34k lead here, 40 minutes in. Very, very solid stuff here from Tundra. And yeah, pretty much setting up this game to not only be a perfect Luna game, but also a pretty brilliant Clinks game.
Yeah.
So this final pick, it has absolutely worked out. And we will be likely to be seeing this again.
Yeah, and we'll see what adaptation Falcons wants to do. Probably, I mean, I would say probably not go for the Jug, of course, but adaptations in terms, you know, compared to like the SD and the Luna and stuff like that they gave to Tundra, which looks, I mean, that was the opening, right? Which seems like it's been pretty much perfect. I'm kind of just looking to see if Pure now hits his grail. If he hits 1,000 GPM before the game ends. Because he's at 970.
And if he gets that rampage that was denied from him earlier by Thompson, he wants that rampage this game. He's got the gold, he's got the farm to get it.
Oh, that looks so sad. Jug finished S&Y at 41 minutes. Poor Skitter. And he needs so many items, so it's, yeah.
Oh, no. Don't show that.
Don't show that one. Oh, that's
20 minutes slower than average. Oh, no.
We don't see Jug anyway, but, you know. Level 25 Kunkka, Ghost Ship Fleet on top of the refresher as well, too. Good God, these fights are gonna be painful for the side of Falcons.
Pure can pretty much just blink in and start the fight himself.
He can blink in and almost kill everybody. Thompson will start it.
He's going to be the first one to go. That's the first kill here for Pure. They're looking towards him, but the static storm's down.
It's an axe.
They'll get the catch indeed onto Marin. That's the second one for Pure. Now he's going to head over towards Skeeter. The Blade Fury's there in time. Snaking pumping out the heals as well. Tundra, they'll keep their distance. There will be a buyback available from Mallory.
That was the Ag Static Storm. I think the reveal of it, I think he was finishing it up.
He's back in again. Pure. Ready to go once more. Looks over towards Skeeter with a Lucid Beam. The pushback will catch on to Pure. First Swish Slash is there from Skeeter, bringing Pure down to half HP.
He's got Satanic.
He's trying to heal up, stands his ground and looks over towards him with the Lucid Beam. Finishes off Skeeter. Skeeter's out for 80. They just can't touch this Luna. Pure jumps in over towards Crit. GG, well played. It's called. Game 1 will go to Tundra.
I mean, it is pretty busted that the Skater Jug is spinning away and he just gets Lucent Beam during the spin and takes like 700 or 800 damage during it. Whew, Tundra. Not crushing this one.
Yeah, they really did. They really did. Was it close to the first kind of 10 minutes or so?
Yeah.
But as soon as they started to get the lead here, Tundra, they just completely crushed Falcons. Falcons could not find any way back into this game whatsoever. And yeah, they're just sometimes the pains of being a jug player, right? You get these games like this sometimes where you fall behind and you can't do anything.
It's like, it feels like it's very snowbally still for the hero. Like if you have one fight that you lose and a Luna ends up surviving during that fight, she gets like 3k gold from the fight or something, 2k gold from the fight, and then farms another 2k gold as well on the map because she just mantos and farms at that insane speed. So, I mean, Falcons trying something out, of course, but Tundra just kind of smashing it anyway. Their draft looked perfect. Their play also did too. And we'll have to see what adaptation comes.
And from some sort of the areas of the team that can be a bit quieter sometimes, right? Toby this game, 3-1-20. Sometimes he has a rough game. This wasn't it. This was pretty perfect stuff from the off lane on his Kunkka. Those sort of mid-game team fights and some of the catches he was setting up with the Torrents. Excellent stuff from him on this off-lane Kunkka this game.
The top catch in particular, right? That's when Falcons was getting a little bit of comfort and stuff like that. One Torrent catches Skater, the game literally exploded right after that. Went from a 3k lead for Tundra to like an 8-10 to blah, blah, blah. So, well played from them.
Well played indeed. I can't wait to see what happens in game 2. Maybe we'll get some more Topson Clinks. Maybe after that when Topson's like, well, I've got more special heroes that I'm ready to bring out in the mid lane. I can't wait to see what they come out with. But as for this game 1, Tundra coming in with quite the showstoppers. They'll get this first victory in this best of 3 against Falcons.
Thank you very much, Jody Pixel and Fogs. Can't wait for game 2 indeed, but we will have to wait a little bit as the players will get a break after this one, but that gives us some time to talk about this first game of this best of 3 series in the upper bracket for ESL 1 Birmingham, and it is Tundra that comes out victorious. They did it in fantastic style. You could definitely see, Purge, that they were 100% prepared for what Falcons was going to throw their way.
Yeah, they were. What I liked actually watching the game back, it's like the Falcons picked Jug thinking like, okay, well, we're not going to have to worry about Disruptor because we can dodge Glimpse and these X combos just by spinning. And then you get surprised Pikachu face and you remember that Disruptor's ulti counters that solution, the skill-based to solve Glimpse. Well, now he just ultis you. So Disruptor turns not so much into a Glimpse hero, but like I'm gonna static storm the crap out of you. And they did it the entire game with nice follow-up from Clinks. Clinks was at times the hero to be scared of, but he gets to like tank in the front line with the Luna, with the Kunkka, which just made Disruptor's life easier.
Yeah, and just the positioning from Tundra, the amount of fights that Topson was trying to force, and then you know the Disruptor or the Kunkka or even the SD. I'm saying Kunkka, when I say supports, I meant the supporting cast of the 3-4-5. They are just always bailing out Topson in his aggression, making sure that you have the turnaround, and then all of that noise being created, Pure's just behind, hitting some 1000 GPM farm, never feeling too pressured to have to make any moves because his team's doing it all for him, just dictating the game. So yeah, it was just incredible map play from Tundra in this one.
I agree. They did a lot of the heroes on Tundra did a lot. I want to shout out Toby. He was there in pretty much every single fight, hitting like clutch torrents on people in trees, TPing out the torrent storm. Like he had a very early Aghanim Scepter, Bloodstone, Topson with the weird mid clinks. This definitely puts the other team under pressure in the next draft for like what do you ban against this guy if he's playing some weird last pick carry mid? I mean, we talked about the Tiny. Like it was so obvious, and it was probably obvious to both teams. And Topson's like, that is particularly why we don't pick it. We want to make it so that it's an investment for the next draft, Purge.
Well, the Clinks did something really interesting, I thought, was that the way that he played it was he just used his ultimate to Searing Arrows the tower and to basically just kill the tower super early. Yeah. He would walk into tower range, he would use his summon on a range creep, and he would just throw the arrows on the tower, and his little Skelly boys just wrecked the towers really quickly, even before he got Deso, I believe. He took the mid tier 1, then he immediately went bottom and took the safe lane tier 1 as well. So he's basically doing a Chen-like playstyle from the mid lane, saying, I'm going to take your towers stupidly early, and you're just not going to be able to play around them and take team fights around them. So that was a really cool way to open up the map and play the hero in a slightly different playstyle, where some mids, like look at this, he just walks away. He spawns them and he walks away, and you have to attack them like 6 times to kill them and prevent them from taking the tower. Like, it was a really cool way to pressure the map. Definitely a Topson-esque thing.
Yeah, it was really obnoxious because when you think about the map, when you think of like what a Puck and a Brew want to do, they want to be making moves and like, okay, let's go find that next core, let's go find that next move. But it never really came into play when Topson was making these aggressive stances that Purge was talking about.
Yeah, and playing so far forward for Tundra and playing as aggressive as they did, I bet, Tigov, that was also partially due to the vision that Tundra had got going for them.
Yes, this one slightly unconventional with the Kitty Award of the game. Actually, it's Topson. Topson was the best ward of the game. The way that he played around, running around the map with his invisibility, he was always setting up for these engagements, and his itemization, slightly different. He went for the Desolator. So as Purge was excellently mentioning, he was progressing the map by always poking his head out, hitting the towers. And through the fact that he had Kunkka Disruptor and Chaladin behind him, he knew that if he ever was in a spot above her, there was going to be a disruption or a glimpse back or a boat buff to help him out. And just the way that he played, it enabled everyone else to utilize their skill set, because Topson was Kidia ward of the game. So great vision provided.
Well, you know, we talked a lot about Topson, but I want to talk about the killer queen of this game, the Luna. Is this a hero that we need to see getting banned out? It's starting to feel unbeatable, because I really do think Juggernaut of all heroes is supposed to beat Luna in this 1v1 in the late game. She can't sit there and man fight you, or you would think that she can't do that, like she would like to do with the Shard and the ulti, because he can just spin and then he can Omni or Swift Slash you. But she would just sustain until all of that is over and then kill him through his magic immunity.
Yeah, and if we're talking about the carry matchup, I think Purge, you have something to say about that too.
Yeah, those were the heroes I wanted to look at for the Acer Predator head-to-head was the carry matchup. The Jug made sense for why they picked it, because he was going to be useful against the annoying disables that they had to deal with. But the Luna, played by Pure, it is probably his best hero right now. And there's just something a little bit disgusting about how survivable Luna is. I am certain that the Shard is going to get nerfed in terms of the percentage of damage that it reduces, because it just turns Luna into the best carry versus carry matchup in the entire game. Almost nothing matches it. They banned a lifestealer, I think, who has some upsides because you can go a little bit more equal in terms of lifesteal, but he just gets so much stuff done in all of these matches. I mean, he can eat an Omni Slash, he can press his Shard. Manta obviously goes a long way as well. I mean, part of that also is it's a Mjolnir build. Mjolnir's a little bit worse at killing Manta than a Battle Fairy build, but still, Luna just does so much, transitions so wonderfully into the Conda build. You have Siege, you have crazy farm, you have teamfight impact.
It's the Conda Shard build, man. It's so hard to keep yourself alive against Luna until the Shard is over, and she gets a second Conda proc off as well. I swear to God, like, you play this hero, you get the Conda, you get to the late game items, you use your Lucent Beam on somebody, and it's like, is this an illusion? Did I just Lucent Beam it? No, that's actually the enemy carry. You know, it's a little much, and considering Skeeter also can play it, I would say it's in contention for first phase ban or pick.
Yeah. I think against Tundra it is.
We'll see if that's going to happen, obviously, in the next game, because it does beg the question, what lessons can you learn from a game like this? We all knew, but I think the only unexpected thing was Klink's coming out, but like, we know that the Luna is strong, and maybe if you're Falcons T, you want to secure your carry a little earlier so that you don't get put in a corner, or like, what's the lesson here?
I think this is the first time that we've seen Falcons really react heavily with the carry pick. Often they just pick it quite blind and go, this is our playstyle. So they picked Jug for the reason of disrupted the Kunkka, and it kind of fell off a bit. He had to go for BKB. So I think if anything, just try and get your carry understood a little bit earlier, so you're not having to go to the bottom of the barrel of the hero pool for it. And also just respect the fact that Topson, he is going to run at you. Like, make sure you have ways to just either kill him quicker, or just don't allow him to hit his, like, you know, the flow state of doing everything he wants to do for free, you know, because the game was just Topson's game, and then Tundra's like exceptionally good behind him, right? Like, that is, at this level, you need to try and shut down Topson.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can, sorry to interrupt right there, because we're going to see if they can have a chance to shut down Topson in the next game, but before that, we need to have that break. So we're going to be right back, but when we're back, it's game number 2 of this best of 3 here in the upper brackets for ESL 1 Birmingham.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
city. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you.
Welcome back. You're watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and we're in the middle of a series, and it is a good one, or a banger, I should say, here in the UK. We got ourselves Falcons and Tundra. It's a best of 3. It's upper bracket, meaning both these teams secured top 6, but winning the series here puts you in top 3. That is not only a lot of money, but also a lot of points. And let's be honest, it's also just less games to play overall to be able to reach the top. We'll see which team is going to be victorious in this best of 3. But I will say that Tundra is in a pretty cushy spot right now because they took game 1 in quite fantastic fashion. They looked prepared for Falcons, and Falcons need to strike back if they want to force out that third game. I'm joined by Purge, by T-Gov, and by Jenkins, and we are going to talk about what's happening on your screens because the draft is live for game number 2. We got Tundra this time on the Radiant side, and it will be Falcons on the Dire side, so full flip also with the pick order. And first pick is a Razor. We got Shadow Demon banned. Luna still in the pool. Was hot commodity last game, of course, but Purge, I want to hear from you. What do you want to see this game?
Well, one thing that we saw last game was I felt like they didn't have that many solutions to Luna in the previous match. They had good tower pressure with the Enchantress, and they were successful in like Twin Gate rotating to kill Luna in the early game. But as the game continued, it felt like their heroes that they picked were focused on beating the enemy supports and dealing with the disables. So they need to make sure that they prioritize their enemy heroes, and this is probably gonna be Pure's hero here.
This is actually pretty cool here because Falcons, this is the first time they've actually got their hands on Razor. It's a hero that it has installed fear in every other team playing against them at ESL Birmingham so far. And for Tundra at least, they have a bit more strength for the Morphling than other teams because they can flex it to mid and carry. So this Razor that often Falcons utilize, is it the mid, is it the offlane? Tundra now can hold this until the very end of the draft, see where the Razor's going, and then just put the Morphling in that lane. If Razor's mid lane, all right, Morphling doesn't care. You just waveform away, no static link, please play your game. If you're in the carry role, same concept is in play. I
agree with those takes, T-Gov. You could see on the camera that Pure was smiling when the Razor came out. Clearly, this is an opening that they had prepped for. Falcons has done this a lot with the first phase pick Razor. I think they were probably expecting either the SD or the Razor to come out. But he looked really happy with the Razor. Like, honestly, Morphling might be Razor's worst matchup in the game. It's really frustrating. You turn into him, you link him, you turn back into the Morphling, and then you just have a shitload of damage because you're Morphling. You're attacking him from crazy range and stealing damage. Like, the Razor can link you, you link him, you win that fight 100% of the time, especially with the Conda as well.
And Razor's trying to lower your armor and kill you with physical damage?
Yeah, not
against
happening.
Morphling with
Not
40 armor? Good luck, yeah.
On top of that,
10 seconds
the offlane pick for Falcons, if you want to go for like a Mars, Morphling again, does really well against that. This Morphling will at least threaten Falcons a little bit in the draft, and it's rare that we've had to say that based on the often, like when you pick a DK or a Razor, it's often you have to answer a lot of questions, but this single Morphling is going to have to make Falcons think a lot more. We'll see where they go with it, of course, but yeah, for now, ban-wise, Falcons take away the Centaur and the Brewmaster, two of Toby's staple offlane heroes. The Kunkka is still available, and all the Zoo heroes that he has dabbled with throughout this event.
Yeah, playing devil's advocate a little bit though. Falcons, they banned the Morphling in the first phase, previous game, so this hero is definitely on their radar. They know Tundra's Morphling is strong. They let it through intentionally. Surely they have a plan against it, and there must be, there must be things that deal with the Morphling as well that probably Falcons has in mind to deal with, because this is. You could also, over the side of Falcons, definitely predict this Morphling opening, especially if you open with the Razor.
Yeah, it could be some Marine Lina from the mid lane. High burst play from
Lina,
from the fog could be a good answer.
Really good.
I fully agree with you there, Shiva. They clearly know Morph's coming. They're not going to pick Razor, give a Morph, and go, oh no, I dropped.
Yeah.
Fuck. Like they've clearly got some plan. I look forward to seeing what it is. And
well, there's the White Mom clock that we talked about last game.
So good with Morph in lane, too. It's just a body to run in and let you get a lot of range right clicks off, tons of damage between these two heroes. Super strong lane, very strong in the game as well. One thing I will say about Morphling from Tundra is that other than Doom, Amar's offlane heroes are not particularly great against Morph. He's played Kunkka, Brew, Mars, like Viper's not good, Timber's countered by Morph. So it almost makes me think like they're just going to throw this Razor to Amar in the offlane, say like, okay, well, Razor can at least nuke out the wave, do fine, and then get a better mid laner for Malrine. And I do think, like, honestly, the Lina is really solid. Even against Clockwork, which traditionally, like, counters Lina to a degree because you hook her and she can't, do much about it until she gets BKB or her Aghanim Scepter. I do like the Lina still.
Still feeling really good about Tundra's position. Both of their first two heroes are excellent against Razor. Being able to like cog push, separate whoever gets linked, if it's a little bit bad for you, is fantastic as well. Now with Kunkka pre-BKB, Razor's just going to have a bad time.
Actually, it'll probably be Puck, right? Against Clock Rubik, there's not much disable for the Puck. It's a silence for the Morph.
And maybe this time they ban the Clinks? Because Puck did not do well against Clinks previous game.
Ban Clinks. You also have to take out the Sniper. I don't think you're too worried about Thompson Huskarring you. That's more of what Falcons does to other teams when they pick Puck.
I think the big takeaway was playing against Puck. If you have a mid laner, that forces the Puck to react to that mid laner and can't just freely TP, use coil, be the aggressor. It kind of prevents his natural, progression throughout the game. Like he wants those free kills. He wants the, I got my Witchblade now I've got my Kai Assange, and forcing him around the map is going to be quite difficult. Tundra, of course, keeping the Morphling very open still because of the Kunkka Rubik, and you have the X plays against the Disruptor, so if you glimpse, you can X and prevent the glimpse being good. The vision from Clockwork against Hoodwing. It feels like Tundra are very comfortable in this draft right now, and Falcons, I would like to see them lean more on the chaos of what their heroes can create, the next 2 picks, leave the laning phase, keep balling up and going for the big moves, and they go for Timbersaw. He can do that, and it's what we've seen Falcons do so well with the Dragon Knight. It's why it's, of course, being respect banned in the first phase. Like just 10 to 20 minutes, Falcons just swarm the entire map, and it's too much to handle, and they're kind of in that territory now with these heroes.
Some anti-synergy with the Timber and the Hoodwink, but they're good enough players that they're probably going to avoid those issues.
I actually like that combo, because you can Timber chain to the tree. I think you just have to be careful to like right-click them and do all your burst like right at the end of the Bushwhack duration. I know it can go both ways depending on how the fight's going, but in the lane at least it's actually very nice. You see a lot of like branch drop plays from good Timbers as well. It's kind of like a replacement for that. And they ban the sniper.
He'll be able to get tanky at least. It's a great game for Eternal Shroud. They will have heavily magic damage basically from the Tundra side for a long period. So if he can get off to a good start, he can definitely get stuff done in the side lanes. And Kunkka plus Clockwork, they'll be pretty killable for him. Rubik is quite nice against it, though. It's kind of nice thing that Tundra opened with that before the Timber was picked, because Chakram is a big deal back towards Timbersaw when you're trying to kill him in the mid game.
You gotta ban the Coddle here if you're Falcons, right? If you're not planning on picking it out of this phase, I feel like a Coddle would be really good against. Like these supports have no way of getting on you. The Disruptor and the Hoodwink. The Vessel Builder against a Timbersaw, hero that never enters a fight against Razor who wants to get on top of you.
On the flip side, Tundra might have to ban the Faceless Void, because Falcons, they lack some control, some team fight, and a carry that can bring the draft together with a statement of winning the fight could be pretty handy.
It beats Kunkka, Rubik, and lane. It's 2 nukers. You just, dodge the damage. Good against Morphling. You can kill him in the Chronosphere. You don't care about the Clockwork. You hook in. You just jump out of the cogs.
The reason why I'm not overreacting to the Morphling here is that there are carries that can just shut down a Morphling, but the flex moving it to mid lane and then going for a carry, it's uncomfortable for Falcons.
It makes it difficult, yeah.
And they go for a Gyrocopter ban Tundra.
That is really cool from Tundra. The fact that they ban Gyro and Lifestealer, which are 2 of Morphling's best matchups. It shows that they are... I mean, this is Moon. Like, he just sees those heroes as very good for the game, and respecting Falcons enough in their drafting, it's Owie, as the coach, that they would pick something that's bad in a 1-to-1 matchup, but good for the tempo of the game. Like, they're both thinking on a very high level here, obviously.
I just wouldn't be worried for a Gyro that's relatively farmed and it's a hero that Skitter's consistently doing well with. I'm not worried for him if like he gets hook-shotted and Kunkka Tornstormed, if he's got BKB Yag Satanic. Like, I just don't see them killing him. So it just makes it a lot easier for them to play their poke and prod team fight if they don't have to deal with those hard-to-kill carries. But Luna is still in the pool.
Yep, we've seen that hero have great success, so what would sway them against it?
I mean, Morphling is probably decent against it, right? You turn into her, you activate the glaives, you switch back, it's probably still there, right? And then you waveform in, do a bajillion damage.
Okay. Raise a mid, Sven carry, yep.
I am entertained by the Dazzle ban, by the way. This is Thompson. You never know what's coming, but...
Yeah.
They're scared of the lane because they know they're putting potentially the Timber or Razor could be there, but either way, Sniper and Dazzle would be just so potent against them that they respecting this. But Kottle's still in play for Tundra.
I think the Kottle's still extremely good. Vessel obviously very good against the Sven. He's a strength hero, and he doesn't like to be ran at in the timing where Kottle will run at the lane, which is like 5 to 10 minutes. But I was going to say it's also still a good Zeus game. That's the other option for Thompson. It's very good against the high strength of both the Timber and the Sven. The Hoodwink and the Disruptor, you can honestly kill these heroes with just a few nukes from super far away, and you have the Heavenly Jump versus the Razor to get away from his Link.
This game is very different, though, for Tundra. If their lanes don't go as well, their exit of laning phase is just hitting more creeps. Like, Morphling wants Manta +1. Nowadays, Zeus, he wants a Manta, the Shard. If Falcons, they ball up and get some first item BKB on Razor, you got the earlier Blink on the Sven, Timsaw naturally wanting to make moves on the map, Tundra are going to lack a lot of damage until they get to their strength of of the mid game. So I think Tundra really need to make sure that the lanes go even, or they make these good support moves to prevent Falcons from just hitting their stride.
Especially because once BKBs come out for Falcons, like it's hard for Tundra to get ganks. They're basically doing hook shot into cog pushback into what? Lift and hopefully a stolen stun of some kind. Like they need to elongate fights and kind of poke and prod force BKBs and then engage with the Zeus.
I agree. I think for both sides, we're going to be looking a lot at the supports for running around and doing stuff. Normally with the Zeus last pick in this tournament, we are always worried, like, okay, this hero is very good in the late game, but like, can you get there? He likes to just kind of casually sit mid and then ult into the side lanes. He doesn't really show up, but neither does a Timbersaw. So both sides kind of have greedy heroes that just sit in lanes, and then the supports are the ones that are going to be doing stuff. So the better support duo is going to win this game for their team.
Tundra's draft will be excellent to watch the late game. Like hook shots into Morphling counter strikes with the Zeus damage on top. Like heroes will just explode, and if they get there. So I'm hoping we get to that meaty portion of the game, and it isn't just one of those games where it's like, too much farm needed for Tundra. Sorry, too greedy this time around. Because often their drafts are a little bit greedier than others, but once they get online, it's a treat to watch.
Does that also mean that we are expecting Falcons to have a strong early game in this game? Like they are the ones to have to get the most out of that portion of the game? Is that fair to say, Purge?
I don't remember the draft anymore. It's right out of
Both
my head.
sides.
Do you guys?
Both sides.
Crystal Maiden, I think.
There's no Crystal Maiden. Both sides want to run around with the supports, and I think whichever side has a more successful support duo and like the 5 to 10 minute mark is going to run away with the game.
5 to 10 minute mark. That is.
I think
the
5
one
to 10 minutes.
Just over. After 10 minutes, just stop watching.
I think so.
Okay, we'll
so.
tell Odie Pixel and Fog that at 10 minutes, whoever's ahead wins the game, right? That's the way it goes. No. We're gonna see this played out. We want to get to those meaty, big team fights that Tigov was telling us about. We'll see if we can get there, and we're gonna definitely get to our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, GBS. Looking forward to this game 2 here between Tundra and Falcons. Fog, what do you make of the lineups this time round? We're seeing a different carry matchup, of course,
More normal.
this time. What Pure, he's going to get himself the Morphling. Skeeter ends up the draft, going for the Sven this game.
Yeah, much more normal, I would say, coming out from Falcons in comparison to having the Jug. And a very strong draft, honestly, from Tundra again. They're comfort picks. They snap pick the Morph. Don't feel like he got shut down super hard. Sometimes we see like some of these first pick carries have like a bajillion different counter matchups. Pure doesn't seem to have like, he doesn't look like he has the absolute worst by any means. So see what he's going to be able to do. They also have Whitemon playing probably his best hero. This and his ET are phenomenal. And yeah, Topson's proved to look really good on the Zeus, and we just saw Toby honestly have probably his best game.
It was great Kunkka gameplay.
So let's see if Falcons can endure the pressure this time around, having Skeeter on a more normal hero.
And Amar's ready to carry them.
Yeah,
you know, he was trying the Brew last game. It just wasn't one of his most played heroes. The Razor, of course, that's a classic, and that is one that, you know, things aren't going too great elsewhere on the map. He can become the position one, and he can carry them to victory on this hero. So we'll see what he's able to bring this game.
Yeah. I mean, versus Morphling, kind of difficult as a Razor because he just turns into you and then links you right back, and you're pretty sad about that, so it could be a bit difficult for him too. But as long as he keeps, like, you know, I want to see them have good, even farm. I mean, that tends to be the Amar thing where he's also scaling as well as his Sven the whole time, so they have that double scaling. And yeah, let's see how Malrin does. Another Timber. A lot of magic damage for this Timber. Literally their entire draft, right? Everyone has some form of burst. I think the Rubik, he always looks, I think Purge was the one actually talking about on a panel. Rubik versus Timber will give you kill threat through most stages. Able to steal chakram and stuff like that is massive. And even a Morph turning into him and using it right back to him. So yeah, let's see how the lanes in particular go. Especially bottom. I'm going to be watching how Pure can withstand the pressure of these two ranged when he has the clockwork behind him.
Let's see if there's going to be any way for Whitemon to get in there and start things off. Top lane. I mean, how easy or difficult is this going to be for Skeeter? You know, these two, do they put on a lot of pressure to the Sven in the lane?
Honestly, more than I think that I would imagine, just because of the constant spam and harass from Tidebringer into the Fate Bolt. I think there's kill threat all over the place. Can't really be I mean, mid probably not, but there's kill threat constantly from these two side lanes on both sides. As the levels build up for Pure, it gets better, but the first few levels become quite difficult for him.
CS incredibly even in the mid, I think you're, as you say. There's not going to be any action mid unless somebody makes a big mistake.
Yep. Or like a rotation or something like that really early on, but we'll have to
Top
see
lane.
on top. 9 class steps up too far.
They get the level 2, they get the glimpse back.
But he's alive.
He's no further follow-up available. He'll live. That bottom lane, also, Pure did have his career sniped earlier, but he's getting the more tangos coming out now.
Yeah, it always starts slow. Just that Link, of course, the first few levels. He doesn't even have to throw it onto the Morphling at the start. I saw he did it onto the Clockwork early on, so as long as he just has that. If he gets a good Link, then he's going to get those extra denies, of course, versus the Morphling. Pure taking a good chunk of damage there from Crit. I think that's the second time he's gotten the double bounces. Nice play from Pure. Keeps the Sentry alive, uses the stun from the Adaptive. Well played, actually.
Tip out the way of Crit.
It's all important just to have the pulls open and stuff like that, preventing the pulls, etc. when you are playing a bit more of those greedy carries.
Not what you expected. Not what you
And
expected.
Whitemon, difficult for him to really get in on these two. Does feel like Amar and Crit can kill this clock if he gets too aggressive.
I mean, look at Pure just sitting so low as well, keeping himself nice and ready to shift up.
It's going to be very, very difficult to catch him even when he's sitting low.
But
Pure's always going to be ready to respond.
Be ready.
Only so much they can do to really threaten this morph. Outside of that, Pure's going to be fine hitting the creeps. He's having a slower start, but...
A little slower, but not the worst by any means.
Okay.
And honestly, at level 3, that's when they have kill threat. When Whitemon has level 2 battery assault, that's when you can start looking to go for that pressure onto the Razor, especially if he makes one mistake with the static link, then you can actually take advantage of it, but not the easiest thing to do by any means. Mid, Malrine getting a little bit more than Topson. Topson has a full wave under himself, though, so should be able to get that farm. And top so far, yeah, Toby's actually getting slowed down a little bit.
Well, maybe see if they can go...
Oh, they bring Malrine.
Indeed, with this rotation from Malrine, they might have a solid chance of going for the Kunkka. Toby's got the stick charges, but Snaking, he's actually the one to be falling low first.
Playing with fire.
Snaking, can 9+ find the damage? He can.
He does.
The Fade Bolt's there. First blood will be for Tundra, and they didn't have the damage to take down Toby. He's able to walk away.
He was 8 mana short for the Whirling Death. Oh boy. And out bottom also, they get a full link onto Pure as well, so... Mar. They'll be happy bottom, but up top.
Yeah.
Big kill.
Getting the kill and not losing anything. Topson also throwing out the tip to Malrine, knowing that time was certainly wasted at the end of it all, with Malrine having to make that trek up top. And bottom, Whitemon still not quite able to be in a position to really set up anything aggressive.
Trying to clear that camp since he didn't have the the block anymore from the Sentry. Double damage from battery assault on it, but yeah, it's not going to be able to take it away from them. At least he prevents the pull from the side, so the wave actually meets for Pure under the tower rather than being all the way far up. So he should still be able to keep getting this good farm. I guess 9 class saw him ward. That's why the tip came out, so he's going to be able to get that instant D ward versus Snaking. Now look at this rotation. Topson's actually also making the move down.
I mean, Whitemon's trying to bait the action.
Mar.
They're going to lead in on this jump forward from Topson. Amar's getting burst down low. He's going to go down. Topson with the rotation, offering up enough damage to kill Amar off.
Nice bait from Whitemon there.
Now these early little moves just coming out a bit smoother from Tundra.
This type of kill is super important, right? Because the Razor is there usually to just super shut down your carry. Pure is not shut down. He really isn't. He's getting that free farm down bottom now. And now Zeus ult, it's going to be available, so these side lanes have to be a bit more careful on the side of Falcons again.
Whitemon will take the quick trip back to base.
Suicide reset so he can come back to Pure. Pure will be able to get himself a Lotus as well from the side there. So yeah, this is fine. This is super good for Pure. He's chilling on this morph.
Yeah, now that he's got this sort of XP advantage, this lead, yeah, he's under no sort of threat from these two. At least it's going to take more from Falcons if they want to try and slow down Pure's laning now.
Oh, crit! Spotted. Topson making another rotation down.
See if he can run away from this crit. I mean, Pure, he's got the burst, not quite enough. Crit's going to be fine.
One more spell and a Thunder Gods probably would have had him if they could break that raindrop, but he'll be able to get himself away.
At the same time, we'll see some focus from Falcons up top once more. Malrine's hit.
Rune. He looks like he's actually preferring the stacks. I mean, these are pretty juicy. It's a triple stack on the hard camp and a triple stack on the Ancients. He'll be able to take that away. That's real nice.
Pure.
It's fine. Good amount of damage going on.
I mean, they're seeing if they can maybe get kills out of this as well. Wisdom Rune will be grabbed by Toby just in time. 9 class. And this is under a tier 2 tower. They're going pretty deep for this. I mean, could they really get Toby as well? They got him with the Chakram. The Thunderstrike's going to bring him low. Won't be enough to kill him, but some very aggressive moves here from Falcons. Going for kills under a tier 2 here. 7 minutes in. They'll get away with it.
I mean, Topson might be able to snipe Snaking. We'll see. It's going to be close.
I mean, Spear and Marin are still here.
You have to be careful.
Across. He's under the tower. If they can get anything, I think the glimpse back onto 9 class. So it is Topson on his own, but the Thunder God's Wrath comes out. He's killed off one of them. Mallory living on a slither of HP here.
Did the raindrop? I think the raindrop may have saved him. Honestly, it looked like it was going to be both of them. It's very close. I think the bottle was passed to 9 class as he got glimpsed, though, so he'll have to run back to give down to Topson. But Topson, I mean, these rotations are working really nicely. Matching the moves of Malrine constantly here.
I see where he wants to head next, Topson. He's already starting to draw his attention towards the bottom lane. Maybe see if they can go for Amar once more.
Hey, look how active he's being. He is under vision this time. He'll be able to back away.
Falcons got the smoke set up top. They're looking for Toby.
They want to try to slow him down. He did have such a good game last time. He is a bit slowed down this time around. 600 behind his counterpart.
He should have a pretty good effort at this. This question if whether any TPs are going to come in to try and help turn this around. It looks like... Yeah, they're not going to bother putting any resources into trying to help Toby out here. He's gone.
This tower is dead too.
Should be dead as well.
They're making moves. All right. 9 class and Pure even making his way up to try to defend this one. They might rotate more. It feels like they are.
Okay, now they are. Now they want to try and see if they can get something going here. Topson and 9 class in with a burst available to take out Snaking. I mean, Topson will get glimpsed back to mid, but he doesn't care about that one bit. He turned up, got the kill, and he's able to get straight back to farming that mid lane.
I was about to say, that's actually super ideal for him. They brought 4 heroes, and maybe an over-rotation, and ends up being good with the glimpse. Crit in the meantime, stacks are being formed, have to be able to enable your Sven so that he keeps ahead or tries to get ahead of the Morphling. However, they did block the hard camp. We do see that Tundra, they are very aware that this is going to start happening for the Sven so that he can keep ahead or get ahead of that Morphling. And right now, he's not even ahead, so it's a pretty big deal for Pure. A good matchup overall in the game, and the lane didn't really shut him down by any means.
And Tundra, with that move towards the top, they keep their tier 1 tower fine, and they're actually able to get the pressure down onto Falcons' tier 1 tower in this top lane.
And it puts Toby in a position where he can go bottom, actually, and safely finish up that level 6. So really cool rotation that Tundra's actually
Falcons will answer this.
So Toby, dropping the boat on bottom, Amar. Do they have a Thunder God's Wrath? They do.
It's a lot of damage. Isn't quite enough. He's building up the static thing here as well from Whitemon. Amar will live. Now with the backup of Marin and Crit, he can look to run down Toby as well.
Ooh.
As an attempt gone wrong there from Tundra, they end up feeding away both their lives.
I don't know.
Falcons.
I don't know if they checked. He had what? I think it was like a 15 wand, and he had the Healing Lotus, so pumps him right up with the Strength Treads.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's nice for Falcons.
Absolutely, and very nice for Amar. The exact kind of moves that he loves to sort of just punish and get his way on towards building the items to carry the game from the off lane.
Pure was able to finish off that entire top tower, so a pretty big deal for him. Skitter will start working on at least that Ancient stack, but as you said, you know, that hard camp not stacked. Does at least have a secondary Ancient stack to farm, but yeah, Pure just keeping it up with him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Feels like it's going to be hard for the Sven to actually pull ahead and farm versus this Morphling, unless the Morph somehow gets picked off, which is pretty much only if the Static Storm catches him in most scenarios.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane also getting some pressure here. Catapult's still alive. Topson, he wants to keep it going. He has a shield rune. Pure's turned up again. And Malrine, not in the area to actually set up for the defense.
It could be hard to stop this tier 1 tower going down.
Yeah, Malrine has to run over to try to catch something, but he's a little bit late.
So they've got to let it fall.
Topson is deep now, though.
He's trying to start something. In fact, oh my goodness, Chris just able to snipe Pure.
He got him.
All right, I mean, they got the tower, but they lost the carry there.
And a glimpse, but the X, it's countered.
I mean, he wasn't ready for that.
He sure wasn't.
He was not ready for that. From the tree line, Crit him with the snipe, and that's the carry gone.
And he's done the build again that we've seen from Crit. Especially when you're playing versus Morph, it makes sense. Rather than maxing Acorn Shot, max the burst, the magical burst damage, and he gets it on him perfectly. Max Bushwhack will be able to connect. Big kill to slow down that Morph's farm. My God, these stacks just continuing.
Snaking tries to glimpse away Thompson.
There's no hook shot, but Thompson, he really wants him, but he won't get him.
Yeah, he's not going to spend any more time chasing. Overall, though, Falcons with the slight gold lead here. 2K advantage. The biggest difference being that this game between the offlaners, and we're going to see them go head-to-head here right now. Amar and
this
Toby.
time Toby's struggling.
He's got the X mark to separate Amar from himself. Crit's ready to back Amar up here. If he can get the catch, should have a solid chance at the kill. The pushback's not quite there, though, so Toby will escape. So the goal difference between the offlaners is starting to grow. Amar with quite the lead.
Ancient times. Toby, it looks like they're going to give him that stack so that he can actually catch back up. So that should almost put him at the same one. He has to be a little careful. Someone else.
See if they can get one more here. No, okay, they won't be able to put it back for another stack.
No. He's still not going to be fully caught up, but it's going to be pretty close to the same of that Razor now. So
yeah, definitely going to be tough for him to sort of get in the mode of hitting his stride and getting that same sort of level of performance that he was able to bring out last game on his Kunkka.
Feels like a harder game, much harder game this time around for the Kunkka, playing versus just the Timbersaw who can shred him, the Razor who just gets on top of him, is able to just completely shut him down, so slower start for Toby. But yeah, Pure, Manta's about to be finished, so still very good timing. Whitemon with a very slow level 6, but now the clock does have that one finished up also. Let's see where they look to strike. Falcon's Static Storm is at the ready. Ideally trying to find this Morph once, or even the Zeus, just one of these two cores.
Morph or Zeus is top tier pick-up for Falcons right now.
Looks like they're setting up to maybe get a bit of a push going. Their lineup definitely has a bit of struggle for pushing unless the Sven just turns up. She doesn't want to do just yet too much. See what they can catch.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See if Thompson's show on the next wave. They're starting to swing around towards the bottom area, maybe seeing if they can favor towards catching out Pure, but Pure, it's not going to be easy to find.
They've been off. They've been gone for a bit.
They're bringing him back up. They know that these sort of moves are probably going to be heading the way of their cores, so Tundra makes sure that there's backup inbound.
River Ward saw the couriers. I think it saw maybe even both of them. At least it saw Snakings, so they know that there was a potential gank setting up bottom, so they TP 2 heroes just in case to protect Pure. And Snake's going the very, very long route with Malrine to try to be sneaky to find this Morph, but
yeah, they're not going to find anything.
Yeah.
Tundra completely out of that.
Really nice wards, honestly, from Tundra this series. Last game I saw the same thing. They seem to just have a little bit edge of advantage on vision in a couple of these early game moments. Sneak them out of some of these ganks.
Falcons
still want to hunt.
They've moved the 4 of them up towards top. See if they want to look to take the tower, maybe take a fight. Malrine with the invis. Taking more steps up. Now he's going to reveal himself anyway. Doesn't want to waste any more time.
Slower, one of the slower games we've had. 6-4 at 15 still. How many stacks have we had as well, too, if we can get that brought up again for a moment if possible? Because I feel like it's just been a very stack-intensive game, kind of from both sides. For Toby and then also for the Sven.
Skeeter definitely more likely to hit a timing this game on the Sven as compared to the Jug, where he should be able to have quite the presence in the team fights with this.
I mean, let's be honest, one's a real hero, one isn't. Sven feels much better in most situations, if not all.
Heading in with the TPs now down bottom, but crit! That's going to be a very quick and painful death.
5 heroes set up here from Tundra. They wanted to try to find another one. Immediately, Falcons looks like they'll be able to split up. Looks like probably a tower push, though. Pure, setting up for it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The Falcons, want to do anything about this. Doesn't look like it.
They need everyone. I don't think they want to look to
both teams just really avoiding one another.
Yeah.
Going for these early little objectives, but not pushing it beyond that right now.
I mean, both want their timings. They do have some pretty peak ones. Like if Razor gets the BKB before or as the Kunkka gets an Aghanims, then it's going to be, you know, pretty okay for Falcons to be able to play versus it. But if Kunkka gets it before any of those BKBs come out, the team fight becomes difficult. Much more difficult for Falcons, of course. And Amar show himself up toward top. Whitemon is setting up in the area, playing around Pure. And I see Pure, he's holding a point. He's waiting for an opportunity, holding in case he has to go for the morph. Because if the Razor steps up, they see an opportunity, he morphs right into him. Same thing versus Timber. It's two really good morph targets to be able to post-kill threat. These things just continue to stay quite calm.
Yeah, now they look for the action. I mean, they've got the ATOS setup here from Crit.
And a blink on Malrine.
Yeah.
So way to pop targets.
They've got the setup. They'll have the burst damage.
They're even going towards Skitter. Okay. Well, this could be a nice one here. Topson. They'll spot him for a second.
Whitemon, he's going to be the easier one to jump. They'll look towards him. Actually, they'll throw out the stun towards him, and then they'll turn their attention over towards 9 class.
They'll get
split perfectly, get the 2 supports.
Good smoke move. And they'll even find a ward that was honestly just placed.
Dire's top tower is under
Should be able to find this tower as well, too. God strength at the ready if he'd like to. And he will.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Clean little move there from Falcons. But
oops, nay, he's stepping up deep. That is really deep.
He's going to easily have the burst. The Static Storm's going to be dropped down, but not before Snake King gets quickly dealt with.
He stepped up so far. I'm surprised he actually did that one. That's 4 deaths now for Snake. Quite a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to smoke off the back of that. They know there's no Static Storm.
Yeah, no Aghanims yet for Toby, but they're feeling like they can get a pick off here with this Phantom Skeeter. They know
it would
exactly
be
what he is.
a brilliant catch here for Tundra.
Oh,
they go
this is
straight over
perfect
towards
for them.
him, and Skeeter,
Radiant's top tower.
has he got anywhere to run? He's got the BKB.
Just got it.
It just came out, but the hook shot is there.
Can he get out?
As well as the Colt. He's trying to break his way out of this, but he won't be able to escape. They get the kill.
Oh, and he even did the disassemble play, so he got it maybe a little bit earlier than I think Tundra maybe expected, but oof, they get the kill and they force the BKB and maybe even can almost finish off this tier 2 bottom. That's a big hit.
That really is. It's the biggest finding Skeeter like that. He's been having a great game.
And that's
these
gonna
little sort of deaths is going to allow Pure to get a bit ahead.
Exactly.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying to go for Pure. Manta on cooldown. Pure has to be careful. A rocket to scout. You'll see at least, I mean, they saw both supports, I believe. They're at least crit. So they know they're in the area. Pure is going to move away. Deep vision also from Tundra. They got a, I mean, this has been there now for a few minutes, but they have a deep ward actually around the triangle that has not been taken out. And Skeeter, BKB still on cooldown for 30. He does the smart thing though and goes to the left side. Can they set up for Pure ever?
I mean, it's just not going to happen right now.
No.
They need to.
I mean, they're trying.
Maybe they'll use the Static. So Skeeter is heading over. But is he going to be here in time to really allow them to threaten?
They're still on him.
It's good. Yeah, indeed, Amar.
He's gone.
Okay, they've got him. Amar just frontlining and being the damage that they need to kill
Nice
him off.
bushwhack.
The bushwhack's going to catch on to the 2 of them. Amar, he's still alive, staying on top of Topson. Topson's gone. It's a double kill for Amar. Amar finally falls.
Oh, massive.
But Falcons, they're getting the cleanup on this one. Skeeter turns over towards Whitemon. He's dead as well. They found the 4 of them.
Oh, that was beautiful. I mean, Amar,
he really was. It felt like, you know, they needed maybe Skeeter to get that kill. No,
Nope.
Amar says, I got the damage. I've got the
right on
damage.
him.
I'm ready to go for this one. Goes straight in. Definitely, I would imagine Amar making the call on that, saying, I can do it. I can kill him. I can go for this.
They finally saw that opportunity, right? Like, Pure was actually playing pretty far up. The supports make the initial go, and bam. Falcons blowing the game open now.
Yeah, huge stuff there.
Huge.
That's going to get Amar well on his way towards his next item, and
I love his
7K
build.
lead now for Falcons.
I love Amar's build this game. Pretty standard, I would say, I guess, in this one, when you're playing versus like a Zeus, the Mage Slayer to tank up and BKB, but the pretty much perfect one for him to stick on Pure and then just also reduce Topson's damage and stick on him.
Just couldn't get away, Pure.
Yep. Skeeter's probably like, nice, man, thank you so much. So I'm struggling a little bit, but that was like the perfect timing for all that to happen. And they'll be able to look to finish off this Tormentor with the good old Razor Classic. Let your Eye of Storm stack up that minus armor. And clean that one up too. And they get a good one. After the blink finished up on Sneh, he gets a free shard.
Tundra, they're going to see if they can get someone around this area. Crit has been spotted. Hook shots in.
Decent kill. Toby's game's so much quieter. Yeah, his Aghanims is done, but by the time this Aghanims has been finished, those BKBs are done on the 2 cores that matter the most. It's going to be slow for him, unless they can somehow force the BKBs before a fight, but feels like so far for Falcons, they're very patient. Taking their time, waiting to strike perfectly in this fight. This whole game, it's just been slow, but slow has worked for them.
Yeah, they're feeling very comfortable this time, Falcons.
Pure's still very farmed.
He is,
Same
but
thing with Tops,
it's a much harder game for him to carry.
Radiant are scanning.
It really is. Against sort of effectively at least the 2, maybe you could even consider the 3 carries with how much damage and how much of an issue Marion is going to be as well on the front lines. It's 3 cores that Falcons have in prime position.
Tops hit. He's caught.
He's going to get caught in the Static Storm. It's another easy kill here for Amar.
Amar is doing it.
He is.
Even though, you know, the Razor versus Morph matchup that sometimes the Morph thrives in, Amar is doing it.
Yeah, definitely able to have a lot more impact this
game. Look at Pure. Skater's got the high ground.
They've got the Rod of Atos and the stun into the bushwhack. Hookshot's going to be coming in from Whitemon and trying to hold them back away from Pure. Pure is also going to get caught by the glimpse. Skater's still in on top of him. Pure, can he run for this?
He's gone.
Crit's able to get him with the Acorn shot. As Pure's gone, Skeeter, he can continue the cleanup here with his God Strength. Turns over towards Whitemon. It's going to be another kill for him. The bushwhack again from Crit onto the 2 of them. Double kill for Skeeter.
He's got backup too. And another stun.
He's ready to continue diving under the tier 2. Toby, he's going to be gone as well. Skeeter making sure that we get some attention back on the traditional carry here for Falcons.
Man, he tried so hard to survive there too. Sneh, beautiful glimpse. He gets Paviste, I think it is, or Solar Crest, pops the Warcry, but it doesn't matter. Not enough to save Pure. Stuck right on him. Honestly, these 2 supports are doing so much work on the side of Falcons. The catches over and over again, the glimpse, the double bushwhacks.
Yeah, Crit is, he's doing a hell of a lot.
Yep. Those last 2 moments, swinging things massively in their favor.
I mean, it really does just feel like how on earth did Tundra deal with all these cores, all these carries that they've got going on Falcons. I mean, Crit obviously with his build-up as well, he's going to feel like an additional carry of how much control and how much damage he'll start to dish out. It's a whole lot. Yeah, he's got the full lightning now on Crit.
Same net worth pretty much as Toby. You said quiet game from Toby. He just hasn't been able to find a single opportunity. Same thing for the 2 supports.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of it. It's getting to the point where Falcons, it feels like they've got 4 cores, and Tundra at the moment, they've only really got 2.
Yep, pretty much. And now the smoke forced, looking for top since that Roche is going up there. The ward coverage, though, is Falcons is super ready for this fight. Yes, they're smoked, but 2 wards to watch.
Dire are scanning.
And Malrine in position. He's got his Aghanims finished up already.
What sort of catch can they find? Whitemon heading in. They'll scout them out with the Thunder God's Wrath.
Hook shot off the mark.
Gonna get the connection. It's a bit messy here now for Tundra. God Strength's gonna be popped by Skeeter. Skeeter's ready to chase him with the axe. Jumps over towards Toby. Toby, he's gonna be out of the fight. Crit finishes him off there with a beautiful shot.
And Pure,
he's gone in.
He is deep.
I mean, he gets the support kill, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. He's got a waveform, but he's caught in the trees. I mean, going for moves like that, you can definitely feel that Tundra, they probably feel a bit helpless right now in this position. It's a very, very tough game.
And they had, I mean, it's the full ward coverage. As soon as you pop Zeus ult, if you don't catch a hook shot and kill somebody instantly, you look to start running away. You get glimpsed on the Morph. Snake catches him, he dies. And we see there, Crit surpassing Toby, and Toby's had no game this time.
No. This has been, your Falcons, they had a shaky game 1, but coming in on this game 2. Looking a whole lot better, and I think a lot of it really does feel down to the fact that you got both Skeeter and Amar on just much better heroes this time, right?
Amar is playing one of his absolute best.
Yep, and it's showing.
Yep. Really wanting to chase him. He's got BKB.
He can turn and fight.
Another bushwhack.
I mean, Crit, he's just catching 2 of them every single time with these bushwhacks. Thompson's dead. I mean, Toby's looking towards Amar, but I don't think there's a whole lot Toby can do here.
Falcons is coming. They're connecting.
You got to get on full retreat. The vision's there, the drag back 9 class with the glimpse. It's just kill after kill after kill here for Falcons.
Another catch.
Toby's caught. God Strength's out. The damage will be there.
This is out of control.
It really is. I don't know how much more Tundra want to sort of withstand through this.
Pure just has to stay running the entire fight. He can't even hit targets. Maureen just bullying him right now. And he's got connection coming over, so Pure, he can't... He looks like he's going to die. Can he make himself away? Can he sneak?
I mean, maybe with these jukes. He's headed off to the other side of the...
Okay. Whitemon will take it.
And indeed, Whitemon. He'll be the one to fall. Another one for Skeeter.
Good God. How many in a row is that? Feels like they've gotten... Besides like snaking dying, right? It feels like it's just been absolute dominance here from Falcons.
A little bit of all chat coming on.
Hello, guys. This is Whitemon. Wait, what?
I don't get it. Is he just...
I think because he offered him up himself as a death to try to protect his guy. I don't know. Interesting.
Friendly banter.
Whatever.
Sure. Smiles all around here. They're not smiling at all.
Look at him. He wants the wisdom rune, but Amar, he knows.
But this is always good. When the all chat starts to come out from the winning team, that's when you can start to throw the game. So you got to be careful with your confidence when you're coming in with a bit of all chat.
I feel like it's usually not Skitter as well, too. That was rare. I feel like he's usually the quiet guy on this team for the most part.
In the all chat.
Oh, let's see where this leads. Can't get too ahead of yourself. Even in a game where you are this far ahead, crazier things have happened.
He's so farmed on this side now at this point. And like you said, it's not just him. He's got that 4 cores, maybe even 5, even though Snay died a lot. Snay is getting closer and closer to turning Aghanims as well, too, soon to surpass Toby.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's going to be literally 5 cores against 2 cores. It's going to feel like of how far ahead of Falcon are with their itemization.
It feels like miles difference in comparison to the 3-4-5 this game. Just feels like Falcons have been able to do so much on those 3 in comparison. Quiet game from 9 class, Toby, as well as Whitemon this time around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 to go. They're in the mid.
Look at Skitter just playing alone, hitting the tier 2. Whitemon.
Oh. He's away. The hook shot.
Only for now.
Chris going to continue to lead the chase. He's got a pushback at the ready. See if he can find him. It's good jukes, but not good enough. He knows he's in there. Gets the pushback in. Another one for Amar.
Just desperate moves from Tundra, trying to find any little bit of farm they can. Pure, even cutting some ways. Pure does not have a TP up here.
Oh.
He is in
no.
He is DP. I see his courier.
Uh-oh.
Wait, does that...
Has it got a TP on?
It does not.
Oh, send it back.
Oh, it needs Snay. He's looking for him. In the meantime...
Thompson. He's going to get back to killing people. Pots the BKB. He's going to run down Thompson.
Farewell.
Crit also able to snipe. He's going to snipe both of them. Crit's going to take these kills.
But it feels like it's pretty close to being called.
It feels rough. You know, it's always rough when your carry's on the other side of the map, hitting the neutral creeps and not having a TP ready for the base defense.
I think
That's when you know he's yeah.
I think too, like he has his curry and he's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Is it coming out now?
No, it's going back to the base now.
Back to the base. Get that TP. Get it over there.
Oh, just don't go back to the base. It
That's
doesn't look very welcoming anymore.
Pad up the stats so you don't look, too rough on the scoreboard. It's been a tough game for Pure to carry.
Yep.
As some would say, probably impossible for him this game. And it's not been easy. Falcons as a whole just getting a hell of a lot done, and they're ready to go diving. Skeeter is over towards Toby. Toby will be able to get back to the safety of the fountain, but the tier 3's gone. The barracks on the bottom lane will be claimed. At least the important one, the melee, it's gone.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And Pure will now have that TP and the BKB. So did honestly get quite a bit done up there, and he wasn't needed.
No,
so, he didn't have a
TP
TP because he knew he wouldn't need to come back and do anything. His presence wouldn't have changed anything down on that bottom lane. So it didn't matter at the end of the day.
See what type of, what he's going to be able to even do with this. It doesn't really help him so much still versus, of course, that Sven and Razor. They still can just stick on him even though through it. So at least protects him versus the catch, I guess, of snaking. For now. For another 1,000 gold. And then Snay has an Aghanims.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Snake's looking for the catch here. Toby stepped outside of the base.
His positioning.
Are they actually going to hunt all the way down here?
Oh my god, no way. Toby, don't step out.
Don't move.
Tower is under attack.
He's got TP in a few seconds, so should be okay. They won't check around that little bit of a gap that you have to look through the trees. He's fine.
Heartbeat. Snay, though, he's just constantly on the prowl. He knows that they're just playing on the top and bottom side. He wants to find one. It's not an ag static storm, so he'll give his life.
Good stuff there from Pure. I mean, Pure, he's doing what needs to be done. He really is. He's getting as much as he can from the map. He's able to get back to the safety of the base, and he picks up a kill on the way out.
He's trying his hardest.
He really is. And he's going to have to continue to do so to try and carry this one.
Especially versus the amp damage Skitter with a Daedalus and a Nemesis Curse, so heroes are going to detonate.
Falcons bringing in the mid and the bottom wave. And of course, the high ground hold from Tundra isn't bad. They've got the full Octarine on Topson, so he can really spam the spells.
Almost BKB on Toby if he gets shard as well afterwards, and they've got the pull in as well from it too. Problem is, these buildings die very quick to the Sven.
Yes, the buildings die quickly, and you have 3 cores on Falcons that will not be scared about diving the high ground. They're all incredibly beefy, incredibly tanky.
Maybe even 4 cores that won't be. We can't really write off crit, of course.
Yeah,
Level 19, 13,700.
12. Yeah, I mean, crit on the hook wing, because it's always a joy to see.
He's my MVP this game. Him and Amar probably split down the middle. Actually, we'll give Snay like 10% too.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Tundra, very difficult for them to get outside of the base.
They get a good shard. At least Pure doesn't have to buy that one. We'll have a way to protect
that's
a bit more.
If you're getting the free shard, you want it going the way of Pure.
Yeah.
You want everything on Pure right now. If you're Tundra. Pure has managed to turn around some pretty tough games in the past.
It feels like pretty much all the pressure is on him. And then, like, the rest of the team their job is pretty much like poking, forcing BKBs if they can get the control to allow Pure to get his actual attacks and stuff off. But it's a tall order.
It is, but just looking at the numbers, it's impressive in its own that you're in a game, indeed, where your team is 21k behind, but you still as a carry have the same amount as farm as the carry on the team that's 21k ahead.
Yeah.
Like, he's keeping up, but is it going to be enough to provide them any sort of chance to turn?
Snake.
Maori's in with a jump on towards 9 class. Pure, we're trying to hold him back with the stun. Back up to the high ground. Maori's going to look to chase in.
He's got the axe, so he's invulnerable.
And he'll kill off 9 class. Amar gets the last touch on that. Pure. It's going to turn into the Razor. Use the static link against Amar, but Pure, it's getting pretty low. Put the BKB. Standing his ground. Turn the raw skin.
He's suicided. Uh-oh.
Okay, this is pretty huge. Can they get anything more? Amar's going to get the BKB TP out. He'll make it away. They'll be able to put a stop to Crit's escape, though. And just like that, Pure, he's got to do it, and he is doing it.
Oh, Skeeter, you got to be careful. Oh, Whitemon gets him back. Oh, Skit Gods, it stops him too.
Here we go. Here we go. The all chat has been opened.
It was definitely spicy because Pure, he gets the, 140 damage, I think it was on the link. He gets the waveform attack through the Sven, who just jumped in too far. I mean, you were saying they do want to dive these towers, but this time, a little hard.
Do that. The smiles come out from Topson. He knows that, when the team has...
I love it.
Falcons, Skeeter opened up the all chat. He's the one who started this game. And then he makes a move like that. It's going to feel bad from Skeeter's going to be feeling a bit hot under the collar.
Still, Falcons, they're comfortable, but honestly, 1 or 2 more of those.
Yep.
Gotta be careful.
Pure has carried games like this before.
There still is, of course, there's the GG item. Snaking does have the Aghanims, so there could just be a situation where they jump static storm, boom, game ends, stuff like that. But that is a big swing. Now, top net worth, of course, for Pure. I believe that, that is going to be his butterfly. Pretty much finished up if he wants to commit for it, so.
Well, they will probably be looking towards the Roshan before they go for that sort of move again, Falcons.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. And maybe just hitting buildings a little more naturally approached with the Sven rather than diving so far. Do have to give respect, of course. There is BKB piercing disables, right? Clockwork in the base, if you're diving like that, 2 hook shot, that'll be a little cautious. Roche, though, as you said, it's up. Falcons all set up around top, smoked.
I mean, Tundra could look for the fight around the pit.
I mean, they have Butterfly and Elven Tunic
like,
versus
Pure
Ben with no True
really
Strike.
strong.
He is really strong
If he
now.
doesn't get caught by the Ag Static Storm, Pure can kind of clean up. So if they get there in time.
They're going to make it this time.
Yeah, Falcons themselves, they don't want to commit for the roast. They do want to try and take the fight head on first.
I mean, the double evasion, let's see how they address that versus Pure. Like you said, it's a Static Storm. It's got to be on him.
Ski's going to pop the God Strength. They're going to try and finish off the roast quickly.
Far swing around from the right side. They saw where the rocket came from, though, so they should be
good
aware.
wrap around from Pure. He's getting some good information. I believe sort of caught vision there with Skeeter.
Ward's placed.
They're using Thunder God's Wrath to try and scout things out. Then jump forward straight away, Pure.
He's got the link up.
He's in onto Skeeter. He's completely destroying him.
He's dead. Uh-oh.
Pure. He's absolutely doing it here. Can he be dealt with by Amar? No, the X-Mark's going to be there to drag Amar back away from Pure. Pure's ready to get back in with the waveform. Closes the gap on towards Amar.
Oh, he's doing
Amar's
it.
dead. Double kill for Pure. Skeeter, he's come in with the buyback for this.
Skeeter?
Storm is there.
He's dying.
But it's a buyback. Ooh, is he going to die? He's still alive.
He's dead.
He's going to get it. Pure.
Holy moly.
It's a dieback on him. It's an ultra kill for Pure.
Does he get out? He does. It's stunned up.
They should be able to kill him, but he's already done the damage. Pure, he doesn't mind going down here. He got an ultra kill, a dieback on Skeeter. I mean, boys and girls, this is why you don't start the ult chat, kids. You don't start the ult chat. Karma will get you.
What an angle of approach from the fight. They used the rocket from Whitemon, which maybe gave a little bit of inkling for Tundra, but you can see Snake's feeling the pressure. He didn't get a good static because Whitemon just got on top of him. He chased him the whole fight. Pure's able to get, I think, almost a full static link on Skeeter. Kills him in seconds.
I mean, sure, they still have that 16k lead on the side of Falcons, but it feels like this is Pure's game to win now.
Definitely a possibility.
He's going to have level 25. He's going to be able to get his next time very likely before the big push comes in when Skeeter's back up. And yeah, that required a buyback from the enemy carry and for them to sort of catch him and kill off the rest of Tundra in the way that Falcons did to be able to have the chance to bring Pure down. If this sort of fight plays out in even just more slightly optimal way for Tundra and for this morph's just going to clean up.
Yeah. Crit's still getting insane scaling, of course. I think I'm actually looking at him to maybe surpass the Sven soon at this point for Falcons, because he is honestly absolutely enormous. He lives the whole fight. Hex could be huge versus the Morph too. So. Yeah. But wow, what a couple of moments there for Tundra.
I mean, yeah, Pure's ready to do the scaling and sort of like the hero killing, and then Topson, of course, he's ready to keep this game going and just clearing the waves, holding the high ground. He can keep the game in a constant state, which makes it difficult for Falcons to proceed towards the high ground and try and close this down.
Yeah, these, honestly, the Thunder God's Wrath plus the Rockets just to scout inside the fight, it allows Tundra to kind of pick and choose which targets they want to go for initially. Get rid of that Disruptor with the Clockwork, look for the Sven, get that link up and everything too. And now 25's a bit hit. Honestly, a pretty important one for Morphling, I feel like.
Yep.
The waveform, just the frequency, is going to be able to do it versus something like Razor, to be able to distance himself, get in on top of heroes. But yeah, Pure.
I mean,
hard, but he's doing it. But he's now playing versus now one Hex and a second Hex soon to come out. So
sure,
it's so difficult.
It's indeed. It's going to have to require him to keep at the level of play that he's been bringing.
And they have to find snaking, right? He still is. There's a lot of priority targets.
Storm, the Hexes, those can be the things that just shut down the dream here for Pure.
I think Toby now. Last game, I feel like he got this 15 minutes earlier. He had such a good game. The Ag's Bloodstone, I think he just has the Bloodstone now finished up. So his team fight too. Once these BKBs start ticking down, I believe it's a 6-second one for the Sven. It's going to start to have more impact as well.
Now, the question is if Tundra want to try something outside of the base. It is into this Aghanim some cheese.
Pure spent out.
Aegis and cheese. I mean, and of course, it's still at a point where looking at the buyback status is how many more minutes. It's still going to be about 4.5 minutes until Skeeter's going to have the luxury of a buyback. So still plenty of time where he could get punished again for that failed buyback attempt in that earlier fight.
Pure knows that he can't risk going saving for a buyback. He's actually just committing the gold. I mean, the Scotty is, it's going to be a nice pickup too for him. Catch crit.
They get the catch here. I mean, Pure's going to try and help out, punching into Malorine. Toby's able to put the BKB. Toby will get out of this. And they'll be okay.
The threat, though, there it is. They can just... That's the scary thing about these hexes, right? If you don't pop your BKB almost instantly, you can die. They're looking to re-smoke Tundra. It's Aegis for 2 minutes. Alright, 9 class stepping up pretty far here. So be careful, he'll be alright.
Seems like forever that Falcons have been eyeing up this tier 2 tower. Still not yet really ready to fully commit for the push. Despite having this Aegis, it definitely makes things, as I say, a lot more complicated that Skeeter does not have that luxury of buyback.
Yeah, he wants his next item too. It feels like he's like, man, I die very quickly if I can't turn and fight back. If he has to just play to run, he's gonna die. So if he has to Titanic, he can God Strength and perhaps hit back versus that Morphling. So looks like he wants to finish that before this fight. Does Crit have his Hex? Oh no, he's not. He hasn't found much farm yet in the last few moments, but they still have Marines. And Amar also, he is still continuing to be absolutely massive too. Can't forget about this. He has the 25 talent.
And he's, you know, he's been behaving himself. He's keeping his cool, right? We're not seeing any old chat from him. He's ready to sort of quietly carry this game.
And I honestly, like him and Crit, I'm looking like they are still so massive.
See if they've got anything. They've got the bushwhack, they've got the static storm. They've caught him, and he's gone.
No buy.
Just like that, Pure is out for 100. He doesn't indeed have the money. See if the rest of them can escape. Toby will be able to TP out. But indeed, 90 seconds.
That's enough time for them to
This
go
is what
for the
Falcons
cleanup.
need to maybe close it, or at least do a lot of damage with the push.
That's what happens sometimes.
Thompson is cutting the wave.
Okay, they've got a glyph.
Fortification will deal with the glyph, but the bottom lane's coming in onto the tier 4s.
Yup, Amar, he's hitting tier 4s. He knows there's no buyback.
This could be very, very painful here for Tundra. They're gonna lose a lot. The Hex is there onto Thompson. He's up. He has buyback. But the mid-bracks are gone. Falcons, they are going to back off and deal with the tier 2. There's still a tier 2 to be taken on the top lane.
Okay, they'll just go for the safer play. Just go for the Megas.
So it looks like Tundra will get another chance out of this.
Maybe. I mean, he's got it. It looks like it'll be Megas. Have so much time.
Going for the Tormentor. Satanic done on Skeeter.
Malreen's continuing it.
30 seconds still. No Pure. See if they can finish off the Mega Creeps, Falcons. Tier 3's gone. They're jumping in beyond the pace. They're looking for the dive, but he's able to get it.
One tapped.
Mallory just gets in, completely destroys 9 class. And Toby's BKB still caught up for 15 seconds. Amar's on top of him with the static link.
Look at this damage.
Trying to run. Amar staying in on top of him. Can he get back to the fountain in time? He cannot. Toby's gone. Out for 80. Falcons, they'll clean up this top rack. They'll take down Whitemon. Pure is going to be back up in a couple of seconds. But 3 teammates down. It's just Pure and Thompson left. And with the full 5-man of Falcons alive, they can keep this push going.
He's static
storm. The static storm's there. Snakey's got the catch. They've got the kill. As Falcons, they will get the victory here. And they will be pushing this series to a game 3.
Which I think we're all super happy about, honestly. A small potential comeback there from Tundra with some nice plays, but Falcons snaking, he gets the
static storm. They always had that way up with the Ag Static Storm, with the Hexes. As long as they could catch and deal with Pure in those last few fights, there was nothing else to worry about. The only threat was Pure. He's gone, and therefore Tundra, they don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
When Falcons can kill him off.
I think it's really important that Falcons did have the stability this time coming around from both. I mean, honestly, Malreen, of course, Amar, and Crit. Yeah. Sure, Skitter's struggling a little bit, but like you were mentioning the whole time, there's 3 cores. They're all building up to so much. They do have ways to deal with Pure as well, and it really was Pure versus the world in this game as the game progressed. Thompson, sure, his early game, he got some success for it, but after that, they were getting on him every single time, it seemed like.
Yeah, Falcons, very, very good to see them being able to step it up after what was a rough game 1. We are going to get this game 3. Can't wait to see it. We already had the all chat starting to come out in this game 2. This series is heating up. Falcons, they're able to close it up here in this second game and get the equalizer for now. 1-1 now between Falcons and Tundra as we will be moving forward to that deciding game 3.
Thank you very much, Eddie Pixel and Fogged. Oh, I'd love to see a game 3 between these teams because this was quite something. Now, I will say for a little while, I thought it was just going to be almost a walk in the park for Falcons once they start getting online. But then, we got some of those meaty team fights you wanted.
No, we did. We got to see some of those explosive plays. Pure trying to do his best, but it couldn't TP out in the end. And for Falcons, going back to this, they got so many specialty heroes in this second draft, and they were able to just showcase why they are incredibly good, arguably the best on these heroes, because they just destroyed this entire game.
It's very impressed in a lot of these crits getting these two-man stuns, setting things up, and it gives Razor and also the Sven a lot of time to get kills. And this was a crazy moment where it did look like Tundra was going to come back in the game. Pierre's Morphling really started to pay off big time against the enemy heroes, but eventually Falcons ended up taking the win. Turns out Disruptor's a good support, very good at getting pickoffs, the static storms, the glimpses, all that stuff.
Yeah, there's a reason this hero is the first, the #1 banned hero of the tournament. I do wonder what the take is after letting the first phase Razor through, picking the Morphling, being happy about it, and then Pure having that performance, which honestly was good despite the game.
Yeah.
Do they remain comfortable with the strat that they had, or the draft order that they had, where they picked the Morphling and then, okay, it was the other heroes that were the issue. Maybe the Zeus last pick, perhaps that could have been a Coddle or something like that.
What about the Clockwork? I felt like the Clockwork was kind of underwhelming that game.
It was. Maybe they look back at that as a gameplay thing, though, because I did see there was one situation where he was top running after Skeeter, and he had Windlace, and he was level 5. Skeeter was level 6 or level 7. And if he had Boots, he actually probably would have killed him in that scenario. And it can be something as simple as literally I shouldn't have gone Windlace stick, I should have gone Boots, and then we connect on more kills in the early game. They could have that take on it. I'm interested to see how the draft changes based on that game, because I could see them going either way, where it's we draft entirely differently, or it wasn't a draft issue, it was a play issue.
I'm probably leaning more towards Toby on the Kunkka. This game, of course, it was hard for the Kunkka to play it out because he had the Marine Timbersaw was rotating to him very early on. They kept hunting him down, and he then moves to bot lane. Guess what? Now there's a Mar there of raising pressure in the Kunkka as well. I think this is a Kunkka that was below net worth on crit at the 15 or so minute mark as well. And when your Kunkka's behind, your Zeus needs to farm, your Morph needs to farm. The only person who wants to step up and maybe do something, he has no game. And we already said that this type of game from Tundra is heavily farm orientated. So if your only kind of frontliner has no game, it's impossible. So Falcons had a really good read on who to shut down to prevent kind of the motions of Tundra coming into play.
Because in the first game of the series, we saw Toby, he smashed it. He was 3-1 and 20 at the end of the game that they won with that Kunkka. So we also have seen the other side of the coin purge, where when Kunkka does have a good game, they kill it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a Toby hater, but I've seen quite a few games where he comes out of the laning stage with a net worth that's not that. It's a good 1,500, 2,000 net worth below where the other 5 cores in the game are. And sometimes he's recovered from that. I've seen him have a Brewmaster game like that where he ended up not dying the whole game. But that game, it felt very impactful. And I think it was Malrine rotating Timbersaw to pressure mid lane. It's not hard to kill a Kunkka as a Timbersaw. You get him to half HP and it's a Whirling Death ulti and he dies. So maybe it was just the fact that Malrine's hero is excellent at ganking him, and then Malrine went top with those haste runes and pressured him. If he's on a different mid hero, maybe it's not as easy to shut Toby down, but getting him a little bit behind in net worth is sometimes commonplace, and the gank pressure on top of that just kind of seals the deal maybe.
Well, one thing that is very different now compared to some of the other days is the score is 1-1, and it's not a 2-game series. So we do have the teams, we allow them to adjust and to try again for a third and deciding game. But a couple things changed. As said, the format, because now there's best of 3s as we are in the upper bracket. But I believe Perian is going to show us some other things that potentially changed. What's up, Ted?
Yeah, Perian couldn't make it. It's me, Don Glizziani, king of the glizzies. You need glizzies, you come to me. Had my boys clearing this place out all day. Look at this. Look at this. They cleared it all out. Move it over to the arena, where I got my glizzy stand. Yeah, that's right. I sell glizzies by the dozen over there at the Resorts World Arena. You want glizzies, you come to Don Glizziani. Every time I say to them, just give me enough to wet my beak, just enough to wet my beak. That's the plan. I tried to get out of esports, but every time I'm out, they pull me back in. Any questions?
How much is a glizzy?
How much you want to pay for a glizzy? What kind of glizzy? How many? There's a lot of questions.
I want 3
toppings?
glizzies.
Huh?
I want 3 glizzies.
3 glizzies. I could do you 3 glizzies for, let's say, $10.
Cheever, I got a question.
We got in pounds?
Yeah, we're in pounds here.
Oh, Don Gliziani's conversion rate, that'll be about 750.
Cheaper.
Hey, actually,
I got a question from very important Ted. How on a scale of 1 to 10?
Don
how
Gliziano.
desperate
Sorry.
Don Gliziano, yeah, go on.
that you pull out the Don Gliziani character for this?
What?
And force the Don Gliziani character into a bit with this.
Oh, I missed the question.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how badly did you want to do the Don Gliziani
Oh,
character?
10 out of 10. Don Gliziani's got to feature at some point.
What's happening behind you?
What's happening? Yeah, but there's...
Players are going back to the boots.
No, fuck that. He's doing a character. Let him do the character.
They gotta play Dota. They gotta play this Dota 2 you kids play. But all
Tell
I'm
me about
concerned
your
with, of course,
family.
is Glizzies. What about the family? What'd you say?
Tell me about your family. Is it big?
Friends of mine or friends of ours? What are you talking about when you say the family?
Yeah, exactly.
You mean like my wife and kids?
Nah.
No?
No, not
They're
that
doing okay.
family.
What else do you want to know?
How did the
other
Glizzies get into
family.
Dota?
What?
How did the Glizzies get into Dota?
Why aren't... Well, of course there's Glizzies in Dota. People like Glizzy. We don't like Glizzies. Come on.
How's the Don Gliziano family tied into the Dota 2?
Gliziani, get the name right, please. Come on.
How's Don Gliziani family coming into the Dota scene?
We got our fingers on a lot of pies here. You know what I mean? People need Glizzies, so we sells them. That's the deal. Surely this has gone on enough. I'm a busy man. I can't hear you no more. Goodbye.
The production cut us off the character. It was too good. It was too good.
Thank you, Don Gliziani. Appreciated the update. But yeah, he is right though, because everything did get packed up. We only have 2 booths left for teams because there's only 2 teams playing at the same time today. We got 2 series in total. I know that some of you might be disappointed that there might only be 2 series today, but I just want to remind you all that you don't have to be worried about your lack of content this evening, because quick reminder, there is tonight or today, after the second series of the day, after the final series of the day, the release of the ESL Kuala Lumpur unmuted documentary by 1xBet. So make sure you check that out, because apparently the players were followed literally everywhere, and there is a lot of spice in that doc as well, as we saw yesterday in one of the teasers. So make sure to check that out. In the meantime, make sure to stick around, because we are going to get a deciding game between Team Falcons and Tundra Esports. We'll see you in a little bit.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me. You never know. I can be forgiven. I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wait me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wait me. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. No, 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 don't be a fool.
I've been waiting patiently, sitting on the edge of my seat, eating up the daylight, longing for the nightlight. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep me going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath. Deep breath, driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep me going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I can ever.
Welcome back. You are watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and we are witnessing an upper bracket semi-finals between Team Falcons and Tundra Esports. And this series, the first series of our playoffs, having it all. We have stolen rampages, we have diebacks, we have big 5-man team, 10-man team fights, and we have the old chat, the trash talk, and that mostly happened in game number 2, so maybe some spice has been building for game number 3. I don't know if it actually goes the other way because now everybody's back in the zone and realize, it's serious business, so nobody will all chat, or maybe everyone will all chat. I don't know what's going to happen this game, but that's why I rely on my panel because they know everything. Jenkins, what do you expect to happen in this game number 3?
Shiver, the all chat was done by Skeeter. Of course, this team has one vision of the game when they're playing Sven. I feel like they are the Sven team. Other teams were trying to pick it. They were trying to figure it out, and they couldn't. And then it kind of fell off for a bit. And then all of a sudden, Falcons goes back to their bread and butter, and they start winning. And, maybe that's...
But Jenkins, what about the, white one, though?
Don't stop me now. I think that this team is extremely good at the heroes that they're just comfortable with. I think they're good at playing that fat bottom girl as well, the Luna, if they want to pick that. If the Sven is going to be banned out, I think they can also do a very similar thing with that Luna. So it's really nice to see them going back to their bread and butter. They're picking their level 30 heroes, just throwing the Timber mid. All these heroes have been nerf purged. They don't give a flying... what was I going to say?
Care in the world. Flying care in the world, of course.
So it's just the exact same draft.
I did like this Sven a lot, but I think I really like it against the Kunkka because you need this guy that can go in and threaten him in these small moments of time and make him use his spells in a bad way because that's the only way he can defend himself. So I could see this Sven again.
Do we pivot the clockwork? Is that the problem, like T Governor was suggesting?
I think what T Governor suggested was that the Kunkka was the problem. The Kunkka performance was the problem. Maybe it's you don't let the Timber through, and then your Kunkka doesn't get pressured so much.
Yoink! They've just
or the hero that keeps winning every single game in this series.
Well, this makes sense. Yeah.
The big difference here is Tundra, of course, still they ban out the Tusk in this phase, and then go Disruptor. Because of course, last time after the initial bans, they were banning out I think it was the Mars in this position. So rather than respecting Mars or Timber here, it's just go for a support ban instead. Keep both in the pool. See where Falcons go, of course.
Enchantress.
Is it going to be Hoodwink again? You see it every single time?
Well, they did lose game 1 with it. But, previous game did look very... Whoa.
I like this.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I actually like this a lot better. I feel like when you pick Enchantress Hoodwink or you pick Enchantress Mirana, it's not really the sort of hero you want to pair with the Enchantress. Usually you'll see like a Tiny or a Tusk to run around like a melee bruiser, somebody who can get in there. And with Earth Spirit, of course, you have Crit. This guy is the only dude that seems to be able to make the Earth Spirit work in a 4 position. And it's also extremely good against Morphling because you have the silence built in. It's good against Disruptor as well because you can jump him on the back lines and you can kill him with the silence before he gets his ulti off. So I like this. Like, I honestly think, like, if we were in a different patch where Earth Spirit was really, really OP, you might not even see heroes like Disruptor and Morphling being picked. Like, that alone might be enough to change the meta where these are not considered S-tier heroes.
Yeah, it both synergizes better with the draft that they want to do. They want to be diving towers. They're going to have creeps there and Earth Spirit. That synergizes better. Hoodwink you want to usually pair with some other stunner hero to do chain stun tons of burst, and that doesn't quite fit with the Enchantress, so they're getting what they need out of it.
That being said, they have played it once before and they lost with it against Shopify Rebellion.
That's okay.
I think the difference, when I'm looking back at that game, though, that it was a Falcons lineup where they had Lifestealer, they had OD. It was a lot of farm required, but this time around, having that Razor, if it is an Earth Spirit Razor lane, the natural aggression that those heroes can provide is going to be astoundingly good. If Ench wants to twin gate down to that lane, you create the Trines here. So I feel like Falcons, they need to pick a carry that can be left independently, or another core that can be kind of ignored, because you want these supports to be together with a slide lane core.
Yeah.
They got 4 diving heroes now on the Team Falcons side.
Yeah, they do. And the Earth Spirit, by the way, also a natural vessel builder against Kunkka, extremely high HP, Morphling. He's going to be stat morphing. And I also know a lot of Earth Spirit players really like playing against Kunkka because you have the bolt buff, and it eventually wears off, and you can fairly easily just keep dropping rocks and keep that magnetize going for that entire duration and kill them at the end of it.
You can also dispel the Hoodwink stun, too, by killing the tree.
That is true. Yeah, there's multiple ways of killing trees. That is actually very impactful, genuinely.
I will say, we all know that Amara is a great Timbersaw, but I feel like we didn't talk a lot about the Timbersaw that we saw coming out of Malrine previous game, where he was 5-0-18, like never died, and even though we had so many of those team fights happening. How are you going to deal with that? Does Tundra have a better answer this time around?
Their answer is not really answering it yet, right? They don't actually have a way to deal with the aggression of Falcons. They've got a Kunkka Morphling double core again. We saw how they were easily exploited in the last game. The inability to make moves until time came in. You expect this Kunkka to be hunted once again from the Razor or the Timbersaw. Like the script of the game, this game 3 is identical to game 2, and that's where there's a lot of pressure on Topson to find a hero that can make the moves, that can do things. Falcons are like banning Daz at the moment, but like Kotl, even Sniper to some degree could do it, but
I don't know. I don't like the Sniper against Timber. I feel like Timber will get 6 and dive and kill the Sniper. I really like the Kotl. I feel like that's got to be the hero for like setting tempo in this game. The only argument against it is maybe an Earth Spirit plus Enchantress dive would be a little much for a Kotl to deal with.
I think the Hoodwink goes a long way, though, because that's going to give them some possible, like, X into Torrent, into Hoodwink Stun, into Hoodwink Ult. Like, it brings a lot more single-target damage than a Clockwork does. So I think at least when he does some of these side lane rotations, the Hoodwink should be able to possibly prevent those from being successful, or to get kills on the Timbersaw to force him to actually have to build defensive items.
Are they banning Gyrocopter again for Tundra here?
Yeah, and then Falcons ban out Sniper. Go for that. That's what they did last game anyway, so there must be some kind of change up at this point, though, at least for Tundra Esports. Obviously, it worked out fine for Falcons in the end there.
I think they're thinking about Sven, dude. I just don't give them the same thing they had last game. They're clearly so comfortable with it.
Nope. Ban out Gyro.
Ban yet.
This makes me think Falcons will just say, like, if it, ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's just pick the Sven again.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would be a reason for not doing it? Because there's really, I mean, the support duo is different.
The difference here is Tundra flexed the Morphling to carry last time around, but this time they could just put the Morphling middle and find a new pure hero from the safe lane, which could provide more aggression. And then you need to alleviate the pressure from the Kunkka. The way that they picked Zeus last time, there was such a big crosshair on just kill Kunkka and this game is free for Falcons that it was simple for them to play out this game.
So they would need a safe laner that's good against the Razor in lane, and then also good against the Sven in game. If we're assuming Falcons does pick the Sven. I
mean, Luna's still in the pool. Maybe doesn't fulfill those things, but still fantastic. Sounds kind of greedy, though, to put Morph mid and Luna carry, though. I feel like you want more of a semi-carry, like a Razor-esque carry if you have a Morph mid.
Razor also relatively good against Luna throughout the game. When you want to stand your ground, you get linked up. It's a difficult position to be in, but either Topson has a very vocal mid hero that wants to do things on the map, or you put the Morphling there, allow Topson to play it, and you give Pure some stuff. Of course, they will be able to see Falcons first. Falcons taking their time, trying to decide exactly what's happening. They ban out 2 active Topson heroes instead. Yep, they just go back for the Sven. Now it's on Tundra to decide.
And keep in mind that even though previous game they put the Timbersaw mid, they can still change it up depending on what's coming their way from Tundra.
Exactly.
With Razor and Timber, yeah.
I feel like, you just pick the Topson hero.
But you don't go Zeus.
I don't think they want to go Zeus. Okay, if they do go Zeus, then their take on the game is that the supports were the problem, and that with these supports it'll go a lot better. I mean, the lane secure with the Kunkka, having either a Disruptor or Hoodwink is going to be better. Like, these heroes will 50-50 you in almost any lane.
All right, my one random one, just for the fun, mid Topson Shadow Fiend. Give it none.
No, it will be the Zeus again.
Oh my god.
Okay, so they think the supports are going to make the difference here, which I think that's honestly a perfectly reasonable take from them. These are very lane-winning supports. Like, if I'm in some pub and my supports are these 2 heroes, I'm like, okay, I can pick anything. Like, they're going to just right-click the carry, and even if I get counterpicked, I'm going to be fine. I'll be able to CS.
And they have way better kill potential against the Timbersaw this game. If both supports come mid and you do some like glimpse back play, you're getting like 8 Zeus spells before he's able to finally escape this. So high chance that they can kill any of these cores pre-BKB.
I'm still a little skeptical. As much as the supports are better for Tundra this time around, even if you have a good time, I think Falcons have shown that when they're slightly behind what you expect them to be, when you hit this mid-game timing, they just often break most lineups. And Tundra, they'll have the same thing once again. Morph will want to farm, Zeus will want to farm. Toby, you expect to at least get shut down a couple of times. These supports are good at killing, but they're not good at keeping heroes alive. And I think this Kunkka will or should die 2-3 times in the first 10 minutes of this game, or at least be hunted down, and that will just hurt Tundra once again. And I don't think they've made a big enough change for Falcons not to feel very comfortable.
Keep in mind, though, I would say previous game, that Morphling, if that Morphling didn't die towards the end, just being caught by the Disruptor Static Storm, maybe Pure would have been able to carry the game to victory. And I don't know if they have a similar solution to the Morphling this time around, Purge, because, I mean, Earth Spirit Enchantress, are they able to deal with a Morphling in the same way, you feel?
I don't really think so. I mean, the silence against Morphling can get you a kill here or there. Pure damage against Morphling makes sense on paper, but in reality, Morphling's going to be jumping around the fight, doing the annoying things. What was clear from the last game, though, is it took time for him to get to that position where Morphling was the best carry. So, you know, until the 40-minute mark, Morphling is still going to have to play kind of careful and get his little kills here and there, but he's not going to take over for a while. So if they just, like, snowball their opponents and dive constantly with their 5 dive heroes, I think Falcons is going to be fine.
Once again, Tundra needs time. That's it.
Tundra needs time?
Yeah.
You want me to
I do.
wrap it up?
do. Yeah.
I mean, once again, I think it's obvious from the draft they thought it was a support issue, and so we'll just see if they're correct about that or not. I think this game's going to be a lot more even, because I do believe that they had some issues in the lanes, and these supports do solve the lanes.
Okay, so you agree that the supports would fix the issue for Tundra?
I think so. The issues we saw last game, at least. Maybe there's other issues.
Okay, let's see what kind of issues arise in the third and deciding game. Reminder, winner of this game is guaranteed top 3 here at ESL 1 Birmingham. Who will take it? We're finding out together with ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, the deciding game ready to start here between Falcons and Tundra. And interesting things happening with the draft, right? We're getting both teams saying, hey, you know what? We're keeping the cores the same. They're coming in with the same 3 apiece on each side. And obviously for Tundra's side of things, though, they basically kind of stole the supports from Falcons. They'll say, well, those 2 are pretty good heroes. We'll have those this time round. Is this going to make things better for Tundra?
It feels like it gives them an easier way to be aggressive early on. It quickly could feel that 9 class and Toby really couldn't make moves around. I feel like the 2 supports should be able to do a little bit more this time. However, I feel like Falcons actually has 2 incredibly aggressive supports this time. The way that Crit plays the Earth Spirit, he doesn't sit back. He's going to be looking to make constant moves early. Could even see him make rotations mid early. I've seen this from Crit when he used to play on... when he used to play on Shopify and stuff, the early TPs, like level 2, level 3 rotations could potentially happen. We'll have to see. And even versus bottom, right? If Crit finds these opportunities from tree lines, this is Pure actually could potentially be in trouble again. We saw him struggle a little bit in the laning phase. Not a lot, really, versus the Razor, but he was a little slowed down. This could cause some issues.
That's what Crit can do. I mean, he's had quite the tournament. Coming out with some very flashy plays.
And looks like right away they're going to start off with an advantage bottom. Snay even coming down. Snake Crit and Amar. I feel like we've seen this a lot from teams when they're playing versus Morph. They either like harass him like crazy before the first wave, or they try to get that wave under tower so that he has a little bit more difficulty. Fight Mon.
I mean, Crit's going to set up on this.
It's a bit deep under the tower,
if they can get away with this. I mean, it looks like they will with the Static Link building up. They'll get first blood.
Okay. Wave will push out as well. Pure does get a nice chunk of XP, though, of course, getting all that XP for the kill.
And eyes on Pure this game. I mean, last game, as a team, they were very far behind, but Pure still able to pull off some impressive moves. And you can only imagine that if somehow Tundra as a team can keep this game 3 a bit closer by the mid-game than the amount that they were falling behind in game 2, Pure could become quite the threat.
He definitely could. Earlier tools of being able to kill him, though, right? The Earth Spirit, I think, provides a lot more extra catch than they had last time, where it was just the Static Storm in particular. Although, honestly, Crit played like such a monster on the Hoodwink, so he did provide pretty great catch on the Morph, too, but... This Earth Spirit has a lot of potential to, honestly... All 3 cores can suffer a bit if he does get some good levels, if he gets good silences off. It's very annoying. Like for Kunkka especially, a little silence to interrupt an X combo. It can constantly happen in these fights. Yeah, I mean, Falcon, I feel like whenever I see them get these cores, it's also really scary. So I feel like it is going to be up to Pure how much he can do on this Morph again, if they can get to that point. Because yeah, the Timber, the Razor, I feel like it's just over and over again. I feel Falcons get this, and I've rarely seen them lose when they get both of them.
top lane this time round. Got Mallory getting a bit of the edge on the CS. Oh, sorry, mid lane.
Mid lane, yeah.
The top lane situation. I mean, Toby had a very slow game in that last one compared to the first one. Do you think it's going to be a potentially similar story, or do you imagine there should be the chance that he doesn't fall as far behind this time round?
I mean, I would say that he should have a better time than last time, just because of the supports are better to work around him. But it still could be difficult. It still could definitely be difficult. He's playing versus, he's playing versus the same 3 cores, so it still causes the same issues when he does walk into a Razor or a Timber. And I imagine they do try probably to put similar pressure, but his first like 3-4 waves already is way better. I think last time he had 7 CS, right now he has 13. So
19 for 2 against the 15 for 1. Just a few CS advantage here for Maureen so far. As will be looking the way of Crit on these early movements. See if he feels the nice little kick there up to the high ground onto the cliff. Whitemon will have to spend the TP to get away from that. Crit's early movements could be huge. Top lane. The pressure here coming in from 9 class and Toby, bringing Skeeter down low, but the heals are coming out. In the mid, a bit of aggressive moves from Maureen, starting to farm behind the tower.
He's really bullying this time.
He is. This is definitely going far more in his favor than the sort of same matchup did last game. He's getting much more of an edge this time. Early on.
Pure definitely, actually it's about the same as last time. I'd say there's definitely more kill threat bottom.
I mean, Maureen's still trying for something.
He's clipping the wave. Unable to go for the dive.
Still making sure that Topson doesn't have an easy time getting those CS under tower.
Oh, look at that wave. It is juicy.
And bottom. CS between the two of them. Amar 19 for 3 against the 15 for 4. Not the quickest of starts for Pure, but we know that he'll be able to ramp it up as long as he can scrape through the laning stage with this hero.
See, most of the time I've been seeing Crit not level the point in silence at 4.
Yeah.
This could be one where he does. I think almost all the games I've seen he's gone 2-2, but now he's playing versus Zeus and Morphling early, so potential that he does look for a sneaky little Geo Grip, even though it's really risky to do this because your mana pool is absolutely abysmal, and when you do go for that, it's like, oh my god, I actually have only one of each spell pretty much, so he probably won't go for it, but we'll have to see. Pure is already honestly staying pretty low, so maybe he just feels like the pressure alone is enough. He doesn't have to go for a kill with the silence. He can just go for normal build, not change up his game too much. Toby definitely having infinitely better of a time, at least.
Yeah, last time round, he was definitely falling behind in CS in the lane.
Yeah.
It's not the case this time. As you said, maybe mainly down to the support change-up. Yeah, this Timber and this, you said just as a whole, these cores that Falcons have got their hands on, start that they're having, they're definitely going to be a problem. Seen it so many times, time and time before from Falcons with these heroes.
And this time I would say, last one they had honestly a little bit less wave to be able to push and force towers. This time they have the Enchantress, which I think always allows you to open up the map a little bit more to get that farm, get extra stacks if Snaking wants to as well. Yeah, we'll have to see what the moves happen from these, of course, supports from Tundras. I mean, 9 class is just getting chased out of lane from a Centaur that's diving him in this tier 2. Oh, but he actually feeds the XP. Okay.
And the tip's starting to come out already here between them.
Yeah.
And the tip here as he takes down the obs.
Taking a bit of a beating there. 2 points in Thunderstrike this time around to try to get the lane to be a little bit better for Pure. Pure he just keeps getting almost full linked up. That one's a 46 damage.
They get the setup on a 9 class, and Maureen, he's able to follow up on it.
And it's right around the power road.
Oh, what did he? Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna happen. But Crit! I look at these tips in there. Crit's getting
okay, it's exactly what you'd hope. You know, game 1 was pretty peaceful. Game 2 it started to heat up, and now game 3. Both teams are ready to get the chat out.
But this is like mid. The thing is, the Zeus is in mid. There's a catapult wave. They get a kill onto the Hoodwink, and they get, what, half damage onto the tower. Pretty big deal. And I think Maureen, he still has the amp damage.
Yeah, he does. He's ready to look for action.
This Kunkka could die. He's thinking about going in. He does ideally want a stun to get the setup.
See what they can do. I think it was last game that they went for this. They didn't quite get Toby with this move.
Not on the first. When he had the arcane after, he got the follow-up.
As diving in for this one, and with the pullback there, nice micro for Snake King. Make sure there's no escape for Toby.
And the Wisdom Rune looks like Tundra will be able to secure them at the least. But Toby loses his life and loses his courier as well. And some tower pressure. And mid tower also got hit a ton during that. It's actually down to less than 1/3 after all these movements that are going down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Topson looking like he wants to strike back on this side here. But there's a ward.
There's a ward, so
yeah.
They're not going to get caught by surprise.
I mean, Snake's kind of trying to toy with him a little bit, potentially looking for an aggro play.
He's got Whitemon here, but at the same time, Snake King's got Marine around, and they're going to look to go in the body blocks as well for Snake with the micro, leaving no escape for Topson.
Great play from Snake.
Big stuff from the Ench.
That was sick. 3-0. Last game, I think he was like 0-3 at this point or more. He's actually making way more impact in the early game. This tower is potentially dead too.
Absolutely, yeah. These little early moves are really going to start adding up in favor of Falcons. They were able to build up the lead last game, of course, but this game, this opening, they're doing it a little bit quicker.
His deep ward is doing tons of work. I mean, Malorine's move. Okay, that one is a little bit... I think he tried to place the Iron Branch and maybe wasn't in range for the Timber Chain Iron Branch play. That's what it looked like. You don't really see these players do stupid stuff like that otherwise.
Topson will throw out a tip.
They'll throw a tip anyway.
This game is so high in tips.
But the Enchantress took a range creep. Mid-tower, taken out. So an early, very early tower for them to actually play super aggressive. And with these heroes, Earthspirit plus Ench can now look to keep diving forward. And in the meanwhile, while we've been talking about everywhere else, Pure is getting some farm, but Amar is also just matching it.
And neither really at threat of dying here. I mean, maybe if Whitemon could set up onto a Amar with some sort of glimpse back.
They just don't want to do the mistake that they had last time. Because last time they went for Amar and they lost 2 heroes when they tried to go for this kill here. And he has a similar situation with a Lotus and some stick. So I think, yeah, they're opting against making that mistake again.
Yeah, that was what sort of done last time when Toby had got the 6 online, which he does have now. 6 has been hit on the Kunkka. Toby's got the boat ready to go. But this top area, it's a dangerous spot for Tundra. There's Falcons, they've got the 4 of them here. They're starting to get the creep wave pushed around. They could start eyeing up another tier 1 tower here just 9 minutes in.
It's a much different approach, it feels like, with the aggro. I've seen no stacks, I think, this game so far. Last game, I think there was already like 12 stacks. Maybe there's like 1 or 2 here or there, but it's much less than before. They're both just trying to get that aggressive play down, look for these early towers, in particular on Falcons, that is. And oh, look at this. They're actually going through the twin gate here. It's going to be on top of Pure. Look at his HP.
I mean, they're going to see him.
Oh, the silence.
Oh, he's able to start shifting.
Not enough. It's so close.
It's going to be able to keep him fine and safe. He's going to go out with the TP. No stun available in time. Pure makes it away.
Oh my god, that was split second from him just getting popped. Crit at 5 does take the silence point. It is a very value game, as we were talking about for it. Can't quite get the finish. But they forced Pure back to base, and now this tower also in jeopardy. They are accelerating the pace of map control on the side of Falcons.
They really are. We're just, 10 minutes in, and they're really starting to take over the majority of the map.
Yeah. And yeah, I haven't seen them go back to set up for stacks, so just really looking to keep that pressure going. Crit and Snake. They're lingering around for top two, who's incredibly low on mana and HP.
He's in trouble. He'll be able to jump out to the side, but he's caught by the silence. Blood grenades out.
And Snake takes the 2 big creeps as well from him.
And there's no help for Topson. He goes down.
Oh man, he didn't even finish off the 2 creeps. Snake just poked them and finished them. These are big kills. Taking out the mid laner, Malrine getting an excellent start again. He had a flawless game last time on the Timber. These 2 supports are making it happen again here on the side of Falcons. Even though they're playing the different ones, Tundra has their supports from last game. Falcons has taken advantage.
Yeah, they really are. They've sort of come in as obviously we saw with the same cause, but playing it very differently with how aggressive they are. And that honestly could be what causes this game to potentially not be a very long one, and one in which that there just won't be the chance for Pure to get anywhere close to the point that he did in that last game, where there was perhaps a little bit of hope for Tundra.
There are some stacks now getting started, so we're seeing a double stack around it on an Ancient hard camp on both sides, as well as I think the Ancient on the far left side. So yeah, starting to a little bit of a slowdown, but look at Falcon's advantage. It's already a 3K here this time around, and with 2 towers dead. Amar has changed his build a little bit. Last time he just went for the Mage Slayer. This time he's just gone down the Falcon Blade route. Okay, bit of an adaptation. Interesting. He's gonna have, I mean, he's still pretty much a similar tankiness, but it's cool. It's interesting that he diverts from Mage Slayer when he's playing versus the Zeus still, right? So.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of after playing that first the second game on the Razor. He was able to sort of experience the situation because it's such a similar one.
Yeah.
Just sort of was able to say, you know what, that wasn't necessary. Yep. Go for something else.
Accelerate the timing of the BKB. Then he's just like, okay, then I don't have to worry so much about any Kunkka spells. Okay, Tundra looking to make a hit happen. Level 6s are online. Yeah, Whitemon just got his Static Storm ready, so see what they can find.
It doesn't look like they'll find much. Falcons rather aware of this. Maybe they'll catch a crit. He's kind of close by. But no, he's already starting to keep his distance. Falcons having a pretty good read of this sort of move. Maybe Whitemon can still get a glimpse opportunity, but crit. He's standing in position. And Tundra will not be able to catch them by surprise.
It's a lot of time spent there, what, 40 seconds or more that they were just trying to find an opportunity for somebody.
Maybe they get Snay. They'll drop the Static Storm.
Do they? Can he get kicked out?
They'll look to burst him, they will.
Holy
They'll get the complete connection.
Was that 3 ult?
It was Static Storm, Sharpshooter, and a Thunder God's Wrath. That will kill the Enchantress.
I mean, Snay is annoying, and to be honest, Snay was worth a decent chunk of money. He is 3,700 net worth and was on a killing spree, so... I mean, a lot expended,
money goes to Whitemon, though, not one of the cores.
No.
Which there was a certainly preferred. It's something, but yeah, not enough to shake up this early advantage that Falcons are holding against them. And they're moving towards the top. They've got the glimpse.
Get a catch.
The backup's coming in from Falcons. Here. Crit's having to get the kickback on a Whitemon. Skeeter pots the God Strength. The damage from Pure is enough to take down Crit.
Okay.
Get the boats out, but it won't make an aggressive connection onto any of Falcons. Whitemon tries for the TP out. Maureen's able to cut him down.
Can they disengage? Looks like they should be able to on Tundra. Okay, 1 for 1. A lot of reaction from Falcons, again, as we see them do pretty much every single game. Always TP reacting quickly. But no reaction from Amar, of course. He's like, I will chill and farm and be happy. That BKB, like I said, gonna be very, very quick. And just keeping it, consistent 3 to 4K lead, keeping their towers alive. I think that's the big thing. Top tower probably gonna drop now to Pure, who does get involved for an early kill. Switching the build-up a little bit. Don't believe I saw him have the Dragon Lance last time. Guess he wants to have a little bit more of that range versus the Razor, just adapting a bit. I think he just rushed Manta last time, if I recall correctly.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, when you just sort of look at the state of the map, you know, for Tundra, where would you say their easy opportunity is to make a move? Like, which of these cores could they look to kill at this stage of the game?
I mean, they still can get the kills. It's just the positioning of where they are. Like Amar, if they go for Amar, you have to commit literally everything, and you may not even kill him. It's not the easiest for them to go for these cores by any means right now. They'd have to they have to just commit all the ults, but the way that Falcons has been playing, they've kind of been covering themselves nicely to not allow these cores to get caught like that. Support's always in front.
Oh, 9 class. I mean, they're actually kind of going to make the split move. You know, Snake King and Skeeter will start things on towards 9 class.
Oh, and they're
the
getting
rest
Toby.
of them, they're on top of Toby as well.
Oh, that's a heads-up move.
Mallory and Crit, they take down Toby. Snake King and Skeeter should be able to get 9 class. He'll try and push his way up with the Sharpshooter. Drops the tree down as well to try and block him off.
Good try. He'll make him work for it.
He really is. But it's the fact that they're not only getting him, but they did get Toby as well. That Falcons' moves continue to pay off.
And just continue to farm with Amar, right? Pure gets some space out of it at the least bottom. His team looks like they're making the move over, maybe expecting some rotations to come from Falcons and hoping to get some type of kill here. I see Whitemon and Top's in position. Can they catch on the transition?
Oh, they'll drop the Static Storm. Thunder God's Wrath as well. They're trying to burst through Amar. They'll finish him. Pure's able to waveform across, offer their final bit of damage required to get the kill. Topston may pay for this. Crit and Marine in on top of Topston.
Pure
with the God Strength chasing out Pure. Marine's ready to continue to stay on top of the morph. He's got the waveform down to the low ground.
Marine
But
has
anything
a
to
blink
take with this crit. Trying to follow up and over towards Pure. Pure turns into the Earth Spirit, tries to roll away, but the block off there from the Timber. Roll forward from Crit. They'll lock him down and kill him off.
All right, they get Amar, but look what it ends up costing you, 2 of your cores. And you have to, I mean, you used quite a bit of ultis there as well to just get that kill. Honestly, he almost, like this, I'm like looking, I'm like, man, maybe if he had the Mage Slayer, he actually might survive there this time. But
we'll see it again.
Either way.
Did get very, very low. Pure, very nice to be able to head in and take him out, but at the end of the day, ends up costing them the 2 of their lives.
It's like Pure committing for the kill, just makes himself die as well too. So it's your carry for the off lane. Who knows if that ends up being worth it for him. Doesn't feel like it. Feeling the pressure, Thompson. 5k lead now for Falcons.
That's building up a lot quicker than it did last game.
Glimpse. They've got big damage.
They can kill him off a second time. And they've got enough.
Beautiful. BKB is literally on its way. Yeah, it was like halfway to him.
That's the time to catch him all. Their big kill, and they won't lose anything in return for that one.
They will lose. They'll lose their ward now, but that ward now got them that secondary kill, which is huge.
Yeah.
That slows them down a lot. I mean, BKB's done, but some pretty big kills.
Should be able to get this tier 1 tower as well if they want to stick around for this Pure. Having the backup of Toby.
Toby's got the Ags
Class
too.
and White Mob are ready to fight if necessary, and it won't get brought to them. Falcons, they'll let the tier 1 fall.
Toby's got his Ags again, but the BKBs are online for both of the main cores on the side of Falcons, so could see Falcons look to take a fight here, but depending on how Toby positions himself, if he can get an initial torrent stun, perhaps they could get some of these heroes. And also the rest of them, of course, don't have BKB.
Yeah. I mean, overall, compared to sort of the state that they were in last game at this time with the similar cores, you know, it's much better in terms of the cores for Tundra. Yeah. You know, all three of them, they've got good farm. It's just overall, it's the support difference right now.
Yes.
You look over towards Falcons, the two of them having a much better time than their counterpoints over on Tundra.
Yeah, Snae's scaling. He's going actually like the team build. He's going Solar Crest Jump, but that's going to make his Razor, make his Sven that much stronger, while the Morph, he doesn't have a steroid from his allies.
Oh, crit.
Oh, it's a catch.
Be able to get in and get the catch here onto Toby. TPs are going to be coming in. Can they save Toby long enough to allow him to turn this around and get the boats off? But Toby's gone. Crit rolls across. Pure will nuke him down with the waveform. Now on the side to get the static catch on a boat for them. It's a big cleanup, and Toby able to clean up a double kill from the grave there.
He got the Torrent Storm off before he died. That was huge. No BKB coming out from the Razor. He got chain stunned.
We'll see that again.
Split second.
They try and burst through him. They're not quite able to kill him off before he gets off the boat and the Torrent Storm.
Hey, watch Amar here. He gets hit by the Torrent. He's just dead immediately from it.
That's a big fight for Tundra to be able to have sort of handed to them there. Falcons with a bit of an overextension.
Toby watching from the grave. He's like, yes, thank you.
It all works out, and oh my goodness. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Well, hopefully they'll be back soon.
But that feels so good, to be honest with you. That's Falcons going for a super aggressive dive there with their BKBs versus Torrent Storm. And they get some nice trade kills. 3 for 1.
And then into a 5-man rage quit.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Good point.
Let's hope that they're coming back. I'm sure they will. But yeah, moves like that definitely keep Tundra's hopes on the table here. So yeah, just a 3k advantage now. I mean, with the moments that they'll be dead and the time that Tundra can pick up the farm, that lead will start to drop.
It feels quite a lot better than last game, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Amar
a million times better for Tundra's sort of hopes of dealing with the lead that Falcons have. That last game, it was all on Pure to maybe make something insane happen. This time round, the sort of wealth is much more evenly distributed on their cores.
And they've honestly
they're all having a game.
They've solved the Amar issue a little bit here. Last game,
a couple of times now.
He was like unkillable.
This time, 3 times back to back. 3 times what in the last 3 minutes?
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, seems like a little bit of issue here for the Falcon boost, so we'll have to wait a few moments here.
Probably Slack stripped over the cable.
Yep, good job, Slacks. He's probably trying to sneak into the room. Yep.
Yeah, looking at some of the damage dealt. Of course, the 2 mid laners, they're the ones doing the most right now. Thompson on that Zeus will always be in that top spot, regardless of how the game's going and the nature of the hero.
Trying to see what other challenges we have. Any other items?
And that's pretty big thing. You've got to look towards Skinner. And I think Maureen, obviously, on his Timbersaw, yet to die this game. And he didn't die at all last game, right?
Nope. He went the Aghanim.
Maureen didn't die at all last game. 5-0-18. So he's going to be looking to keep his unkillable stat in touch here, going into the second Timbersaw game for him this series.
Always has this kill threat onto Toby in these moments in the game. The thing is, though, now Toby, having a much better game than last time, he's going to get enabled to have this BKB, I say, at a better time. So after getting this double kill, if he's able to get BKB, he's pretty survivable in this game.
Yeah, they will be very unlikely for quite a long portion of the game to be able to kill him during the limited stuns they have. Like, he will be able to BKB and get off his combo in these team fights. So if they want to go on him, they've got to be prepared for the fact that everything's going to get thrown back at them.
Yeah, definitely feeling the bit of the difference, of course, not having like the AoE bushwhack stun and everything. We saw crit landing just unbelievable ones last game. He's still landing good spells with his Earth Spirit, but he's having to commit on his Earth Spirit.
Yes,
it's for death.
It's a lot more difficult around the Earth Spirit. Just say, crit, one of the best players, of course, in the world on the Earth Spirit, but just the nature of the hero, right? Compared to something like the Hoodwink, pretty strong hero right now.
Yeah, just gets to sit in the back, cast his spells freely for the most part. Even though they have ways to hunt him with the Earth Spirit, yeah, again, it's you have to commit yourself pretty far.
And that can be pretty terrifying against some of these heroes and the amount of AoE and team fight damage and control that they can kick out here, Tundra.
Looks like Marine's still grooving a little bit, giving this little head bob and stuff like that. But
so we're just checking everything's fine and everyone's able to get back in. At the moment, none of them have been able to, so...
Amar's probably pretty sad.
Problem is...
Pause while he's dead, you know, of course. He's probably, oh man.
I mean, should be. You'd imagine an easy fix. It is, at the moment we do have, of course, Tundra still connected to the lobby, so just very likely that some sort of connection going over towards the Falcons booth has a minor issue. But well, definitely time during this pause for Falcons to have a bit of a talk about how they want to go about getting that next move right. That was a play that they went for behind the tier 2, ends up sort of getting thrown in their face. So they'll definitely be doing their best to make sure that sort of overextension is not going to happen again anytime soon.
Yeah, if they go for this type of clear, Toby has to die before he gets spells off. Period. Like he has to die faster. Cannot allow him to get that stuff off. So
I think, from Tundra's side of things, the fact that this game has so many similarities in heroes to the last one, and that they are holding sort of across the board in a much better position. Toby with the farm that he has.
And they're not against...
They're going to be feeling better.
Not against Ag Static Storm potential of the late stages when Morphling was starting to thrive, of course, as we saw from Pure from the last game. So,
down the line, the only sort of way that they can go about dealing with them in a similar fashion is once those late game hexes come out, right? Outside of that, the instant sort of stuns or catches, it's not really going to be there. Pure is going to be able to remove, dispel, dodge everything else. So, absolutely. If they can keep this game in a pretty stable position, Tundra, Pure's Morphling could be a lot deadlier this time round.
Yeah, I like when I see people just like small adaptations, like Pure. Maybe he was like, oh, Dragonlance actually feels much better if I can go down this route rather than just a Rush Manta, Conda, etc., stuff like that. So little things, of course, mattering. And then, of course, we see like the Falcon Blade instead of Mage Slayer. Maybe Amar being like, maybe I would have wanted to have that or something. Who knows? You never really know what the pros can be thinking in here is. Snake?
Okay, so it does seem like whatever issue we do have right now is going to take just a few moments. Hopefully a few moments. That's what we have to leave you waiting for until we're able to get it fixed. So apologies for that. We are going to head to a short break, I've been informed. So we're going to make sure that everything is good to go to get this game on ASAP and that we're able to sort out the network issues with Falcons booth very, very quickly. In fact, me and Fold, we'll go and get on that right now for you. We'll go fix it. We'll be back shortly. We'll just cut to a short break. Don't go anywhere, though. This game will resume very, very shortly, I hope.
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet.
jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed. Rearrange it, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is starting to go my way. So go my way. I'm having a feel good day.
I know we've been losing time, stuck inside my head. Don't know if you read my mind. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, it can't be wrong.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies again for the delay. We do have everybody back in the lobby, so we should be good to get the action on very, very shortly. We're just waiting for the go-ahead from the admins. All players are in position and ready to resume. There we go. Yes.
Okay, looks good, yeah.
Network issues have been resolved. We can get you straight back into the action as we continue with this Game 3 at Tundra versus Falcons. Just give you a quick recap if you just tuned in or if you went and watched something else during that little break and forgot what the hell was going on. Falcons, they've got the lead, but they did just go for a bit of a move that did kind of knock back some of the advantage that they had. So Tundra definitely still in with a chance as it's still early days here in this game. 19 minutes in, 9-11, and 3K lead for Falcons.
Wonderful. I love pauses like that. I feel like it just like messes with everyone's brain. I wonder how it is nowadays in like the pro games, because back in the day it would still be the same. They'd be like, all right, what the hell's going on again, guys? After like a 7-minute pause, you have to like full reestablish. But Falcons look like they talked and they have their plan immediately ready in a quick smoke as soon as they respawn. Malrine about to have his Aghanims done. So exact same build that he's gone for the last game. It did make him invulnerable.
Yeah, he didn't die.
He's going to do it again. And he has a shield rune. So looks like they want to bring the action again. Keep looking for those aggressive plays onto Tundra. They feel strong. They do have these BKBs at the ready versus that Torrent Storm, so as long as they get them off or they pop them beforehand, the fight should be pretty successful for them. Whitemon being a little sneaky, perhaps trying to set himself up here to steal a Wisdom Rune at some point.
I mean, he's
soon,
got
but he's
a long time to wait around, Jay. Yeah. He's just getting out of it.
I was like, he's sticking around. But he is nuking the wave out, so did get the Thunderstrike, of course, on that creep wave, and it'll take out at least 2 of the creeps.
I mean, in terms of either team setting up for Roche, is this something that they could consider anytime soon, either of them?
I guess they could. They have the Enchantress creep plus a Solar Crest, so yeah.
Yeah, they're going to try it.
Could absolutely look to do that.
There we go, Skeeter into the pit.
Not going to be the fastest, of course, but it's pretty safe because Snake, you know, Enchantress things. Actually decently quick.
Ooh, top lane.
Do force the BKB out from Amar. But that rush is gone.
They can continue to keep playing aggressive. Of course, with this time, though, that they've been spending the pit, you do indeed see the lead start to diminish. So Tundra as a whole are farming up the map quite a treat in this downtime.
Pure claims the top spot for the first time in this game, and Dobson honestly quite close behind all of them. Pretty much 4 tied cores. And Toby this time, it's a completely different game for him. He's going to have his BKB at a pretty good time as well. Tormentor to fall. Snaking will be able to get his. Honestly, a really nice shard. Sporenko is very valuable.
Tundra, that'll get their Tormentor as well. Falcons, as I say, I would imagine we are going to see them try for aggressive moves with the Aegis. Maybe at least wait until the God Strength's back up. The Skeeter, yeah, 25 seconds until that will be there. They could definitely look to try and force a fight.
Yeah, especially with the Earth Spirit, more natural, you know, fight starter, and then, yeah, double BKBs to be able to force and run through the Static Storm, run through the Kunkka spells as well. Grouped up together. But Tundra continuing to get that split farm, as you said, so you know that net worth is pretty much negligent. It's just completely even, or negligible. Amp damage on Skeeter.
Yeah, they're going to want to go. They're going to want to try and find something. Cement that lead that they did once have this game. It's starting to drift away.
Looks like a couple heroes, at least on the side of Tundra, looking to set up and push out top as much as possible. Falcons want to keep this pressure going, get that objective advantage. Tier 2 glyph forced. Still have the Dark Troll Summoner, though. They want to continue putting this pressure here, Skitter. Took some harass.
Let's see if they can poke out anything from him, but he's keeping his cool. Onto the tier 2 again. Creeps have gone, though, so the back door kicks back in. Trying to cut the creep waves here, but we'll be able to bring it in once more and should get this tier 2. Still a good timing here. 23 minutes in. Falcons shutting down a bit more of the map.
Yeah, brute forcing it, but of course Pure keeping up that increased farm. Top also dead, and the Conda, it's finished if he wants to go for it. And White Mind trying to find any farm that he can, but he's going for more. It's not really that Aghanims game where it's like a GG Aghanims for the Disruptor this time versus these carries, so he's just going for these smaller items. Force Staff and Lotus, super valuable versus Sven, especially that Lotus. I mean, throw them Lotus on the Morph and he's going to be able to just run in versus Sven and Razor a lot freer this game if he's able to get the farm of it. And that's ideally how Tundra really wants to play, is play the game slower, stall out until these bigger items so Pure can actually stand his ground. So as we said, you know, as we saw last game, it's very close to him being able to do so.
I mean, that really is the thing. The fact that last game, it felt like there was still a little bit of a chance for Tundra, despite them being like 20k behind. Yeah. You've only got to imagine in a game where the goal difference is this small, this close, that there is quite the hope here for Tundra to do something very explosive in the team fights around their Morph. I think Falcons will definitely feel the pressure to keep things up and going in their favor, because if this game starts to slow down, slip behind for them, Tundra could hit hard.
Yeah, Pure in particular, right? Just if he's able to get these links onto the Sven, as we saw last time, just how fast he can kill him. If he can get those timings, like BKB, as soon as he got the butterfly, that's when it was like, uh-oh. Wait, Skeeter does get the kill, but it's a BKB.
He's able to find an opportunity to get that. It'll push him very close to having the Aghanims.
Okay.
But just a minute and a half left on that Aegis. So by the looks of it, probably not going to be able to get the time to really go for any further push. Won't have the sort of opportunity to try for the tier 2 top. But they'll still be happy with the progress. They got the tier 2 mid, they got the tier 2 bottom. Still keeping ahead. But in a head-to-head team fight, it's definitely not going to be clear-cut here for Falcons. Tundra, they're getting their own items online. BKB's done on Toby.
Toby should. The thing is, Toby should be able to get his spells off, right? With his BKB, he should be able to get everything off.
There's no way he's not getting spells off of these team fights here. They just don't have the tools to lock him down long enough to kill him off before he's able to pop that.
Malrine. Gem put on him, Snay, looking to keep control of the map vision. On top of having these, the tower pressure and the objective advantage, they're looking to also keep that vision advantage since the jump, it is going to be everything. Feels like one big fight could explode this game. Skeeter has hit level 18, max God Strength online. Crazy how close all these networks of the cores are.
And they know that each and every time someone of Tundra has been farming on this top line of the map.
Okay, Whitemon actually does switch it up. I thought he was actually going to go for the Lotus. He's going for the big play. He
does
the Axe. Okay, all right.
Top Pure, he's out just in time.
It is like the best Ags in the game, to be fair, so can't blame him. But definitely did feel some merits about that Lotus Orb and stuff like that. Like playing Morphling into Sven to return the stun to reflect Link and stuff like that. But yeah, I can never blame this Disruptor for going for an Ags, I guess.
I mean, if he can catch and control these cores, as beefy and tanky as they are, Pure will be able to tear through them pretty quickly with how good his farm is on this morph.
Yeah, they'll have to do it in a little bit of a stranger fashion, but it worked earlier for them, in particular when Toby got like the Torrent from a distance to start the fight, and then you drop the Static Storm on top of it if you have the Ags, so...
Starting to head out as the 4 of them here, Tundra. Malrine probably going to just TP back or take the gates up to the top lane. Could stick around for some farm first if he wants to. There's no sort of vision down here, so he's not under any threat of Tundra really realizing that he's playing this part of the map. Well, maybe with the Thunder God's Wrath coming out. See them go quickly with that towards the top lane. They know Amar's around.
All right, triple BKB's finished. Falcons, Malrine now has his also. Maybe he was a little worried about going for the dive plays without it versus this Kunkka, versus this Disruptor. Now those 3 BKB's cores at the ready. They're going to smoke off of it immediately.
I want to keep this advantage, Falcons.
Pure doesn't
want to try and find these pickoffs.
Pure doesn't have his yet. Oh, this would be a huge pickoff if they find Toby. He can, of course, just BKB TP.
Could even clear another wave before he's out. They'll offer up a torrent. They know he's here, but yeah, I should say there's no threat of him dying.
Malrine will get the chase. He'll get the wisdom
rune as well. I mean, nothing to be done here. He can BKB TP, as you say, whenever he wants. He's out, gets the wisdom rune, gets out of there, and is able to waste a fair bit of time.
All right, nicely done. Cleared the waves as well when they got both of those wisdom runes. And it will be buy time for Pure to finish up his BKB, which is now finished for that upcoming fight. All this time, it's just culminating to that one humongous fight. Snay looks like he's about to have pipe finished, so all about these auras to make sure his team can survive through the damage. He has Solar Crest to block for his physical, Drum to buff him up, and then about to have that pipe too. I say about to, he's actually 1,000 gold away, so I forgot how expensive Tarisk is now, but...
Tundra setting up around the mid.
There's no BKB on Toby right now, 50 seconds.
That would give them the potential chance to take him out before he can get the spells off if they catch him at the start.
Pure and Topson looking for a bit of a flank to just pop a hero before the fight.
They've got the vision down. Falcons, Tundra waiting on the high ground. We're going to see he's just going to go straight for it.
They're on Toby.
He's going to push in on the mid lane, and indeed they found the Kunkka outside of the base. Toby's going to get dragged back. He's dead. Malrine's able to finish him off. They've lost Amar. Pure, he's in. He's going to stand his ground against Skeeter.
It works.
To fall. Double kill for Pure. And now he can clean up over towards Snake King.
Oh,
closes the gap in onto the Enchantress. It's going to be a triple kill for them all.
They committed far to get Toby. Pure's just wailing away on them the whole entire duration.
I mean, this Morphling, as just the fact that there was a hope, there was a sign of him being able to do it in the last game. And now in this game, where the score's pretty much settled as even, it's, you know, Pure, he's probably telling you that this game for him, it's on easy mode.
It feels like he's getting just so much more out of it. Look at this. He just gets the full link. Skeeter can't fight this. Look at the damage on this Morphling. He's hitting for 400 onto that Sven. That's the fight, Tundra. Tundra got handed to them a little bit, of course, too, from Falcons going into that dive, and Pure comes out big on it.
This Morphling.
This is what he was hoping for last game.
It's a problem. It's a big problem.
Does he just queue up the butterfly now, too? He's got the Elven Tunic already, so if he wants to go down that route to just be able to stand toe-to-toe versus
they're not going to be able to kill him. And they don't have sort of that sort of ag static storm catch from last game. As I said, the only close thing that they could get to that this time around is once they get the hexes out in the late game, but that's a long while away before anyone's going to be dreaming or being able to walk towards any sort of hex in their item progression. Catching this morph, killing this morph, it's going to be a problem.
It sure is. I feel like it's like for Amar in these fights, it's kind of complicated how he wants to approach, because if he runs in first or so early like this, which he obviously wants to because he's high DPS, he's pretty tanky as well too to cause all this attention, it's always going to give Pure a target to just get that automatic link. He just jumps in on top of it and he's going to have a full link every fight.
Falcons, they've got to keep going. Go for these smokes, go for these plays, go for these kills. They cannot sit back and play the game out and farm.
No. They cannot. If the game goes too much later, honestly, this Morphling is absolutely going to have this
Absolutely.
success, so.
Now, seen Toby, but he's got the BKB back up.
He's just going to TP.
So he's away. Falcons just scrambling to find kills.
Maybe that gives them a potential for Roshan. It is back up, but they're going to smoke out Tundra. They are very ready for this fight. And the Aghanims, it is done on the side of Whitemon, too. Scan immediately comes
They'll
out.
have to get there quickly. Skeeter will be doing this pretty fast.
The roar will come out, though.
They've got to head over it ASAP if they want to stop this. I mean, that Thunder God's Wrath might spook them enough. I mean, Skeeter feels that he's got the damage to commit and finish this, and they have. They'll be able to get this in time.
Holy moly. That's quite a call
the
to make.
The Roach Down will be theirs.
He BKBs. He's keeping the hell out of there.
Yeah, they don't want to take this fight yet, Falcons. They'll bail out. They got what they came for, and they'll get everyone out safely.
That was a bit scary for a second. Then I'm like looking, I'm like, dude, a lot of damage that comes out just from that Zeus ult.
Now, what can they get done with the Aegis?
Yeah.
They'll wait for those cooldowns, as you say, wait for the God Strength to be back up.
Then
they'll definitely try and make moves.
The one thing about the Aegis, though, it is on Sven, which is a little bit of one of those weird ones. You know, he's kind of a transformation carry in a way, right? Because you have to save your God Strength ideally or something for like the Aegis spawn. So we'll see how strong it's going to end up being on Skitter. I feel like Pure is he's absolutely set up for success.
They can't quite finish off the Tormentor. They're losing to that. So they'll have to refuel and come back with a few more than just the two of them if they want to take that down. Oh, 9 class.
If he connects.
If he connects, I mean, he probably wouldn't have killed him, but still a bit of a scary spot to find yourself when you turn up to the lane after getting beaten down low by a Tormentor. Skeeter's fine. He'll back up, refuel. Pure. And he will be able to finish off his Tormentor, no problem. Shard goes the way of 9 class.
Full Scotty already for him. He is so massive. He didn't go down the butterfly route this game, but maybe feeling like he doesn't even need it since they're ahead. There's, 5k gold lead for Tundra now.
My sprites are with us.
See, Snaking and Maori, see if they have a bit of a better effort. Skeeter and Crit, they certainly will.
They got him.
They'll get themselves their shard for Skeeter.
That's a good one. Any extra protection, it feels like, I honestly feel he needs that physical protection versus this Morphling who's just ripping him to shreds. Every little bit matters.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, I'm like wondering how they approach the fight. It's like either pop a hero before they get some of these spells off, or Amar has to approach in a weird way to not let Pure get a full link. I don't know.
I mean, they just don't have enough stuns really to kill someone like Toby.
Not yet.
You know, they don't have long enough of a lockdown.
No hexes either on the horizon for honestly.
Like, he will get his spells off. Maybe you can kill the supports off quickly, but if you're spending time going on them, it's highly likely that the rest of Tundra's cores will tear you apart.
Yeah, it feels like Tundra now.
Super difficult.
The ones that could potentially be searching for the fights themselves rather than playing it defensively.
They know how strong they are right now with the 5 of them. They're going to look for the setup with the glimpse.
Static Storm
there. And that is not a chance at all for Maureen to survive.
Gem hits the deck. They're chasing for more.
Pure turning into the Sven. He's got the stun to set up onto Skeeter. We'll see if he wants to dive this. He'll turn over towards Snaking. They get the X-Mark drag back onto the Enchantress. Pure's in. Another kill for Tundra. It really does feel like Falcons, they're losing control of this game by a lot now. It's an 8k lead for Tundra. You could feel in the way that Falcons were playing. They knew that they had to play fast to try and punish this morph. The same core lineup as they dealt with last game. But now the game very much is at the stage where Pure, he absolutely feels like he's got this. This is his game to carry, this game to close.
100%. Jumps in, finds the banner. Toby.
He's got the BKB.
He's fine. And Skitter now potentially in trouble himself.
I mean, they've got the X combo into the torrent. Crit will be able to pull him out to the side, but Pure, he's wrapping in from the edge of the fight, and he's ready to get in onto Amar. Amar's got the BKB and the static link. Pure, he'll have to hold back. Same for Amar, he'll have to retreat back to the base.
But fully retreated, you can just see how defensive Falcons is having to be. Also to point out, Maureen, I was going to mention it from earlier, but Maureen tried to use the Timber Chain trick versus the Glimpse thing, but he got caught. I don't think they knew about that Ag Static Storm either. So Whitemon, it pays off him going for that full greed play. 9k lead. Pop the Glyph to keep their waves along, also to clear bottom out, since Sine actually got, wow, he actually got bottom tower down to 20%. From a Dark Troll Summoner.
Tundra looking for the vision. The Nimbus down, they don't quite have them close enough for the Glimpse back.
Okay. All right, Amari's gone for the Lincolns. Okay, so that's, I guess, the approach to block out the Morph so that he can actually potentially not get that Link grabbed from Pure, but still a couple ways, of course, to be able to proc it, even through BKBs, you know? That's the one problem with this Lincoln's item. A 10k lead, Pure closer and closer toward that next item that will make him even more invulnerable. Falcons yet on the back foot. Aegis getting reclaimed very soon.
Oh, bounty.
It doesn't seem like they're really any close to any sort of crazy big item either on Falcons that would change the outcomes of these team fights.
I just keep cooking Maureen. I think it's when I see him queue up the Hex, and if they can actually get that one.
It's got to be the item, right? They need it. Someone's got to get one.
Yeah, it feels like it's absolutely necessary from him to have any type of chance. Maureen, he is spotted down bottom from this Thunder God's Wrath. He does have the TP back up now. Close though, Toby almost.
Yeah, nice read there.
And the supports now, yeah, really starting to scale as well too. We're seeing, I mean, the two supports that Falcons had last game, it's the two supports that Tundra are having get this good farm. Even though 9 class has been a bit quiet, I feel like, he still has this farm. What's going to be the move? Both teams smoked up.
Exact same time here. This could be devastating for Falcons if this one goes wrong.
They need to catch someone and kill someone before the fight starts, or it seems like it's going to be pretty damn difficult for them. Pure has spent his gold. Full Satanic online.
He's trying to lead the way, sort of scout out the situation. They get eyes on Pure.
Don't believe that's the one that they want.
The rest of Tundra hidden now on the opposite side of Falcons. Neither team getting quite the bite that they wanted to start that move with.
But the push is gonna keep going here mid. Looks like Tundra. Do they have any creeps though? They do not, so they actually cannot. And it looks like Skeeter's gonna be able to grab it, so they can't actually go for their push here onto mid. They're gonna have to meet and look for the side of Falcons. They're just hanging around in the area.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Thompson able to keep the creep waves cut.
Okay, they'll push the other two. Yeah, they'll cut top and they'll cut bottom with 9 class. But they want to take this fight. They're TPing back.
Thunder God's Wrath to try and scare them off to start things. Falcons will indeed begin the retreat. They know that Tundra's going to be very interested in chasing this 9 class.
They're on crit.
They're going to get the torrent connection. Bushwhack to follow up. Crit getting burst. He's up into the air with the Yules for now. As soon as he's straight back down, can he actually get out of this one? No, he's gone. The rest of Tundra, they're ready to try and chase for more. They've got eyes on Maureen.
He's in trouble.
He's going to have to BKB. BKB comes out in play before the Bushwhack connects. Pure, he's in, just dishing out the damage to Maureen, but Amar is in with the static link onto Pure.
Pure's got the link too.
He's still healing up. He'll waveform away, separate himself from them for now. The root comes in and the Bushwhack from 9 class to lock down Amar. It's 2 dead. Falcons, they've got to run. They've got to retreat. They're hiding in the trees, but the TP for snaking is cancelled. Waveform forward by Pure. I mean, they're all going down. Maureen's gone. Snaking's out. Skeeter, he's been found. He will turn and kill off 9 class.
Can he get away?
But they're going to try and chase this.
Any vision for a glimpse? Another waveform soon.
Not quite. Oh,
so close.
Pure,
he's trying.
I mean, Pure will dive this. Oh, not quite able to get the connection with the plasma field, but of course,
damage is done.
It really is. 4 dead. Tundra taking each and every team fight now.
catch a perfect hero to start the fight, remove crit, and it's just, yeah, full panic. Falcons can't disengage. No way. Pure is able to just get in on top of them. I think he gets the morph and he gets the link off, so the Lincolns didn't end up helping Amar to protect versus down, and it was a link on Skitter again as well, too, so he can't actually stand to fight. And a perfect waveform to disengage versus the Ag Sven stun, so... Tundra cruising now. They've made it to the point that they needed to this game. Pure, an absolute monster.
Very much showing that in terms of the draft, what the sort of switch up in supports, it made all the difference. Just taking away that disruptor and hoodwink from Falcons, getting it on their side around the same cause.
And honestly, Toby having a night and day difference.
It really did. That last game was a rough one for him, but back on form with what he was able to pull out really in game one.
Yeah. And now he's got Timeless Relic. He's got everything he needs in the game. Yeah. BKB, Bloodstone X, Timeless Relic, close to Refresher. These fights just getting infinitely harder for Falcons. They can't really like, kill anybody, it feels like. They're all just so tanky. They're in.
Oh, Whitemon's in. They try and get the static storm onto Amar, but Amar's able to get out to the side, put the BKB. And no one to be found with this catch. Falcons will avoid the jump.
Is that the double ult it was, right? Refresher, popped both from Topson, so quite a bit expended, nothing gained. And Falcons will look to try to strike back. Since there's no static storm, I think that's the bigger one that they're playing against.
I mean, they've got to look for these fights outside of the base. They can't afford to sit back and take a high ground, especially when Roshan is back up.
They just have to catch him off guard. They can't just take like normal 5v5s by any means at this point on the side of Falcons with what they're up against. Have to do something crazy. I mean, Pure is continuing to spend his gold, right? He used everything for the butterflies.
That's true. Whilst they are overall in a much, much more comfortable position than last game, dying without buyback can change a lot of things.
Very hard for him to die, though, right?
It is very, very hard for him to die.
No Ag Static Storm.
I tell you what, the Falcons...
They're going to hear the roar.
I mean, I don't think they're getting away with this. The Nimbus is out. Can Falcons really try and commit like they did last time? The last time they got away with this.
Is it going to even die in time?
They're trying. They're going all in for this. But Toby, the Torrent Sales Kid is going to put the BKB to finish it off.
Okay.
Radiant will get the kill on Roshan. Aegis finally picked up by Skeeter. So he's got the Aegis in his hands, but he's lost both of his supports. Falcons, it's just the cause here left alive. They've got to get out. As they're on the retreat, Pure, he's ready to chase them down. Skeeter's going to go back in on towards Topson, but Topson's able to kite him up. The X marks there. Pure turns his attention back over towards Skeeter. That's the Aegis taken out of the hands of the Sven. Amar moves in with the BKB and the static, then will clean up 9 class. Skeeter with the second life. Can he do anything to help out Amar? Amar's trying to finish off Topson, but Topson turns, takes him down. Skeeter will be able to jump across and kill Topson. The Pure, he's going to be ready to run down this Sven. Skeeter has no more options, nothing left to play with here. As the cleanup occurs once again in favor of Tundra.
Skeeter had to spend, I think, 10 seconds or something just switching items out, trying to figure out how he could
Who put the banner down there? Someone just threw a banner down in the middle of that fight.
I think it was Skeeter, maybe, honestly. He was just like, he had his inventory was totally full.
Put this banner out.
Yeah, he was just trying to do what he could, but either way, the fight, it starts out disastrous, right? They're all so low. Everything's initiated perfectly from Tundra. They will somehow actually clean up Topson. Well, Amar cleans up Topson and stuff, but...
It's something, but... The fact that Pure survives again, his next time's done, the butterfly's complete, his X marks as he's dragged back towards the push.
And Toby has a full refresher, so a impossible team fight to play versus. 50 seconds, no Skitter.
Mallorin.
He's trying a buyback, maybe trying to catch him off guard.
Toby. He's got the BKB, will get his combo off, refreshers pop. Pure, he'll quickly deal with crit.
Mallorin.
Pure's ready to turn towards his next target. He's got eyes on Mallorin. Mallorin, Timber Chain up to the high ground. Skeeter trying to stand his ground against Pure.
Can he?
But Pure happily
I don't think so.
trading back with the Sven. Skeeter's out for 2 minutes. Pure turns over towards Mallorin. It's a triple kill for him.
Last time Pure's done it.
And he's ready to go for more. Let's see if maybe this game he can get close to the rampage. I mean, okay, the BKB's out from Amar. They have the X mark.
Not enough people alive.
I mean, Pure could fountain dive if he wants to. He's in with the waveform. Topson with the ult there will get the kill on that one, and indeed they'll tap out. It's all too much here for Falcons. GG is called. Tundra, they'll take this series 2-1, and they'll be moving on. They will knock Falcons down to the lower bracket.
Honestly, super well played. That was, I mean, Pure monster on the Morphling.
There's a reason why this team just threw out that Morph as first pick.
Yeah, an absolute beast. This time, last game, they actually had much more success with Amar being able to shut him down and keep him down. This time, Amar struggled. back-to-back-to-back deaths. Those 3 deaths in a row really hurt. That dive bottom with their BKBs when they want to kill Toby, just to clean him up and get some sequence to kill afterwards. They end up losing 2 or 3 heroes out of it. Just felt like Tundra were in a much better position from start to mid-game all the way to the finish, where Pure was able to do everything for his team to clean up those heroes.
Yeah, crazy showing from him in all 3 games.
Yeah,
again, you know, Pure sort of MVP of the series. It feels like even in that loss, we saw what he could do on the Morphling, and then in this game, we saw what he can do with the Morphling when things go a bit smoother across the board. 12, 1, and 10. Impeccable carry performances here today from him, and overall as a team. Yeah, the draft this time, they were able to very much fix the problems they had in the game too and get these stronger supports, the Disruptor and Hoodwink, and it really made things look pretty fantastic. A rough game from Falcons. They weren't able to deal with Tundra here, and as I say, that does mean that Tundra, the series is theirs. 2-1 here. They will knock down Team Falcons.
Thank you very much, Jody Pixel and Fog. That it is Team Tundra that secure themselves top 3 here at ESL 1 Birmingham with this victory over Team Falcons. And they went for a very similar draft indeed versus Game 2. And Jenkins, you said that support duo, that would be the difference maker, and you were 100% correct.
Yeah, they had a really good read on this. It's honestly, in my opinion, more impressive to see a pivot like this over a pivot that is you know, a completely different draft, because it's like they just clearly understand the game on a high level. Shout outs to Moon Meander for that, and also for the team remaining confident in that draft despite essentially, you know, losing with the same one. Pure played amazing. He is definitely the MVP of this series. His Morphling is extremely scary, especially when this is a first phase Morphling. Like, this is not like a 4th pick where you usually see it. They're just first phasing it. If that has to start getting banned, I'm afraid for teams drafting against Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, he played great all 3 games. He really did. Excellent game for him. They were behind for a portion of this game, certainly. Like, the Timber still did a lot what he wanted to. He was limiting Kunkka's impact. But when they finally did get closer to going high ground, Tundra was not able to crack them. Or, sorry, Tundra held on. The Falcons weren't able to crack them. Then they started getting kills, and then Pure was able to do what he wanted to do on Morphling.
Yeah, I think as well on the flip side, like, Falcons maybe look a little bit too comfortable in this game, like seeing the same type of hero, seeing the same concept. Like, this tier 2 fight before the disconnect happened, like, Skidder was still mid lane. It was like a 4v5. They get wiped. Skidder, they lose all their momentum, sorry. And then at 29 minutes, they're taking this fight top as well. Roshan's up in 30 seconds, so Falcons overplaying their hand in 2 real big moments, and then Pure, of course, on his Morphling, capitalizing both times. So Falcons, I think, a little bit more relaxed and taking big moves when no one's really ready, and also Tundra's playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was a great watch, and indeed all Morphling enjoyers definitely got to enjoy themselves even more because Pure was on that hero, and Pure is also standing by right now for a winner's interview with Pyrian Flax.
Yeah, hi Sheebs. I am indeed here with Pure from Tundra. Congratulations on that win. Looked a tough series, but one thing I found interesting is the draft that you guys lost with in Game 2, you then picked pretty much the same draft in Game 3. Why were you so confident to play that draft again when you just lost with it?
I mean, honestly, we just kind of fucked up second game. Like, we got a free game. Like, I think the second game was even more free than the third one, but you just, you know, like some stupid mistakes and some snowballs like that coming from these mistakes. We didn't get our timings yet, and then they just snowballing us and snowballing. We still made a huge comeback actually in the second game, but it just was not enough because heroes got too much gold. Like, that's it.
Okay. So you guys are only, well, let me think. One series, if you win the next series, you're into the grand final. Are you guys looking forward to playing in front of the crowd, playing in the arena? Is that something you enjoy?
Of course, I mean, I love to play with arena. I love to play with viewers. Like, that's why you played professional Dota, I think. Like, that's why you come into these LANs, you come in, like, you qualify into them, and then you're playing. Like, that's what we all want.
Fantastic. All right, a lot of tips and a lot of chat at the end of the game there and some comments. What's that all about?
I mean, I just said for Ramses because it's Ramses' happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ramses. It's Ramses' birthday today. And also they just got some beef with Amario, so that's why.
Okay, fair enough. I've got to head into the arena now, so I'm going to say goodbye. But thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you. We'll try to show our best Dota.
There you go. Back to you.
Thank you very much, and
Mario. That's good.
It is good.
Who doesn't have beef with a Mario, honestly? At some point, we all have.
I don't know. As a viewer, I find it kind of entertaining. I don't think I have any beef myself. Purge, do you have any beef, you feel?
He smashed me in an overthrow game one time.
Oh, okay,
That was unfortunate. I'm real mad about it.
I had beef with his brother. I never with Amar, though. Runs in the family. Yeah.
He pitched Mars against me in a ranked game, so of course I got beef with him. Yeah.
Actually, his brother runs a burger joint, so the beef does actually run in the family.
Hey!
That is genuinely true.
Well,
I believe you in a heartbeat. I also don't have any extra information to counter it, so I'll just
ask him about it in an interview. He actually does.
I will maybe sometime in the future. For now, though, I mean, I do think that they will deliver some top tier Dota 2 in the arena, but that's where they'll play next, and they'll actually, I believe, they'll even be able to play on Saturday. They'll skip the first day in the arena so they can enjoy themselves as spectators there, as many of us will as well. But that also means the Falcons get dropped down to the lower bracket. Maybe a little bit of a fan service, because it does mean that they get to play more games, depending on how they do, of course. But let's take a look at that bracket, Purge, because the opponents that Falcons potentially is gonna hit there, that's a tough bracket to be in, tough side.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams are fantastic for sure, considering that we saw Falcons versus Extreme Gaming in the finals of the previous tournament. They were at the bottom, ready to just knock teams out like crazy. But
this is a scary lower bracket, dude.
Yeah.
I do not want to be in this lower bracket.
The whole tournament is spooky. I mean, I'm also thinking about Tundra gatekeeping OG just to get to the tournament, and now they're like, oh, by the way, we're like in the finals. So it's like all these amazing teams are just ready to perform and try hard. And Dota's just in such a good place right now because there's so many teams that are inches away from the best.
Yeah, and we see different things per series. I don't think there would be other teams at the well, maybe now there would be that would first pick the Morphling, as we saw Tundra do. However, maybe I just want to go back to the game real quick. Maybe is Morphling first pick T if there's not Razor first pick? Or did it work out mostly because of the Razor? Because the amount of times I saw Pure just static linking and basically be able to kill people in almost 2 or 3 hits or something was incredible.
It's pretty much because of the Razor this time around.
I agree.
I think if there's other heroes that Morphling can pressure, then sure, but this was very much a against Falcon strategy. I think Tundra puts it to bed now, and then if they see it in the future, they'll bring it back, but it won't be as, apparent as this series where it was Razor Morphling every single time pretty much.
Well, we'll see if that's going to come our way in the next series. I'm sure that the teams have been watching. The next series is going to be OG versus Betboom, winner of that as well. Top 3 here in Birmingham, and will be the opponent of Tundra, where the loser will drop down to the lower bracket. Before we get to OG versus Betboom, though, we are going to take a look at a tier list video, specifically a 1xBet tier list video.
Welcome, everybody, to the 1xBet tier list here at the Birmingham ESL Birmingham. I can't say Birmingham because that's Alabama, apparently. We're going to be tiering the teams here in what category the team as a whole would fit into at a party. You're Cinderin, by the way.
Hello, it's me. I'm the guy at the party that doesn't even get introduced to anyone.
I'm the other guy that's, I didn't even attend.
Loud and rowdy. Okay.
So I don't think the order really matters.
No, we're not going to categorize them because, how do you make a scale?
Okay, so
we need 5 different types of personalities at a party, right?
Yes, and one of them is not going to be did not attend because that would eliminate about 80% of the players that we'll be talking about. And I'd be on that list as well. So, what's the first one? Somebody that's like crazy.
Goes crazy on the dance floor, right?
You want to sum it up a little bit better than that? Can you ChatGPT this back into like a more condensed version because I'm writing it? Okay, dancer.
Okay.
Oh God.
So, you're writing diagonally. Nice.
Yeah, I'm just making use of the space here.
All right, what would be on the other end of the scale if it were a scale?
The other end is the loner.
Okay, so Lone Ranger.
You don't want loner.
You can do loner. That's good. I don't know why I said Lone Ranger.
I don't know either.
No. This is the most interesting way of writing this possible.
Okay. Social butterfly.
Okay.
We'll just say social.
Yeah.
Or butterfly.
Social is good.
Yep, butterfly.
Okay, that's harder to write. It's more letters. Your handwriting is way better than you gave it credit for.
No, it's
not
fair.
that bad.
It's real bad.
It's okay.
There's the guy that's vomiting in the corner.
So just to clarify, the social butterfly is somebody who's like very actively talking to people, very outgoing.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we need somebody who's just quietly sipping on a drink at the bar, right? Or is that the loner?
That's loner.
Well, not necessarily. You can be like part of the group and you're there, but you're focused on the drinking, not so much on the absence of other people.
That's an alcoholic. Then.
Okay. So we need somebody that starts a fight. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody starts a
fighter.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, somebody who either starts or is looking for a fight.
Okay, and I really want this to be the vomiter.
Okay.
Puker.
Somebody who cannot control their drinking.
Yes.
Okay. So just genuinely lacking of self-control.
They're the ones in the bathroom, keeled over, shat themselves, whatever.
Okay, this is very, very graphic and specific.
So,
okay.
What's one?
That's Falcon.
Is this toilet?
Oh, this is welcome to the toilet tier list.
It's not often we get to make our own categories for tiers.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Toilet.
Yeah, okay, we can just expand this category to they're the ones that are in the bathroom.
I put an exclamation point here to emphasize how
Which
much
looks
of a
like
toilet
a second
that they're
T,
using.
so that's good.
Whatever.
All right.
Falcons, wow.
Okay. We're gonna, obviously there's gonna be some profiles that are kind of carrying the weight of the rating.
Skeeter, obviously butterfly.
Yeah, Skeeter is a butterfly. Amar would be the most likely to start a fight.
And AUI would be in this category because he's like me.
Okay.
Very reserved. But I think as a team, I would agree that it's between these two.
Heroic. The vibe that I'm getting is
Dancer.
Probably in between here.
Butterfly?
Some of the heroic players are kind of outgoing, I would say.
I can see them being in the fighter category as well.
Based on
zero information.
Okay.
Just vibe.
So you wanna go in between here.
Is that
what you're saying? I mean, these weren't rated in order.
I feel like that's the issue because if you have somebody that might be in the toilet but they're a butterfly, they'd be a fighter. That doesn't really make sense. They're fighting the toilet. It doesn't really do it justice.
Fighting the
Fine,
urge.
just do your original between dancer and butterfly.
Okay, I can deal with that. Okay, game and gladiators. Gladiators.
So if it was a pub, it would be fighter because Quinn gets into a lot of trouble, of course.
He has changed at some.
All right, that's a complete lie.
So toilet.
I feel like most of their players are pretty reserved. Like Ace, Tofu, Seller, they're all, I would genuinely just say in the loner category. And loner is not a bad thing. I put myself there as well. It's just you're just chilling.
I think they would be sitting by themselves.
Yeah.
And then occasionally Quinn would try to get into the toilet category. All right. OG.
Okay, definitely on the butterfly. Well, we've seen...
It's a bit of a mix.
We've seen Seb as a fighter on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
If it's Twitter, it's definitely like you're entrenched in the fighter.
His arguments are in the toilet category.
Yes, so it'd actually be... Let's just do that. That's perfect. That's perfect.
All right, congratulations, OG. You're first.
That's good.
Wasn't this about people that couldn't control themselves and drink too much?
Your analogy was too good. We're going to go with that.
So just every meaning of toilet.
Bet boom. I'd put them in the aggressive category, probably.
Okay.
Nightfall's very toxic in pubs.
Okay.
But then again, he doesn't get out much because he does have that haircut. I don't know if that's the reason for him not getting out much, so it might be in the loner category as well.
So we're gonna... At the end of this is going to be the toilet tier. It's just going all the way.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'd say between fighter and butterfly, similar to Falcons, probably. Is my vibe.
Yep. I could go with that. Tundra.
Tundra. Ooh.
This is the hardest one for me.
Thompson is definitely in this category.
Okay.
Would you agree? I'd say, honestly, 80% of Dota players are actually in this category.
Okay. Well, then this scale is relative to Dota.
Yes.
So
yes.
Somebody has to be a dancer. So far, it's heroic.
Wait, you put them in the dancer category?
No, but they're the closest so far, right?
Yes.
Somebody's got to be up there. Let's put it.
Let's just put them. If we're not sure, let's just put them in the toilet tier.
Okay.
And we can wrap back around to it.
Yeah, OG and Tundra can have a great time out
there. Yeah, perfect.
All right. Talon.
They could be dancers.
Okay. That was very confident.
Yeah, that's my vibe. That's their vibe that I'm picking up on.
Okay. I feel like just generally lively. We see them on camera. Okay.
Shopify. Okay.
You were very quick with this one.
Yes,
this one. Fucking get Talon.
I'm gonna be quick with this one as well. I don't even care about the players at all.
Okay.
Bulba is a toilet guy. He's the guy vomiting, 100%, and that takes over for the whole team. I've seen it too many times. That's staying there.
Unhinged. All right. The coach is the team
coach
identity
overwhelms
here.
the identity. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. There's no arguing this one. All right. Extreme gaming.
Well, when you're having extreme issues, you end up in the toilet. So
I told you this was gonna go all the way out here.
I feel like I don't know enough about these players because like the Chinese scene feels, still feels a bit separate.
Yeah, I have a very limited knowledge as well. I feel like XXS is he's a very chill guy. Not so outgoing, but I like him. The times that I've played with him, he seemed like very genuinely like a good guy. Ame, when we see him on camera, is very stone-faced.
Yes.
But
very toxic.
also some drama apparently revolving around him right now.
It could be something with fighter, or it could be between toilet and fighter, since we're gravitating towards toilet in general.
Okay. So what's the reason you want to go here with this team?
Just because I like
you just
this
love
category.
the word.
Yeah.
All right. This is a really, really bad idea that we took this word. Okay. I'm gonna veto, and I'm gonna put it here because this is gonna.
By the way, you get one veto.
Okay.
You're done.
All right.
Spirit. I'd say.
I kind of like them up here.
Yeah, I was gonna say up there. Maposhka is more chill, but I think generally I'd put them between Dancer and Butterfly.
I also think about this team, we're maybe a little bit biased, but obviously a ton of the content that they've put out really put their players into lively situations, and they make all sorts of creative content. But also just the vibe you're getting from them. I feel like I would put them here. When you have a conversation, Maposhka in interviews, very talkative.
Yeah.
Their players in general quite talkative in interviews, to be honest. So I think this one I'm the most confident about so far. All right, G2XIG. KBBQ. This not the coach this time. Now the manager is carrying.
That's right. The manager's gonna carry. No, just for him, he's a social butterfly.
He is.
Like very firmly so.
That's true. Do you feel like he could influence all of his players?
Absolutely
the same
not.
direction?
Nobody respects him.
Okay, so then, okay, that's very harsh.
But by the fact that they don't respect their manager means that they're in the toilet, mentally at least, right? Can't respect that.
Please tell me we're not airing this shit. This fucking guy. This one's tough for me as well.
That's the most information I have is Jack.
Right, I mean, of course, Jack is, okay.
All right, just put him firmly there.
Okay,
and we're
confident. Social Butterflies and IG.
Sure.
All right, Team Liquid.
Ooh, this one's all over the place, actually. I could see Toilet, of course. That goes without saying.
You could see that, apparently.
Man.
I would straight up here.
Dancer?
Yeah.
Firmly Dancer. Okay, explain.
Insania, jolly, outgoing guy, will definitely be up for a dance. You're right.
I feel like it's more social butterfly.
Yeah, it might actually, on second thought, it might be in between here. I'm just going over their combined vibe in my head. Maybe this is reasonable. Like you got Mike is a bit more on the lower side.
Mike is reserved.
Yeah.
33 is reserved.
33 is reserved. Yeah.
I don't know. Blitz is very social butterfly.
True.
As well,
we have had the coach play a pretty big role. I mean, Blitz is he's definitely.
I could put him.
I think. This is like the second most outgoing team behind.
I feel like they're all over the place, but I would agree that that's
all right. So remind me why Talon are top of the list.
Just because I wanted somebody to be the.
Oh, we just wanted. All right, Talon are just really good at dancing. Yeah, that's what we learned today.
All right, and I believe we're fine with the 3 toilets in the category there.
And
right?
very suitable. The loner category has 1 team.
Yeah.
That
is actually fitting.
That's very meta.
Yeah. We said we were going to come back on Tundra, I believe.
Oh yeah.
But I kind of like the idea of having 3 in that category.
Yeah,
the more the merrier.
You would.
Does that sound good to you? This look good to you?
This is a very controversial tier list. I wonder where the teams would put themselves. They would probably all put themselves down here.
You think so?
Nah, probably not.
This is pretty fun.
All right, let's finish off. The 3 you're most confident in your vote on.
The toilet tier, all 3.
Okay, well, that was a very bad number. All right, pick the one
You said
team.
3.
Pick the one team you feel like you placed the most accurately.
OG.
OG. Okay.
Yeah, the
Absolutely.
Twitter. I'm just thinking of 7 Twitter, and it's just too perfect. In terms of like vomiting at the party, that's probably not them, but we're gonna go with it.
I feel like these 2 are very. Spirit and Liquid are very well placed.
I like Falcons here as well.
Yeah, Falcons
They
are
have
good
a good
too.
mix.
Yeah, that's a good mix too. All right, that's it.
Thanks
Let
for
us know
watching.
if you agreed in the comments.
Yeah, subscribe.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of. No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and the sun on the bright side is starting to go my way. From a crawl to a joyride, though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize.
Welcome back, everyone, to upper bracket semifinals here at ESL 1 Birmingham 2024. We just witnessed Tundra Esports claim a 2-1 victory over Team Falcons, thus moving forward into the upper bracket final, which will be, of course, in the arena. But they need an opponent, of which will be the victor of this series coming up right now. It's OG Esports versus BetBoom Team, and I'm going to be walking you through it. My name's Tsunami. We got another shift ready for you. And it's me. What's this eagerly hands off to my side? Reveal it. It's Cinderin. Wow. It's Effie, and it's Kazu. Friends,
hello.
So happy to have you join me for more upper bracket semifinal action. I can't wait to finally get this out of my system because I'm living for the crowd. We heard it from Pure. He said the reason why all these people are professional Dota players is because they live for the moments in front of the stage. These things, the group stage, it's formalities. Upper bracket semifinals, formalities. We're just eagerly anticipating the roar of the Birmingham crowd.
If so, then they should play to lose so they can get more games on stage. Because if you win this, you're already top 3. And then you only have a maximum of 3 series left on stage. Just saying.
But if they then lose tomorrow on purpose to get more games down bottom, they'll still get enough as if they lost today, isn't that correct?
I think they get 1 less.
You get one
didn't
more
do the
series.
maths.
Yeah.
Didn't do the maths.
It's okay, because I know someone who's very eager to be able to revel in the crowd energy. It's, of course, the only hometown hero who's playing. It's Ari. So why not take this opportunity to teach you all a little bit about Ari right now?
Ari is quite special because he's very young, it's true, but when you ask the question, you almost reminded me that he was young. Of course, he's very skilled, and that's why he gets the MMR, because he's just incredibly gifted. He feels experienced, and sometimes I realize that he's not he hasn't been around for 10 years plus or something. He's very well spoken. Has a very good sense of how a team has to function. He's very empathic, he has a lot of empathy towards his teammates. He thinks a lot about team dynamics, a lot of things that you would expect from somebody that has been around for longer. And I think, of course, sometimes there are moments where you can tell this is the first time he's faced it, but he's very mature. He really fits well. I think he very quickly became a cornerstone of the team. I think the team relies on him a lot for a lot of things just because of his personality. I think he's very hardworking, and he has a good way with people and with words. So it makes it really easy to work with him. He's really good at letting people know what he feels, what he thinks, and also hearing them out and listening. He's just a really good teammate, and that's really not something we were after, in the sense that we didn't know him, so we were just looking for a really talented Dota player. And we got that, plus a great teammate, which you wouldn't really expect. I couldn't imagine the team without him today. I mean, without also what he brings on a human side of things. So that's great. So in that sense, he's a great fit. I think he's also very self-aware, which is also a very nice quality to have, because obviously, like everybody else, he has his ups and his downs. But I think he's very self-critical and self-aware, which makes it even easier to kind of move forward and just work with them. It's amazing. I think there's a lot of things I learn again with them, kind of they remind me of certain things, certain approach. Sometimes when you've been around for so long and you've kind of broken down everything theory-wise, you start complexifying things that actually are pretty simple, and they themselves have a fresher outlook on things, and sometimes I'm yeah, it actually is that simple in a case like that. And there are just things that I learn, of course, because they have their outlook on the game and their own kind of path and experiences in Dota, and therefore they see things differently. Of course, it's coming home. Who are we kidding? I mean, I think he must be pretty thrilled about playing. So I hope it's not gonna be extra pressure for him, in a sense. But it would be a dream of mine to play in France, and let alone play in my home native city. So of course it's gonna be a boost. I hope it's gonna be. It deserves to be.
If there's anything I know about OG esports is that the pressure never gets to them. They rise to the occasion. And Ari has risen through the ranks. Effie, you and I spent a lot of time covering him back in the Div 2 Western European DPC on those chicken fighters, the Into the Breaches, but his growth to be a tier 1 player has been admirable.
He really has come a very long way, and hearing that kind of praise come out of Sub must feel incredible for a fresh player like Ari, but he did grind his way through Division 2 where he eventually found success with TSM's roster last year, and it's very curious to see how the skills he acquired and developed during TSM came into OG, because initially what that roster last year lacked was a shot caller, leadership, people who spoke, and Tomato and Ari, who were both on that roster, both kind of had to elevate themselves as communicators, and it really feels like they've just carried on that trend all the way to OG. I mean, Sub seems to be very happy with their performance.
Yeah, I mean, like you can see from the interview, right, the way he's talking, because I've seen it from not just Ari's gameplay, like his Rubik is insane in the last series that I saw against Team Spirit, but if he can also do it with like the communication and making sure, I think what some people sometimes fail, like you play with a player like Seb, he's won 2 TIs, you're like, oh shit, can I really talk back to him? Like, can I tell him that maybe he messed up or something was wrong, that I have a different idea? I think both him and Tomato do that very well, because you need to make sure that you have this balance of back and forth and everyone helping each other. So if he can do all those things, which Seb is saying, it's just phenomenal.
It's a rare situation that you get the best of both worlds in one player, but it seems like they found it. Now, will it be good enough to conquer their opponents for this upper bracket semifinal? It's BetBoom team, and if history were any indication, I think OG would have probably preferred to face off against Falcons if they had the choice, because BetBoom team has had the advantage over them pretty regularly in recent history. BetBoom beat them in both Dream League group stages, Group Stage 1 and 2, and BetBoom beat them in BetBoom Dacha Dubai. Things have changed since then, Cinderin. I have to imagine that Tomato has assimilated more with the team, and so how has Miero joined BetBoom team as time has progressed?
I think BetBoom went through a little bit of a transition phase when Miro came in, because the style that he's playing compared to when they had Pure was obviously a little bit less farm intensive and a little bit more playmaking, which I think was, for me personally, was what that was one avenue they could improve. So I think the player fit there is really good as long as the personalities work well. I've been very impressed with him, and he's one of my favorite players to watch because he likes playing specific heroes that other teams aren't running. We've seen him play Lycan, we've seen him play Beastmaster, we've seen him play Enigma. In metas where summons aren't necessarily popular, Visage this tournament as well. So I'm looking forward to him probably bringing some of that out against OG again today. As far as, yeah, I just think he's the right fit for them. I think it also, in some ways, has elevated Nightfall. I think the Nightfall Pure dynamic sometimes could get a little bit too crowded with, even though the map is huge, is there enough creeps for both of them?
No, that's true. It did often feel like that, especially because the BetBoom games of the former roster were probably the highest average game time out of any teams in last year's Dream Leagues. They were going to like 65 minutes, 70 minutes. They were playing tri-core lineups when other teams have abandoned them. But now it just seems like they can play for early game aggression and they can play for strange summon heroes. So I do like how this roster has shifted in that direction.
Miro's a summon player. Why not summon an interview with him, Slacks? You got a chance to talk to Miro just a little while ago.
All right. Thank you so much, Tsunami. Very excited to have you on the stream again. I don't think you've been on the main stream yet, so extremely excited for the interview. Now this is our first time checking in. How are you doing? How's the BetBoom boys?
We're doing great, I think. Good atmosphere, so all good.
Good atmosphere, good plays too. I mean, you guys are fighting, of course, for upper bracket here, going against OG. What do you think about this team? This OG team? You think it's going to be an easy 2-0? You think it might be difficult?
Their captain has a lot of Dota experience, but I think we can beat them.
You think you can beat them? I'm going to need some more than that. All right, all right. Now, I asked Seb a very similar question that I'll pose to you now. Who do you think is the most dangerous person? Are you gunning for anybody in particular to put down OG?
In their team?
Yeah. Who do you guys focus on enemy players and really try to go for them or not?
I don't think so. Maybe it's BZM. Something.
Easiest to tilt, potentially?
Maybe.
Maybe. That's a good professional answer. All right, cool. General question. Who is your favorite offlane to play these days?
Heroes?
Yeah, heroes.
I really enjoy to play Kanka.
Kunkka the most? I've been seeing a lot of Enigma in your pubs, but mostly Kunkka, huh?
Yeah, mostly Kunkka. I'm more like this hero.
Yeah. Well, any particular reason why?
Because he is a pirate.
Okay. A pirate impression, please?
Huh?
Can you do a pirate sound?
Yeah, hard.
Wow, that was very good. Thank you so much, and ahoy there to all your Bet Boom fans, because we'll be seeing them potentially in the upper bracket. Back to you, Mr. Tsunami.
Thank you very much, Miaro, for that interview. Yeah, he has been... I guess it's a little bit out of character that he would prefer the Kunkka over his traditional summon heroes, but he's keeping the variety going.
Yeah, I mean, he's an offlane player. He is like a true offlane player in the sense of the word. He went into Dota being an offlane player. His career was an offlane player. You can play anything from your Timbersaws and Marses to your Beastmasters and Lycans to your Kunkkas or even Snapfires. I mean, the hero pool, like this huge variety that he brought into BetBoom, made their drafting stage so much simpler and so much easier.
Yeah, and I think also like Kunkka is just a really good hero in this meta. He lanes well, he can flex, he can take stacks, jungle, he gives you a team fight. It's just a chill hero. Feels good to play even if you're a shit game. You get your Ag Storm, you know, you throw some Torrents, you think you're good, but your team wins the fight, you're happy.
The thing is, though, that I want it to be fast because these two teams have a little bit of a trend going on. Let's take a look at our U.S. Air Force Wisdom rune for this game. First tower kill percentage. Would you know it? It's both the teams that we're facing off against right now, OG and BetBoom, very regularly get the first tower of the game. And is that indicative of the fact that they're clearly top of their groups, best in the tournament right now?
I think it's indicative of some of the playstyle that we've seen from them in the games in general. I think one of the heroes that tends to find the first tower will a lot of the time be Enchantress. This is something both teams have had quite a lot of success with. And also, like a tempo thing. I would say OG in general, for me, is maybe the most aggressive team in this tournament. I think they are very hungry to make moves and bring sometimes, I would say, Tomato maybe going for some uncharacteristic gate plays. I've seen him gank as level 5 Void, for example, just to get out of his lane when he isn't having a good time and maybe open up space for himself. So I feel like that is, it's a bit telling with the stat.
But also the three teams that showed up, OG, BetBoom, and Falcons, these are teams with incredibly strong offlane duos. Often the first tower is taken from the offlane. And all of these teams have been consistently winning their offlane matchups or drafting to win the offlane matchups. So for me, that's just, it tells you the strength of these dual players.
Yeah, I actually think like it's the offlane duo always winning, like you're saying, and it's also these teams, they know very well which safe laners to take that can be parked alone for their 5 to actually then also go to this offlane that is doing so well. But can take a look at this draft. We have the Bane. OG have played this hero maybe the most out of any team. They've had a lot of success with it, especially on Seb, but I think Ari was also playing it yesterday in one of their games. But it looks like BetBoom, you know, probably want to spice up the tempo a bit with their Kato. They should be one of the few teams that can flex it on the 4 with save. I would say he's the best support Kato when it comes to the tournament right now. And this also does open up the Zoo meta for Miero that we already touched on before the draft even started.
Has any team played Kato support this tournament? I feel like I've only seen it mid in the games that I have seen. I know it can be flexed, but I feel like maybe
it's
been every single time in the mid lane.
Okay. Because first picking mid heroes is not particularly common in this tournament, I would say. We've mainly seen carries. If it is a core that gets first pick, we've seen like these like Razors coming, maybe offlaner sometimes, right? But Luna has been the standout first phase carry as well. So if this is just a flat-out lock on mid, it's very interesting to see it first picked. Coddle obviously not really exploitable in the mid lane, but it's a very telegraphed playstyle. This hero has an identity that's that you can now prepare for as OG.
And we've seen some snipers too come out in first pick.
Yeah, true.
So
Sniper as well.
there have been first pick mids. We've also seen heroes that you kind of know are going mid in the draft. But it's important to mention that this flex to 4 still is open. Even though Coddle has exclusively been played mid, that doesn't mean that BetBoom are going to shy away from their Coddle Storm combo, right? They played that for all of Dream League. They're one of the few teams that consistently run Coddle Storm, so it's still up in the air what they're going to do with it.
And I think also Kato is like one of those heroes, like even if he, let's say he gets somewhat countered in the mid lane or whatnot, it's more about, I think, the way you draft around him. If you give him the tempo on the side lanes, like Kato will always be able to still play his game, as we talk about with the flex, that's maybe still open for later. And BetBoom, they've been one of the teams, they love their gyrocopter carry. Like they've jammed this multiple times already, and honestly, it's looked better than I thought. So this is just one of like their very highly comfort picks when it comes to Nightfall.
What do you make of them picking Gyro over Luna? I feel like this is a patch where most teams in this tournament would have valued Luna there.
If they want their carry pick, because Toronto Tokyo has also been playing the Gyro. So maybe it's 2 flexes on the board for BetBoom.
Yeah, true. Okay.
Yeah, I would imagine they want to keep their flex open here because they probably want to get an overall last pick on 24 that just wins the draft for them. So this Gyro and this Coddle are still open-ended, and that's important. But also, if they do flex Gyro to carry, it's one of the only carries that can keep up with Luna in farm pace.
Yep.
I'm still just, I know I'm drilling this a little bit, but it's because for me, Luna has been the carry of the tournament so far. And if we haven't found this one-to-one core matchup solution where you're just like, oh, you can't pick Luna early because they're just going to pick this carry. Like, it seems like Luna can handle all of them. And if there is some in-your-face carry that could handle Luna, you also have the Bane to cover it. So I'm just wondering what BetBoom's rationale is here. Maybe they just feel like they play better with Gyro. Like, maybe it's that simple that it's just more comfortable for them, but it stood out to me a bit. Marcy?
I like the way that OG are kind of going for this for now. I would say Morph is one of the better hard carries you would like against the Luna, so they ban it out. I think Ari's Marcy is incredible. You always love having range carries with this. And if it were to be a Gyro carry, you kind of know that eventually this game will come down to can Luna or Gyro, like who can stand their ground better, which team fight around them is better, so you amplify your Luna with the Marcy. Kind of goes hand in hand. I like it.
It also opens up space for their Marcy plus Brew offlane that OG have been running consistently. Like, they just love to run it. They think it's very strong. And Marcy can rotate after a few levels, come back top with the Brew at level 6, get the tower. It's been effective almost every time. The only issue is if OG decide to do the Marcy plus Brew, they haven't really solved the mid Coddle. Because the thing about mid Coddle is you need heroes that jump on it, right?
Yeah.
You need to address within your draft that this still could be a first pick mid hero. So typically you draft heroes who either buy early blinks or have natural blinks built in. And while Marcy does have rebound, it's not that effective of a tool because Coddle can just blinding light her away in the middle of her rebound.
Like, they have good vision now, right? With Luna and Bane both giving you like the night vision potentially. But yeah, they need a hero that will deal with the Coddle in some way. Whether it's some Storm, Pangos, like whatever they want to go for, they need it. Otherwise, this mid Coddle, which is very likely to be the case, you never want to, like, come on, first pick core, giving them a free game, it's not the way you want to go.
Beastmaster shows up for Miero.
Yeah, love to see that.
It came out a little bit earlier than you think, but you do see the enemy safe lane. You do know who you're playing into, so maybe you feel more comfortable bringing it out here as Miero, because typically BetBoom always pick it on overall last phase.
Do you think this is a good way of solving a potential Luna lane that you're just flat out spell spamming? Like, you could play Beastmaster Rubik, just throw axes, you fade bolt the waves, you push into Luna's tower and try to pull. Is that the way you beat that lane? Because we've seen Luna a lot of the time, she gets a foothold, she gets 2 levels in Lunar Blessing, and her support and her together just start bullying the lane. Maybe you just never have to fight if you can just push them into tower all the time.
I would imagine that Bane struggles very heavily versus the boars of Beastmaster. So if you're a Bane and you're getting hit by boars and a Rubik Fadebolt, you can't really trade into this lane. So it does look like a very solid lane for BetBoom. So outside of being able to play into Luna quite well, they're always going to have the stacking potential of Beastmaster.
So I do like that BetBoom went for the Beast. We talk about against the Bane, very good. Also another amplifier for your Gyro. I think both lineups right now, their mid game is very strong. And I think when BetBoom went out with this Beast, there was a... I feel like Roshan should kind of go to the back of your mind too. Like, they have Gyro Beast, so in the mid game, you need something for OG that does that. I would say they gave up a little bit of the jump and like the Coddle counter in terms of jumping him, but they have Luna TA with a Marcy. Their mid game and like this Roche fighting already is something that I'm looking for, that both teams maybe even want to double down more on. Because for now, I think that this TA is a really nasty pick for OG.
Yeah, I love this TA pick. We've seen some really cool TA picks in this tournament, the other one being by XM a few days ago. But this TA versus Coddle is very cool, because TA should not struggle in any way. It's actually Coddle who's going to struggle last hitting versus TA. She should be able to deny everything. You can refract off the Illuminating Blast, and then when Coddle goes jungle, you just push his tower. Like, you're going to pressure this tower so hard, and there isn't really that much protection by means of BetBoom support.
And there's so much vision now too on OG, like just the night vision alone, you have the traps later. So for now, I think both teams are probably pretty happy. I would slightly lean towards OG, but of course for BetBoom, they have the overall last pick of the game, so they'll need to kind of see how they really want to bring it together. OG are just banning out the TB, because I would say it kind of makes sense. Just very good against both the TA Luna.
So I'm looking at OG's lineup in a vacuum, and I think it looks really strong. The main thing I'm thinking is when I see OG really popping off, I think most of the time BZM is playing something a little more active. Is it a concern here that the type of hero that Whisper needs to pick can be cornered out here by BetBoom? Because I look at Luna TA. Both heroes want to farm stacks in the jungle. Both heroes need ramp-up time, right? You're not really going to see your TA rotate until minute 15 most of the time. She needs to maybe get a shard in some cases, and both Luna and TA want to farm the same Ancients. Is this maybe, like, I'm looking at it, is it a bit too greedy, perhaps, against a Coddle tempo lineup?
I think that's a fair concern, but if TA is versus Coddle mid, she should absolutely dumpster that lane, right? So if you already have the leg up from the laning stage as a TA, we've seen like XM, for example, he went for Dragonlance into Blink into Shard. He did not build to farm. So because of how advantageous his lane was and how early he took the tower and how much he out-CS'd the enemy Zeus, he was able to play a very active game. So I'm actually thinking, is this TA enough of a concern where they flex the Coddle to position 4? And they keep the gyro as carry?
I think maybe they should do it, to be honest. Like, unless they find this type of way where they can speed up the game, because I think this Coddle mid, he's been addressed. Unless you feel like you bring him back by having advantageous side lanes that he can play off of, I don't really like his spot in the game. But when it comes to the greediness of OG, I think it's like the way Dota is right now, the map is so big. If you do well in lanes, I think everyone has enough space to farm. And I'm really looking at just this mid-game tempo from OG. I think it's really nasty. I'm hoping that BetBoom will look at a way to address it.
I just wonder if the Storm is still up in the air for BetBoom because they have overall last pick. So maybe if this last pick from OG doesn't have a reliable stun, they really might just bring out the last pick Storm for GPK.
Yeah.
They have been looking ridiculously good when they've played Storm, Coddle, Beast together. Those three, just the Beastmaster getting the early safe lane tower and then just keep playing super aggressively together, playing this hunting style. Could definitely be a thing. First underlord of the tournament, it looks like.
Yep, it's been banned a few times, but first pick.
It makes sense when you look at OG's composition, right? Because they're going to have this early group up with Luna, TA, and the Marcy sidekick. They're going to try to take early rushes. You just need a hero that can build auras for that earlier ball than the enemy team. Something that can mitigate the damage coming out of BetBoom. Potentially even buy a pipe for the Coddle plus Gyro.
I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan. I still stand by what I said before. I feel like this is a bit too slow. Like Underlord, TA, Luna cores, there is definitely timing windows where this is really strong. I personally would like to see BetBoom still put the Coddle mid, but maybe I'm overestimating how well he can do in lane against TA. I agree it's TA favored, but I don't think it's like she's going to destroy him by like a landslide. I think Coddle can still do fine and start making moves around the map, but maybe that's a bit naive. It just feels like two complete clash of styles here, and I think BetBoom would be making a mistake not trying to play fast and just run at OG before their lineup really comes online.
Well, if you want the Coddle mid, then what do you want the Gyrocopter to be? Support or a carry?
I could see maybe like some... I feel like if Coddle goes mid, I need this carry to be like some Monkey King type hero that would like speed up the game.
Right.
They will just do Gyro carry with ET5. I think that's like a different way to kind of abuse this offlane of OG. Like they're showing you Marcy Underlord. I would say it's similar to... Like they're showing you an open hand of a pretty damn weak lane, so you better make use of it. I would say ET is pretty chill for that. It also helps the Coddle in a different way later. Good lane, Spirit, more damage. I think this is fine.
I think amplifying the magic damage here is going to be really good, right? Because you've got Gyro and Coddle both on your team. But I feel like this OG pipe might actually offset so much. And how well really is this ET going to do at the early stages of the game? Because I feel like if OG bring multiple heroes to the ET lane, they should actually successfully kick out ET plus Gyro if they bring 3 or 4 heroes. So it's a bit of a question mark for me. I think that BetBoom's lineup is a little bit more one-dimensional, if I'm being honest, than OG's. So I do slightly favor OG's just for how synergetic it is and how well I think TA is going to do in the lane, because I still feel like she went quite unsolved.
Yeah, I feel like the lanes for BetBoom are my biggest question mark. I feel like if their lanes don't go well, I'm siding with Effie that I think both Luna and TA have a very free game. They're nicely backed up. They're going to get the first Aegis. I feel like if that doesn't go in the hands of BetBoom, their lineup kind of falls flat. But if their lanes go well and Coddle can go around and offset this, then I feel like it flips the other way. But I'm leaning with OG.
There is a little bit of a backup plan for BetBoom in that all their heroes, including the last pick ET, are great at invading. You were mentioning that stacks were going to be a high priority for the Luna and the Templar assassin. If the lanes go catastrophic, then they can just be like, well, we're just going to lock you out of being able to farm your jungle on OG.
Yeah, I definitely think ET Coddle should be looking for this, no matter the game state. If they're owning, they should be looking to contest the stacks. And if they're far behind, I think it's their way back into the game. So I agree 100%. The dire triangle is really where this is at for BetBoom in either case.
And we should keep in mind this is still a Coddle game. Like with the Coddle in the team, there's always so many shenanigans that can happen on the side lanes. Like once Coddle hits level 6, if GPK can get a good rotation to either side lane and get a couple of key kills on that level 6 timing, then the game will change. But if off of that level 6, all you're doing is farming for the next 4 minutes on Coddle because you can't kill side lanes, then you're not making use of the hero. So all eyes on how GPK is going to play.
Which I've had no reason to doubt Coddle recently. Every time that I would think that his rotations wouldn't be able to net anything, it seems like this old man on a horse can still do work. Now let's see if he'll be able to do work in this upper bracket semi-final. Let's get into game number 1 with our casters. It's Gary B and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Yes, let's get into this best of 3. I mean, Dota, a game of so many factors and parameters, all these little shenanigans, like Effie was saying, could go on, but a tale as old as time. Timings, in fact, here. BetBoom with their Kotl, their Beastmaster, wanting these early items, those rotations and ganks to get the ball rolling, whereas OG, it looks like the ancient stacks farming and the scaling is in their hands, so that middle of the game, 20 to 25 minutes, potentially very hectic and important for both of these squads to really hit that nail.
Pretty much. I think BetBoom, they need to dominate with this Keeper of the Light from the mid lane. This hero is sitting at 60% win rate right now. And every single time I watch this hero play, it's pretty much the same as Zeus. The insane amount of damage comes online super quickly. His Urn of Shadow, Spirit Vessel into Boots of Travel makes him pretty much a global hero. Very difficult to catch. Not sure if they're going to get the value out of this Underlord. I'm a little bit concerned about the pick, but maybe because we didn't see the pick, the Underlord in quite some time. And want to see what Whisper's going to be able to do, because there's definitely a lot of kill threat coming out from ET and Gyrocopter, and Keeper of the Light, he does tend to join some of these earlier fights. Get that level 6, Solar Bind, very easy to use ability as well with the cast range and everything, sets things up for a lot of spells.
Yeah, super excited to see how these lanes develop, right? Because, you know, Marcy, a reasonably new hero, I know Seb's been talking about it. Ari likes playing these newer, flashy heroes, the Marcy, the Hoodwink, stuff like that. You know, bringing a bit of flavor to the table here. Pairing it with an Underlord, you know, maybe bring people into the Firestorm, make that lane untenable for BetBoom. But, you know, going to be going up against some absolute masters in that safe lane.
Some big amount of XP already on Toronto Tokyo. He did kill that Observer Ward, so we'll get level 2 much faster, and we'll have Stomp available if necessary. Love that the Gyrocopter starting with the Flat Cannon level 1. You know, it's a zoning tool as well. Toronto Tokyo, Wind Lace, bringing extra stuff on the courier heal itself.
Careful! A blood grenade and first blood! I mean, there it is! He just walked right on into them.
Okay, I think he deserved that tip. They're like, this was handled to us. This first blood. even Seb from the top lane probably wasn't even watching. He's like, I'll give him the third tip.
Yeah, family tips. Everyone get involved. No matter where you are on the map. I mean, that there we just a level 1, right? I was going to start saying, you know, maybe once we get into this sidekick and Attribute Aura, we've got a lot of physical damage, can start bringing that to the table. Who cares? Dispose into Firestorm. That's your big combo so far for OG. First blood already up for them in that off lane. But Toronto Tokyo, he's going to come back, you know, full resources. Just put that to the back of his head. And he's going to have that spirit to be able to trade back against the Marcy and give Nightfall a better time in the coming minutes.
That's what happens when you don't play against a certain hero for long. You kind of forget what the hero is able to do. BZM in the mid lane, doing good in terms of CS, 7-1. Keeper of the Light sitting at 7-1. A little surprised that they didn't deward the big camp. This big camp that Keeper of the Light / Sniper likes to farm. Toronto Tokyo putting in some work on to Ari.
Yeah, right, so Dire Sentry there blocking it. And Ari disposes Toronto Tokyo into the Ogre camp. Runs away. Whisper not too bothered about just 1v1ing Nightfall.
Yeah, GPK does have a Sentry Ward available, so he needs to unblock this camp. So will not be able to stack it immediately.
We'll have access in the coming minutes, though. And that third lane up at top, Beastmaster Rubik versus the Bane and Luna. I mean, OG have had a lot of success with this Bane. Looks great in the laning stage when you've got so much stats. On top of that Luna Blessing, you're right-clicking like an absolute monster. And then the Seb Bane just hiding in trees in the mid-game, finding catches on otherwise safe heroes has been just immaculate.
Yeah, Seb has really been Bane in the ass in some of these games that he played the hero. It was because he's going for, you know, you want to have that grip. If you can keep the distance, right now they have some of the good heroes that can't stop the Fiend's Grip from going off. Having Beastmaster, having Rubik with Telekinesis, even Echo Stomp plus Astral Spirit can work.
Yeah, it can be somewhat like a free steal, right, for the Rubik. If you start that grip, can steal it out. Good damage again, this time onto Nightfall. Whisper and Ari on top of the gyro. Rocket Barrage gonna send Ari back, though, for now. It just shows, though, how much damage can be unleashed in this bottom lane just from a couple of rounds of spells.
We didn't talk too much about Rubik, but this is such a godly Rubik game. If there's one spell in the game that you can solo win the game off of, that's Firestorm. And it's pretty easily stolen because Underlord basically has two abilities. Fiend's Gate, sure, that's going to be good, but I don't think you're going to be stealing it. Even if it's still Pit of Malice, but the big one's going to be Firestorm. Fiend's Grip, as you mentioned, Trap's going to be good for vision, maybe Eclipse, but yeah, I think holding the Firestorm throughout the whole game, you would have no problem just having one spell.
Yeah, especially with that shard, you're doing a tremendous amount of work with the Rubik if he gets to grab it.
Yeah, because the recent changes to Shard, I mean, we haven't changed much.
Just haven't seen the hero.
Yeah, but the change was that you can use it on your allies.
Nightfall.
It's not centered around you anymore.
Pops his magic wand and
That's
turns.
a lot of damage, Gary.
Ari, he's in trouble now. Yeah, gets stapled by Toronto Tokyo. Whisper looks like he's falling as well. Revenge is gained by the Elder Titan in that bottom lane.
Good game, well played in the old chat. They need to say misclick. Here we go again.
He's going to unbind it now. I mean, you've got to, right? Yeah, people have got in trouble for that before. Yeah, it's all right in your pubs, dropping the... Yeah, there we go, wrong chat wheel. It's okay dropping the GGWP in your pubs, but in a pro game, you can't get away with that.
I still can't believe these professional e-gamers that they have good game, well played in the chat wheel. I mean, there's so many good chat wheels out there. Just bind something different, but yeah, big kills. Toronto Tokyo should be pretty happy about this one. He's already level 4.
Wow. 4.5 minutes in. Getting some face time with the waves and the creeps, and that double kill certainly helping out. Some retribution from BetBoom in that bottom lane. Looking at CS values, looks like Whisper dragging his heels a bit after that death. A little behind the rest of the pack of the cores. Luna maybe having a few struggles up top. We see this quite often, though, with Miera's Beastmaster in particular. He finds ways just to, out-deny, out-harass his opponents, so they never feel comfortable sitting in a wave farming.
Their tower defense is going to be insanely good. You have Keeper of the Light, you have Rubik, potential with the Stolen Firestorm, and Beastmaster, even ET. So it's going to be super difficult to push the towers. Whisper in trouble.
Left completely alone. Blood Grenade comes.
Casual Blood Grenade.
Toronto Tokyo trying to give him the clicks here. Yeah, not comfortable diving too deep. It does look like Ari has moved into that mid lane. Not currently scouted.
Ooh, Ari placed another sentry ward down, which is blocking the camp and is also in vicinity of the observer ward, so that's going to get devorted if BZM steps uphill.
Very nice. Well, it's about to expire in 2 seconds. Unfortunate there for OG.
Unluck.
Yeah, what can you do? BZM, 6-minute rune coming up shortly, so we're going to have that migration out the side lanes, it looks like. Already seeing Seb's Bane moving to that northern rune. Ari on the Marcy moving down south. Try and give this TA... Oh, the sentry's just out of range as well. GPK's put one down, but doesn't find it.
You need so many sentries around the mid lane. You need to deward your own camp. You need sentries against the traps.
Right.
So, yeah, they're going to need to invest heavily. It might be even GPK who's buying some of these early sentries. That's Ari's cutting out the big stack.
That's some serious economic damage as well.
BZM can easily farm it.
They sure can. Right now, they're looking for a kill on Whisper again. The pit is dropped, home missile hits, and Ari arriving into that bottom lane. Going to be enough of a disturbance there for Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall just to back away from it. And just as you called for, BZM, swift rotation into the jungle to clear out a stack.
Yeah, ideally, you would want to clear that stack 7 minutes, so you pick up like 2, maybe 3 neutral items, but this is also good. And again, this is being pinged out. GPK knows that they're playing around him. Trap already placed.
I like what BZM's going for as well here. Deep ward. Going to scout things out. That is an observer ward called a sentry ward again. This same funny little trick they're doing. Yep. But he's got Blink queued up. Panel talking about the potential greed here of the Luna TA overlapping and congesting the jungle.
Yeah, that's
this
not
way,
a greedy build.
Yeah, BZM just goes for kills, looks for action. Whisper TPing out this time as GPK makes his first rotation. Really nicely done. Out of the range of the stomp, doesn't get clipped by the homing missile, and away he goes back to Fountain.
First rotation from Coddle. You want to get something done, get that Urn of Shadow / Spirit Vessel charge. It's going to be available 7 minutes into the game on the Coddle. Like, this is one of the fastest farmers in the game. Right now, he's in the middle of the pack. The big one is BZM, who is dominating, also clearing some of the stacks, stacking for himself in the jungle. Triangle isn't stacked for OG. Both Luna and Templar Assassin, even Underlord, will love to clear some of these early stacks.
And don't forget, this is a Kotl who has had his camps blocked, right? Still incredibly fast at farming, just clearing out waves non-stop. 8-minute rune. Oh, there we go. 5 for Bet Boom, 3 for OG.
OG, they don't need to stack if they're going to steal enemy stacks. GPK did place Observer Ward in the middle of the tower, but it was still in the range of Sentry.
Seb has vision up there, sees Miero backing up, but Creep Wave pushing pretty far forward. And that Observer Ward spots Ares Marcy coming into the lane as well, so Miero can tuck himself in behind tier 1 and stay safe.
Templar Assassin, she does deal a lot of damage, having Lunar Blessing available, which is maxed out.
Thieves in the night, pilferers. They've
Here
come to rob the jungle. Oh, dearie me.
Fiend's Gate.
Fiend's Gate, gonna get caught up here by Seb and Ari. Whisper arriving, the roar onto BZM with the Solar Bind on him. Illuminate goes across, BZM's in trouble.
That's a lot of damage again.
From GPK. Toronto Tokyo does get encircled up to the northwest, surrounded by OG members. The Creep's still being cleared out, but this Underlord now in trouble as well to GPK's blast and Miero's axes.
Now, GPK, that's like 2,000 damage from one blast, pretty much. You should not underestimate Bet Boom as a team, because they will bring numbers. Nightfall, he doesn't tend to join as early, maybe as some other carries, but other 4, they love to play together.
Kind of incredible how much long-range poke and snipe they have as well, right? With this Solarbind Vessel, Axes, Fade Bolt, Spirit on top, that magic damage increase coming out of the ET. Just even just a cooldown or a homing missile from Nightfall.
Yeah, you might die to one spell, pretty much.
Without seeing a hero. Well, you don't see anyone, you just die. OG are going to have to be on the top of their game with vision and warding here. The panel was talking about the way to maybe defeat Kotl is to have a hero that jumps him. TA, that's her job primarily, right?
Yeah, so that's why he's going for a Blink Dagger immediately. Usually there is Dragonlance in between, but he wants to become, as active as possible. Then you pick up the Shard 15 minutes into the game. Miero,
very early
thinking about maybe going on to Ari, who doesn't have Boots of Speed, so he's very slowed here.
Yeah.
Roar in a couple of seconds. Yeah, Ari looks pretty dead. Ooh.
Does get the rebound off.
But neither does Beastmaster. I think if you just followed them, could have probably got the Roar off.
Maybe so. Maybe doesn't want to spend on a little Marty there. But yeah, early Helm, skipping Boots, going back into Arcanes, then the Overlord, of course, for Miero. And Seb, having seen what happened in the Radiant Ancients, doesn't want the same to happen over on the Dire side. Guarding things for the TA to arrive.
All 4 supports are level 5 at the moment. Bet Boom supports will get level 6 slightly faster. You would definitely love to have that Fiend's Grip available. We've seen Nightmare into Fiend's Gate, the double Fiends, or the Fiend Boys combo.
Fiendish. Yeah, kind of similar to the old school combo that OG themselves used to run, right? Seb knows this all too well. Seb and Puppy back in the day used to run this Bane IO +1 combo where you Nightmare, you relocate, you come in. Fiend's Gate, not too different from that.
Double damage.
Bet Boom getting the opportunity to finally clear out this ancient stack.
I think it's time to smoke for OG. BZM holding on to Amplify Damage Rune. Did just pick up a Blink Dagger, and there is Fiend's Grip available. So after clearing this camp, I assume they're going to smoke and try to look for a kill.
Now you've said it, it's definitely going to confuse me. The Fiend's G's. Yeah. Fiend's Grip and Fiend's Gate. Here we go. BZM, double damage rune, about halfway through. This clears down some jungle camps, not going to find too much in the way of action. Down the bottom though, Whisper caught up in that Spirit Vessel Solar Bind. A ton of damage again from GPK, even through the raindrops and Bracer. Underlord doesn't last long. And that is one of the big struggles with Underlord. He's slow, he's sluggish. He wants to be sat in the lane farming away, but if you get run at, quite difficult to escape.
For now, an even game in terms of net worth, but yeah, we talked about the spells that Rubik can steal, save, getting trapped, so that's going to be even extra slow on top of Solar Bind, Boars. I think that if OG run into Betboom, and there's another big blast coming out. They don't have, you know, pipe. They don't have mech yet. Also, these heroes, they don't build into it. Maybe Underlord can get it later on. For now, seems like he's opting to go for Road of Atos because that's the only fun build you can go on this hero.
Yeah, just get the roots going. Try and catch people. And you need to be able to unlock BZM one way or another, right? You can't just be relying on the Seb Bane. You have to add some additional layers of control there. And Miero, he felt something coming there. The smoke from the Bane trying to wrap around in on this Beastmaster. Not going to catch up to anyone. GPK, same story. In behind his tier 1. Already having gotten rid of that, well, the OG Observer Ward that was deep has already gone.
We didn't talk too much about Tomato. He is farming, that is Luna, but also this is very explosive lineup from OG. Luna Aura maxed out. There are no points in sidekick yet because Ari is playing position 4 Marcy, but once you get the drums, once you start to get more points in the sidekick, Templar Assassin with refraction, there's going to be a lot of right-click damage, a lot of lifesteal.
Important time here, though, for Betboom, right? Pre-nighttime to get something done before OG start feeling strong. So getting a couple of kills here, you know, one on Ari, and maybe even just a tier 1 tower push with the remaining members coming through that twin gate. Apply that pressure onto OG so they're not comfortable making their own moves. So that's what we've loved to see, you know, the nighttime moves with Luna farming somewhere, that global aura, just giving the damage into people like this TA.
Yeah, you want to be fighting during the nighttime. 10-15 is, you know, daytime, but afterwards, we haven't seen much from Templar Assassin. BZM did manage to steal some of the stacks. Tomato will get blasted.
Disappears. The stolen rebound from Save, having that mobility spell. You said it's a godly game for a Rubik, and Save really just proving that point time and time again. Seb going through the Twin Gate, the Fiend's Gate, up to top to take down Miero. Gonna throw the Roar, but dead in the end nonetheless.
Casual Roar, but yeah, this is gonna be the combo. Nightmare or Fiend's Grip into Fiend's Gate, and then you can bring the numbers, try to outnumber Betboom, but they will also have this a little bit of global presence that comes out from Keeper of the Light. He is farming up, and we like to talk about itemization when both cores are pretty much dealing the same type of damage. I see already a couple of Ghost Scepters queued up on Betboom.
Try and protect yourself against that. Not really a great halberd buyer here for Betboom, but you know, maybe a ET can think about one as an item later on down the line. Always a great pick-up against ranged Agi carries.
Yeah, we might see some late AC coming out from Beastmaster because most of the damage is physical. Sure, you have Luna, who's magical / physical, Underlord as well, but, you know, this Templar Assassin is mostly physical. They continue to farm up. There is 15-minute shard if BZM wants to pick it up.
Nighttime now as well. We'll see if OG can actually make a move down south. You know, bottom tier 1 would be a nice grab to take so they can invade that southern jungle. But Nightfall and Save have kept it very protected here. Pretty much full HP. They've got a high ground ward scouting. And Ari's down here. Looks like he's trying to leech some experience, get something going for himself.
Some big items that are going to come out on side of Betboom in the next minute or so. Helm of the Overlord, couple of Ghost Scepters. Gyrocopter will finish off his Aghanim Scepter in 1,000 gold, so might be a time for them to try to go and make a smoke play, get something going, because right now, Keeper of the Light, he wants to be active. Sure, you're still farming quite a lot, but you want to be getting those kills. You want to be very active before they get some, you know, Manta Styles, BKBs, before they get to the spell for Solar Bind and Spirit Vessel.
Man, Seb has been looking for this angle for a good like 5-6 minutes, right?
Couldn't find it.
Smoke from the right, trying to move in from the top, coming in from the left. Miero has just had that feel. He knows the vibe of this lane that Seb is lurking somewhere. Has not been caught out whatsoever, and now smoked up. Helm of the Overlord moving with Toronto Tokyo, while down at bottom, GPK TP's in to help out his squad. Dispatched with Ari quite quickly. Nightfall, hang on. He popped the wand, has a Lotus to play with. I don't know if he'll survive, but he's going to make them waste their bloody time. There we go. Fade Bolt from Save will finish it off.
Maybe not the kill that they wanted, but still, they will take it. Ari, as Marcy, you don't have like you don't have the spot in the game. This hero is not good at farming, especially from position 4. You need to use your ulti to be able to get some creeps. So kind of rough spot for Marcy in this type of a game where everybody's farming, but you feel like you're not doing anything. So he's going and try to break the smoke, tank the gank for his team.
It's giving Tiny. You know, it's got that same kind of Tiny vibes. You're waiting for Blink Dagger. You're kind of, give me a lane somewhere, boys. Might not be able to get it. Yeah, mild 1k lead here for BetBoom, like you said earlier. A very tight game. And honestly, it feels like one of those matches where it's going to come down to that 25-minute Roshan attempt, the big 5v5 clash, where we've got BKBs up, all cores ready.
Both teams are very good at killing Roshan, so we'll be playing probably on that side, try to get a kill whenever they are fight ready, entered it into Rosh. Seb again, behind enemy lines.
He's looking for it, hey? He might be able to find GPK. He's picking up high ground. Radiant Observer is up there as well, so it would have been scouted if he moved any further forward. It does give a chance now. A lot of the noise was made in that mid and top lane, so Nightfall could farm and protect bottom. But now we see Seb being a bit of a nuisance up in his top lane, but he's lifted and caught. Better luck next time. But OG, as I was saying, can kind of get onto that bottom tier 1 tower, finally claim an objective down there.
Yeah, pretty late, considering you do have Templar Assassin, you have Luna, a lot of damage, but we talked about BetBoom. Their tower defense is really good.
Toronto Tokyo trying to kill traps. BZM's got his eye on them though. And his Blink Dragon Lance. It looks like about 600 gold away from Desolate now on the TA. Stepping forward, but Nightfall has a lot of backup here. Dire Vision sees it all as well. They've got a real good understanding here, OG, I think, with that Dire Ward, that Nightfall, and the rest of the squad are just moving into the Roche pit.
I don't think OG is going to contest this. This is also a type of a lineup from OG that kind of needs that Aegis. You want to have it. Maybe the first one isn't as big, but this is where you want to create some advantage for your team with having it on either Luna, most likely Luna, or Templar Assassin, because you have insane amount of tower damage. If you win one fight, you can easily clear, tier 1 tower, tier 2 tower, maybe even deal some damage to tier 3 tower if we're talking about plus 35-minute fights.
But yeah, they couldn't even push that mid tier 1. GPK comes back, solo defends it. Spot on with that tower defense out of BetBoom. OG still looking to fight into Aegis though.
Underneath the ward.
Smoking under Radiant Vision, lifted back up, and BZM just annihilated. BetBoom trying to charge forward because that homing missile is on the tail of Whisper. Ari, movement speed, try and get them out of here, and a great nightmare dodge out of Seb. Onto that Whisper Underlord, but this pressure is just going to mount even more. Tier 2's going to fall. I really thought OG there would need to contest that Roshan. Letting it slip, giving BetBoom a pretty hefty advantage now coming into mid-game.
Their magic resistance is gonna be gone almost immediately. You have Solar Bind, ET Aura, 3 points in it, centered around the Spirit. So Rubik, with anything that he steals, is just gonna be dealing a shit ton of damage. Ari lurking around the mid lane.
You're removing their resistance and amping your own damage as well. It's pretty wild.
Dire are scanning.
The smoke from BetBoom. They are on the hunt. They know there's blood in the water right now, and OG, if they lose another core right here, could be disastrous. Towers could fall very quickly.
But there it is, Firestorm.
Firestorm, TA lifted up.
They want to kill him immediately.
Coming in onto BZM, blowing up the Templar Assassin with Miera surrounding her. Elder Titan steps up. Kotl is dying though to Ari and Whisper. They've got the Kotl all up top, but they're keeping the light still surviving. Owns himself, but he's still alive. They can't catch up to any of them. Luna's now caught up with the stuns. Nightfall's running forward. OG just shredded apart by BetBoom here. Does get a little pushback, trying to sprint away, but the roaming missile's coming. The dragon is following, and the Spirit was right over the top of Tomato. Whisper maybe with a Pit of Malice can hold them back. Buy time for Tomato to survive and escape.
Ooh, if Tomato dies there, that would be pretty massive. But BZM, he's unable to lock onto her target and try to kill it. And we're going to see the Jukes coming out from save. He steals that Firestorm, and you can see Tomato. He knows that he needs to take him out almost immediately. But look at the Juke.
Oh, man.
Around the trees, uses the healing salve. If that roar came like half a second earlier, he would survive. But on the other side, Nightfall, he's just going ham. They don't have enough damage to bring him down, especially twice.
Hell, even GPK got down to like 50 HP there and starts vesting himself back up. A very, very tight fight, but Bedboom, coming out the victors. OG take out their own Tormentor. Potentially, though, this is where the map starts getting really small. And that's where the struggles, like the panel were mentioning, right? The kind of congestion in terms of farm priority. Underlord feels kind of behind. TA and the Luna need to keep on farming and accelerating, but there's just no room on the map to do that.
They might go for the high ground. They still have 1 minute and 40 seconds left on that Aegis. You do have Ancient Black Dragon, but then again, there is Firestorm. You see that, like, even these professional e-gamers, they're trying to go for a push, and then they realize, oh, it's gonna be very difficult, but Nightfall, he's in. I just don't want to see those pushes that get punished. Whisper is in trouble.
Lotus on him. Hey, he's just being destroyed, though. And look at that. He doesn't last very long, does he?
They're not ready. Tomato is still trying to push a tier 1 tower in the mid lane, finally gets it, but they're gonna lose a side if he doesn't come back. Without Underlord?
Yeah, I mean, BCM's farming Ancients as well. It looks like they're just relinquishing control of this bottom lane of Barracks. Tomato pushing out tier 2, but the jump in onto Seb will get them a kill on Bane. Tier 3 down, melee racks looks like they're gonna fall with a new creep wave arriving momentarily here. And this is where, we can start seeing the CPs filter back and maybe get a catch on someone in that top lane area.
Oh, tier 2 tower is falling in the mid lane. They did pressure tier 2 tower in the top lane, but will lose a set of barracks. So they need this Underlord to be alive. They need multiple Firestorms to keep them in place with a bit of Malice. Save, unfortunately, did not manage to steal Firestorm, but Pit of Malice is also going to be a good substitute. I think you're going to be looking to steal only 2 of those spells pretty much throughout the whole game for the rest of the game.
And just snatch them up. That has got to be one of the best first Aegises I've seen in a long while, though. Usually it's like, okay, we farm, we kill tier 2s. This was, okay, boys, high ground time, kill a lane of Barracks. OG not respecting that immediate aggression out of Bedboom, who are playing very speedily right now.
And these defensive items, double Ghost Scepter, 1 on GPK, 1 on save. Almost BKB finished on Miero. Aegis runs out, and seems like they want to take a fight right now.
I mean, OG do still pack a punch. Minus armor, physical damage. If they get on top of someone, they can destroy them. And there is no Aegis anymore, but the smoke's breaking. An unfortunate place. BZM down on the low ground.
BKB.
Oh, dearie me.
Rocket following, no Lotus Orb.
There's just so much vision. ET Spirit, homing missile, we've got stolen traps and all the good stuff. Nightfall and GPK just breaking up high ground. Don't quite finish off Whisper yet.
That was a
but
clip.
Tomato gets back up to high ground himself, away from the stuns. The roar nearly comes, but Ari gets into fog. Tomato helped by Whisper as well. The great escape by OG. They tried to make a move on their own, but Bedboom again offering so much hardcore resistance.
I want to see damage dealt. I feel like BZM's damage output, but he's unable to just lock onto a target and try to kill it, because he blinks in. What is it, 5.6k?
Yeah, I mean, look at that gyro, right?
Gyro's 16,000. That's more than both position 1 and 2 combined from OG. Very difficult game for OG.
Yeah, then you've got a freebie there. The Bane.
Uh-oh, they know. They just scouted out Tomato, so they might try to cut him off.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, saves Rubik. Trying to get up there.
They know exactly where he's farming. He might go through the gates and still be able to get out, but yeah, very risky move.
Well, it's not Blue Luna this time, Lacoste. Blue Gyro's trying to push you out, but you're right, Tomato's still going to get caught on that right side of the map. Fiend's Gate's coming to buy time and maybe deter Bedboom from playing too aggressively.
Nightfall needs mana. Luckily, it does have Keeper of the Light in the team, sitting at only 80 mana. Didn't even have enough for a BKB.
With that bottom dire axe going, kind of natural for the Radiant to play up top. Shove out 2 lanes quite easily. It's kind of difficult here as OG to permanently need to maintain that bottom lane. BZM is finding some sneaky farm, though. It's always great to see this very, high skill, aggressive farming. When you're behind in a game and you're moving forward, stealing Ancients, getting up in the spooky parts of the map, normally.
Yeah, vision game is also going to be crucial. Like, usually with TA, with Luna, you should be the one controlling the vision, but There's been a gem pickup from Toronto Tokyo. BZM going for a solo Tormi. Let's see who's gonna get it. Ari. Not the best one. There was a time when this shard was so useless that people did destroy it. I remember Saksa destroying it.
It was pretty garbage. Just a waste of net worth, waste of buyback money, basically.
Oh, Eclipse. Still stolen by Rubik. That's going to be a good amount of damage. Haven't seen much from Ari. We said that this is a difficult game for Marcy because the hero doesn't really farm. Bane also sitting inside the base. You're not getting what you want from the hero.
Seb hasn't found those incredible moments we've seen previously from the Bane to get into the fog, find people, catch them out. Miero has been really on the ball. Beastmaster with just one death to his name, and I guess, you know, okay, in a game like this where it's 16-4, that's quite a simple thing to point out, but he's dodged so many attempts from the Bane in this game.
All 3 cores from Bedboom dodged most of the ganks. There's only one death, and that's one from Miero on all 3 Bedboom scores.
Incredible.
Radiant's
A minute and a half for Roshan to come up. And this one, it feels like OG have to contest. If they let Bedboom get that Aegis, might just be a steamroller they cannot stop. Scan from the Dire up the high ground as they tried to wrap around. 4 heroes all smoked up, nearly getting on top of GPK. Ooh, the Cottle gets the distance. And now with that Gyro running forward, they see OG completely, knowing exactly where BZM is. A couple still smoked behind him, but in jumps Miero. BKB's up, the grip is there. Miero gets out of it with a roar now onto BZM. They'll turn and fight. Ari's in trouble. The stomp will land is just perfect from Bedboom.
Stolen grip
is dead on the right-hand side. A stolen grip and the death of OG here.
Ooh, man, Save did one hell of a work. Pops the clips, steals the Fiend's Grip. It's very difficult not to steal it if you have your spell steal available, and we're gonna see that again. I like how Nightfall immediately goes into the front line. He's like, I have a BKB, I have Satanic, I have Keeper of the Light plus Beastmaster behind me. I can't really die. And look at Save, pops that Ghost Scepter even before using the Fiend's Grip, so he cannot be attacked. Just a disaster of a fight for OG.
Yeah, and Tomato had no entry point into that fight. We saw in the replay, just standing on the left side, kind of realizing that it's over, that fight, nowhere to get in. Look for the next one, try and defend your high ground, maybe get into that Roshan pit to contest the take. As Bedboom pressed forward. Bottom lane shoving naturally. Mid and top contended with. And Roshan respawning. 10 seconds till daytime. So he will be in that bottom right corner. Quite a simple move for Bedboom. Swing southeast.
Another set of items for Bedboom. Solar Crest just delivered for Toronto Tokyo. Daedalus will be finished pretty soon. And Dagon 5 on the menu for GPK. He's gonna blast people.
There we go.
Roshan going through the gates. Roshan's banner, very important item at every stage of the game to pick it up and plant it inside your own base. So you see no difference whether you have it or not.
We saw in the last series, someone just planted it
in front of the Roche. That's how useless it is.
You kill Roche and you plant his banner on top of his grave. A bit of disrespect for the big man. But yeah, important here that OG get to this fight in time. Roshan at half HP. Bedboom looking to finish it off before OG encroaches on this territory. It looks like that is a successful move. Aegis in their hands. And OG can maybe look to find this fight still with an element of surprise as Bedboom move back down the lane. But they're missing a couple of heroes. Yeah, Tomato's moved up to top jungle. Bane is all the way up north.
This is 3v5.
They're going to get a catch on ET. Get one at least.
Gem on the ground.
You're right. Yeah, not too bad for OG there. A little snipe, a little run away, push out these lanes. They've dealt with it actually pretty well, right?
Yes, Seb, thinking about going through the gates. Maybe set things up with his Nightmare for the Fiend's Gate. But not too bad. They just got a kill. Even though it's a position 5, they managed to take the gem off of them, which is going to be great against the traps. Observer wards, of course.
And they carved themselves a little bit of map space as well. Booting Bedboom out of that bottom lane so they can actually push into tier 2. With BZM frontlining for them. Very, very good move, because this means that Bedboom aren't on their doorstep. They're not on your tier 3 defeating your base. You've got that extra couple of minutes Every minute matters here in Dota. Getting Tomato to his next item, getting Nakanda, getting a few more items up and auras on your Underlord absolutely help out.
Yeah, they definitely need those items. They have a decent amount of gold saved up, but they need to turn it into items because they're gonna lack damage, they're gonna lack protection against all this burst that BetBoom has.
And buyback's also super important right now as
BZM again
gets caught with a lift into grip. Oh, that's your mid laner. Just a couple of spells and down he goes. Buyback is available for him, and he's probably going to have to use it. As BetBoom are just running straight towards this dire base.
Tomato, he showed himself in the mid lane. GPK immediately boots of travel, pops the glyph even to save the creeps, and now they can try to siege. You said BZM does have buyback available. Whisper, he'll get blasted.
Hey, he's done for, isn't he? Both with buyback available. Whisper will use his.
Firestorm plus Keeper of the Light Blast. It brings down heroes pretty much instantly. There it is, Dagon, Tomato. Down to half HP.
Incredible combos here, aren't they? They'll lift up onto the Bane now. Pit of Malice thrown with a root over the top, just trying to keep Nightfall at bay. Rack still standing, tier 3 has fallen. And OG just trying to get this TA back into the battle without expending buyback. And that means Nightfall can open up on the barracks.
Nightfall's too tanky. Having Paladin Sword, Satanic, they can't kill him. They didn't manage to even kill him once.
And Blue Gyro just gonna go top lane now. Tons of stuff behind him. Nightfall, yeah, can just front line this for days. 2 minutes left on Aegis.
And look what Save has queued up. Aghanim Scepter. If he manages to farm Aghanim Scepter, if this game lasts long enough, he steals Pit of Malice, he steals Firestorm, he becomes a better version of Underlord, and he wins off game with 2 spells, pretty much. Gyro is in.
Look at the auras on this Gyro, man. Assault Cuirass, Pavis, a Solar Crest, tons.
Inner Beast.
Inner Beast, yeah, it's loads. Loads of stuff here. I mean, OG now are 5 alive. Looks like they're going for that top rune. It's a DD which they could grab. Every little helps. Every little helps. All these difference makers, you know, maybe they find a little edge in the fight here, but the lift up into the Roar is going to catch out Whisper. Good Lotus Orb, though, bounces back on Miero. Too bad.
Not enough.
He's out of here already. Die back on the Underlord. And BetBoom did pop a couple of BKBs, so Tomato's in onto the Kotl. GPK trying to slip away. Call down drop, Tomato bounce back. He looks like he might get the kill. The take on Zap, not enough to heal him back up, but now the lift is there. Save and Nightfall surround him. BZM gets some good damage on Toronto Tokyo, but OG have lost 3. Bane and Templar Assassin, the last one standing. Buyback from GPK's Kotl to get back on top of Seb.
They want to end it right here. BZM, he does not have anything available. Getting blasted.
That's it.
That's pretty much it. They're going to drop the G's in the old chat. What a dominating game from BetBoom.
Incredible. Yeah, I mean, the first moves out of this Kotl, we've seen how quickly he can farm. GPK and starts racking up those Spirit Vessel charges, just playing in tandem so nicely with this Rubik, Beastmaster, everything coalesced perfectly for BetBoom. While OG, you know, they needed a little bit more time here, another item there. Things were just a little behind.
Yeah, now we know what GPK stands for. Gonna play Kotl. Because this guy, like, he loves to play the hero, and he's all over the place. This game, you know, he was getting his stacks were being stolen. They were blocking his camps multiple times, playing around him. Very slow lineup from OG. Like, they didn't manage to do what they wanted. Also, their first Roshan got stolen from them. BetBoom having a really good read on this game, and Nightfall, he keeps farming. It's all about building all these auras. We've never seen, you know, this OG potential, what they had with the draft, you know, this sidekick from RC, Luna, with her blessing, and then Templar Assassin dealing damage. They were caught off guard so many times. They try to invade the triangle. Bam, one blast pretty much from Keeper of the Light stopped all this aggression. And having Blinding Light against 2 cores who deal physical damage is going to cause you a lot of trouble.
I mean, it really was a tale of 2 timings, right? OG, they missed out on that first Roshan, couldn't get off the ground with the momentum that they needed. Very challenging one for them, but BetBoom, crisp, clean, great execution as we head back to Tsunami on the panel.
Crisp, clean lock coming out of a BetBoom team, thus punishing the greed coming out of OG. Even during the draft, they didn't really have that much flex that they could get out of this situation that they put themselves into. The Luna, the Templar Assassin showed up, and there was just nowhere for them to go because a BetBoom team just stepped on the gas and it did not give any relief whatsoever. OG were just paralyzed, and what is a team to do in such a situation?
Yeah, there's I actually thought this was looking okay for OG the first 15 minutes because the kill score was quite low and BetBoom managed to not really get the first tower until decently late. But then we get to the first major team fight and BetBoom get the first Roche, which I think really sets the pace for this game. And with that Roche, they managed to get a full lane of barracks and like 3 core kills. And this lineup just plays super fast. I love BetBoom's draft this game. I think long-range artillery is maybe a little bit underused in Dota right now. They have super high low-commitment damage, and OG's lineup just struggled with just getting outranged the whole game. So, well done.
That was a really textbook win from BetBoom. They played so clean. Everything they did worked out for them. Honestly, what I want to highlight in this game was that, so the net worth was even. TA and Luna were actually topping the net worth for the laning stage of that game. They were topping the net worth even after the first rush happened. What ended up happening was BetBoom smoked 2 times in a row very successfully. So I think this is also a misplay from OG, and I hate to make it about that, but after the first rush, they 5-man smoked on BetBoom. OG saw the smoke, smoked under ward, TA still gets caught. After that, they smoke again. Who gets caught again on the smoke that they pinged out on OG, so they knew the smoke was coming. BZM wanted to break the smoke again, 2 times in a row. In an attempt to break the smoke and blink out, he gets caught and he dies. And that makes it kind of impossible for OG's lineup.
I think the highlights alone were brutal. Every time I look, it's just BZM. He's getting lifted, he's getting roared, like something's happening that he just keeps dying first. And I think once that they kind of lose this first Roche and like the grip of the game once where the gyro's like further ahead in the game, I think that they're just like not really happy anymore. Like here, Safe just kind of had BZM's number the whole time. I would say like OG, their timing is kind of, like at this point, I think they already messed up the execution of this draft. I will give credit to like BetBoom. I must say I underestimated the power of what they could do a little bit. I think they've made really good use of it, like GPK as well. Perhaps like this first triangle move from OG a bit overzealous as well, like when you were trying to go there and take it away. But overall, BetBoom, I think they just executed. They just played better. Like with the mid game onwards, you can't really say that they did any major mistakes. Like over and over, BCM he messed up quite a few times, but BetBoom, you know, they just took those chances.
Yeah, that was really clean, and I like that you brought up Save, because Save popped off that game. Like that was on the back of Save's initiations. He was the one who was finding the TA when TA was attempting to break the smokes, right? We saw him jump in and telekinesis, jump in, and with the stolen Pit of Malice, keep the TA anchored, which really offset all of OG's tempo, because like I mentioned, they were topping the net worth on their 2 cores, but then they fed it away. And Tomato can't really be faulted for not being able to use his network, because TA honestly was the only tool of walking in first. Even after the Aegis expired and OG timed their own smoke, it had to be TA who was leading the smoke, because who else goes in first, right? It's the TA with the Blink Dagger. But when they went in, you know, guess who went and caught TA again when OG made an aggressive move? It was Save on the Rubik. He just played exceptionally well.
And as a result, I have to imagine that it's not very good numbers coming out of BZM, but let's see what the numbers actually are in our Acer Predator head-to-head between GPK and BZM. Rough performance for him, and it's kind of hard to come out of a situation like that after getting bullied so much.
Yeah, and this is back to something I was talking about before this game even began, is this what I would like to see from OG? I feel like archetype-wise, with the type of lineups that they've played and the way they've been successful in this tournament, I don't want to see 3 greedy cores. I want to see aggression. I want to see them play fast. I don't want to see them being stuck with Ahri and Sep running around on single-target heroes that don't get to catch anything all game, but just stack the jungle for 3 cores. If you're playing that way against an aggressive lineup of BetBoom with a Caudle, I feel like you're opening the door to let them dictate what type of game it is. So in this case, BZM, yeah, the stat line looks terrible, but it's also because, well, the types of moves that OG make, I feel like are pretty difficult to execute. As you pointed out, who goes first? Whoever breaks the smoke and gives vision just gets obliterated from 1500 range away by 3 spells from Rubik, ET, and Caudle. So I think maybe a different approach for the second game is, I would love to see just better pacing from OG.
They probably feel better with aggression. I would say that this draft can still definitely work if the gameplay does match, but probably for the nature of this team, maybe they will just feel better, even if some things go wrong. You know, BZM's on some Pango, Ember Storm, whatever it be, that they can go around and do stuff. So maybe that's something that they will talk about right now in this break, because at the end of the day, it's just game 1. It's okay. You just swap it up. Like, you know, go back to your comfort, make sure you have some good picks, and just go next.
It's true. It's a 3-game series. The BO2s are behind us now, and we got some more BO3s in the arena. Now, some of you may be looking forward to seeing what to expect. Pyrian Flex has on-the-ground footage of our arena in Birmingham.
Arena Day is almost upon us here. We're here, obviously, on the Thursday, so there's no one allowed in here yet. None of the fans, just the chairs getting set up, the seats, I should say. The lights and the cameras. As someone whose job is waiting for the games to finish, it's quite interesting seeing how much hard work it is getting all these things ready ahead of time. The sound engineers, the lighting guys, the camera guys, the riggers setting up all the rigging. It's really something. But it's all going to feel very different tomorrow when the fans start pouring in, because that's really when this place comes alive. I love it. Arena Days, there's nothing like it. And the players love it too, and I know the fans will. If you're coming tomorrow, I look forward to seeing you. We all do. See you soon.
And there are still opportunities for you to join us if you want to see all these players in action. Remember, there are not that many LANs going on this year, so take advantage of the opportunity. You can go to esl.gg/BMH to still get some limited tickets. But otherwise, if you just want to see which of the teams are going to be making it to that arena, well then stick around. We're going to be back with game number 2 after the break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
You at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on a pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again. Wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase if you want it. I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You can want.
It's time to continue our upper bracket semi-final. The only other series of today. Today's a short day, only 2 BO3s, because we're saving all the juicy bits for the arena. OG and BetBoom are now getting ready for their game number 2. And before this whole series began, we also want to hear from both the teams. You already heard from Miero a little while ago, but Slacks also got the chance to talk to Seb before the series began.
Thank you, Tsunami. I am here with Seb, the mastermind behind OG, as some would say. Seb, a couple questions for you. Okay, starting off, let's talk a little bit about this this tomato character. I hear he's on, testing phase right now. How you feeling about this guy? I think he went like 30-1 on Morphling. Are you still feeling him out?
I mean, he takes too many kills to my liking. I like having some of the kills myself. Yeah, I like having some of the kills myself. As a former, so I was really unhappy with that game. I lectured him a lot after, telling him that I think he played incredibly bad on that morph. Yeah, so I mean, he's just fine so far.
You are literally the only support player where I would actually believe that you're like, no, he's actually taking too many of my kills. That is hype as hell. Well, very cool. So, all right, come on. Are you guys going to have him on the team? Can we officially do this yet, or is he still on trial period? If he wins, is he still on trial period?
Who said he was on trial?
I thought that was the deal. I thought you were still testing him out. Is that right?
Well, I guess that's in your control, because I'm getting that news from you, so you just let me know when he's on the team.
Tsunami set me up. That's what he said. That was the question. Tsunami's always gunning for my job. So he's officially part of the team, locked in?
Yeah. He's in the team. He's here with us. Like, everything is, how to put it, like, everything is how it should be, I think maybe there was like a communication thing where I think, I don't remember the first time we played with him. It must have been, I'm trying to remember. Anyway, there's so many tournaments that we played. So, but probably the first time, we kind of let everybody a little bit of time. I think he came in right after the BetBoom Dacha in Dubai, and we had like 4 days to scrim together. So we were like, we're trying this, But it hasn't been a try for a while now.
Does he know?
Yeah, I hope so.
Because he was telling me, like, I feel like...
No, you're just messing with me. I know these eyes.
All right. So, Ari bringing it home, huh? We're going to the main stage. Very exciting here. Is he proud? Is he getting anything? Is he like, yeah, we made it? Or is he just focused?
I mean, he's focused, but I think he is. I mean, he must be. He doesn't. We tease him a lot with the English thing and stuff. So I think he's trying not to open that door fully because he knows we're ready to break in. But he must be. I think I get the vibe that he's particularly excited for this tournament.
Do you guys care if you're, upper bracket or lower bracket or where you guys place at this point, or are you just happy to be on the stage?
Once upon a time, I would have answered that we don't care in that question.
Attaboy.
These days, I care. I want to be. I'll take what I get these days. So yes, we were super happy to be upper bracket, and we would not have it any other way.
Okay. I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to hear the speech if you guys are lowers, and then you're like, guys, upper bracket doesn't matter. So thank you for that. All right, last one for you. BetBoom, scary team. Is there a certain player that you guys are gunning for? I've noticed that sometimes you guys really put a lot of pressure on one in particular player. Who do you think is the most dangerous on BetBoom?
No, not really. I mean, sometimes just the game, the game kind of brings that. I don't think we ever think of I mean, some teams do have players that kind of tilt or are unstable. I think, honestly, these days, and when you get that late in a tournament that's of this caliber, it just doesn't happen. Because that would mean the team has a big weakness, and most of these teams just don't have that. Scary players, I mean, I personally look up to Save a lot because I think he's one of the best in his role. And I have to play against him from the laning phase, so I'm more familiar with him than the other players. I never mind the win against Toronto Tokyo, the easy game is always at the back of my head, so putting him down, it will leave me with a smile, of course.
I feel like this got spicier than you intended, and for that, I thank you, sir. I cannot wait. Fantastic. We'll see you getting in there, and we'll see if they'll be upper bracket very soon.
Well, now it's going to be a little bit more of an uphill battle to get another easy game out of Toronto Tokyo. And I would just like to say, hey, OG, you want to make a press release? Because the information that I have is whenever Tomato joined for Dream League Season 22, and the wording used in the tweet was, surprise, Tomato will be standing in with us for the upcoming Dream League Season 22. Standing in to me seems more temporary than I was led to believe.
And ultimately, it doesn't really matter what you read and what you remember. If you're in doubt about anything, you go to Liquipedia. And he's not on the roster there. He's
correct.
A stand-in. And if you're a stand-in on Liquipedia, you're a stand-in officially, because that page makes zero mistakes and is always up to date. And that actually sounded sarcastic, but it is true.
It is true.
Extremely well maintained. For all your news. Wow, I was
things.
really shilling that, wasn't I?
Shout out to Liquipedia.
It's probably one of those things where they did it internally, but they forgot to just make it official. So
Yes.
they're like, well, he's been part of our team for a while now.
Oh, he's part of the OG
Tomato, we kind of
family.
forgot to announce you for our team.
I mean, I think Seb is just too busy playing because I have different information, but Tomato's here. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. This whole team is here. This whole team didn't even initially know that they were going to come to Birmingham, and now they're competing for upper bracket, but they're going to need to win 2 more games to make that a reality. Let's get into the draft for game number 2. What are you cackling at, Tundra?
I'm just imagining Seb is in this state of delirium. He has no idea what's going on around him. Oh yeah, he's in our team. You guys didn't know.
That guy who steals my kills all the time? Yeah, we signed him a while ago.
He literally just showed up, plays
players.
Dota, goes to bed, has no idea what's going on with the org that he's part of running. It's wonderful. All right, so Coddle again for BetBoom.
Back.
They are not hiding what they're going to try to do again. I once again expect this to flat out just go mid, and now the onus is on OG to change things up. I would like to see once again something else in the TA. They've already grabbed Pango, which is more than likely mid for BZM. So this is more in the direction that I was hoping to see from them in terms of aggression and initiative in the game.
It also just gives you something that goes in first with these folks. Because I think that what OG are looking at right now after that last game is just how poorly they played the smoke into smoke scenarios and how it just didn't work out for them. So I think that in this draft, they're going to be thinking more about formation, like which heroes are standing in front, which ones are in the back, which ones are going to be able to jump.
Yeah, one thing I'm also still looking at, I know that Coddle can always go mid, but I do feel like one of the games where, maybe we talk about it too much, the flex, but I think you should always keep it open. Storm is good against Pango, it would enable it later, but we'll see how that goes. Other heroes that are open that I would like to think about for both teams is something like, I think Dragon Knight is a hero that has not been banned out. I know that Falcons play better than any other team, but I think this hero is still very powerful in the hands of many teams and not just them.
How about for support picks? Bane is still open. Shadow Demon has curiously gone ignored so far.
I wonder if those archetype supports actually enjoy playing against mid Caudle in particular. But I don't know what better choices they would have.
I would like
Who
more.
likes playing?
I would just be looking at more follow-up damage into a Pango roll. I feel like also when you play against Miro, like maybe from the first game, I'm not sure if like doing these blind Banes or just blind heroes that don't enjoy these Zoo heroes all that much is like great. So I think just casual spellcaster, good laner, follow damage into a Pango roll to just give him the ease of getting kills there is just very good foundation for that draft.
Also, this is, I mean, Rubik is a great hero for OG. Like, Ahri plays exceptionally well on this hero, but it's kind of something they don't want to give Betboom away again, right? Because if they secure this for Rubik for Ahri, then that opens up maybe going for that Bane, maybe going for that Shadow Demon that you talked about.
I think this is out of all the supports we've been eyeing so far, this is the one that has the best hero-to-hero matchup against Caudle playing the way he did last game. So I like it. I think, again, if Betboom were trying to run back this long-range strategy, then OG already have better tools. Rubik himself is extremely long-range and can get angles and maybe catch people off guard. You've got the Pango to give vision, which in that last game, ironically, OG, despite having the TA, it felt like they were at a vision disadvantage most of the time when they were trying to initiate moves. So,
Yeah, and they were unable to use the grip effectively from Bane because of the enemy Rubik.
Yeah.
So honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing the return of the Bane.
Let's see. Overall, Bad Rider, just I would say still a solid hero. Generally, just a straight-up support. I think both Toronto and Save can play it. Most often, I would say it is Toronto-Tokyo. So we'll see how else they want to, kind of pair it up. I think for now they have like a lot of like long range. You have some poke with like some stickies. Your Bad Riders going in, but I'm still, I would say, missing a bit more damage into like this overall. They'll do the ET Caudle once more.
I mean, the ET Caudle looked really good. Heroes were just getting completely destroyed if they got caught out by the Aura plus the Solar Bind. It looked especially nice, though, because it came out after the Underlord had already come out. So you already know that you're going to have a lot of effectiveness on the lane. But now OG can just draft heroes that do well versus ET on lane. Also, the ranged plus melee, carry plus support isn't out yet for Betboom. So it's looking like a weaker ET game overall, but it's not bad.
I think overall in Betboom's lineup, right, it's two of the same heroes with Bat Riders subbing in for Rubik. The role that this hero is meant to play in the game is actually quite similar for Save, right? In the last game on the Rubik, he was the one setting up a lot of the long-range initiations for his teammates to follow through with. In this case, a Bat Rider with a Blink Dagger, you catch someone, you full-on 100% wombo combo them with ET Caudle and they die. And Bat Rider also has the X factor in this game of having a piercing spell against Pangoliers ult. Obviously, it depends on Bat Rider either getting an Aether Lens or BKB, but could come into play further down the line. So I feel like I would just like to see OG truly understanding what went wrong last game, because Betboom aren't really hiding anything. This is they're kind of just running it back for the most part. There's that.
Finally, Whisper gets his Mars. He was doing work on this back in Dream League, but it's been absent throughout all of Birmingham. And it's going to be back in his hands, along with the Shadow Demon.
Feels like a lifestealer, doesn't it? Maybe?
I think there's a couple options. Maybe I wouldn't be too opposed to like some Morphlings. I would say like right now when you have ET, I would prefer a range carry that just helps out the ET in the lane. You can always buy the Shard. I don't think you're ever really in danger of dying. You're also really good with Caudle, like more amplified damage. Now you have two cores that will actually play off high range in like the mid game with some Kanda. That's at least something I could see.
It is nice, for sure. As long as you can get through the lane, which it's pretty much a given, right? I don't think Mars Rubik really stop you, so yeah, Morph looks nice.
Also, the Shadow Demon, it's a great pick for Shadow Demon, right? Because the Purge, Demonic Purge, it's excellent versus Caudle because he's a very mobility-dependent hero in these teamfights. And it's also great against Bat Rider. Not only is Bat Rider mobility-dependent as well, but you have a save against Lasso with Disruption, which already counteracts a lot of Bat's effectiveness.
Yeah, also the Shard on SD, because I like that you talk about it. SD kind of owns Bat Rider and Caudle, especially in the mid-game. Like, not only the save, you can dispel like all the Solar Binds and the Sticky Napalms and whatnot as well. Void is also a very nasty pick.
I can also see nice rotations coming out of SD, like coming in through the gate, disrupting, setting up for Spear into a telekinesis back. Like, if this bottom lane on OG is pushed out significantly enough, where like Shadow Demon can make a rotation, I can see every kill going very nicely, especially versus Void.
Yeah.
I really feel like already looking at this, Shadow Demon is the X factor of the entire game for both teams, kind of, where he can make clutch saves against Lasso and Chrono, and he has the Dispel like we talked about, but at the same time for Betboom, he's also the best target, because the moment that guy is dead, the whole fight is just blown wide open. So I really think that is... there's a lot of work ahead of Seb. I'm assuming he will play the Shadow Demon here, and Ari is the Rubik. They could obviously also swap them around, but I think SD being the 5 seems like a more stable choice in this case. Doesn't need too much gold, I guess. He needs Shard and maybe a Lens or Dagger, and then he's good to go. Yeah.
On top of that, it's a save versus Chrono too, right? The Shadow Demon can do too much. Like, not only can you save versus Lasso and you can set up for aggressive kills, you can also save versus the carry that came out after you already see the Shadow Demon.
It would be nice if Betboom can find another hero like on Miro that will help them, because when we're talking this much about SD, very likely they are too. They know that this hero is like an X factor of the game. So having heroes that will either give you more vision to help your Bad Rider or your like Void to find the catch could help. I do think there's a few that are very hard to pick, like relatively blind, like heroes like Lycan as well, because you, like we said, OG still have last pick. They will get to choose what to put into this lane and potentially dumpster you.
Well, you brought it up earlier on at the beginning. Dragon Knight is still in the pool.
I would say he's casual. I wouldn't maybe love him for Betboom. Just like when you play against these supports that have like very high hybrid damage, or like SD throughout the game, Rubik and some Mars Arena. But anything that fits this style of like, I lane with Bat, he can kind of leave or maybe stack for someone, and like we get some pressure throughout, and I give us teamfight and a blink. Any of those heroes is pretty much okay already.
Thing is, the summons archetype for Miro wouldn't work here because you're playing against Mars and Penguin.
Yeah.
So they've already addressed the suspicious last pick offlaners that Betboom sometimes pull out with 2 heroes very early on in their draft. And they ban out the Beastmaster just because it's difficult to play into regardless of counters.
I'm just wondering, maybe it's a bit too cute. I actually still think it's weird because this is the type of game that's really double-edged for Lycan, right? You're extremely good against the 2 enemy supports, but the Mars matchup is really tricky, all right? It's an offlane Void, I guess.
Oh!
There is the Lifestealer, but this is not the way I expected it to go down. Oh, they wanted to ban it. They wanted to ban Lifestealer, but they picked it. They ran out of time.
Oh!
Yeah, I think
they banned nothing and picked Lifestealer. You can see OG laughing now.
10 seconds.
Oh boy.
Well, they have 30 seconds to abuse this. What do you think Bet will make out of this?
Wait, oh my.
Yeah,
did this actually happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when you miss the ban and then I check, like, this Lifestealer pick doesn't make the most. I was like, huh, can the Void go mid against Bottle?
Faceless Void.
Back to 2016. Let's see, OG. What do we cook out of here?
Shout out to Universe.
Okay, I'll be honest. This could have been way worse because Lifestealer is at least a good hero in the patch, and he's a good carry for their lineup. And Void offlane has good pairings to play without a lot of damage himself because there's other heroes that can do damage in Chrono. Imagine playing offlane Void and you have no range damage in your team. Then you just feel worthless. So. I mean, I'm not saying this is great.
Yeah, he's trying to sell it. He's trying
I'm saying it could be worse.
I appreciate the positive outlook. I think this is one of the worst misclicks they ever could have done.
It could have been Ricky, I guess.
This is truly a misclick of all time. It really has to be because
Just
regardless of whether either of these
wait.
heroes go, it's going to get punished by Troll. They're not going to have the ability to teamfight, really. There's not going to be
it's
enough
offlane Lifestealer.
reliable damage coming out of Void. I mean, putting Void's carry probably makes more sense because Lifestealer does not have a good game here. I mean, good luck, Betboom team.
Okay, so Lifestealer impact, you rush Ags and you disarm the Troll. And then your team does the rest. Sounds good to me. Sounds sick.
You stick the Radiance?
What if Lifestealer goes Veil Dagon and they kill on Chrono?
That's really good. Yeah, I love that. Because then you double Dagon with the Spirit and the Solar Bind. Yeah, that... Good suggestion.
Miro just wants tokens right now. He wants whatever token Lifestealer was going to give.
Okay, hear me out.
I'm listening.
Bat Rider doesn't lane with Lifestealer because no matter what kind of game you give Lifestealer, it's not going to do much for you. So Bat Rider stacks for himself. Lifestealer sits in a tree, soaks up as much XP as he can without feeding. Bat Rider, that becomes your offlaner. Get that early Blink Dagger. Maybe...
I like it. Lifestealer jungles. He waits, then he jungles. Lifestealer farms the triangle, and they can't... Well, I'm afraid for Betboom, because Tomato, if he doesn't have a free game, if you don't have a free game against your enemy offlaner randoming...
Dude, he's definitely getting cut from the team that he's not on then.
Yeah.
100% unsigning that signed boy.
All right, OG, you better win this game because they just handed you a free ticket.
All right, 2-0 bet boom.
Okay.
Oh, let's
3-0
go.
bet boom.
Let's go. What's the autumn build? What's the autumn build? What's the strats?
They don't understand.
No.
Nobody understands. Bedboom don't understand either.
Critical information.
Someone has to pop off on Bedboom because they need to make up for a random.
Save will own on his 4 Batrider somehow.
He's going to get Basher on Batrider.
I mean, Save is really good. He will own. I don't think his team having some random will necessarily hurt him that much. Yeah, your lane is a bit worse, but you can still stack, you can farm,
Guys.
but yeah.
They're
I said
countered
OG will
by
win, just
They're
saying.
countered by Shadow Demon. Like Shadow Demon has
True.
saves against all of their potential plays, and like, it's, okay, good luck.
I forgot about
got
the
this,
OG
guys.
lineup. The OG
There's
has
been
5
worse
heroes
things.
also.
That have happened in Dota, right?
Tomato 20-0.
In a playoff bracket, I'm not entirely sure. Unsurprisingly, things are paused right now. I'm assuming technical issues must be the reason. Mouse latency, maybe.
It must be Miro's
That must
item
be
build
it.
mouse not working. What do I build, guys? I don't know.
He's looking up on Dota Buff. What do you buy an offlane lifestealer?
He's not finding any answers.
It's no reference for what to do. I will say, though, you guys remember there was this Summit tournament many years ago where Virtus Pro played 5 new heroes every single game and won the tournament. They were just
I
that
lost
much
to them in
better
the
than
finals,
everybody
I think.
else. Oh, you played that
I
one?
lost to that. Yeah.
You remember
Really?
that finals? Yeah.
Oh, yes, I remember because I think Puppy banned out Ricky just so that they couldn't do the full hero challenge, I think.
One
Something
time we
like
gave
that.
them the heroes, but yeah.
Well,
Maybe
right now,
Bedboom just think they can play anything.
let's prove
I
it
don't.
then. Let's get into game number 2 with Gareth and Lacoste.
Goodness gracious me. Yeah, not seen anything like this since TI9 and that infamous gyro situation. A lifestealer off lane here for Bedboom as they have some, difficulties in the draft. I mean, Dota is a game of seconds and inches, centimeters, millimeters, whatever you want to call it. And if you accidentally forget to ban a hero and then try to ban it in your pick phase, it's yours now.
Yeah, he never played Lifestealer in his professional career. I wonder why.
It's the first time for everything.
Pick Stealer on the off lane. I don't know. Like, this has to be one of the funniest in quite some time. I did facepalm heavily after seeing. I'm like, okay, this is it. But maybe they can make it work. The problem is OG last pick Troll, so
both cores countered.
Both cores countered, and this time around OG has a much better draft. They have answers for Keeper of the Light. They have heroes who can jump him. Bango, Mars, again going back to offlane Lifestealer. This is the... I think everybody who plays Dota kind of experienced this Lifestealer, either jungle with PMS, Iron Talon at one point, or some position 5 Lifestealer, or some offlane where the guy's like, you're not gonna do... I've seen this in the pub games. This doesn't work. This cannot work.
Midas into Radiance. Yeah, go straight for it. But yeah, we're in game 2 in the upper bracket. It's a best of 3. Bedboom just giving OG a chance here to take us to game 3. As we'd love to see either of these teams honestly head forward to that next round because they can both go up against old teammates.
Yeah.
You know, OG can play against Moon Meander and that original OG, and of course Thompson on Tundra are waiting for them later on down the line. And then of course Bedboom Pure have that connection there as well. We'll see, of course, who the victor is. This could go all the way three games with his life to offlane pick, or Syndra in his 2-0 sweep.
I can't take this game seriously after seeing... I mean, I'm down for anything, but
down to clown.
With this misclick, guys, stop using KEKW. It's not funny, okay? It really is. It's
we've got the
hilarious.
We've got the ringmaster and clowns coming out, right? Got a clowny band and pig phase. It's fine. We'll see what happens. Lifestealer, still a very strong hero in the patch. He's very powerful.
Yeah,
Laning with the Bat Rider.
He also has a great itemization in this game. Aghanim Scepter later on against Troll to disarm him. You might also be a save once they decide to lock onto a target, because he can go inside the arena with his rage and use Infest, Gary. That might be the play.
Incredible. Oh, the counters. They're endless. So great. So no Dagon then for the Lifestealer.
No. I think he's just going to go for the standard stuff, as we can see in his quick buy.
Fair enough.
Orb of Venom. I mean, to be honest, Gold Frenzy, best ability in the game without a doubt. Very high skill to use as well.
Better than Solar Bind?
Most definitely. Better than Illuminate on 5 heroes. Gold Frenzy is just so OP. Maybe not as OP when you play against Troll, but yeah, gonna be a difficult game. Toronto Tokyo will reconnect. What if Lifestealer gets first blood somehow? I'm not sure how, but...
I mean, we'll start seeing pigs flying outside, honestly, won't we? The world's upside down. Maybe we'll save. Yeah, we've got some slows, got some damage going there. Yeah, Lifestealer, Batrider against the Shadow Demon Troll. Mid lane, that Kotl up against Pango. And then top, ET with that Faithless Void against Whisper. Mars and Ari on the Rubik. Great to see Whisper on this kind of initiating, laning hero rather than the Underlord, the Slug, who did had quite a few challenges in game number 1.
Absolutely. You have a hero who can do stuff around the map, who can be Blink Initiator. This is not going to be an easy lane for BetBoom by any means. Faceless Void with ET. I don't know how much they're going to be able to get from the bottom lane, but it can be quite difficult. I think they will need to survive this laning stage. If 10-15 minutes into the game they're not down by like 5,000, I think BetBoom, they're in a good spot.
Hello! Poor Ari. Stack ruined. Unfortunate. It looks like we're having a few little issues. Have them disconnect and reconnect again.
Stack ruined on one side.
Like in draft.
Or yeah, or a misclick during the draft. They ran out of time. I think I would choose the first option.
You need something to blame, right? That's the way of things. Poor Ari. Having a sad time. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about how this game's going to go. You know, OG, I guess, easier to understand, right? Their draft has been crafted. It's been molded. They had intention behind it. And that Troll Ward last pick seems pretty damn nice here against that Lifestealer and Faceless Void. How much action do they have to make, though, with this Mars and Pango with their ultimates in that kind of mid-game?
Pango can get on top of Keeper of the Light. The problem is you have that heal, level 6, so sometimes it can be tricky. You feel you're committing underneath the tower if there's a rotation from one of the supports. BetBoom, their supports, they love to rotate. These heroes are very good at coming to the mid lane and getting a kill, especially with Keeper of the Light. You don't have that instant stun, but Keeper of the Light with Solar Bind, you should be able to get something in return. BZM says he still needs a minute. They need to get the last out. After seeing this, I mean, Lifestealer's doing good. He's 8-0.
I know. He's getting the clicks in. He's got a Bracer and a Quelling Blade. He's having a grand old time. And it looks like they've also managed to Sentry and Observer Ward back in that Kotl camp on the Dire side, so no mucking around there. Keep things unlocked for GPK's Kotl to stack and farm for himself. So far, so good for the Pango, though. We've seen plenty of this, right? Stacking up to the denies. BZM already 9-3.
Yeah, now you'll have 2 position 1 heroes who can get outside of the arena for free with Rage, with Time Walk, so that's good. Panel, they were talking about potential Lifestealer pick that can maybe come out instead of that Faceless Void, but yeah.
I mean, how many heroes in Dota now? Like 120?
Yeah.
120 plus? There are probably 100 heroes that would have been far worse than a Lifestealer in that situation, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. I mean, Lifestealer is one of the best carries in the patch right now. If it was Drow Ranger, I think they would play Drow safe lane and put Faceless Void on the off lane.
Okay.
Like, you could have a hero from the off lane and make it work. Let's say they picked, some casual Necro. They got, like, Spirit Breaker, Tide, whatever. You could get away with a lot of different heroes, because this hero doesn't do anything. Like, he needs to right-click you. Let's say you got, I don't know, Chen off. Chen was banned, so never mind.
The offlane Chen. I mean, it was done. It was done.
It was done, yeah.
For a while, yeah. Absolutely possible to. That's the wondrous thing about Dota, right? Anything is possible. You can make anything work if you try hard enough. Put the hours in, practice your trade. Well, like you said, Miero has not actually played Lifestealer in a pro game yet. This is a first for him.
What a shocker. Didn't play Lifestealer off lane.
We need to bring back Necro Book so we can actually play summons. He's very good at microing and summons. Get to late game. Get that Book of the Dead.
What if he gets Helm of the Overlord on Lifestealer?
Ooh.
And then
infest it?
Yeah.
Oh, you're onto something here. Is it good, though?
Probably not, but...
It'd be funny. Absolutely wild. I mean, is there anything that's, like, out of the ordinary for OG that they have to do to, like, answer this? Are they at all scared, or is this going to be a stroll in the park for them?
I think they're in a pretty good spot. You know, you basically don't have an off-laner. Good thing for BetBoom is you have Keeper of the Light, one of the heroes that comes online super fast. We've seen 7-minute Spirit Vessel in the previous game, so he can make the moves. And I think this time around, GPK might need to sacrifice a little bit of his own farm and might need to die. Yeah, that's that's a scary one for him.
Not GPK.
The bad thing is you have Faceless Void. This hero also doesn't come online super fast. If we were talking about maybe, you know, them having Luna, them having Sven, then things would be much more difficult because you can be active, but with Lifestealer in the team, they need time. This lineup definitely needs a lot of time to come online.
Right. I think as Effie's saying on the panel as well, the potential's there for Save on his Batrider to say, screw you, Miero. You know, you're on an island out there. I'm going to kind of abandon and strand you down there. I'm going to go stack. You know, Batrider could stack, build things up, farm it out himself, get some good early items. So they actually will have someone to play alongside that Kotl. That was the most important thing in Game 1, right? The Keeper of the Light was moving into side lanes and had multiple cores and supports to play with. If the Void and the Lifestealer are non-factors in the first 20 minutes, you need this Bat and ET to really, really be on the ball and active early on.
Did they? They didn't. I was thinking about blocking the big camp for Keeper of the Light. This time around, OG did not do it. They even planted Observer Board, which you cannot see, but you know, gotta keep you entertained while this pause is going on until we resolve some of the issues. And we're not talking about the Lifestealer off-lane issues, because this might take a while to fix, this Lifestealer off-lane.
Yeah, it's definitely a problem that needs some get the brain trust together, get them all thinking about it. I'm just thinking back, you know, it mentioned the TI9 Gyro incident. We've had some situations where I remember Eternal Envy would leave bans blank, so they would leave more heroes in the pool, so they would have more options, right? Because if there's a pool of 3 heroes and your opponent's going to ban 2 of them, you want 1 left in there, so you kind of open the draft for yourself. Are there any other instances where we've had players or teams kind of misdraft or leave a ban open or accidentally choose the wrong hero?
Not that I remember. I think the biggest one so far was Insania at TI. This is gonna come close. I think this one's gonna be remembered. It's always BetBoom team with some shenanigans, because during TI, Tormi was killing them. I think we've said this story multiple times, but Nightfall playing Muerta, he dies. That's his only death in the game pretty much. Dies to Tormi, kills Save as well. Then you had, during Elite League, you had BetBoom team trying to siege the high ground multiple times in a row while having 20, 25, sometimes even 30k net worth advantage and not being able to win the game. This team can't catch a break.
They love challenging themselves. You know, every game is a hurdle to get over. As we saw Mr. Centaur there in the jungle, just watching us, seeing what's going on. As we get back into the game, looks like everything resolved now. 0-0, game 2 in this best of 3. If you're just joining us with OG against the BetBoom team, mid lane GPK against BZM, the Kotl versus Pango. Pretty dead even in the farm. Down at bottom, the offlane Lifestealer. Welcome to 2024. Dota 2 in a wonderful place. It was a misclick. It was an accidental missed ban and pick, it looked like. As up the top, Whisper is going to whiff his spear. Good move from Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo to grab the Lotus.
Yeah, whiff spear. He strikes again. Unable to, because he tried to go for Faceless Void to try to spear him away, but they kind of ganked up on him to pick up that Lotus Orb. I'm wondering what the comms are for BetBoom. Like, right, they definitely need to release some true sight after the tournament ends to see what was going on.
We could see, like, if you're lip reading from OG side, saw Bonkers going, whoops, you know? Whoops-a-daisy. Yeah, I don't know. I think in that situation, just like, guys, don't worry, it's fine. You know, it's not a super decisive match, right? It's not elimination time, it's upper bracket. You've got room
Ari
for mistakes here.
Making a move, but it's been scouted. GPK still goes on that side. Might need a little bit of help. Ari, Blood Grenade, Telekinesis available, but he's speedy. Look at his horse, Gary.
It's amazing.
It really is.
Incredibly fast. Denies the water rune as well. Oh, what an absolute pest. Yeah, GPK's out of there. Drags the Radiant Creep Wave with him as well. So that's so many things that he's got done to mitigate the losses. And actually, you know, no harm comes of it. And then, of course, we leave Whisper alone up top. So he's being bullied a little bit by that ET. Oh, he's going to come back into that top lane to help out. But so far, very good from OG as we see in this early laning stage. 24-7 through to 20-5 on their 3 cores. Faceless Void, the big loser in the first 5 minutes. 15-1 for Nightfall, having some struggles. OG setting themselves up for a good exit to the laning stage.
Not too bad. Lifestealer sitting at 20 CS. He has more CS than Nightfall at this point. He's the real carry of the team.
But here
Can
comes the kill.
Nightfall get the kill here?
Looks like he can.
Yes, he can.
First blood onto Whisper. Trade out there. Ari takes down Toronto Tokyo just moments after the first blood is spilled.
Great start for BetBoom. Like, this is exactly what you need. We just talked about Faceless Void having the lowest CS of all cores, but getting that first blood, and he will have power treads 5 minutes into the game, plus Raid Band, which is not too bad. Your Lifestealer, he is CSing nicely.
I feel like we're going to have a couple more pauses, though, because Miero's going to have to tab out to Dota 2 Pro Tracker to see what kind of build he has to go for, find out what items he needs, as he tries to munch on Seb, but a wise TP back from the big man himself, gets the Fountain.
Yeah, I think he's going to be talking a lot to Nightfall, what needs to be done with the hero. I also want to see if there's going to be, you know, some adjustments in terms of item build, because this is one of the heroes that is kind of locked in with the itemization. I still feel he might just pick up Armored Radiance from the offlane and then get Aghanim Scepter to counter Troll.
Fair enough. It looks like he's got phase boost queued up, maybe the armlet as well. Whisper up top, feeling the pain from this first GPK rotation.
That's exactly what they need.
Perfect. And another kill onto Whisper, because he, again, they've put Whisper on this hero that is kind of the linchpin team fighter for OG. Has always been the move. By Save gets the high ground with the Firefly and the bonk from that Rolling Thunder. BZM not able to connect in a meaningful way. Yeah. But does still have the haste.
Using a Rolling Thunder just to secure the rune and picks up the perfect rune. I think both runes would work, haste and illusion rune, because he can dispel it, but haste rune definitely better.
Giving the clicks to Toronto Tokyo here as well with Ari. And the Titan looks pretty done for here, but the Illuminate... Toronto Tokyo survives with the Magic Stick raindrops, and that Illuminate...
Illuminate heal plus damage.
Surprises me every time. Yeah, the heal, you're right.
They even saw him, I believe, with the Observer Ward, because they just planted it, and this might also get the warded. He did not expect this damage to come out from Keeper of the Light. Good start for BetBoom. 3-1, 6 minutes into the game.
It's like a double what? Like, how did he not die and how did I die?
Seb might steal the rune. Save does have Flame Break available. We'll push him away.
Oh, the 7-minute rune doesn't belong to him.
That's a good one, Gary. I infected you.
You work with the best, and eventually, you know, you pick up on a couple of tricks. Well, Nightfall now in that. You know, 1v1 with Whisper for a little bit, but both supports will start meandering themselves back out to that top spot. And this small camp unblocked means Toronto Tokyo can always pull and drag things back. Little snipe on the courier there, though, from Whisper.
Things are looking good for BetBoom. In terms of net worth, you have Keeper of the Light on top of it. Then you have Faceless Void, who's second. Lifestealer on the bottom. He, like, had first couple of waves available. Didn't get that kill. Maybe was, like, couple of right clicks away from getting a kill on Seb. They also secured their rune. He was the one who picked it up, which means that one of the supports is not gonna get it, but I think that's fine. I think you need to give Miero any kind of advantage that you can, considering that what he's playing from the offlane.
Absolutely right. A save guarding that bottom rune. Arcane spawns top. Rubik's gonna try and guard it here as GPK makes his way over. Elder Titan arriving though. Good swashbuckle into Rolling Thunder, the lift up there, but that heal from Illuminate.
That's exactly what we said. You need to be careful about those heals happening when Pangolier rolls on top of you. And there's another one, back to full HP.
Yeah. What can you do to stop it? Absolutely nothing.
That's a Urn of Shadow Shard. That's Spirit Vessel, 8 minutes. Now he can go for some solo kills. He's steeping to the top lane. Nightfall, Chrono available.
Oh, it's huge if they can kill Whisper again. Chrono with the damage from this Kotl. Looks like it's plenty. Whisper dead. That's his third death, right? Yeah, 0-3-1 on Whisper. The hero that we really need for OG here to get up and running out this laning stage with those arenas to create the action they need. Because Troll, you know, good laner, but still needs that period of time where he's finishing off Battle Fury to get into his second item. That's the real big one.
Yeah, imagine showing somebody who didn't play Dota for quite some time this Troll build. You're like, okay, Null Talisman, what the hell is this item? Cornucopia, and then having a Lotus.
A Lotus, yeah. What's this little flower thing in his inventory? What's that? He's got 2 of them, they stack? Yeah. Good old stuff. So yeah, Tomato, Battle Fury. Yasha and then BKB. Queued up for him.
Miero in the outer ring right now, has that Infest available. they managed to stabilize. This is really good. Nightfall is being active as Faceless Void. Oh, vision provided. He's dead.
Oh, absolutely is. GPK getting some more of those charges on his Spirit Vessel. And Nightfall, yeah, getting really, really involved. 4,500 net worth. You know, didn't have the best lane in terms of last hit, but GPK just ping-ponging from one side of the map to the other. Pushing around BZM, forcing a defensive role. So far, they have completely neutered OG's aggression, right? Killing Whisper, delaying his 6, forcing BZM to make these defensive moves, and still hunting for the kills on top.
They're not done.
They'll go for another.
Solar Bind in 5 seconds, available now with Chakra Magic. Seb looks very dead here. There's a rotation from Ari. Okay.
Oh God, Seb.
They need to bring numbers. They need to do something, because right now, GPK is running at them constantly with this Solar Bind plus Spirit Vessel.
And he's permanently full HP, full mana.
That's what Coddle does. Also holding on to Fairy's Trinket. They're going to clear some of these stacks early on. Miero also pretending to be helping.
Take them all down. And who's getting the lion's share of this? It's Miero munching on the big creeps. Easy money for the life stealer. Coddle is going to sit in that mid lane. You were talking about it game 1, the ability to defend towers as well. Just constantly blasting back creep waves, so there's not even an ability to push into these objectives with, you know, if OG wanted to group as 5, use some big teamfight ultis, they can't even get on top of tier 1s.
Yeah, I see Whisper, who has Soul Ring in his quick buy. I think you skip it. I think you just buy a Blink Dagger here. You need to catch Keeper of the Light before he gets a defensive. This is a BKB game for Keeper of the Light. Even though there is Shadow Demon, they're going to be jumping you. You're going to be playing with Pango. There is no save on your side. Maybe with some Infest coming out from the, you know, very popular Lifestealer off lane. But so far, so good for Bedboom. Lifestealer, he is catching up. He's going to be turning into a core.
Whisper. Looks like he's dead again. And Coddle.
They can't allow this to happen. BZM, like, he's about to finish off his Diffusal Blade. As soon as he gets that, there needs to be a smoke from OG to try to get some advantage early on, because Keeper of the Light is getting away with too much. And also, the longer this game goes, it's better. Bedboom, they... Like, you have Lifestealer, one of the better carries in the late game, and then you also have Faceless Void, the ultimate carry.
Oh, he's got the items queued up. Armlet Radiance for Lifestealer. He's getting there. But yeah, GPK just everywhere on this map, finding openings wherever he turns up. And the timings, right? This Coddle, you always talk about that 7-minute, 8-minute Spirit Vessel, gets into his next big item, very, very speedy. So difficult to contend with when he is the tempo setter here from Bedboom. Whisper now with the defensive Ari. BZM coming in with Seb as well through that top jungle. All scouted out though by 2 Dire Observer wards, seeing OG arriving.
Maybe this was a 200 IQ play. They see Rubik. In the last game, you were stealing Firestone from the enemy off lane. This time around, they're like, what if we pick Lifestealer? He cannot steal anything from our off lane.
So we were talking about this the other day, right? I think there was an old content piece with Blitz and Cap and some of the old boys, you know, doing some stuff there where enemy Rubik and like, okay, we're gonna not level our spells. I'm Enigma. I'm not gonna level Black Hole. I'm Wraithking. I'm only gonna level my passives. Don't let Ari have any spells whatsoever. Don't let Ari have any space whatsoever. In comes GPK. Oh, he's trapped in this arena with the Rolling Thunder on top of him. Kills off the Rubik, but Whisper and BZM surrounding this Coddle, who is still surviving with a heal of the Illuminate. GPK still up and running.
Still alive.
No way is he allowed to get away with this. Dodges the Swashbuckle. BZM misses it. Oh, it's a disaster for OG as Bedboom clear the way, take them down, and dominating streak for Nightfall. I mean, I thought GPK was dead there, but Coddle is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Yeah, that's what the Wizards do, Gary. But that was a nice play. Infest, so he comes with Boots of Travel onto Infested Creep from a Lifestealer. And I think he's going to need... Like, these blasts are way too much heal. It definitely is. And look at that sidestep to dodge the Swashbuckle. BZM tried to go for it, but... unfortunately did not get it. And they managed to stabilize. They know that they're in a lot of trouble right now.
Pain. Pain and suffering. 2-10.
Tomato, he's the one who does have a lot of farm, but unfortunately it's Troll. This hero is easily kited. You're playing against Keeper of the Light. Blinding Light, Solar Bind is very annoying. Spirit Vessel, so you're not getting the lifesteal off of it, and very difficult to catch. Even though he does have good item timings. 14-minute Battle Fury plus Null Talisman, I guess, plus Phase Boot. It's a new tech, getting the extra mana from Null. Feels ugly, looks ugly in the inventory, but that gets the job done.
And Miero now, it's like, okay, Nightfall, I'm the carry. This is my top lane. I'm the safe lane, and we all Whisper. We're starting to feel the nerves, the adrenaline, whatever it is. OG missing a couple of spells in that last fight, and right here as well. Swashbuckle and the spear off the mark.
Bedboom, they want to smoke. They do have Spirit Vessel again available, Blink Lasso on save.
Sab's going to grab up one of these bounty runes, but he's walking into a dangerous neck of the woods right now. Miero sat around half HP. OG swinging into mid, but with the ET Spirit there, they'll see them coming. There's a Kobold and a Rubik just being munched on by Miero, and it looks like this Lifestealer might just have it. The spear is good though. Ari given a new lease on life, but with Save arriving, look, the Blink Lasso, the Illuminate, Blinding Light,
They got Whisper.
Save out of Seb onto Whisper's Mars, but this Earthsplit is coming and it's far too much damage to deal with. OG lose another 2 as the off-lane Lifestealer sets up the team fight by walking at people.
And Chrono in the bottom lane.
You're
GPK,
right.
he's so active. That might be a triple kill for him. We'll try to use the blast.
In the 16th minute, look to the northwest and you'll see GPK arriving and taking down Tim. Oh, we got the battle trance off, but is that enough? Nah, with the Spirit Vessel on him, Nightfall and GPK making short work.
What a freaking useless ability this battle trance is.
I mean, it lives up to the hero name, right? It trolls yourself sometimes.
He really does. GPK, he's popping off completely. He's like, guys, somebody will need to carry you because of this offlane Lifestealer, and yeah. That's going to be All-Terrain Core finished after Boots of Travel, 17, 18 minutes.
I can't believe it's 2-13 and a 4K lead here for Bedboom after that draft.
He's involved in, how many? 12 out of 13 kills on GPK.
Incredible. Yeah, this Kotl is a serious problem. Like this has to go up the ranks, up the rungs of the ladder quickly in that draft priority. First phase ban against Bedboom, it feels like, unless you have serious counters. I mean, OG, they've still got this Arena, Rolling Thunder, with a couple of very nice supports, but they've got to start playing together. They can't allow Whisper to get picked off time and time again with a Gold Frenzy, taking him down.
This has to be one of the worst games I've seen Whisper had in a really long time. 1-7-1.
And we saw game number 1.
Yeah, that was also a difficult game, but this time around, he's getting countered. Like, you're playing against Faceless Void, you're playing against Lifestealer, this overtime damage. There's no rotations. Like, they need to make something happen, because I said that if they're not up by 5k at 15 minutes with their draft against Lifestealer from the offlane and Faceless Void, that they're just going to be in a lot of trouble. Tomato trying to go for something. There is Infest, of course.
Yeah, I mean, he really is like a ghoul from Fallout. He seems invulnerable, immortal. His Lifestealer hasn't died yet. 0-0-4, just roaming around the wasteland doing whatever the hell he wants to.
They might need to ban it next time they play against Bedboom.
Ban the pos 3 Lifestealer. Mr. Nyx himself demolishing teams from the offlane. Right, here's a move. Here's a play. Miero getting run at. Demonic Purge, spear back, gets off the rage and the TP, but here comes the troll. And snares and roots him up. The armor toggle, though, gets out of the arena. Armor toggle again, but Miero's down. Some slick moves, but still, OG find the kill.
Yeah, second hit root. Oh, that's going to be another big one if they can get him. Save did pick up the shield rune. We'll try to TP away. Rolling Thunder. Nice blink out.
Oh,
Whisper, he's here.
Beautiful.
That was such a cool play from Save. Faking the TP and then realizing that Rolling Thunder will still connect.
I think Whisper might have meant to tip the Batrider there, accidentally. Gets thrown to Tokyo in the crossfire.
Very nice play coming out from Save. This guy is on another level.
That really is perfect. Yeah, they are upper echelon right now, Bedboom. It's been a year and a half since they're formed, and this was meant to be, and I guess still is, the star-studded roster from Eastern Europe that we've kind of expected, but they've struggled. You know, that final hurdle, whether it is pushing high ground or getting to grand finals or winning series against better teams, they haven't quite found that stride, that momentum they've needed. But so far this tournament, you know, day one a little shaky, but they've been going strong since then.
Yeah, this is a team that got a lot of good results in the past, like 6 months or so, but never managed to lift the trophy. I don't know. I feel like this team, like, we did have this conversation, and I feel like, you know, they already came far in the tournament. Things are looking good. They managed to, you know, stabilize this second game as well. But, yeah, definitely one of the top contenders to win the whole thing.
Well, even though the kills looks pretty nasty here for OG, it's still a 1k lead.
They're
less
keeping
than
up.
that. Even for BetBoom. Yeah, Troll Ward is at the top of the net worth. Mars and the Pango not too far behind the rest of the pack either.
The thing is, BetBoom, they don't need to rush anything. Like, they can just chill and farm, wait.
Can't rush anything.
Yeah, exactly. Nightfall about to finish off his BKB, needs another 1,000 gold, and they know exactly where they are. You can see GPK drawing on a minimap.
Tomado nearly gets found there by Save, lurking in the shadows. 4 members of BetBoom going to clear out that top wave. Maybe look for the tier 1. OG were hunting on that right side of the map. Nothing comes of it. They've got to come back and try and defend that mid tower against the new waves coming in.
Vision game from BetBoom. They have, I believe, 5 observer boards on the map right now. I think 1 just expired, so 4.
Oh, Ari, prospecting. Give that gold to Tomato. Little Kobold. Stand right there. It's going to help him jungle as well. Oh, yes. Little Butler. Under dire vision, though, like you're saying. BetBoom know exactly what OG are up to. TP's ready for pretty much everyone there. Kotl with the boots of travel, of course, can be across the map in the blink of an eye. BetBoom kind of just setting up here, waiting on high grounds, waiting under wards to see if OG come to them. Like you've been saying, not in a rush, don't need to make any rash decisions. OG, the onus is on them to try and get these teamfight ultis connected in a meaningful way to take proper battles.
There's still no Radiance on Lifestealer. I mean, he's playing it from the off lane, so it doesn't get the farm priority. Will eventually get it, just 100 gold away, 200 gold from picking up that relic. Courier is available, but you see the OG, last 2-3 minutes, they're trying to make something happen, but can't find an opening.
Good vision, good reading from BetBoom. Seb trying to get a bit of golden experience down bottom alone, while Ari gets a bit of face time with the creeps in that mid lane.
OG will go for Roche.
Okay.
BZM and Tomato. They do have enough damage to bring it down.
Pretty nice grab for them. Like you say, we're still waiting for that Radiant. 900 gold for Lifestealer, but we do have BKB up for Nightfall. BetBoom probably in a pretty solid position here if they do get run at. Yeah, Rage TP from Miero. Off he goes.
The only hero he needs to be afraid of is Troll. They do have Shadow Demon ulti, but it doesn't stop the TP.
Yeah, not too much else is going to catch him.
And looking at the build from Miero. Armlet, Radiance, has Aghanim Scepter queued up next.
Perfect.
Toronto Tokyo might be the victim here. Tomato does not want to commit.
Nah. It's too spooky. You've got one observer board that saw the Faceless Void coming. Now, backing onto the ET, pops the BKB, rooting up Toronto Tokyo, but the Chrono's here. Trying to hold this troll in place. Whisper, though, with an Arena Spear.
Good
well
Arena.
placed. Beautifully done by OG here to take down the Faceless Void. Baiting Nightfall in and getting 2 kills for the price of 1.
That
Uses
was
Aegis to take down a tier 2 as well.
Huge mistake from BetBoom. The rest of the team was not there, so now they're going to lose their own Tormi. Yeah, they're not too happy about it. They should have just let them die. He also tried to toy with Troll, gets rooted, uses a Force Staff, and Nightfall. He's like, okay, I can die. I have a secondary carry, but this is very expensive. That
it is, absolutely. Yeah, 20 seconds still on the sidelines, and Chrono, a long cooldown to expend. Yeah, to not get any kills.
So Whisper is the one who got it for free. Shard. I think they're going to need those BKBs. I see Dagon for Keeper of the Light. As soon as they kill him one more time, if he gets jumped by the arena, he's going to swap to a BKB.
This period, right, the last... Oh, hang on, that lasso back in.
They know he has no BKB.
They do protect the troll. Tomato getting whacked around by Miero, though, and Aegis is down.
No BKB, no battle trance.
He's in trouble now, isn't he? Gonna get caught up here with another round of spells out of GPK. The Stomp is there, and comes Whisper trying to spear them back, but Miero just running forward with a rage, charging in towards this troll.
Oh,
The turnaround
Nightfall.
play with a BZM roll.
He's
Catching
rooted.
it, Nightfall rooted and stunned because the time walk off to the northwest.
He needs help.
Does need help for the Blinding Light. Perfect from GPK. Doesn't get swashed, and BZM caught up in a solar bind. And Miero again wanting to munch on this Pangolier. Tasty meat for this Miero Lifestealer. Tomato on the run as OG
GPK, he wants more.
lose their mid laner. GPK TPing forward onto the creep wave. But it looks like that will come to a close.
Yeah, GPK saving the fight there with these big Illuminate heals. Big damage coming out from him, almost 3,000 damage. Lifestealer, his career was dead, so couldn't deliver Radiance in the previous fight. Would definitely make a difference, and now he needs to walk. Finally has it. You can feel the nerves. Whisper. Ari's inside of him.
The Stolen Infest.
Stolen Infest, yeah.
Oh yeah, the pressure absolutely is on here. It's been kind of a funny game because we saw this Kotl previously, you know, not just in game 1, but previous games and series where for
Radiant's middle tower.
that entire period, 7 minutes to 25, he's running around finding kill after kill, but they've had to wait. Just keep on farming, kind of sit back on their haunches a bit, get Nightfall and Miro into this late game situation. Infested to save. And they'll go straight onto Seb. Would have liked a bigger ticket kill there, but Whisper and Ari find themselves a nice bit of safety behind their tier 1.
Yeah, they'll take whatever they can get. And look at the itemization from OG. They want to get these Yule Scepters, they want to get these Wind Wakers. They're prepping for the super late game. They feel like this game's going to go on for a while. You need something against Chronosphere, you needed the spell of your own against Spirit's Vessel and Solar Bind, and also right against the Lasso, Chrono.
He's dead.
They have damage.
Not a chance in the world.
They're never gonna lack damage having Keeper of the Light in the team. And really glad that GPK changed his item build. I did mention the BKB that if he dies once, they're gonna go for him, but he has a big streak, so really glad that he decided to get a BKB instead of Dagon first. One arena could ruin you, give you, 1,000+ gold for somebody, 1,000 gold shared across other heroes. And SNY now finished on Tomato.
Halfway to his Aghanim Scepter as well already. Long-range time walks from Ari trying to catch up to someone here. But Dire Vision placed, Bet Boom retreat.
They feel forced to do something. As soon as Chrono is down, they want to get something done on the map, immediately running towards the top lane, but they have problems starting the fight. We still haven't seen Whisper being that one guy who jumps in, gets the initiation going. There was this good arena placed in the bottom lane, but he wasn't the first guy jumping in.
I guess they're still in a good spot, though, with BZM scaling, right? The changes to Swashbuckle mean that this Aghanim Scepter feels much more powerful nowadays. Very close to that, so damage output from OG definitely not lacking if they can land that arena.
Yeah, they also have a good scaling lineup. Shadow Demon, Rubik. In terms of Rubik, you don't have the best abilities to steal in this game, so that's a bit of a meh. But Mars in the late game, Troll can be okay. But my problem is you're playing against Faceless Void, and this is a really farm Faceless Void.
Dire's middle tower.
Kind of difficult for OG to contend with those cores. Tomato. Give a few whacks for that tier 2 mid. A good TP out there as well as Bet Boom reset themselves. Pushing out that bottom wave, but regrouping still to come back into their base. That's all of this kind of tug of war against OG. Give them a little bit of space. Let them fill that vacuum, then run away before they get the team fight readiness.
What about the Pendulum, Gary? Where's Pendulum swinging in your book?
That'll come main event, don't you worry. Well, the Pendulum is swinging in this game, right? 1k lead for Bet Boom, back to 1k for OG, or I guess less than, like 10 gold lead for both these teams, swinging back and forth. This is a pretty big move for OG right now. Green lights across the board, everyone ready. Double Aghanim Scepters, the Troll and the Pango have theirs. One good arena connection that you've been calling for to be the big difference maker right now for them. Tomato's going to walk into the ET for now, dodging the stomp so he doesn't have to BKB. Kills the courier off the back of it as well. Map position, though, still pretty good for Bet Boom. It's a nice move from Seb here to try and force save into an awkward spot. Yule's up from Ari. Seems pretty tanky, but it looks like the rest of OG have arrived quite quickly here to dispatch the bat.
Yeah, do big kills, like they'll take whatever they can. Amplified damage available on Tomato. This could be a big one. If they can catch one more hero off guard, Miro needs to run away.
And it's family time over at the Ancients here for Nightfall and Miro. Everyone get their farm on. Wait for your two supports to respawn. As OG, they fill up this bottom side of the map, down that bottom lane into enemy Ancients. Mid lane cut and pushed as well. not necessarily high ground time. They'd love a team fight in this area on the doorstep of BetBoom for sure. But primarily waiting for this next Roshan, which is potentially up in 20 seconds now.
Yeah, the game did slow down. We haven't seen these big team fights still coming out. Nightfall did use Chronosphere defensively to try to save, and even faster. The off-lane Lifestealer, faster than the carry.
No, that's a stat.
Average pickup on Aghanim Scepter, because usually they get S and Y in between.
Oh, that's a stat.
Sometimes
BZM.
AC, BKB, but Miero in a good spot.
That's great against this troll, right? I mean, we've talked about it previously. We'll have to talk about it again in a second, because OG in position here, ready for a fight. Smoke into smoke. It's going to break soon. GBK, the first point of contact, but he gets out. BKB's to run out of the arena. ET still being speared up and caught. Tomato run out by Miero, but Toronto Tokyo is the first casualty.
Buyback coming out.
Straight away to rejoin the fight. Nice blast though there onto BZM. Miero raged up, Infest into the troll. Aghanim stepped into this disarm and pissed him off. On the right-hand side of the fight, Nightfall's running towards them. Chronos on the right.
He's
Tomato
in trouble now.
spearing Miero. This Lifestealer absolutely being battered in by Tomato, but he's got backup arriving. The Lifestealer's so tanky, but Tomato shuts him down. Nightfall running away from Whisper and his BKB now, as BetBoom have lost their offlaner. And a great spear from Whisper here. Takes down Save, yules into the air, Faceless Void gonna land down with a thud, trying to get himself a bit of distance, but Whisper Ari on his tail. Tomato just needs a net, a route to catch up to Toronto Tokyo, the dieback of the ET. 3 down, and OG clear out BetBoom.
Big team fight for OG. Troll did go pretty ham, fighting against the Lifestealer, but no one was fighting around Lifestealer. That was the problem. Like, you can see both of them fighting against each other, dealing 5,000 damage. On one side, 4,000 damage coming up from the Lifestealer. Arena barely misses, even if he hits that, but Whisper was the one controlling the fight pretty much, and you are fighting into amplified damage Troll, so that's going to be very difficult. Nightfall was on a different side. Chronosphere, I believe it only landed onto one BZM, so I think they need to lock onto Tomato, because he does pack a punch at this point of the game.
Yeah, kind of leave BZM to his own devices. I mean, here, yeah, a Lifestealer not in a fair fight, surrounded by enemies, taken down in the midst of it all. But we have seen these kind of funny matchups, right? Lifestealer used to be hard countered by the Troll. Now, with this item build, with the Radiance and the Aghanim Scepter, he can potentially go toe-to-toe in that straight 1v1. But very well done there by OG to isolate individual parts of the fight.
Yeah. And Tomato with the Aghanim Scepter now, he doesn't need to care about all these shenanigans, these like open wounds that is still not available, but Solar Bind, Blinding Light, time dilation, that's the big one a lot of the times against Troll, because he can't use his abilities. So the spell mechanic of his own and also dispelling enemies, so that's going to be pretty great pickup, makes him super tanky. Now going into Abyssal Blade after finishing off Basher.
And Roshan's up.
They need some anti-troll items. They might need some, you know,
scepters.
I also wouldn't mind seeing Heaven's Halberd from Miero.
Okay.
I know that he wants to get a BKB. That's a great item, because you can rage BKB into another rage. But Heaven's Halberd, so you have another way of disarming Troll, could be pretty big. This is where most of the damage comes from.
It's all Tomato. 23,000 net worth on the Troll. He's the big man in this game. That's for damn sure. Roshan for him. He's kind of running out of slots at this point. What do you trade out here? Do you put your Basher in your backpack? What's the BK? Oh yeah, BKB in the backpack. Pick up the Aegis and swap it back in middle fight. Once he died once.
Backpack B. Put that in. Roshan's banner, very important in his inventory. Better than Skull Basher. And he did plant that. Let's see where he planted it.
There it is.
There it is. The best item in the game is down. 24 HP, spell immune, by the way.
Very important, this spell immune. I don't want to die to an Illuminate like everybody else has been doing. Nice roll up from BZM. No blink, though. Has the swashbuckle, and now he's been slept up and caught up by Miero. Hang on, Seb with a bit of time buying here. The Demonic Purge and Disruption allows Tomato to come in from that right-hand side. Miero infested inside of him as Whisper went in deep, really deep. Arena'd up and taken down. Nightfall running forward, has a Chrono available. Miero's still alive. Tomato dropping low as well. If they can kill him off the once, they can maybe Chrono him the second time. But OG gonna retreat for now. Losing Whisper though, who bought back.
I don't think they're gonna get anything out of this buyback. A lot of bad decision all across the board. That like the Chronosphere that we've seen 15 minutes into the game, trying to save your position 5, dying. Then this buyback from Whisper. They're not getting any value out of it.
Yes, there's so many hurdles in this game to get over. And we always talk about Dota being a game of expectations, right? And Lifestealer off lane just completely ruining your expectations. Yeah, from the beginning, you thought, we're going to be playing against a Beastmaster or a Visage or something like that. Nope. It's a Miro Lifestealer right here. It looks like there, BZM kind of shifting his itemization as well. The unassembled Eon Disc in his inventory and backpack. And an Orchid next up for the Pangolier.
Yeah, both of them, both Pango and Mars have Orchid in their quick buy. They want to be the ones controlling. They know if they can survive long enough throughout these BKBs, they want to control Lifestealer, they want to control Faceless Void, because there is no save. In terms of saves, there is Force Staff, double Force Staff, and that's it.
AT Spirit going to come out and scout Dire Ancients. BZM shows mid, but immediately blinks away.
They have the tools to control this troll. Chronosphere, Infest from a Lifestealer, disarming him, Blinding Light, Batrider with the lasso.
Ogre Steel Totem out of Toronto, Tokyo, and the Force Staff to buy a bit of space. Hex is there from GPK. And it's all delay tactics here. Don't allow the troll to get a freebie on your doorstep. Meanwhile, Lasso in the back lines. That's Shadow Demon down.
They're splitting the fight nicely.
Seb got fought. Yeah, the Chrono didn't land on anyone, while Toronto Tokyo slain perishes to the hands of the troll.
Yeah, you can feel the nerves. Chrono not connecting onto anything. Both of them losing position 5, but Boom, I didn't even see the Chrono because there was not much happening around Faceless Void.
There must have been like a BZM blink out, something like that, right? Or
probably.
Whisper blinked out, I don't know. So much happening at the same time. Again, we were praising OG on the way they're kind of compartmentalizing the team fights. This time, Boom isolating a hero, finding that opening, but still trading out Shadow Demon for the ET. And again, it's OG on the Dire side of the map, playing towards this Boom base. In a better spot map-wise. Aegis still there for the Troll Warlord as well.
Minute and 15 seconds left.
Swift Blink coming pretty shortly for Tomato. And a Stolen Rage for Ari.
Seb, he needs to keep the distance once they go with the Chronosphere, once they go with Lasso. He needs to be the one saving people, having that cleanse as well available to dispel some of this nasty stuff. Solar Bind, Spirit Vessel, Time Dilation.
He wants to be a Lifestealer himself, picks up some illusions, clears out that mid-wave with the help of the Radiance Burn. OG starting to knock on the door of this tier 3 mid. Troll all smoked up and a lift up on the Lifestealer. Tons of damage. Miero disappears, but he's holding buyback here. Tomato getting up to high ground, hitting on the buildings. Boom, got to make a decision pretty swiftly. Oh, the bash out onto Nightfall, a little spooky there. And OG kind of waiting in the shadows, looking for this moment to strike.
Troll Shard, such a powerful tool. All 5 members of OG, they do have Shard available. He's hitting the tower and still dealing damage all across the board. Arcane Rune available bottom, it's being pinged out by Whisper.
But that's Aegis gone now, right? It's just got to expire.
It's gone in a second.
A matter of seconds, yeah, there it goes. Using it till the bitter end.
Whisper finds an opening, gets that jump with the Arena and Spear. He died so quickly.
That was a good lift from Ari as well.
Both supports from OG, itemizing to keep the distance, both having Blink Daggers, one with Disruption. Ari's building into Wind Waker, which he almost has, needs another 1,000 gold. So that's going to be pretty big. It's going to be all about the saves. 10k gold lead for OG now.
Sitting on gold mine of money.
They will need something to dispel these Wind Wakers with. I also see Aeon Disc locked for BZM. Has it. Yep, so somebody will need to buy Nullifier.
Looks like it. It's been a good turn of play here from OG, right? Last 7 or 8 minutes, they've literally been sat in front of tier 3s, just gathering up farm, taking out Ancients, pushing Boom back. Eastern European team stuck in their base for quite some time.
Miro doesn't know what to buy. He's changing his item build. I was watching him, goes back to BKB, goes back to AC. He's like, I need an item, but nothing feels as good. I also want to have my buyback available. What was that item called, Gary? The neutral item with the dispel mechanic. Can't remember. My brain stopped.
Neutral item with the dispel mechanic.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
We got rid of it like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
That's far too long for my P-brain to remember. Yeah, you'll have to go back and look at the change logs. Well, he had a quick Aghanim's, but a slow BKB here for Miero. 7 minutes behind average. Of course, comparing position 3 to position 1 is a little unfair, but still pretty funny. BZM gets up to high ground with a swashbuckle and then crashes down to the low ground to try and get away from Miero and the rest of BetBoom. Looks like he's successful in doing so. Shield rune down that bottom river spot as well. And yeah, BZM didn't even panic, right? Eon Disc is still unassembled, ready to pop it whenever he really needs to. And Wind Waker #1 has arrived. Oh, Flicker had the dispel, the jump around.
Didn't we have a neutral item that did... No, never mind. I was thinking probably about Flicker, where you were dispelling everything, blanking out of trouble.
Dispel your spell with like 50 move speed plus a jump. Yeah, it's a pretty funny item, that one. I'm not sure there was one with like an active you put on someone. Maybe you're right, but I can't remember, honestly. Oh, we had the Minotaur Horn mini BKB, didn't we? Jeez. Oh my god.
Back to the game.
Reminiscence with Gary and Larry. Here we go. Thinking about the old days.
Ooh, double basher now available, so they can control these BKBs from BetBoom, keep them in place. Nightfall, thinking about getting Butterfly. Sure, Butterfly, great item. You're playing against Troll, but you might need to think about these refreshers, because with Scotty, you definitely have enough mana. Timato, he's getting jumped.
Yeah, there's Troll Warlord in trouble now. Hexed up, lasso, the Wind Waker though from Ari on the right-hand side. Saves him, buys stun for Tomato here. BKB and Battle Trance both ready as BCM rolls in deep. Troll Warlord disarmed the Aghanim Scepter from the lifestealer, causing problems with him as the Chrono comes out, and Toronto Token's going to die by back with Tomato's the big one that falls. BCM tries to roll in to save his mates, but with a Troll dead, this is easy for BetBoom to run forward and find even more kills. BCM with a blink away.
Stolen Chrono, where's the damage?
Nightfall runs through it, doesn't care about the green bubble. Miero's still tanky as well with the healing from GPK. Getting back on top of BCM. Pango, serious issues here for OG, but it's going to prop down, buy a bit of time for BCM to turn and fight. Miero's still tanking through it all though, and there it is. The Infest in the blow-up, 2 down. OG lose their most important heroes.
Oh, Battle Trance, strong dispels, but yeah, he's caught inside the Chrono, and they're just pummeling onto Troll. The way this started is with Lasso forcing a BKB out of Troll, nicely placed Chronosphere on top of him, and he can't get out of it. They're just focusing down. Sure, he doesn't even have buyback. He's investing all of his gold, sitting at only 500 gold. That there needed to be some kind of a help coming out from him. You know, the Wind Waker, this disruption that we mentioned multiple times, they need to keep the distance, but I believe they were controlled in the backlines.
There's just so much noise and chaos in these fights. Both teams looking for the little edges here and there. This time around, BetBoom successfully exploiting OG's weakness. Now the big net worth Troll, right? All eggs in one basket, pretty much. Tomato, the be-all and end-all of the OG carry situation.
Go back in. Roshan is about to respawn.
They missed it.
They really did. Oh my god, BetBoom.
Can't catch a break.
They really can't. And this is a refresher. This is the big one for Faceless Void.
Oh, not the Roshan's banner?
Roshan's banner, of course, more important than Aegis, more important than Refresher Shard.
Of course. Some tier 4 neutral items coming out now as well.
And really glad that Nightfall did change his mind about Butterfly. Instead, that Refresher seems too good of an item. Having double BKB, having double Chronosphere, also did hit level 25, so backtrack is available. There is no break mechanic that can stop it from going off. It's the only talent in the game that gets broken. It would be, I guess, too OP.
Yeah.
Another fight. Observer Ward placed down by BetBoom.
Oh, Oh, smoke into smoke. GPK gonna get arena caught up in the stuns. They've jumped the Kotl. He's hexed up. GPK, the BKB, the Chrono to save. 3 caught inside with the Earth Splitter. ET Spirit coming. The damage is there. GPK gonna die as Whisper's brought down. Miro and Nightfall, though, struggling to deal with Tomato and BZM.
Nightfall's in trouble.
The Battle Trance and this Rolling Thunder out of BZM. So difficult to handle. Save is on the run. Miro will try to BKB TP, but they don't get the bash on him.
Oh, what a fight coming out from OG this time around. Troll went pretty ham in that fight. This time they did not focus him down, so he's going to be the one controlling the fight with his Abyssal Blade, with his roots. And no buyback on GPK. Buyback available for Nightfall. He needs to use it.
But with no Chrono, with no Kotl, no Batrider even. This is now 4 versus 3. Barracks are falling. Miro steps up. I don't think that's a fight you can take, though.
He's silenced. No infest. They need to save him. Good force staff from Toronto Tokyo.
Tomato and BZM going to make short work of these buildings, though. Bottom into mid. Easy pickings. Structures crumble as BetBoom looking worse for wear here in game 2. It's been quite back and forth. Team fight into team fight. Both sides have thrown and landed their punches. But OG won, the ones with a 22k lead and that structural advantage.
I think it's time to go and just take Roshan. They have tier 1 tower to TP2, so they can go inside Roche and take it immediately. I don't know if BetBoom, if they have enough to fight this Roshan. Still can't believe that nobody from BetBoom was inside that Roche pit. It's gonna be Aghanim's Scepter for OG. Who's gonna pick it up? Pango already has it. Troll has one locked in, has that Aghanim's Blessing recipe.
And consumes it straight away. He's a hungry lad. Growing boy.
Shadow Demon also has his, so Ari will pick it up.
Good stuff.
That's a big win for the OG. Last couple of fights, BetBoom, they looked all over the place. And losing Roshan might just seal the deal for them.
They very well could at this point now. Yeah, but BetBoom, this has got to be a real tough situation to be in. And you've had glimmers of hope throughout this game. OG slamming doors and windows left and right. Trying to play out of their base here, BetBoom, to maybe catch a glimpse of someone. Save nearly finds the grab onto Ari.
Adam, their reward.
They need to get back to high ground. The Troll is straight on in. Force staff out, save. Gets the space. Miro Nightfall still looking for an angle here, potentially to jump in. Not wanting to risk their lives at this moment, though. And Tomato's Troll, very bold. Can just sit there, clearing creep waves, getting up to high ground.
Nightfall, he already used his buyback. Underneath vision.
I saw him.
Needs that refresher. His career is dead.
It's very unfortunate.
Needs 800 gold.
Mid pushing in.
To finish off that refresher.
Top shoved. Tier 3 being cracked wide open.
Only 2 heroes with buyback, Lifestealer and Shadow Demon. Everybody else either on cooldown or not enough money.
Miro, like you say, with the buyback ready, is the one that has to kind of step up. Show his face to the Troll Warlord to say, hey, look at me. Try and contend with the Lifestealer here. They jump in last though. Troll dragged back. Good damage in. Tomato though, he's got Aegis. Battle Trance. BKB still holding on here with the BKB. Then the Battle Trance. He's disarmed, running forward, being dragged back towards Fountain. Miro jumps out, gets immediately bashed. Whacked around. Tomato looks fine with the save out of the disruption. And BZM hexed up now, but the Eon Disc and the Swashbuckle gets him to safety, while the Yules on Nightfall lift up into the
Nightfall's in trouble.
This Faceless Void is serious trouble. Abyssal Blade's
dead.
Finished off by the Troll Warlord.
No buyback on him.
This looks like it's it. OG in game 2 forced the series to a game number 3.
Whew. Man, they really dodged the bullet there. If they lost to a Lifestealer offlane, random would be turned up into a huge meme. But OG winning the second game, and we're gonna go to game 3.
It's like sighs of relief, you know, laughters of contentment there, you know, it's a good victory. But always, the thought in your mind, we could have lost that, you know, we're a couple of steps away from dropping a game against an offlane accidental pick, a Lifestealer from BetBoom. But again, you know, it's like clean, wipe that slate clear. Game 3 is a best of one here, up in that upper bracket basically now to get yourselves into that upper bracket final against Tundra. Both of these teams going toe-to-toe against each other, but it's got to be said, right? Game 1 looked very BetBoom favored. Game 2, even with that massive error in the draft, BetBoom still had opportunities, still looked strong. Game 3, OG have to pull out some OG magic to take down this Eastern European side.
Yeah, a couple of last fights for OG did look really good, and some big numbers coming out from Tomato. Troll, he was so patient. Tomato was waiting with Battle Trance, waiting with the BKB, 2 supports behind him in case he gets into trouble, and yeah, Whisper had a pretty horrible game. One of the like really bad performances from him in the first 15-20 minutes, but he really caught up. Some of the big spears, catches off Lifestealer, catches off Nightfall in the end, and kind of seals the deal.
Well, we're heading to a game 3, and there's something in common between OG and that Lifestealer. Neither of them were really meant to be here as we head back to Tsunami and the panel.
Yeah, I guess misery loves company in that regard, but boy, was it touch and go for the first 20 or so minutes of that game. Here we were, ridiculing the possibility of this Lifestealer showing up. And sure, a Lifestealer plus Faceless Void combo was made present earlier by Extreme Gaming, but not in this fashion. Not with an off-lane Lifestealer. And, well, it was almost witnessing history, but not quite. It seems that the error did cost BetBoom Cinderin, and they lose game number 2.
2-0. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this looked like OG were going to kind of crumble, right? I think BetBoom were actually in a pretty good position this game, despite the Lifestealer offlane. I believe they had a 4K lead around the 15-20 minute mark. They found so many kills with especially their Coddle just rotating around, ruining Whisper's game, and they weren't able to pull through in the end. I guess, I don't really know. Like, we were sitting backstage talking about that this is the most pub-like game that we've seen in a long time. It was hard to wrap your head around, because for us watching, it's probably similar for the players, right? Like, this is outside of the realm of the norm, you know, you practice. So.
And honestly, I have to say, I'm very impressed with BetBoom, because they should not have made that game look as competitive as it was. Honestly, the way that it even went to the late game makes me quite concerned for OG, because it shouldn't have looked like that at all. Like, there were a couple of rotations to the mid lane on the Coddle that I feel like should have worked out that didn't, which thereby neglected Whisper's lane, where he was just left alone and the rotations mid didn't work. Then your Mars is bleeding, and the only player kind of doing well on your team is the Troll. But after that, there were spells being missed, there were moves not being made, they didn't smoke to the top lane to help Mars out. A lot of things were going wrong for OG when they should have gone right.
In the early mid-game, I was kind of feeling like maybe Seb was like about to yell like, guys, wake up, like what's going on? Like BZM missed like 200,000 spells. They never rotated, like Mira said, to actually help out Whisper. I feel like if this Lifestealer is a different hero, I'm not even sure they get to play the mid-game to come back. So they were kind of gifted a big one. This is like the biggest blame your draft and move on if you're BetBoom. I think they should still somewhat feel good about what they got to show in this game. Because yeah, I think outside of Ari and Tomato, OG need to step it up on the other 3 players in the next game, because they will play against a real draft. Believe it or not, it will be a real draft with 5 heroes being picked on purpose.
But speaking of Ari, like we talked about how OG played bad, but Ari really wanted to win that game. I mean, I think he played incredibly well. There was one fight where he was isolated on the side of the Troll, where they managed to have so much impact, even though the Pango was chronoed on the other side. He was also like using the Void when he time walks in. There was a really good chrono waiting for Nightfall towards the end, right? Boom, Ari stops that. I mean, so he really did his part in that game.
He earned it. He was fighting hard for it, and maybe he was able to do it by the product of some vision that was provided. Kazu, I want you to tell me what your Kadia award of the game was.
We have a very nice ward here, but it's not necessarily for Ari. This is more for the Mr. BetBoom team. Maybe this is one of the reasons why they could do so well in this game. This ward that we have placed in the jungle, it just sees everyone from OG like moving over, so they're like semi-baiting in these fights. They know exactly what's happening, and the ward not only like helped them earlier to like stay alive, but it gave them like more kills later on. Like a lot of the time when you lose your tier 1 tower, you also lose your jungle. So it means in order to still play there and like punish the enemy team when they want to take over your own jungle, you want to leave a ward there to also still not fully give up the area. Here you will see it again, like Whisper just kind of overplaying, getting ganked by some offlane Lifestealer. What do you know, of course, very strong pick, will gank you when you don't expect it, and yeah, beautiful ward. Mwah, chef's kiss.
It worked out well for them. But all these other things I want to know more details about, like what happens behind the scenes at these tournaments. I know we've been missing True Sight these days, but don't worry, I've got something else for you. I've got this documentary presented by 1xBet coming up.
don't have Glyph, they don't have buybacks, they have no way to be able to stop this.
业绩力，牛逼，兄弟们，牛逼，开始。
让你觉得，哎，你这个好难受啊！
I could have carried this game. Hold on.
That's right. As we're getting ready for another LAN with a crowd here in Birmingham, we will get the opportunity to look back and think about how Kuala Lumpur went, because 3 of those players on that winning Azure team are here on Extreme Gaming. So some continuity there. I can't wait for behind-the-scenes action. I love knowing what's happening. I hate not knowing what's happening. Like,
I can't wait to see what Hero Puppy could have 1v5 on.
He was Ench, I'm telling you. He was like Ench or some stuff. Like, stuff gets spicy. People don't really know it. People are like, oh, you know, after the game, they just say, oh, next game we do this. There's a lot of emotions on the line. Dota players are emotional between the games. It's very important, like 10, 15 minutes, what can we do, what can we not do? And sometimes you need someone to lay down the law. I think that's why Amar back then was also very good for OG and moving on. You know, sometimes you need to do it that will just say what's up. Say it like it is. That's all right.
I wonder what is going on in BetBoom. What are they saying? Are they happy that they were able to get away with as much as they did in this game number 2? Or are they angry that it even happened this way in the first place? All I know is that they need to win a game number 3 if they want to progress more in this upper bracket. So I won't take any more of your time. Let's go to a quick break, and we return the draft for game number 3.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
So tell me, baby, what you got for me? We got desires, gotta set them free. No use denying what you want from me. 'Cause we're just looking for some company. So tell me, baby, do you like what you see? 'Cause Friday night, girl, yes, I'll be free. I know your friends said to forget about me, but I can be everything that you need. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I bet for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. Empty bottles on the hotel floor. Blurry vision, but you're hard to ignore. Kinda feels like we've been here before. I feel your energy, girl, I want more. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I bet for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah. So give me a love, yeah.
have told me when you told me that's how you felt. Did you mean it all way deep inside yourself now? Your lips are kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover. And she's mine, and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips are kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. See my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover. And she's mine. We learn it sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Your lips are kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. And see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover. And she's mine, and I'm hers. We land is sunny, oh. 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 We land is sunny. We land is sunny side up. We land is sunny, oh. 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 We land is sunny. We land is sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah.
Yesterday, we didn't know who we might love, where we might go. Paths may cross if given time. Don't walk too fast, don't fall behind. So give me strength to get it right. A change of pace, a change inside. Tomorrow said that this might be gone. Don't let the days lead me on. Too late to wonder why. So maybe we should try. Yeah, alright, alright.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get ready for the final game of today. That's right, only two BO3s. Tundra versus Falcons was the first one, and Tundra claimed a 2-1 victory, going to the upper bracket final, and we're going the distance here in our second series. It's a 1-1 split right now between BetBoom and OG, and I'm feeling winded just watching that. Am I right, Sind?
Yeah, that was quite the game. I think for the third game, I gotta catch my breath after that. Yeah, sometimes.
Like, are you gonna misclick another hero again? Like,
No. So in all seriousness, though, like shit happens, you know. I think the unfortunate thing about this situation is that it happens to BetBoom of all teams, because this is a team that has a history of, you know, maybe dropping the ball a little bit, keeping their mentality tight. I just hope that, you know, they can
recover after that game, talk to, I guess it was maybe, I think it was Bulk who is drafting.
You're doing great.
Pressing the buttons.
I believe so. I mean, he's coaching.
You're really out of breath there, Cinder.
Yeah, it's tough getting old. You're just even having to cover a little bit of ground is hard for you. No, so I think Bulk, the thing you do in the situation, you're just like, sorry guys, I messed up. You know, he's the guy pressing the buttons. Take the burden off the players, have them reset, and go next game.
I'm even wondering if they look at that last game as like a loss, though, because yes, critically it was a loss, but they did way better than they should have. And the OG are probably looking at that game like, why was it that close? It should not have been that difficult to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they should definitely take the approach you said, because they should have won that game. Like in their hearts, that should have been a win. And given how OG played sloppily in the start of the game, that should light a fire inside of them to not give them this best-of-3 win.
You get the potential misclick gyro out of the way by picking the gyro. That's good. I like it. No, but like people like to say that it's the draft fall, you move on. Last game, literally, you picked a hero you didn't want. You still had a competitive game. You're all good.
Yeah.
Like, I hope they didn't go to almost like, oh man, bro, why'd you buy this item? Like, screw it, bro, just move on. Because they were whooping OG's asses real hard in that early mid-game. So
I mean, I guess that's one of the upsides to it, is that anything else they did wrong in the game just gets dwarfed by that one mistake, right? So you kind of just cut everything else some slack. Like, there's definitely other things they could have done better, but it's easier to just write it off and move on.
And GPK looks a little upset, though.
They banned his Coddle. He wanted to play Coddle again?
It's like, I went 10-0 that game and I lost.
You guys suck.
But they do get their gyro. I mean, this hero has been so successful for BetBoom. Obviously, when we talk about gyro, the flex is always still open, but it's looked best in Nightfall's hands.
It also seems like, even though the flex is open, maybe for them it's just fake. Like, same with this Coddle. Flex is there, but they never really use it. But yeah, they use the gyro very well. I think the Kanka overall is very, very strong, but the laning of this hero seems to either have gotten figured out, or teams are just doing something they haven't done before. Because like a few months ago, when I saw Amar play Kanka, he would still either always draw lanes or win. But I think right now people have crafted these Luna and gyro lanes that can really slow down a Kanka if he does go into the offlane.
Yeah, yet again, Luna ends up being ignored for the first phase, and as a result, gets taken out in the second phase. But I suppose Kanka... Have they been even flexing Kanka as BZM played? BZM did play. Oh, BZM's only been playing Kanka. Whisper hasn't played it at all yet.
10 seconds.
I mean, he's definitely... If at this point you don't play offlane Kanka, I think you've definitely done something wrong. And Whisper is so versatile, like... There's no way my man can play the Pirate Hat, man.
I mean, I thought he would be able to play Mars, but that last game had me doubting a little bit. He was not his old self there.
Well, to be fair, they need to help him. I hate seeing teams where it's like one guy is strong like they're Mars, and then this Nightfall faces war, you just let him sit there for eternity because you don't want to press your smoke up top. But anyway, moving on. Whisper, new game.
Yeah.
All easy.
Don't leave him on an island this time.
Exactly.
I think in OG's case, they often try to go for specialty offlanes, like their Brew plus Marcy combo, for example. So it never actually ends up going into the hands of Whisper on Kanka. But I mean, the Brew gets taken out. This is the third game where they're just not giving it to him.
Yeah. I mean, OG is likely that they will just look for... I think like when you open the second phase from second pick and your first pick is just like some generic catch that wants more damage, having any range 4 support that will set up your other picks later, like either your carry or your offlaner, and you give like follow-up damage, I would say is usually pretty chill. It can go anywhere from like Rubik's to Hoodwinks and whatnot. So I don't think this pick is like very hard, really. It's very easy to just make yourself feel good with this next pick.
And they could still be looking at the Bane for OG.
Yeah.
They do love to run their Bane, and it is a good hero versus a potential carry gyro because you can just grip it regardless of what. And we saw how well Sub played it versus Extreme Gaming's gyro.
I guess Enfeeble is also incredibly annoying for gyro, so that's also added benefit.
As for the other bans, Tiny ends up slipping through this time. Otherwise, OG's been consistently banned against BetBoom.
I'm pretty positive that is going to be picked because BetBoom used it as a solution to Kunkka. I think yesterday we had a game where BetBoom were running Disruptor and the other team immediately snap-picked Kunkka as a response. I think it was against Liquid in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they picked Save the Tiny, so they had another displacement ability that you can't X-mark. And they felt very comfortable with that. So, yeah, I agree. I think that's coming out for OG. Probably Bane. I also think you need to plan a little bit ahead here. Like, what carry do you pick against Gyro in the pool, right? If you want to think of the hero-to-hero matchup, Lifestealer is still in.
It's still flex.
Void.
Toronto Tokyo plays Gyro also. So
True.
if you want to start looking at it a carry-to-carry matchup quite yet, it may be preemptive.
We have a few, right, that would still be in the pool, like anywhere from like Nakes, Void, Morph. I think they're all pretty okay.
Yeah, Morph, true. Morph is still in.
But they have second pick, they might want to wait for later.
Yeah.
I want to talk about a hero that we didn't see this series because Cuddle just went through both times, but Bedboom have been trying to pick Sniper early on in their draft if they can fit it in somewhere for GPK. So I wonder if that's something OG has in the back of their minds or if they feel like the Kunkka itself is enough of a solution. And I can imagine that's why they picked Kunkka in the first place, like dealing with a potential Sniper later on.
Because Bedboom have even played Sniper with Gyro before, which I feel like people are just finding good ways to play around potential overlaps with like your items and whatnot. I do think that Kunkka alone would not be enough, so I want him to double down on it. All right, this is, we talk about the Tiny, but Enigma Tiny is probably one of the most enabling heroes when it comes to a pulse for Tiny. This is not a good lane for a Bane at all.
And the cool thing about Bedboom's picks right now is their draft is still open to interpretation because Toronto Tokyo played a lot of 5 Enigma in Dream League. Miro also played a lot of 3 Enigma. Save loves his Tiny, but so does GPK. And this Gyro, we don't know where it's being flexed to as well. So still a very open-ended draft that Bedboom have the advantage here in the second phase because they can close it out with their 18 pick.
I do really like your idea of just running standard Tiny Enigma, especially into Bane, because I think the way Bane usually does well in lane is by playing off lane, like you're playing on the side of the lane, not literally the off lane, but off of the lane. So a bit off to the side and bullying people out. Against Tiny, that's tricky. You're going to get tossed into Enigma who has Eidolons, you get overpowered, you can't kill the Eidolons, you have no AoE damage of any kind. So I think this is part of the logic is to target that. But of course, OG can just put it 4, right? They've played it on Ahri, they might just want to dodge the matchup entirely and just play Bane Kunkka or Bane with another offlaner.
So in Dream League, OG actually ran a lot of Hoodwink on Ahri, and one of the lanes that OG played versus Enigma, and it was actually Bedboom probably, was the Kunkka plus Hoodwink, where if the Enigma was potentially flexed to position 5, they would have supports that dealt damage and were able to kill the Eidolons. Well, they picked the Phoenix, so they're unable to do that here, but I love Phoenix as a hero in terms of locking the team fight for your team. Because if you have this threat of the black hole, but you have a Supernova on your side, you can cast the Supernova preemptively, and Enigma cannot blink into that because he's going to be stunned by the Supernova stun. It's also a means of potential save with the Sunray for the healing, the Sunray for the percentage-based damage versus Tiny. It's a very cool pick.
Yeah, no, I love that point. Like, I think, like, just giving your team, like, this buffer of knowing there's a Supernova there, it just means Enigma can go. So, like, giving your team this, like, more speed and emphasis that they can actually go into the fight is great. So they go with the Sniper themselves to kind of outrange what Bedboom is doing for now. Sniper is super annoying for Enigma. I would say the lane, if you do go into Enigma Tiny, it can be volatile, so you have to play around that. But this Sniper looks very strong against these 3 heroes. You kind of do what Gyro does, but you outrange him, you win longer fights against him too. So for Bedboom, they need to fix a couple of these heroes. The only problem I see with OG's draft is that Bane, Phoenix, Sniper all don't really like the same thing. They don't like being overran by someone with whatever, maybe with Lycans, that's not really going to be in the pool. But heroes that can jump the backlines, I think should really be what Bedboom should be eyeing at, especially with their mid pick.
Lycan is technically a possibility if they put Enigma 5. If you think it's that good, then you could run it here. But I don't know. I feel like Lycan Tiny is just a little bit too...
Yeah, I would rather be looking at like backline catch. Like just making sure you can get in there, allow your Enigma to like play a little bit slower and like... Because Sniper, Bane, Phoenix, all positioning heroes.
Storm is the obvious choice for Bedboom with their team's history, but I think there's a couple of pitfalls here, right? Against Kunkka, against Bane, it can be tricky. The lane itself, Storm against Sniper, I think is also not particularly enjoyable. So...
Yeah, it's also hard to play Storm versus Save supports. Things versus like Sunray and Nightmare are very unpleasant to play into. I like the concept of just, you know, you're revealing your Gyroflex here on 18, which is one of the benefits of having the first pick in this banning phase. But this lifesteal, you can just do infest bombs on the Tiny, right? You're not worried about the Sniper anymore. And on top of that, you're a really great hero versus Phoenix because you can just kill the egg. It doesn't threaten you. The only concern that you have is the Fiend's Grip, but you're going to address that through your last hero here on Bedboom. Maybe something with a long distance stun, or also something that blinks in with you and can go on Bane.
Yeah, I really like this lifestealer pick. Like maybe he's not the guy that like, I mean he's not a jumper, but he's basically within the jump, right? If you infest bomb, you're also good. It makes it a lot worse for this Kunkka to go offlane. Like Kunkka Phoenix offlane into some Gyro Nakes, he should just be completely fine. He's got the rage as well. So overall, as long as Bedboom's last pick, again, I would just like a second vehicle, like not just your post 4 Tiny that needs to go in and always get your life stealer in the fight. Just mid-hero who's not super easy to be counterpicked, and it would be cool if you can be good against Kunkka, because you should, I would say, kind of maybe expect OG to want to at least have the option of putting him there. If you can tick all these boxes, that would be sick.
Also, there's still some flex potential. I'm looking at my stats. Apparently Miro played offlane lifestealer, so still some opening there.
True.
Yeah, that was really good. You can also get the axe against Sniper like last game.
True.
That would be the sickest curveball.
I mean, in terms of
just put it offlane.
In terms of player or hero pairings, BZM has been on the receiving end of a Sniper treatment many a time. This is his first time playing Sniper since 2017. I've been told that the hero is just that face roll now, that you can just kind of throw it in anywhere, but not too much familiarity if that will have any influence.
Are we sure he's playing it, though?
We are not. That is true.
Could be a carry sniper. You could put Kunkka mid, you could put Kunkka offlane. You have options here. Now that you're seeing the Dragon Knight, you know that this is a... you see your flat out your mid matchup, right? So you can... There's no real flex here on BetBoom as far as moving their cores around. So there will be the Razor. Straight up counter pick. And I think that will be BZM probably.
And the flex is still kind of open, no? Because you could just put Tiny mid. Okay, no, they just go for the DK mid anyway.
I think if you put Tiny mid and Dragon Knight offlane, then you're playing a 4 Enigma. Maybe that would have been a bit too crazy.
I'm trying to think about the lanes, like how OG wanna take this. I think Razor DK mid is like kind of whatever. Like you can slightly out CS the DK, but I don't think you enjoy his level 6 all that much. If you want to slow down the nakes, you would be better off putting the Razor in that lane.
I think you just leave Sniper mid because we saw how badly...
Kunkka?
Yeah, honestly, I don't mind that. I would say it's a nice answer down bottom against the Enigma just with the idol. It's like a OG type of way. You still get the team fight. Okay.
So they're emphasizing the player's role, like the player's standard lane over the role it has in the game, right? Because you could have had Whisper play Kunkka in the safe lane and Tomato play Razor off lane. They could have done that if they wanted the player on the hero, right? But this is more about having the duos in their respective lanes with their supports.
No, I think this is actually like a very intentional flex because you wanna lane the Phoenix with the Kunkka, and because you're playing into Enigma, the way that you lane into Enigma is you kill the idol end. So if you have if you have Phoenix and Kunkka as your safe lane versus Enigma, you're gonna just gimp his potential. As
I meant you could have had Whisper play the Kunkka in the safe lane with the Phoenix, and then Tomato could have played the Razor in the off lane. But they're choosing to put the players on their lanes rather than the heroes, if that makes sense. It's quite unusual to see this, I feel like.
They're very flexible. The one other thing that I like a lot is that they actually put the Sniper mid. I think having, like, he's the best hero at slowing down the DK's early push. He's gonna have Shrapnel, he can kind of slow that down. I think you still get all the other tools from your Kunkka mid. So honestly, I kind of like what OG has been cooking in this draft.
I like it. I think it's creative, but I don't know if I have much faith in them after that game 2, if I'm being honest here. Like, I'm just going to be honest. Like, I think
they're still shook.
They're playing quite sloppily, and it might be a little bit more difficult to pull off a Sniper lineup if you don't really have confidence going into this game 3. But if they were able to reset, I think that their lane setup now works very well. Like, it counters that boom successfully.
It'll also give you a great deal of confidence moving into a winner bracket final if you're able to take this game. You're going to face off against Tundra. Loser is going to win a playoff against G2IG and Extreme Gaming's winner, but that's for tomorrow. Right now, let's get into game number 3 with Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, let's head into this deciding match in the upper bracket. Creative, cool drafting out of OG with that big flex of the Kunkka. BetBoom, pretty standard stuff for them. But this Tomato Kunkka Lacoste, interesting that they put him still in the safe lane.
Yeah, I had to double check when was the last time he played it. It was during ESL 1 KL. I was actually casting that game, and he went for a very interesting item build. We had an interview with him, and I remember asking him, like, why did you go for these items? Because in the end, that was a pretty long game, 54-minute game when they played against LGD Gaming, and ended up with BKB Satanic Silver Edge Disperser Blink. So wanted to utilize, Disperser was his pretty much a way to move around the fights, because later you don't have enough slots. But want to see what he's going to be doing nowadays, because Disperser is not that popular item, so want to see how he's going to approach. I assume you still want to be able to deal some damage. At least you have Sniper, who scales really well. You have Razor, but you might opt to go for, some some Blade Mail into still Aghanim Scepter. Might want to pick up one item if he feels like, okay, Silver Edge or Shadow Blade is an item that I want to get so I can farm. And yeah, a lot of the times in the past, there has been a lot of Boots of Travel as well on the safe lane Kunkka, where you can X-Mark yourself, come back, always be full HP, full mana, have a little bit more global presence. But overall, looking at the draft, BetBoom, I like what they drafted for themselves. This time around, it's not an offlane Lifestealer. It is position 5 Gyrocopter. Might have been also a misclick, considering what happened at TI9.
Yeah, they kept the flex on the gyro rather than the Lifestealer at the end.
But I've been really impressed by Miero. Every single time I see this lane, Enigma plus Tiny, the lane tends to do really well. Miero Enigma, he also loves to build into... Like, he understands when he needs to build a scaling lineup, when he needs to itemize and get more like early-oriented build, pick up these drums, pick up Vlads on Enigma. He wants the micro. He wants to get some extra units, help of the Dominator. I think that's a good way of also, because their stuns, they have some, Tiny, Enigma, Dragon Knight, but also, are these gonna be the heroes stopping the Fiend's grip? So maybe if you're playing the Centaur, you could sneak into the back lines and get the stun to stop this Fiend's grip. Yeah, from going off. My brain froze there for a second.
So did Bulk during the draft again. Game number 2. But yeah, it's definitely a wonder to watch Miero on these micro heroes, right? Very often his lane just goes incredibly well. He's keeping tabs on his little micro units.
I don't know if I like this cosmetic on Toronto Tokyo. It is pretty much, yeah, I don't know if it's the pumpkin or just the effect on his flak cannon, because in my book that's pay to lose cosmetic. It's shown, maybe it's not that big of a deal when you're playing support, but if you're playing carry, you don't want to see those flags going out.
You want a hidden damage. Let's stab. He's going to die down that bottom lane. Miero with all his Eidolons and save with his Tiny. Now again, we've seen this combo utilized very well by a number of teams. The toss back into the Eidolons just very difficult to contend with.
Yeah, this is one of the few times where you want to pick up toss on your level 2 as Tiny. Maybe when you're playing against some position 5 Clockwork, so you can toss him away, but very good thinking. Toss back into Eidolons. I don't think they even know. They did not even use a blood grenade to get that kill.
Didn't need it. No, Malphite's still ready as well. Yeah, just thinking about that Enigma too with this Helm build also gives you that classic ghost push, right? You open up the map for yourselves, pushing out a lane without showing any heroes, so then you can play smoked around an objective or around Roshan with the rest of your boys, which is it's super useful when you've got an Infest Bomb, you know, Blink in with Tiny, Dragon Out with a Blink, lots of initiation tools. You want to be able to find spots on the map where you can actually utilize those tools to perfection. Well, enough of that bottom lane. In the mid, BZM Sniper against the Dragon Knight of GPK. And then that's enough of that mid lane. We'll go look at top. It's going to be farm heavy, as we usually see with these two. Just kind of sitting there, hitting creeps, getting some denies. Very skilled matchup, especially for the DK, who gets lots of denies.
Yeah, you're also getting harassed a lot. I think DK was a really good pickup for BetBoom, because he doesn't care too much about Sniper. They also did remove his Keeper of the Light. After that performance, 2 performances from GPK, that hero definitely had to go. So weren't left with many options. You are playing into Sniper. DK is one of the heroes that can do well in that matchup.
Toronto Tokyo does get a pull off, but that camp now blocked by Ari's Bane. Kind of interesting to see the double observer wards in that northern jungle as well.
I'm looking at, because one of the reasons why they picked this Kunkka, because we can go back to ESL 1 KL game when they played against LGD Gaming. It was also against Enigma, so they wanted to have something to deal with those Eidolons and kill them off immediately. Level 2 Tidebringer almost kills them off instantly with a little bit of harassment, and you can see they are in trouble.
Yeah, because they're pretty tanky against magic damage, right? Their magic resist is pretty hefty. Tidebringer don't care about that nonsense.
You get nothing.
Smarter doing a very good job already. Just pushing them back out of that lane while Toronto Tokyo up at top. Cracked down on by Whisper and his whip. Razor picking up that first kill for OG. A good start for them. When this used to be a real old school combo, right? Bane, Razor, you Link and you Nightmare. You drain all that damage, and you build it up and you hit them.
Yeah, also this was 24 Razor into Lifestealer, into Dragon Knight. This hero works really well. D'Amato having a complete free farm, killing some of these Eidolons as well, so his CS is going to be inflated. and already knows what he's going to go for. We did mention, a couple of builds, but I think this is the right build to just get the Blade Mail, the one that we mentioned, and again, Aghanim Scepter straight away. Make team fights much more difficult, and maybe that's one of the reasons why Miero is also thinking about picking Helm of the Overlord. They have BKB piercing abilities, Supernova, Fiend's Grip, so I think he wants to play a bit of a different game on Enigma.
Yeah, I'm not going to go for that kind of Blink BKB style. We have seen, the kind of Greaves Vlads come out. Might think of going down that avenue. We'll see how the game develops, though, of course. Yeah, I think this build will hang on. Toss back on Seb. The Avalanche in the Eidolons. This Phoenix, though, just going to dive away, it looks like. And now the turn from Tomato. X into Torrent onto Miero. Kunkka with a fair amount of damage here, but Miero had a Fairy Fire up his sleeve and a Lotus in his pocket as well. Stays alive, still holding the Lotus, in fact.
Yeah, bottom lane doing really well in terms of getting the kills, and it's also very important to get something done on Tiny. He's going to be your Blink initiator, even though you have Dragon Knight, but every single time Tiny has a good game from position 4, you know that the team is going to do well.
Yeah, this Ags on Kunkka feels like such a core item.
It's too good.
And then the fact that the item build-up itself is kind of hard with all the, bits and bobs that don't do anything apart from give you stats. You need that Blade Mail as a stopgap.
Something to farm with. You buy Ogre Axe, you feel like, okay, that's really good, and then you need to buy other 3 components.
Blade of Alacrity.
Yeah. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, not particularly good.
Seb, lurking around the mid lane, trying to secure the rune or just kill the rune. Both of these mid laners, they don't even have bottles, so they don't care too much about it, so you will only see save from Bet Boom. Trying to secure it. Ari, in the end, will pick it up.
Grabs the haste, grabs the bounty rune. Bounty rune denied by Miero, I guess, down at bottom with Eidolons. But a courier stun for Ari as well. So double rune, courier kill. Very nice move there from the Bane. Quite fortunate to find all the things he has.
Can he get anything else done? He might go through the gates and try to set things up, maybe. Did plant Observer Ward. The lane is pushed in the bottom lane, never mind.
Next, they've got, X-Mark and Torrent, of course, as the natural setup. But this Nightmare sets up Static Link, Torrent. Potential for a lot of initiation tools to be used. Save those. Going to toss this Kunkka back into Enigma and Gyro. Toronto Tokyo arriving on the scene down south, realizing that Kunkka is wide open.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo just making sure to punish Tomato, who oversteps his bounds there. Now Seb, level 3 Phoenix kind of stuck in behind the trees, not wanting to show himself. Not much to do.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Whisper, though, looks like the big winner out of the first 7 minutes of this game. Getting himself to the top of the net worth. Dragon Knight's going to catch up, but is that Life Stealer on a bit of a wander?
He's going for it.
How has he got away with that?
It's an interesting one, because they think, okay, maybe he's farming the jungle. Sneaky move from Nightfall. Didn't have the best game in the second one with Faceless Void, these Chronospheres not landing onto anything, then dying without a buyback, so definitely needed to reset, and that's a good way to reset things, stealing the enemy XP rune, because both of the supports from OG very reliant on that Brain rune.
Yeah.
Level 4 at the moment, compared to Bet Boom supports who are level 5.5, and you have Tiny who's already level 5. Tiny trying to D-ward. Oh my god! Okay.
So he's gonna get peeped and dived on. GPK's coming across. Not much he can do there.
Tiny, the worst hero in the game to try to deny with, and then it gets hit by Fire Spirits. Couldn't get the last hit. Took him more than 6-7 seconds to go for the second swing.
Pain in the ass. Now Nightmare into Whisper's rotation onto GPK. BZM with a long-range hit. GPK quite tanky, but they should fall here surely, right? They're going to try and dive him.
Nope.
No, he's just going to survive, in fact. No point in assassinate there from BZM. Level 7, no ulti, and a turnaround once again from Toronto Tokyo. The big green flak cannon flying out across from Ari. Self-Nightmare to buy a bit of time. Toronto Tokyo runs on the Whisper now. Save, trying to catch up to them, but dead to Whisper's Razor.
Would have been better if they didn't even TP and try to help him out.
Not even the Bane died.
No, GPK, he was in a good spot. There was not much mana on Whisper. Nightfall, he's kicking on him. Ghoul Frenzy. 3 levels in Ghoul Frenzy will be more than enough.
There we go. The tips back onto Nightfall this time. Ready and waiting to pounce onto Whisper. A good stacks here built up by Seb, though. Like a quad stack in the large camp. Nice big ancient stack built for them as well.
Nightfall, skipping Armlet. Usually you see Armlet into Radiance, but this time around, he wants to get it as soon as possible, and this is the new tech build that we've seen from Lifestealers, picking up Talisman of Evasion. This item has been buffed from 15 to 20% evasion in C-Patch, so yeah, why not pick it up? You're going to be farming the jungle. You're playing against Razor, that 20% miss chance might make a difference.
Now the pressure is coming in bottom from BetBoom. Both supports realizing, mid lane, not somewhere we want to play. We got some success killing off Kunkka previously. Let's go again, round 2. Homing missile. And Save, trying to hide himself. Obscure the Tiny. With an X mark back and a boat landing, though. Tomato, very tanky. Seb's rotation here should secure them a kill on the gyrocopter. As OG are striking back. Every move BetBoom are making just returned fire by OG so far.
Ooh. They've been feeding away some extra gold with those Eidolons. Helm of the Dominator creep as well. Extra 100 coming out from him. Seb. Dive is available, but I don't think he's getting out of this one.
No, not this time. Not this time. Yeah, good way to protect your Kunkka, defend that bottom tier 1. Bring a couple of supports down south. And of course, BetBoom making all this noise down here gives free time for that Razor to 1v1 the Lifestealer in that advantageous matchup. Give BZM some farm time mid to try and catch up, as he is now lagged behind even the Lifestealer in net worth. Whisper trying to finish off this tier 1 tower with a catapult wave right next to him. But once you lose track of where these dire supports are, the map gets quite scary. Radiant vision right now seems kind of non-existent. They've got 1 in the mid lane, whereas BetBoom have, 4 or 5 wards spread all the way from far south up to that northern jungle, seeing pretty much everything coming.
Yeah, BetBoom, they had 5 Observer wards at one point in the previous game. They really know how to utilize these Observer wards when it really matters. Ari making a move, but he is only level 5. Unfortunately, there is also Tomato making a move. He can Rage, TP out. They don't have anything to stop it with, but OG will bring the numbers and secure that tower.
Easily taken. BZM, ulti up to Dragonlance into Maelstrom. That's been the regular build now, right? We had a period of fluctuation where we had this kind of Kanda Aghanim's build, Mjolnir as a first item, but now it seems pretty standard, the double Wraith Band, Dragonlance to tank up, and Maelstrom to get the damage out.
Yeah, a little disappointed we don't see Tank Cartel anymore in action.
No Vanguard, no pipe.
No, Tank Cardell is just the double Raid Band, Magic Wand, Raindrop, and then Dragonlance into Kanda. Into Aghanim's Scepter, so you have pretty much 2,000 HP on Sniper, 18-20 minutes into the game, depending how much farm you can get.
I thought we were going back to the good old days of Dota 1, where, Viper and Necro were buying Vanguards and Hoods 24/7.
Oh, this is what China started back in Dota 1 days. We're gonna take you back in time.
Oh, yes, rewind.
E-Home back in the days, building 4 Vanguards on range heroes because it was that good at one period of time. That was like 18, 19 years ago now.
It's kind of crazy now to think melee heroes have natural damage block and do more damage to couriers and stuff like that. Back in our day, I had to buy stout shields. Axe with a double stout shield build going jungle. Buying tranquil boots and an energy booster to disassemble and move from arcanes to tranquils back and forth when tranquils had an active ability.
Double stout shield into Iron Talon. What a build.
Seb coming in to steal some of these dire stacks as we get ourselves back underway here in game 3. 5-5, 1k lead for OG, who have definitely been the ones stepping forward and causing problems for BetBoom. But with GPK's arrival here, good nightmare stop from Ari. Tossed up onto the Phoenix, going to throw him forward, dive away now with the Supernova out.
They're going to focus it down.
They've got so many heroes here to take the egg quickly, scramble it up, finish off Seb, and force Ari and Whisper back.
Ooh, they made a French omelet out of Sebastian there. Right in the middle of 4 heroes. Unfortunately, Ari is the one who's struggling. He is not level 6 yet as Bane, 12 minutes into the game. This is what happens when your XP rune gets stolen, so we can commend Nightfall for that play.
Yeah, absolutely can. Nice, that was still looking a little sad. Nightfall will get into that jungle and farm himself up. Yeah, Ari, they're 6 camps stacked even. Does crack level 6 thanks to it. And bottom tier 1 still being defended pretty heavily here by OG. Seb with no Supernova though, could find himself in some problems. No range on the stun from the DK.
Ari, he finally finds that level 6. and is gonna make a move. He's drawing on a minimap where he wants to go, but he changes his mind. Is like maybe somebody's gonna be behind Whisper. Whisper a little bit low on mana, but I don't even know if they have enough damage to kill off this Lifestealer if they grip him because of this talisman.
All that evasion, plus the level 4 rage, makes him very difficult to bring down. Yeah, I think Ari also was kind of indicating where GPK was moving, right? Moved bottom, moved back into mid. Observer ward around the middle lane. Bottom jungle kind of scouting out where BetBoom are lurking. But when BetBoom bring the fight, they bring numbers. The swarm of Dire heroes suddenly up to this top lane, knowing that Nightfall was potentially in trouble. They break away from the grip, turn on the Razor to bring down Whisper.
Yeah, their damage is very limited. This is what I mentioned. There is not enough mana for Razor. There was no static link, there was no Eye of the Storm, so Whisper dies, his courier also dies. Good vision, again, BetBoom, they are winning in terms of vision game. Look at the wards on the map. Behind enemy tower bottom, right now they're seeing Sniper where he's farming, they see rotations that could come into this top part of the map as well.
Yeah, it seems like quite a trend here. The BetBoom very often placing wards that allow them to play into the wards on the enemy side of the map to make moves aggressively. And Ari here going to get caught out, looks like, and GPK trying to get over the top of Tomato. Seb offering a bit of protection, but Ari's going to be the casualty and sacrifice out of OG there. And Wisdom Rune goes to BetBoom on that right-hand side. Well, yeah, BetBoom's wards often feel very, aggressive, in good positions to move forward to, whereas we've seen OG's wards very defensive, watching that mid lane, watching that bottom lane to see if Tomato or BZM are being run at.
Well, this Observer Ward is going to scout out GPK, so they need to fall back, but there is also Observer Ward that just scouted Seb, so he might jump in blindly.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And this works out if you're just trying to buy that time to get into your primary items, get into fighting shape. BetBoom really using this Blink Dagger to perfection from GPK, though, getting on top of people and making the fights work for them. Kind of leaving Razor out on an island top. So yeah, Whisper, you do your thing. Lifesteal is now, laning and farming down his bottom lane. Nightfall very close to the Radiance now.
Needs one camp to finish it off. Once they pick up that Radiance, you have Blink Stun from Dragon Knight, so he can be the Infest Bomb. Miro, we haven't seen the Black Hole yet. He's playing more of a different game. Helm of the Overlord now about to be finished, so he's going to pick up that BBD in the triangle, and they can start, maybe lurking around the mid tower, because right now they feel super strong.
Yeah, I mean, that BetBoom Dragon is very powerful.
It really is.
Let's push out these lanes, get on top of people. Very speedy Radiance there.
They're breaking some records with the Lifestealer. In the previous game, Aghanim Scepter 2 minutes faster. This time around, skipping Armlet, going straight for the Radiance.
Hitting these timings pretty quickly. Yes. OG side kind of smoking up next to BZM, trying to blink away at the tier 1 tower mid. Dire and Radiant both scanning in that top jungle to see if anybody's coming. BetBoom have placed themselves a couple of wards down here with Miero sitting up there as well, just ready if OG do strike up north. But in the end, it's just a free tower, and OG going to repurpose themselves back down to bottom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This game's got a nice ebb and flow to it. One team moves forward, the other team moves back, filling the holes on the map. But still felt like BetBoom are the ones with that superior jump, potentially the superior team fight. OG have to be very sneaky with the way they enter these fights. The X mark, the Fiend's Grip, to try and drag people around, manipulate their positioning.
Save. Yet to finish off his Blink Dagger, needs to farm up one more creep wave or find something in the jungle. A little bit of a delayed Blink Dagger on your position for Tiny, even though he's been involved but only has one kill to his name.
Patient farming time.
Radiant are scanning.
Full Hurricane Pike, BZM. Kind of skipping over the Maelstrom to go back to it now. Wants that safety tool for himself.
Sneaky sentry ward in the outer ring. So Ari is like, yeah, you're not going to be able to get any more farm onto these ancient creeps. Maybe also blocking it for Enigma so that he can't get the creep that he wants. Usually you want to have the dragon.
Well, there is a dragon ready and waiting for him, but yeah, those future camps definitely could slow things down for BetBoom. Oh, the scouting Kobold. He's prospecting, guys. He's prospecting. He's hitting the range creep. But Lifestealer's here. Doesn't even care about the Kobold. Yeah, you go forth. Toronto Tokyo can have the 5 gold. That was given over by the Kobold.
That guy's strong. This needs to be at least 45 gold. And there's that smoke. Blink initiation now ready on save.
This is the scary part of the game for OG. The
Double blink
threat. Tomato. Ooh. On the verge. Nearly scouted. Gets back to his jungle, and the pings are there from BetBoom.
They know.
We're going to move up the staircase, right in on top of him. Tomato jumps, gets the blade mail off, but this is lights out for Kunkka. No chance of survival.
Blade mail dealing decent amount of damage. But doesn't get the Torrent Storm, doesn't get the boat off. There's going to be a lot of sustain on OG once they have everything ready. You have a little bit of a save coming out from Nightmare. Sunray only level 1 at the moment, considering that their XP rune has been stolen and there hasn't been much action. But with the boat, with the Sunray, 3 cores who can be like super tanky, but still can't get anything out of it. BZM starts to peep.
Blood grenade.
He's not peeping out of that one.
And the assassinate. And Miero all caught up in it. Even a supernova thrown in here by Seb. A real signal of intent there. As Ari's found a nightmare on the tiny down at bottom as well. The spam of pings. The flurry of movement here from OG to find that bonus kill with the Fiend's Grip.
It wasn't really a supernova. It was an okay Nova, decent Nova, but still gets the job done. So killing Miero, that's the big one, and it's gonna secure OG another tower. They need to be active with these supports. Like Ari, he didn't have anything to farm with. He had a pretty bad game. You're also playing Bane. This hero doesn't naturally have any farming tools, but he got the shard, so that's gonna help out a lot. With the wave killing, and let's see if he can maybe try to set it up one more time, or just being very annoying in the bottom lane, because no one is playing behind Ari.
We kill those Eidolons as well, right? Just AoE brain snap everything. Get it all going. And Toronto Tokyo getting a bit of farming time in the jungle. Not a safe place to be currently with a couple of OG heroes in the vicinity. Asphalt reserved a little bit here from BetBoom. You know, we've seen them be very aggressive once they get these blink timings up, but is this them wanting to go to late game, wanting to get to their next items? Are they afraid of OG and the Torrent Storm?
Oh, Torrent Storm, we haven't seen it in action yet. Usually when you pick up that item, it's go time. But also scaling from OG, I don't think they should be worried. You do have Supernova for the late game, of course. You have 3 good scaling cores. Kunkka going for pretty much mid items, while you have Razor who can also scale, and there is Tormentor available, so they will try to take it. Seb would definitely love to pick it up.
Oh, for sure.
Steal it, Sebastian. Let's see.
Oh, he's going to run away from this one, and there
he gets it. You have to call for it.
Mine?
You either do that or you die to Tormy.
There's no in between. BetBoom going to go for one of their own.
Toronto Tokyo wants it. Compared to Tiny, it's a better one. Never mind, Save gets it.
Unfortunate. And Toronto Tokyo bought out the drums as well. It's like, yeah, I'm going to get it. Praise the RNG gods.
Queues it up instantly after.
Regrets buying the drums. Nah, it's fine. There's 1,000 gold away from it now. Yeah, a couple of Tormentors down. OG. It feels like they're kind of ready to fight. I'd love to see them smoke up this BKB, Torrent Storm, get a good movement into BetBoom's area of the map right now. All these tier 2s. Quite nice objective to take. And of course, we've got to start thinking about that Roshan as well. 22 minutes in.
I have a stupid question, Gary. Is that why the Ancients are called Ancients? Because they are like ancient Thunder Hide, ancient Rumble Hide?
Yeah.
That's it? Okay, I never figured that out. Never mind, I'm just stupid.
Those are ancient creeps.
But yeah, but the other creeps are not called... Maybe they were ancient Prowler, like the boys. Remember the boys?
Oh my god, the purple lizards, the Barneys.
Oh, so everybody has ancient. Oh my god.
Ancient Granite Golem.
Oh my god, Gary.
Ancient Dragons. How long have you played this game for? Toss back in the mid lane.
I never noticed.
Black hole straight on the sniper. Steve makes the move. Miero's gonna finish it off. And Toronto Tokyo, the one that actually gets the killing blow. OG wanting to continue the fight though. Seb moving forward with Tomato. Whisper on the front lines. Supernova down. There's the grip though on the life
to get down, but the Torrent Storm
to hit the egg. Can they get it done?
No,
the Torrent Storm
hit.
landing. Seb, he's there, allowing Tomato to get a double kill. Gyro and Lifestealer both falling. Miero will join him in the grave. And Seb just diving. No fear, no regrets. Right into the heart of BetBoom's lineup to take down 4 in a row.
What a beautiful fight. Kunkka making the difference there with the Torrent Storm. We're gonna see that again. They heavily committed with this first Black Hole immediately onto Sniper, so he can't get the pike off. And then look at the Torrent Storm. Seb in the middle of a fight, using the egg, and then Torrent Storm hits, the boat comes. Plus, also, Fiend's Grip onto Nightfall. Like, there's too much chaos happening once that water park gets running.
And then the tips onto BZM as well. You know, OG perfectly baiting Sniper, man. Dragging Bet Boom into that awkward fight. And again, this entire game has been OG kind of letting Bet Boom run at them, move into these positions, and turning things around. Tomato might be in a spot of bother up at top, though. Half HP, backup of Whisperer arrives. Bet Boom have 4 members here, but the BKB up from this Razor allows him to run, and Static Link right into GPK.
Here comes BZM.
Drags him back, Save trying to slow them down. Dragon Knight running and blinking back to high ground, but look at who's waiting for them. There's Ari and Seb, while Save is dying to the Sniper and Kunkka. They're chasing on the GPK, still catching out the Dragon Knight. OG in a commanding position here in Game 3.
Oh, they were so ready to take that fight again, even though there is no Fiend's Grip, there is no egg. Whisper didn't use a BKB in the previous fight because no one was focusing him down, so that was his first BKB usage. Locks onto the target, zones him out immediately. Bet Boom, they are running into damage issues. Like, if Tiny's not the one who's getting the tossbacks into the Lifestealer, into Dragon Knight, they're having some serious problems right now, and BKBs are going to be available on side of OG. Razor just used his, Kunkka building into his, recipe being delivered on the courier.
I felt like shard difference there as well. You know, this Sunray with Coco's run, making everyone so incredibly tanky. I'm going to add another layer there with a BKB on the Kunkka. Oh, OG in a spot here where, you know, they come into this tournament, unexpected performance, getting themselves into a situation where they are
not bad.
Step by step, closer to grand finals. Would you believe it?
And Ari's getting some good amount of farm. You did mention the shard, great against Eidolon, pure damage, almost one-shots them. 300 damage, 309 HP on Eidolons. So he can also push out the waves, holding on to Big Boy Philly, now finishing off Blink Dagger, so he can keep the distance. He doesn't necessarily need to go in. He can wait for these Blink BKB initiations. He can catch Lifestealer off guard or wait until Enigma jumps in and then catches him, because he's also going for a BKB. But they have, as we mentioned, multiple abilities that they can stop it with. Supernova, that's how you deal with the Black Hole. You preemptively use it. And also having Fiend's Grip.
They've got great tools for it. That's the full Solar Crest for Seb now coming out on Courier. OG really stepping up here in this series. 5k lead for them right now. They're looking to try and get a bit of foothold on the map. Pushing out that bottom wave. Under dire vision currently. I don't know if Bet Boom even really want to have a 5v5 fight. Bet Boom right now, they want individual pickoffs. They want these tossbacks into Dragon Knight. Try and get Lifestealer involved. But OG doing a pretty good job so far, hiding their positioning. They do show BZM mid lane, but he's immediately got 3 heroes to his right-hand side, holding his hand, saying, hey, we're here to save you up. Nobody can touch our Sniper.
Save, trying to delay the game. Smoked up. Maybe he can kill a courier. There it is. Also wants to cut the creep waves. Ari immediately pinging him out.
Toronto Tokyo with the GPK farming on this enemy side of the map. Again, you know, good ward coverage here by Bet Boom. And it's just a matter of what can you actually do with it. With OG feeling so strong and finding a catch here on the Tiny. Tomato has found him. There's a torrent into X Mark.
Beautifully done by Tomato.
Gorgeous out this Kunkka. GPK just got to TP home along with Nightfall back to base now. I've got a gem to D-ward. This is where things get really tight for Bet Boom. You lose your vision, you lose that chance of Blink tossing people back, Blink stunning with a Dragon Tail, and now you're pretty much fully relying on that one Dire Observer ward bottom, which is not where OG are going to be playing. You can push out this bottom lane until the cows come home, or the dragons, in fact.
Yeah, until you get that saving item on Tiny, whether that's a Force Staff or a Yule Scepter, you blink in, you're getting one combo. You blink in, toss somebody back, and 100% you're gonna die. So coming into the next fight, he might need to have a buyback available, or he needs to farm that item if he wants to get a second combo out. haven't seen much from this position 5 gyro.
No, laning stage was okay. He made a couple of good rotations in the first 6 or 7 minutes. Outside of that, it's been tough times for Toronto Tokyo to make any real moves.
Oh, Miero. That was a risky move. Uses demonic summoning and then blinks out.
They lose the wisdom rune though. Probably OG going to come back and get their own one as well. GPK. Ooh, Ari's here. Save to the right-hand side. Could maybe get GPK out of this.
He's waiting for the Fiend's Grip.
Now holding for as long as possible. The Supernova Sunray's down. The focus on the egg will come. Whisper and Smarter run forward. Torrent and the Storm trying to catch up to them. The X mark on GPK. Is that going to drag him back after the beacon ends? No, it doesn't.
Doesn't last long enough.
Back in Fountain. They get the gyro down though.
That was a 9-second BKB. Miero, he wants to get it.
Getting it on top of them. Whisper has the BKB up. He's already lost so much of his HP as Nightfall sprinting forward, trying to catch up to him, but Razor, he's too speedy.
Can they get anything out of this? They want to chase. Blink Dagger available in a second. OG should be pretty happy about how this one in the end panned out. That was a nice bait from GPK. Nice positioning from Save as well. Hiding behind that tree and then using Avalanche immediately. Waiting until they used both of their ultis. Stopping them with one Avalanche. Focusing down the egg. It's Roche time for Bedboom.
Yeah.
They know that there is no egg, there is no Fiend's Grip for another 50 seconds. Black hole available for them. So I don't think OG wants to take that fight.
It's quite often in these situations we kind of favor the people who make that first move. Now Bedboom with this Blink toss back, Blink Dragon Tail have potentially the ease of execution with the Black Hole as that follow-up onto a dogpile moment. OG, a lot more moving parts with the grip that needs to cancel the Black Hole. Supernova needs to be used with a Sunray on the Kunkka. Now Torrent Storm can cause chaos to be annoying, but it feels like ease of execution in the hands of Bedboom, especially with, Lifestealer holding Aegis. One of the most attack move, run-down lane heroes you can get.
Attack move. Allow that one. And he also does have Manta Style, so a lot of Ghost Push available from Bedboom with this Ancient Black Dragon, Manta Style from Dragon Knight, Manta Style, Radiance on Lifestealer. Torrent Storm will not connect.
Toronto Tokyo, the one that perishes. With the Yules up on the Tiny now. Another way for him to jump in, buy time for himself to maybe get another round of spells or just last long enough.
And also found a good neutral item. Ogre Seal Totem allows him to get out of trouble once he gets the initial jump.
And I guess another way to maybe cancel a Fiend's Grip or stop something from happening. Catch a Kunkka who's trying to X-mark and split push. This Yule Scepter has a lot of uses in this game. BKB up for Mr. Sniper. Tanky little keen fella. Scrappy man himself. So 2,500 HP and 2.7 with strength threads probably.
Super tanky.
And from here on out he can pretty much go raw damage. And Ari looking at Aghanim Scepter in position 4 Bane. Down near the bottom of the net worth, but he's only buying big items.
A little surprised he sent back that Philosopher's Stone. Sure, Psychic Headband feels good, but you can always keep it when you die, when nothing's happening on the map, just to get that extra influx of the gold.
Headband for Miero now as well. Aegis still in the hands of this Lifestealer for a couple of minutes.
You know, we're gonna go back to this ancient talk, Gary. So when we call him BBD, we call him Big Black Dragon. We don't call him a BBD. We don't use the word ancient. That's why I got confused. In my defense.
That's fine.
It depends on what bracket you're playing. Like there can also be Herald Black Dragon,
Divine Black Dragon, the Immortal Black Dragon.
Ah, that's the best one. They're gonna steal enemy Tormi. They know something's happening. Oh, nice try.
Toronto Tokyo
from Toronto Tokyo. Yeah, we've seen it yesterday.
Chakram from someone, wasn't it?
Yep. So Whisper gets it. Good way to control people. You can like suck them in with that shard. Who else is missing shard? Sniper has one. Everybody has shard on OG.
Seb is just so bold. Like, walks up high ground, says hello to Toronto Tokyo.
That's not a nice thing to say.
Bold, not ball.
All right.
Whisper is in. BKB Lincoln's a black hole onto this Razor, and Nightfall munching away at him. Looks like Whisper. Oh, hang on. Ah, he's dead now. I thought for a second he might slip away, but Tomato trying to turn with his Torrent Storm down. Oh, the Phoenix, the focus in from GPK, but the Supernova still out. Focus from the BB team to try and bring it down. They've lost Nightfall the first time, and GPK gripped up and stuck. He's being taken down. BZM tacks through the tiny initiation. Nightfall
BZM
trying to charge forward, but BZM can stand there and fight back. Miero and Nightfall pretty much 2v4 in this scenario, trying to fight into OG, but my god, the boys are doing it. Now an Avalanche, a toss back save, throwing him into Nightfall. BZM should surely die. Finally falls, but Ari and Seb making life hard for BetBoom here.
Oh, the link is here. Pushback from Psychic Headband.
Look at that lifesteal. Ari for the brain sap goes almost to full HP, but still dead to Nightfall with a double kill.
It's one of those fights where Lifestealer shines as the carry. Having Nemesis Curse, Radiance, I want to see his damage dealt. 6,000 damage from the previous fight. But yeah, that was a bit unnecessary. We've seen Whisper yesterday also in a series against Team Spirit, I believe, when they were diving the enemy base. Ended up winning that game in the end. But yeah, a little bit too deep into the enemy base. Sure, you did kill GPK, but your BKBs are down, and the save also managed to prolong the team fight. We did talk about him getting these like multiple rounds of spells. Ogre Seal Totem coming in pretty clutch, and yeah, Miro, he was not hesitating. He saw the opportunity and took it.
Yeah, we've seen the strength of this Lifestealer as well, right? You know, Mickey during the group stage going 1v3 against some tanky heroes. And this time around, you know, Nightfall with a little bit of help, able to chase people around, not getting kited fully by Ari and the OG boys.
Yeah. Never know if that's save or if that's GPK, because if it was save, I think he would be pretty happy about it, but I assume GPK was on our screens. Oh, Link is here from Lifestealer, doing quite a lot of work. You can be static linked and also can't use the Fiend's Grip. I think that's going to be the big one.
Oh, BZM goes Satanic next as well. Incredibly beefy. And Whisper. Oh, Refresher Satanic queued up for him after that Blink pickup.
Gold for my chest.
Ari about 1,700 from the Agnum Scepter. And we've of course got the Bloodstone on the Kunkka, so that extra AoE on those torrents. It really makes the fights very chaotic when you've got to think about, deal with torrent storms, concussive grenades, sniper zipping back and forth with Hurricane Pike and all the good stuff. They will toss him back into GPK stun. Nightfall opening up with the damage, but OG have arrived with reinforcements. Nice Infest Blink play into GPK to run away. Whisper charging forward, but you've got to be careful here. Miero has that black hole. Whisper's Lincoln's pop. Toronto, Tokyo.
Holding on to BKB.
He's the focus here. Is Miero going to get clipped? No, the BKB and the black hole free, but he's actually cancelled out. The Supernova's down, the Sunray burning them alive. Nightfall, he's taken down one. Ari's gone, and Tiny, can he get out of this? Not with the Taurus landing on his head. Gyro's brought back into this as Nightfall comes in from behind onto BZM. The sniper standing his ground, jumps to low ground.
Lifestealer.
GPK, Nightfall losing their damage to the static link, but the TP out gets Lifestealer away. GPK not going to have the same luxury though. Oh, he's bounced off to the right hand side as Toronto, Tokyo brought back to try and fight. BZM.
He's coming for the saves with his Tiny.
How is that sniper finally dead? Took so long to kill. GPK still alive as well. 1 HP remaining, but the Dragonite comes out victorious.
Oh man, Tiny again, save with the buyback, managing to salvage the fight for BetBoom, because it looked pretty
wild.
It really did, and also good thing is we're not going to see GPK molding on the screen, because if he died there, we might see him full screen, but Fiend's Grip did one hell of a job, just enough to cancel out that black hole. Good positioning from Ari, but it was also a really nice black hole from Miero, catching Supernova, catching like Phoenix in the middle of it during dive, so... So you can't see this on screen, but Gary did open the Liquipedia to check the picture.
Well, just what you said, we're not going to have him molding on screen, so I just thought we'd put GPK on my screen.
Yeah,
instead.
and we're also going to know the difference for the next fight, next time they show GPK or Save on the screen. They look the same. They look like twins.
Yeah, they're basically twins, aren't they? BetBoom. Dive back in the Gyrocopter, not going to hurt them too much here. Still, 5k net worth lead for OG, but the way these fights are going, it's absolutely anyone's game.
there they are.
Hey, it's not fair when they're not both wearing glasses. We had GPK wearing glasses in a bunch of his pictures, but I don't know, maybe he's had He's got contacts, so he's had LASIK or something.
Brother from another mother.
Yeah, these fights, absolutely chaotic. Very difficult to call what's happening. Again, a lot of moving parts in OG's draft, and so far they're getting a lot right. Whisper, very selfless, right? The way he's jumping in and just trying to force BetBoom's hand to make a move, this kind of forced error out of Whisper's Razor, making fights difficult for BB to enter.
Some big items coming out now. Kunkka with the Bloodstone, it's going to be massive AoE, and he's also opting to go for Wind Waker, so wants to have a save of his own once you get focused down by a Lifestealer. Great against the Black Hole, you can save people inside of it. Smoke on smoke action. Everything is ready. Black Hole available in 5 seconds.
And 20 seconds for Roshan to respawn as well. We are entering late game now, 40 minutes in, dead even pretty much between these teams, but all smoked up and looking for the fight, but the dire scan, they know OG are migrating into this northwest corner, and they have high ground vision, perfect terrain to play in. Granite Golem, the ancient Granite Golem, pushing that top lane out as well. This is quite obvious that OG have moved out of the base. You know, bottom lane, past that corner in the bottom right corner, mid lane about to push across the river, and Roshan is alive. It's going to get real tight now. BetBoom. Is that a re-smoke?
Oh, good observer ward. They want to see them. It's pushing in. They know something is up, and you can see Ari, he has a pretty good read where BetBoom are at the moment.
BetBoom, they left the site. They're going for the retake.
Illusions, we'll scout things out.
Trying to see what's in there. Use their utility to get back into this Roche Pit area. GPK flapping his wings over the top with the illusions coming in. Roshan, half health, going to get scouted in a second here. BetBoom, they're in position to make the jump onto BZM, straight on this sniper. Supernova Sunrays out, but the sniper's dead for 80. He's gone, Bane's obliterated. Toronto Tokyo with the help of Miero, the Black Hole, catches up to Whisper, take down the Razor. He is not going to last long here to the onslaught of damage out of GPK.
He's trying to kill the Roche.
Timado trying to get into Roche, but he's getting used up, stunned, and controlled. He does get it.
Try to TP out.
Doesn't succeed, will lose the first life and very likely the second.
He got the most out of it. He tried to, go for Roche. Who even killed it in the end? Was it Radiant or was it Dire? Doesn't really matter, but what it matters is that BetBoom did win this fight heavily. And also stealing away Aegis. Save was the one who picked up the cheese from it, but yeah, big dubs coming out from BetBoom. Sniper, he's the one trying to solo kill the Roche. He's outside of the pit. Maybe he thinks that he's tanky enough with this Satanic build, but yeah, rest of the team, they need to back him up. A little bit of a disconnected fight from OG. Supernova almost outside of the map, and what Miero needs to do is they need to kill this Bane or try to focus him down and also try to bait the Supernova. So very good fight for BetBoom.
Yeah, really compartmentalizing that fight very well.
Sniper
taking place in 3 different spots.
He will need some damage. Right now, he is tanky, and yeah, BZM, he's like, what the hell happened there?
Got jumped by absolutely everybody.
Radiant's middle tower is under
ganked by BetBoom. Still not breaking high ground, though. You know, that Aegis being picked up by Timado and immediately expended does put us in an awkward spot.
OG, they lost like 16,000 gold in the last couple of minutes.
Jeez. The pendulum has swung the cost.
There's the pendulum, we can see it.
Tick-tock goes the clock as we head deeper and deeper into late game. BetBoom, do they scale just much better than OG in this kind of match?
We're talking about Enigma. Because Miero has Timeless Relic, he has Octarine Core going into Refresher, but it's not that of an easy game where there is no counter to the Black Hole, so his positioning needs to be good. They need to get the jump, try to maybe bait the Supernova, kill off the Bane. But in terms of scaling, you have Dragonite, Gyrocopter, he can start scaling. So can Tiny. He does have Shadow Blade available, saved. He wants to cut into backlines, holding onto gem, so we'll see any kind of sentry drop down. There is no gem on OG at the moment.
Gosh. It's been a hard game for Ari here. You know, playing Bane as a position 4 is hard enough as it is. He's had a good crack at it, but that, buying back to try and fight into Roche, losing out on all this money, puts him another 400 gold away from that Aghanim Scepter, which he's been trying to edge towards for a good 10 minutes now. A jump onto Whisper top as well as they pop the Lincolns and get the stuns. Dragon Tail, Abyssal Blade, all the goodies. Take Whisper down as he does hold buyback. I'm not sure if he'll have to use it here. Also drawing on the map saying, hey, let's head down this top lane in towards mid maybe.
Oh, they know. They saw Ari in the bottom lane, so they're drawing. Or like they're playing this bottom part of the map safe. He wants to hunt, and the rest of the team, let's see if they decide to join. Another infest in 25 seconds. GPK has almost 7,000 HP with the shield rune right now. Level 25, so AoE Dragon Tail stun. Level 25 on Lifestealer. We don't have any 25s yet on OG. Kunkka's getting close.
Oh, Seb has dived in, potentially to his own death and demise. Does have buyback, he's going to have to use it. He is, he's gripped up, but he's tanking through the majority of the damage. The stun rate arrives, but the BKB's up for GPK with the infest to run away. Whisper cannot latch onto him properly. X-Mark is there to drag GPK back into the torrent with the Riptide dragging him in, but Miero, oh, BKB cancelled. It's got cancelled out. OG now with a chance. They've killed off the DK. Enigma in trouble. Bet Boom full retreat mode.
Ooh, what happened to the black hole?
Was it supernova landing? I don't know what happened, was it?
I want to see that again because it looked really good. Double buyback. One from Whisper, one from Seb. A little too deep. X marks the spot does miracle against these BKBs. And because there was no Fiend's Grip, they used it immediately onto GPK. He did have a shield rune still up and running, but this percentage-based damage kind of melts him. So Miero is positioning. Save. Did manage to dodge it, so he blinks in. BKB. Supernova, that was like 1 millisecond too early.
So close. So close. And that's what Dota is. A game of frames. A game of milliseconds. Miero going to be kicking himself after that one.
Maybe it's team, they're just kidding. They do have buybacks available, but probably they don't want to use it at this point. Next Roshan in the 3 minutes. Nobody has seen that ages, because Tomato did pick it up and lose it instantly. Save. He's behind enemy lines, holding on to Gem. This could be a very risky move.
There's a beautiful pentagram drawn by Seb there. I don't know if you saw it on the minimap. Very straight lines, very angular. I think he has troubles with the capture fill-out forms because his lines are too straight. He looks like a robot. That mouse movement is just perfect.
Now Aeon Disc available on Seb after Hex. These are some big purchases. Wind Waker as well on Tomato. They got level 25s. Razor's still thinking what he wants to get, whether he wants to get a second Plasma Field. Static Link steals attack speed. That's most of the time a better choice, because you lock onto a target, you lock onto this Dragon Knight, but might struggle with the Lincoln Sphere. And in the end, he decides to go for it. Overall, it is a better talent.
Refresher Orb down delivered for him as well. OG gathered up on their side of the map, trying to figure out, you know, what is this next objective? What is this next move? Because like you're saying, with no Roshan for at least 2 minutes and no real outer towers to go for, difficult to push high ground, can get kind of sticky here in terms of deciding what's next. So it's just going to be family time in the jungle, family style farming.
Last shard.
The 50-minute tranquil boots for the gyrocopter.
He has mana boots, so wanted to get boots of bearing. It's a good way, because you can't be slowed down. It's a nice way to dodge potential Torrent Storm coming out. And Kunkka late game, he's a mean hero. Bloodstone, Wind Waker, Refresher if he gets it with the Aghanim Scepter, multiple tidal waves.
That Plasma Field's annoying as well. Refresher Orb.
ECM is not with the team. He's in the bottom lane, and he just showed.
Miero's trying to hide this Refresher Orb recipe, it looks like. Keep that tucked away behind. Blink Dagger up for BZM. We'll start looking, you know, in a... It's a matter of time, you know, tier 5 neutral items going to be on the menu.
Anyone's game to take. We've seen Supernova exploding right before he was about to use Black Hole. Could have made the difference, and there's that Refresher that you just mentioned. Available now, double Black Hole, double BKB.
God, even Seb's level 24, hey? Scythe of Ice, Gem. Very, very good spot for this Phoenix.
If Supernova goes off in a fight, that could be a massive difference. It's almost a 3-second stun with level 20 talent.
It's wild. So many little delicate moves that need to happen in these team fights. 15 seconds till Roshan fast spawn. And currently nighttime for 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
They're so tanky.
Everyone.
On side of OG, Satanic. Then you have Kunkka with the boat, Sunray behind them. Lincoln Spheres, Aviana's Feather available on Razor. You got to munch through 3, 4, 5,000 HP, effective 7, 8 probably.
Quite a long spawn on Roche, and only 3 buybacks available. Tomato Xing trying to scout things out. Vision across the lane from both teams here as Tomato spotted. Call down from Toronto, Tokyo.
Whisper blinks in.
He's sprinting right in towards Miera. Just throwing away the Enigma. The Refresher's up with the Black Hole straight out onto this Razor. Nightfall munching away at him. The Stun Ray comes out with the Yule Step.
There's another one from Miera.
The Black Hole of the Razor and the Kunkka. Miera's trapped them in place, but BZM's plinking away at this low stealer now. Oh, Seb gets the on his prop to try and dive back in aggressively, but BZM is isolated.
Grenade.
This Sniper is in serious trouble. Concussive grenade to push him back.
Enough.
Trying to escape the torrent by this time. The Yule's in the sky. Tomato's gonna die. BZM's gone.
Boom, they're cleaning up.
That Kunkka, does he be home barely? But now with no Razor or Sniper, Betboom with 4 alive. OG have a difficult time.
Oh man, Miera, what a player. He's pretty much single-handedly won them the fight. Razor sticks onto him and gets Black Holed immediately. The roar from Nightfall. He's feeling it. He's feeling that this victory is very close.
Imminent. They are steps away from securing that upper bracket final spot.
He also, like, Miera used double Black Hole Refresher, but had that Time Warp aura from Ancient Ice Shaman.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so his Refresher's off cooldown in 50 seconds. We'll have another Black Hole available.
Ah, super quick. Look at save. Oh, this sneaky devil. Is he going to get the jump?
He found a spot.
Somebody here. He's right in between, getting the Avalanche tossed back, chucking Ari's Bane into the midst of them all. Betboom taking down the buildings and the Bane as well, bashing him up, and Ari's dead for 100 seconds.
Wind Waker did not save him there. These are long 100 seconds. He does not have buyback. Sniper gone for 30. So is Razor. No buyback available.
Tier 3's down. And
Refresher down back in 20. First Black Hole in 5 seconds, so Miera will have it available.
They're ready to go again. Super
they want to close it
They want to try and dive in onto Seb again.
Another toss back.
Sending the Kunkka back into the Dragon Tail stun, and the Black Hole is there. Miera catches him up. Tomato immediate buyback. I don't know about this though. OG will have Kunkka and Sniper alive with the Phoenix, but with that bottom lane pushing in, it's Mega Creeps on the menu for Betboom.
Oh, they're feeling them. Refresher available on Enigma. Do they want to commit 60 seconds without Bane? Roshan is up. It's going to be on Radiant side for the next 4.5 minutes. That's Refresher, so can't pick that one up. I think it's safe play to go inside Roche Pit and take it. You also have Roshan's banner. This is the only time when this item is good, when you are playing with Mega Creeps.
And Miera and Save giving themselves the tips.
And for a good reason. Miera, like, he was so close to landing a multi-man Black Hole in that one fight, but Seb's Supernova exploded just a millisecond before.
Right, so the jump to the left, a step to the right, and this Time Warp aura coming out of the Enigma has given Betboom an incredible position here in Game 3. Roshan, it's up for them. No contest from OG. 14%. Incredible. So rarely do we see this Ancient Creep even considered. We know he's just a little fella in the camp you kill. Miera pulling out the new tech, a little bit of magic.
Oh, no. In terms of dealing with Mega Creeps, you have Kunkka, you have Sniper with Mjolnir, so he can push out one of the lanes. Razor is okay, it's nothing special. Maybe if he had a different 25 talent for now, but seems like Betboom, they are ready to go. They want to go in and try to close out this game. A couple of buybacks available on their side. They have 4 out of 5. Miera is the only one who's missing.
And Phoenix, the only one with it on OG. Sniper will probably get there. 200 gold away. Whisper's trying as well. But with the imminent move from Betboom to get to this Radiant base, OG find themselves in a very tough spot.
Dire are scanning.
Base ward there as well from Betboom, scouting pretty much everything on this Radiant high ground.
Miera doesn't have boots available. Did swap it out for Ghost Scepter.
Okay.
He thinks that he needs to survive Razor if he jumps on top of him, so he can buy a little bit more time, but is moving very slowly. Neutral item, tier 4, Timeless Relic, doesn't have that move speed, but Smoke will help out. They have an Observer Ward inside OG's base, so that's gonna scout them out. Potential toss back, potential black hole to hold them in place for a second or two and then refresh.
And who do they jump?
They're inside.
They jump Tomato. Avalanche tossed back into the Dragon Tail. Stun,
They got
half
him.
HP. They're blowing him up. Tomato's dead.
No
the
buy.
black hole comes. I don't know if it was needed, but Miero uses it anyway. 2 minutes, no Kunkka, and a 4 versus 6 as OG are having some struggles here against BetBoom. BZM going to try and bounce back towards Fountain. Eon Discon, the Phoenix is popped, and the throne is open. Naked and exposed as BetBoom moves down.
There's the
south.
second one.
In with the black hole under the Razor. Supernova Sunray is there to help
too
out,
late.
but it is all too little too late. Miero surviving, and BetBoom on the verge here of taking the series. BZM run at.
BZM, if he dies, that's the damage gone.
He's gobbled up by Nightfall. A double kill for GBK. XD from Nightfall. All right, lads, a triple kill there for DK and GG called.
Oh man, BetBoom, what a performance in this third game. Second game, a little bit of unlucky there. Randoming Lifestealer, they should be pretty happy about this one because they carried. They gotta give taps to Miero. They gotta, schedule him a chiropractic session because he carried this game hard.
Get the masseuse out. Get him some of that physical therapy, some heavyweight to lift in that game because it's not heavyweight with his teammates, but OG put up so much resistance. Massive props for OG to come back into this series with a bit of vim and vigor to go to game number 3 and battle against some of the best in BetBoom team here. But BetBoom are the ones going through up against Tundra, so they're going to be facing against Pure, one of their ex-teammates.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a spicy one. We see a lot more old chat coming out, ever since Falcons started to play on top. We see some XDs, we see some pauses, extreme gaming against Falcons, the previous finals in the Elite League. But yeah, congratulations to BetBoom. This team definitely deserved it with the play like this.
Yeah, incredible. And again, Dota all about those microseconds, the frame perfect moves, the big team fights, which we saw here in game number 3 as we head back to Tsunami and the panel.
Water under the bridge. You do a few misclicks here and again. You're just making things more interesting for you guys at home as BetBoom team claim their third game victory over OG. What a series, though. What a final game. This was... I thought it was kind of pretty autopilot for OG at first, and then BetBoom really wrinkled their way into it, and I did not really anticipate it. I think this was the moment that really made it happen, but hell of a performance out of BetBoom.
Yeah, out of both teams, really. Even OG played exceptionally well. At some point, they had much better area control than BetBoom, who could never really take advantage of their Enigma. But you had this Supernova preventing a good black hole. You had this Torrent Storm later. Yep. They had a really good reaction to when Sniper got tossed back into a black hole. And we saw the impact and the onslaught that OG's heroes could bring early on. But then later, it just became a game of patience, right? And
I think, without it, the way sometimes these tournaments go, if you don't pass the test of the test of able to being clutch in these games, you can't really move on this far. Like BetBoom, they're down 11,000 gold. The way that they were smoking and initiating some of these fights, like one fight even manning up 2v4, knowing what to do. Because I feel like this game, like Mira was saying, this game was kind of in OG's hands. They're up 12k gold. They have everything they need, but BetBoom, they just out-clutched them. They just deserve to win straight up from just gameplay alone from the mid-game onwards.
And this is something that BetBoom has significantly suffered with, and historically something that OG's very good at is clutch factor, and here it goes the other way around.
Yeah, BetBoom have improved a lot in that regard in general over the last year. Yeah. It feels like some of the game states that we're seeing them recover from is what we were criticizing them for half a year to a year ago, that these are the games that they would just not recover. They were a very momentum-based team, and I don't know what they've done to figure that out, but that really goes to show, this kind of game really shows when you have what it takes to be a top 3 team, because you need to overcome adversity, like you said. And this game was very difficult in many situations, but they find really clutch plays. And again, I don't know. Can you give Save Tiny? Can I say it again? He is, for me, the standout player of BetBoom this tournament so far. He's just super stable, tons of high-impact plays, and he does it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's his 5th game on the Tiny this tournament, 100% win rate. Miero also 100% win rate on his Enigma, so why not speak to the man right now as Slacks is standing by with a winner's interview.
Absolutely, yes. We are here to celebrate your 100% win rate on Enigma. Well done, my friend. But we have so much to talk about. Incredible series, action-packed from beginning to end. But I'd be a fool not to discuss Game 2 first. What happened with the Life Stealer?
That was just a misclick and, during the draft stage. We was deciding between two offline heroes. And like we was talking to Ban Nikes, and we just took it. So
you did pretty good for most of the game. You were ahead of the enemy offlane. I believe it was Mars at the time. How are you feeling having to play that? Do you feel like you did okay? And you guys almost won that game.
I think I could play better, but we was doing great the early stage of the game. But after mid game, we spent some random fights, and that's why they took our tier 2 Tormentor, and they just keep their advantage.
Yeah. Did you feel like you were gonna win that game a little bit? And even though you guys didn't, though, did you do a little better than you thought you would do?
We was confident about winning this game. Like even in minute 15, we was talking like it's easy game, just play Dota. That's all. Yeah.
So very exciting series. Let's talk about Game 3 now. Overall thoughts on that one? That was a very back and forth. You guys were pretty behind, and then you went for the turnaround there. How do you think that happened? How did you guys turn it around?
I think they was trying to counter my Enigma, but it's not uncounterable.
It's uncounterable. Well, according to math, it really is. Okay, so your next series, you're up against Pure, old teammate. Any thoughts on that? Are you especially motivated to win, or are you guys still friends?
This guy is not my teammate. It's a teammate of my team.
So revenge time then?
For them, maybe. I just play my game.
Oh, that's very sweet. Okay, no drama farming at all, even though it's time to prove that you were the right man to come in and replace. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I tried, guys. All right, back to you.
Admirable effort, but he does let his gameplay do the talking. That Enigma performance, immaculate. And I imagine a lot of it was enabled by the fact that he had no fear. He was willing to pull the trigger, even though sometimes it was a little bit preemptive, pulling the trigger into a supernova that was about to detonate. But it was one fight in specific that I want to look at a little bit more closely. The Roche fight in the top left corner of the map, when it seemed like OG had everything under control. BZM was quietly sieging away on the Roche, but BetBoom somehow got the jump on him.
This is so cool because this is just how exceptionally well BetBoom have a read on smokes and how to position their heroes. Because actually, Tomato and the OG supports were behind Sniper, who had to hit in the pit, but they actually didn't cover the main entrance by the Twin Gate because they had already scouted that BetBoom were coming from their ancient area. So the one place, the only angle of approach here that BetBoom could have taken was the one that they took, and they had the read that nobody would be there, and they found the perfect target in the Sniper. And even in this smoke, do you see that gyro? They just throw the gyro before everybody else. Usually it's the DK who leads the smoke, but BetBoom have DK waiting behind gyro. Gyro throws his body in, forces the engagement on Whisper, DK blinks out, and then you have Lifestealer on the side, hiding in the trees. So Lifestealer isn't even part of the smoke, he's just waiting for a good opportunity to go in. And I think this is just so next level by BetBoom. They have an exact understanding of where to put their heroes and how to place them.
And this is like exactly like the clutchness you need. Like in order to win these games, it doesn't come randomly. It comes exactly from these type of clips because the teams understand what they need to do, the angle of approach, who do you need to go on first. So honestly, yeah, like BetBoom with this clip alone, you can just tell that they're worthy of like at least being able to win these tournaments if they stay on top and, you know, show up with the gameplay.
And on the flip side, you could argue that maybe OG making a mistake going to the pit under those circumstances, right? If they can think the next step ahead as well, right, and be like, okay, how does this go wrong? You're effectively, by going into the Roche pit, you're putting Sniper in a compromised position, and it's really hard for Bane to find somewhere to hide. Yep. And what we saw in that 39-minute fight was that Bane is trying to stand on the top side, because you can't stand too far away, so you can't make the grip on the black hole. You need to be somewhat in range. And what do you see? Save. He finds Bane. It's just instant jump. He knows this is how I'm winning my fights, is if I go on Bane every time. He sees that opportunity, and BetBoom just clean up. So, yeah, just absolutely clutch from them. I think for OG with the game state they were in, maybe look for a fight first, maybe control the area a little bit more before you force that Roche, but somehow they felt the pressure that they needed to go for it.
Amusingly, I would have never made that mistake because I only check the twin gate. That's the only thing I'm guarding. I don't worry about all those other side angles. You next leveled yourselves, OG, you fools. It's okay. They're not eliminated. They have plenty of time, but it's going to be time in the lower bracket. Let's take a look at the results for today and see what you guys in the arena have to look forward to as we have now settled out our upper bracket semifinals. Let's start out with the lower bracket. No, I lied. Let's start out with the upper bracket. Today's results had Tundra getting a 2-1 victory over Falcons. And then you just saw BetBoom team claim the third game and a victory over OG Esports. That's your upper bracket final. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket, eliminations on the line. It's Team Liquid going up against Heroic. And the winner of that will face off against Falcons. Below them, it's some intra-regional violence. Extreme Gaming and G2IG having to face off against one another. And the winner of that is going to go into the deep end, face off against the hometown hero of Ari on LAN in the crowd against OG Esports. These are our 6 teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams. I can
Quick
count.
correction.
It will be 6 teams after tomorrow, I think.
True.
If no, actually, maybe fewer. Anyway, who knows?
Math's hard, guys.
It's really hard to do math. I was just gonna say, after the previous tournament we just had, where we had 2 Chinese teams in top 3. This time we have 0 guaranteed in the top 4, even, right? Because they're beating. One of them will be knocked out, top 8, and the next team will be top 6 guaranteed. So that will be quite the fall from grace, I guess you could say, with a tournament winner and a 3rd place finisher in Azure as well as Extreme Gaming. Azure not here, but the two of the top 3.
The core of it is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it in the tournament we just had? Azure got 3rd.
Azure
right?
did.
And
They
Extreme
placed well.
got 1st.
right, yes.
So, but yeah, the region was looking really, really promising, and I was going into this tournament like, okay, China is back, you know, it's not just one team leading the charts, they actually get multiple podium finishes. This time around, not possible.
I mean, I do think Extreme are kind of like rising back. They had like a 0-4 on the first day of group stage. I feel like they're doing better. G2IG also, I would say they're actually even trying to like prove themselves, because I feel like they keep going to tournaments. People hope they do well. I feel like so far they haven't shown me their potential yet of what I feel like they could do. But it's just, it's going to be a tough battle, but I feel like Extreme are just, they're on the up. You know, they've had their worst day ever on the first day of groups. They already talked about all the stuff that can go wrong.
And that means that we can look forward to them in front of all of you in maybe at home, but ideally in the crowd. Let's take a look at the games that we'll all be seeing tomorrow, or at least we'll be presenting it to you from the arena. We're going to start things off with Liquid versus Heroic at the beginning of the day, which, Effie, do you have a favorite for that one? Because I don't even know anymore. Heroic are very good at Dota, it seems.
I feel like they're catching every team off guard, but I expect Liquid to know how to handle it, to be honest, because their series that knocked them to the lower bracket was actually the tiebreaker series, and it was just one game. And who really knows if they actually belonged here? Because it's different than when you play VO3s, right? And typically, it was BetBoom that knocked them down to lower bracket. And honestly, on a different day, they might have just been in the upper bracket themselves. So I feel like Liquid should be a tier above getting caught this much off guard by Heroic. So I do expect it to go in the favor of Liquid, but I wouldn't be surprised if Heroic pulled off a miracle.
Effie on point.
I suppose there's also a little bit of an X factor in Heroic. I believe this is this the first time Davai Lama plays on a big stage? Because I think there's a little bit of some players really rise to the occasion. They're just naturals on the stage in front of the crowd. Some players choke under the pressure, so there's a little bit of uncertainty there. If that elevates his play, I think Heroic can look great. But he's a very he's a very emotional player. Like when he's hot, he's super hot. He's had some really cold games. Not so many this tournament, but going back in his growth as a player in the last year, he can be on and off. So I'm curious to see if that's what Davai we're going to get tomorrow.
Either way, I imagine that he will love the energy that you guys will be presenting. The second series of the day is going to be G2IG facing off Extreme, and the third series, we'll have 3 BO3s tomorrow, will be Falcons facing off against the winner of Liquid versus Heroic. That's all for the arena, though. And while we're reminiscing about past results, back in the days of Kuala Lumpur majors, sometimes you really wonder what happened there behind the scenes. Well, thankfully for you, 1xBet did a little bit of a documentary. Let's take a peek at what they have in store.
They don't have Glyph, they don't have buybacks, they have no way to be able to stop this.
业绩力，牛逼，兄弟们，牛逼，开始。
让你觉得，哎，这个好难受啊！
I could have carried this game. Come on.
That's right. Kuala Lumpur happened in the wee months of December, but I'm still reeling from the results of it. Azure Ray and their X cores, all the X's, the SyncQs, the XMs, the XXSs.
The triple X's?
The triple X
Gaming?
The triple X threat made their way to Extreme Gaming, and they're still competing here. And while I'm teasing it, it's now live. I'm not sure where, but it's live. Maybe the ESL Dota 2 YouTube channel? I believe it's on the ESL. It's, oh, there you go. How convenient. ESL.gg/ESL1KL_unmuted. That's right. Our series is called Unmuted. We had another one for the Berlin Major as well. If you were missing that taste of True Sight, we'll give it to you a little bit. And if you want it in person, then you got to come to the arena, which is happening tomorrow, Cinderin. Can you imagine? I have been watching ESL 1 Birmingham's from home for years, long before I was a caster. And I was like, man, that's unironically my favorite crowd, other than the legendary, vaunted Manila Major crowd. That's second place is Birmingham.
I'm just unsure if you can hear me right now. Can you hear me?
Let's assume that we can hear you.
Okay, I think we can hear me. I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. I haven't seen Birmingham in person in the arena. I wasn't there the last time in 2019, so I'm really curious to see it myself. The stories that I've heard is that the crowd is wild and alive, and they're there to watch some Dota. So I expect some of the best experience that we've had in an arena. So they better bring it. You know, now it's been hyped up.
Expectations
so if you guys
are
are in the crowd, you better make it a party, because otherwise I'm going to be disappointed in all of you.
If they can top KL, it will be quite something. Because I haven't experienced the Birmingham crowd yet, but Kuala Lumpur was it was quite high. They're quite up there.
And if you want to shout out your hometown hero for all the UKs in the audience, the United Kingdomers, that's what you call you guys, right? Then you got to come in to the arena, the Resorts World Arena tomorrow. But we'll be presenting it all on the internet as well. I hope you guys have been enjoying all of the group stage, day one of playoffs. And then tomorrow, we're going to have some eliminations. That's it for us in this studio. We'll see you tomorrow for more ESL 1 Birmingham 2024 from the arena.
point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
You, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you, I'm calling you up, meet me. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids. And there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you, I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I still smell your Camry wall. I'm at your door. Back to the future. I'll never lose it. I'm at your back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rear view, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more.
Hold the hands of time. Promises will follow. treasure. Been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Luscious, there's no other word I can describe.